Chapter 247, the capital of the Deqian Celestial Empire. In a large hall in the imperial palace, a group of palace maids and attendants stood outside the hall. "Is the princess asleep?" An attendant looked at the palace maid beside her and asked, "Yes, the princess is too tired after coming back from hunting this time." "Sigh, she is too tired. Our subordinates have been whipped by her many times. It hurts. Serves you right. Who asked you to not follow the princess's instructions?" "It's not that we didn't, but the princess's expectations were too high. We tried our best, but the princess hit us when she was angry. She didn't even look at the situation. Be content. The princess has such a temper. Even if you are the crown prince, the princess won't give you face. Why would she care about you?" "Sigh, that's right. Who asked the princess to be favored by the emperor? His Holiness dotes on her. The princess can do whatever she wants. No one can stop her. No, her elder sister can. That's right. The princess doesn't listen to anyone, not even His Holiness. She only listens to her elder sister, Long Wanqing. In today's world, perhaps only Long Wanqing can control the young princess. If only the young princess could have such a good personality like her elder sister. Her elder sister treats people very well. Not only is she kind and beautiful, but she is also gentle and virtuous. She never puts on airs in front of us servants. When the young princess is in trouble, her elder sister always helps us out." Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud boom in the hall. "What's wrong?" "The young princess is awake." A group of palace maids and attendants were at a loss. "Woo, woo, woo. Elder sister is dead. Elder sister is dead. Woo, 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 woo. Elder sister is dead." A girl's cries suddenly came from the room. Did the young princess have a nightmare? A group of palace maids and attendants were in a panic. "Elder sister was killed by someone. Woo, woo, woo. Elder sister, don't die. Woo, 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 woo." The cries in the room were continuous. Above a wilderness in the Shenlu dynasty, on the white cloud flying boat, Long Wanqing's soul dissipated, but there was still a soul connected to her body. She looked at the unborn man in a daze. "Long Wanqing, my daughter, my daughter." The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand and screamed in horror. "Who?" In a daze, Long Wanqing shook off the unborn man's hand. He made a weak sound. "You're not my father. My father is a peerless hero. There is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a very far place. But one day, my father will come back. If anyone bullies us three, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances." The unborn man's hand was flung away by Long Wanqing. He stood there in a daze, listening to Long Wanqing's desperate voice. His entire body seemed to have lost all strength in an instant. "My father is a peerless hero. There is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a very far place. But one day, my father will come back. If anyone dares to bully the three of us, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances." Long Wanqing's words were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. "She doesn't recognize me? Yes, it is impossible for her to recognize me. I was the one who beat her to death. Her father is a peerless hero. There is no one in the world who can stop him. I am a peerless hero. There is no one in the world who can stop me. Is that so? Is that so? Am I?" The unborn man sat on the ground, paralyzed. Not far away, Venerable Lu Nian, Huangfu Chaoga, and Mu Chenfeng vomited blood and flew over while covering their wounds. "Venerable, you said that the unborn man is Long Wanqing's father? How is that possible? How is he worthy?" Was Xiaoya blind back then? Why would she fancy him? Huangfu Chaoga frowned. The old hall master was killed, yet he is guarding the door for someone else. He is not worthy. He is not worthy. Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. That hairpin, I remember. I remember every zither recital. Xiaoya would take out that hairpin and look at it again and again. I've asked her many times. Why do you like that hairpin so much? It's very ordinary. If you like it, why don't you wear it? But every time, Xiaoya would shake her head and smile before carefully placing the hairpin in the box. Huangfu Chaoga recalled. Unborn man. He is not worthy. Xiaoya devoted all her attention to him, but he left her for some stupid dream. He made her go to the southern sea purple bamboo forest alone and kneel for 3 whole months before begging for the heavenly sacred pregnancy-protecting water. Master Shou did not have any descendants, and even if he did, he would not be able to live. Xiaoya spent so much effort, begged so many people, and kneeled so many people. Although she waited for hundreds of years, she was finally born. Because Xiaoya said that it was his daughter, Xiaoya begged me again and again not to tell the unborn man about his daughter if I met him. She said that she did not want to affect the unborn man's stupid dream because of his daughter. She would tell him when he achieved great things. However, Xiaoya did not wait. She did not wait. Xiaoya gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but she did not tell him until her death. How could I go against Xiaoya's wishes? How could I tell her? The first time, on 9-5 Island, Long Wanqing's life was hanging by a thread in the life and death game. The unborn man stood in the crowd outside the death puzzle. However, he did not make a move to save Long Wanqing. If not for him, Long Wanqing would have died already. The second time, in Passion Flower Valley, Long Wanqing wanted to protect me, but the unborn man wanted to kill her as well. The third time, he finally made a move. He killed Long Wanqing. He is not worthy of knowing who Long Wanqing's father is. He is not worthy at all. Venerable Lu Nian said sorrowfully. On the flying ship, the unborn man sat paralyzed on the ground. As he looked at the black energy surrounding Long Wanqing before him and listened to Venerable Lu Nian's voice, he felt completely drained of energy. Indeed, I am not worthy, the unborn man said in despair. Gu Hai, who had been pushed aside by the unborn man earlier, flew over again. Then he flew over, carrying the dazed Long Wanqing. Wanqing, you will be fine. You will be fine. Gu Hai cried. Then he grabbed Long Wanqing's arm. Whoosh, whoosh. Long Wanqing's left arm seemed to turn into black energy as it slowly dissipated. Her flesh dissipated, and her corpse disappeared. Unborn man, senior unborn man, please save Wanqing. Please save Wanqing. Gu Hai screamed in horror. No one can save the people I killed. No one can save them. The unborn man cried out in despair. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian, Mu Qinfeng, and Huangfu Chaoga stepped onto the flying ship together and looked anxiously at Long Wanqing. That's impossible. Aren't you Master Shou? What about Master Shou's methods? She is your daughter. Can't you save her? Huangfu Chaoga roared while glaring. 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Her 7 physical souls are already destroyed. Her corpse is gone. She cannot return. Her earthly soul just entered the cycle of reincarnation. It did not enter the netherworld, but the cycle of reincarnation. The human soul is already shattered. Only the heavenly soul is left. Only this heavenly soul is left. The unborn man said in agony, if the human soul is already shattered, then put it back together. If the earthly soul is reincarnated, then find the earthly soul. No matter who she reincarnates into, You must find her. The heavenly soul is here. The 3 spiritual souls are here. That is enough. The 7 physical souls are gone. Can you reconstruct the 7 physical souls? She is your daughter. Your daughter. Can you? Gu Hai glared at the unborn man and roared. The unborn man trembled. That's right. My daughter. My daughter. So what if she reincarnates? I must find her. I must find her. Whoosh! The unborn man suddenly stood up. He waved his hand, and a jade box appeared in front of him. He opened the jade box and carefully put Long Wanqing's human soul into it. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, who only had the heavenly soul left, said weakly, I'm here. I'm here. Gu Hai carefully hugged Long Wanqing, whose body was emitting black energy. Long Wanqing opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the blurry Gu Hai, she revealed a sad smile. Then, she gently caressed Gu Hai's face with her right hand. Wanqing, you will come back to life. Don't worry. I will save you. One day, you will come back to life. Gu Hai cried as he hugged Long Wanqing. I can't do it anymore. Gu Hai, I beg you. Long Wanqing said weakly. Speak, speak. Gu Hai said in a trembling voice. Venerable Lu Nian wiped his tears. Mu Chenfeng and Huang Fuchaoga showed sorrowful expressions. The unborn man stood at the side, his earlier aura gone. He cowered, not daring to look at Long Wanqing. I have a little sister. She is very insensible. In the past, I always protected her, so she did not get bullied. Now, I can no longer protect her. She will cause trouble again. I am her only relative in this world. With me gone, there is no one to take care of her. Can you help me take care of her? Long Wanqing said weakly as she looked at Gu Hai. I will take care of her. No one can bully her. Don't worry. With me around, no one can bully her. Gu Hai said as he cried. She is very willful and has a temper. However, she is kind at heart. You have to be more tolerant. Long Wanqing said weakly. I will protect her. I will wait for you to come back. She is still waiting for you to come back. Gu Hai said in a choked voice. Long Wanqing seemed to have settled one of her worries. She revealed a smile on her face. She gently caressed Gu Hai's face and said gently, Don't torture yourself anymore. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. Even if Chen Xian finds out about you being like that, she will not be happy. My heart aches for you. With reddened eyes, Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing's right hand. Then, he said solemnly in a choked voice, Heaven is our witness. Today, I, Gu Hai, and Long Wanqing are husband and wife. We will be husband and wife for life. Husband and wife. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in a daze. Gu Hai held back his tears as he pressed his lips against Long Wanqing's. Their lips met, parting in life and death. Gu Hai's tears fell on Long Wanqing's cheeks. Long Wanqing smiled happily. Wanqing, I will find you and bring you back. I will. Gu Hai said in tears. Wallalala. Long Wanqing's body dissipated in a large area. In the blink of an eye, there was not much left of her body. Husband, don't torture yourself anymore. I'm leaving. If someone can love you on my behalf, don't reject it. Cherish it. She will love you on my behalf. She will love you on behalf of Chen Xian. Don't reject it anymore. Don't. Wallalala. Long Wanqing's body completely turned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared completely. Wanqing. Gu Hai grabbed empty air. There was nothing around him. Long Wanqing turned into black gas and disappeared. The unborn man at the side reached for a jade box and closed it. It contained Long Wanqing's heavenly soul. Gu Hai sat on the ground, paralyzed. His hands were empty, no matter how hard he tried to grab. Long Wanqing's body disappeared completely. Ah, ah, Gu Hai screamed in pain. His voice spread to the horizon. Chapter 248. On the white cloud flying ship, Gu Hai watched as Long Wanqing's corpse disappeared, her soul scattered, and she turned into ashes. After Gu Hai cried out in grief, he sat on the ground, paralyzed. He watched as Long Wanqing turned into ashes in his arms. No one could understand the sorrow in his heart. The unborn man stood at the side. His earlier arrogance and murderous intent were gone. He was listless. I killed my daughter with my own hands. Killed her with my own hands? Earlier, when I tested Long Xiaoya's human soul, I even exhausted my daughter mentally and physically. Before the life and death game on 9-5 Island, I watched as my daughter nearly died. At that time, I was jealous that my daughter's father won Long Xiaoya's heart, so I hardened my heart and prepared to watch my daughter get killed. In the Passion Flower Valley, when my daughter protected Lu Nian, I nearly killed her as well. Today, I killed her with my own hands. Before my daughter died, she said, "You are not my father. My father is the hero of the world. No one can stop him. Indeed, I am not worthy. How can I be worthy? Xiaoya is dead, and my daughter is being bullied. Where am I? My daughter's life is on the line, and I am watching a joke. My daughter protected someone else, and I want to kill her? Am I still worthy of being her father? Master Show never has a good ending. Because of you, Xiaoya and Long Wanqing suffered retribution. The unborn man is innocent, but you implicated them. Furthermore, Long Wanqing died at your hands. Master Show is a widower, a widow, and a cripple. You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Why did you provoke Xiaoya? You even gave birth to Long Wanqing. Why did you provoke her? Huang Fuchaoga looked at the unborn man with reddened eyes. If not for the unborn man, Long Xiaoya would not have waited foolishly. Perhaps I would have been together with Long Xiaoya. Perhaps Long Xiaoya would not have to die. Huang Fuchaoga looked hatefully at the unborn man. She wished she could go up and strangle him to death. Master Show, you're a widower, lonely, and crippled person. Hall Master has a younger sister. You won't jinx her to death, will you? That's Long Wanqing's lifeblood. Mu Chenfeng glared at the unborn man. I have a daughter? I still have a daughter. The unborn man shuddered. Do you want to jinx her to death as well? Venerable Lu Nian roared while glaring. The unborn man's body suddenly trembled, and he immediately became listless again. Venerable Lu Nian glared at the unborn man. Unborn man, do you know why I went against you in the past? I'm not jealous of you being with Xiaoyu. I like Xiaoyu. As long as she can live a happy life, I will respect her. But your Master Show, sooner or later, you'll hurt her. That's why I'm always against you. Do you really think I'm jealous of you? Are you worthy? That day, before you became like this, you said that you were envious of Xiaoyu when you saw the father and daughter pair. You envied them for having a daughter. Do you know what Xiaoyu did for you? Who is the person in the Southern Sea purple bamboo forest? Back then, when that person came to the Deqian celestial dynasty to cause trouble, how much did Xiaoyu ridicule him? As the Deqian princess, Xiaoyu is like fire and water with him. For the sake of having a daughter, Xiaoyu knelt before him for 3 months. You know that? Why did you kill Gu Hai? Why did you kill Long Wanqing? Luyang of Gojoseon? You know, the result of our investigation is that Luyang of Gojoseon is the biggest suspect in Xiaoyu's death. He killed Xiaoyu, but you helped him kill Xiaoyu's daughter and son-in-law. I don't know if Xiaoyu can be revived. However, how are you going to answer to Xiaoyu after she revives? What will you say? Will you still have the face to see Xiaoyu? The unborn man said in a trembling voice. Luyang of Gojosian has Xiaoyu's 3 spiritual souls. With Xiaoyu's 3 spiritual souls, I will revive her. Are you sure you have Xiaoyu's 3 spiritual souls? Are you sure? Venerable Lu Nian stared at the unborn man. There is always a possibility. For the sake of Xiaoyu, I am willing to try. The unborn man said bitterly. Go ahead and try. Come, Gu Hai is here. Why don't you take Gu Hai's head and go to him? Go and claim credit for killing Xiaoyu's enemy. Go ahead and kill him. Oh, right. In the future, kill Long Wanqing's younger sister as well. In any case, you are capable of doing anything, Venerable Lu Nian roared. The unborn man took a deep breath, but did not dare to move. Venerable, that's enough. Gu Hai, who had been sitting paralyzed on the ground, stood up slowly, expressionlessly. At this moment, Gu Hai's expression was incredibly calm, so calm that it was somewhat scary. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man, but did not blame him. Instead, he said calmly, Senior unborn man, the most important thing now is Wanqing's revival. Of the 3 spiritual souls, the heavenly soul is with you. Please do your best to find the location of the earthly soul. I, Gu Hai, do not have the ability to do so now. When I become stronger in the future and have the ability, I will help you search for it. Now, I can only trouble you. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in silence. As for whether Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul are with Luyang of Gojosian, I will investigate. Don't worry. I will get to the bottom of this. Luyang of Gojosian? Luyang of Gojosian. Gu Hai's voice was cold, but the unborn man showed a trace of worry. No buts. Even if you go to Luyang of Gojosian's residence, now, you may not get Long Xiaoya's 2 spiritual souls. Whether he has them or not, you won't get them. On the contrary, if you don't appear, Long Xiaoya's 2 spiritual souls will be Luyang of Gojosian's bargaining chip. If he has them, her 2 spiritual souls will definitely be the safest. If you go, you will destroy Long Xiaoya. If you don't go, Long Xiaoya may be revived. Are you still going? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man calmly. I am going to find the reincarnated Long Wanqing. The unborn man gritted his teeth and said with certainty, I'll leave Wanqing to you. Long Xiaoya, I will do my best. Gu Hai nodded after taking a deep breath. The unborn man revealed a mournful smile. There is no need for you to beg me. If I cannot find Wanqing, I am not qualified to revive that girl. I am also not qualified to see her again. After saying that, the unborn man flipped his hand and took out a black jade talisman with a faint black aura on it. This jade talisman is an enchanted treasure. I'll have to trouble you to hand it to Long Wanqing's younger sister to protect herself. If anything happens, just crush it. No matter where I am, I will rush over immediately. The unborn man handed the jade talisman to Venerable Lu Nian very carefully. Do you think that you have not harmed Xiaoya and her daughter enough? Venerable Lu Nian asked coldly. The unborn man held the jade talisman in silence for a while. Venerable, help Wanqing's younger sister catch it. No matter what, the unborn man is her father. Let her make the decision herself, Gu Hai said calmly from the side. Venerable Lu Nian looked at the unborn man with hatred as he reached out and received the jade talisman. However, the unborn man suddenly bowed to Venerable Lu Nian. Why are you bowing to me? Venerable Lu Nian demanded hatefully. The unborn man did not say anything. Instead, he bowed deeply to Venerable Lu Nian. He was an irresponsible father. All these years, it was Venerable Lu Nian who took care of Long Wanqing. I'm sorry. Thank you, the unborn man said sorrowfully. After saying that, the unborn man's figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. Although the unborn man left, everyone's pained hearts still could not calm down. Venerable Lu Nian looked at the jade talisman in his hand. Then he looked at the spot where Long Wanqing had turned to ashes. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly, a sad and frustrated smile. All these years, I watched Wanqing and her sister grow up. I thought that I was watching my own daughter grow up. Unexpectedly, Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Venerable, Wanqing will definitely revive, Guhai said as he clenched his fists. Wanqing is dead. Guhai, I'll return first. I have to meet His Holiness and report everything. I don't know how to explain everything to the young county lord. Before she left, she wanted me to protect her elder sister. If her elder sister loses even a strand of hair, she will teach me a lesson. Ha ha. Venerable Lu Nian said miserably. Daqianqing is going? Long Xiaoya's father and Wanqing's maternal grandfather? Since he can establish a heavenly dynasty, how can he ignore his daughter's death? There is no way to investigate. In such a short time, we managed to find Liu Yang of Gojoseon and point the finger at Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Does Daqianqing not have any capable subordinates? Guhai showed some disbelief in his eyes. Yes, perhaps he already knows about Liu Yang of Gojoseon. However, Daqianqing might not be willing to make a move on Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Perhaps he has other plans? Venerable Lu Nian sighed softly. Huh. Guhai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. I know about this. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly at the side. What? Liu Yang of Gojoseon and Daqianqing are sworn brothers. Huangfu Chaoga said. Even so, he cannot ignore it. Long Xiaoya is his daughter, Guhai said, feeling confused. Back then, there was no Deqian celestial dynasty, only the Ying imperial dynasty. The emperor of that dynasty was Liu Yang of Gojoseon's father. However, Liu Yang of Gojoseon's father reached the end of his lifespan. The surrounding dynasties wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the Ying imperial dynasty and replace it. At that moment, Daqianqing obtained Liu Yang of Gojoseon's help and monopolized the Ying imperial dynasty, becoming sworn brothers. There were rumors that back then, Daqianqing promised Liu Yang of Gojoseon that when the world was at peace, the two would rule together. However, you saw the result. Liu Yang of Gojoseon was made a vassal and ruled Yingzhou. They did not rule together, so perhaps Daqianqing felt guilty towards Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly. There can't be two suns in the sky and two rulers in the people. How can there be two emperors in a country? Guhai frowned. Yes, perhaps that's why the Deqian celestial dynasty hasn't done anything yet. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly. Guhai narrowed his eyes and hatred flashed through his eyes. Huangfu Chaoga, I accept your previous invitation and will fight against Liu Yang of Gojoseon with you. Oh, Huangfu Chaoga looked at Guhai. Wanqing can't die in vain. The unborn man is Wanqing's father and accidentally killed Wanqing. I can't do anything to him and can only wait for Wanqing to be revived. However, the Liu Yang of Gojoseon, I only refused to join the Wang residence, and they sent the unborn man to kill me and kill Wanqing? Ha! 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 I can't run anymore. Guhai's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Fine, join my dynasty, and I'll give you power. Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. No, I'm the ruler of the Han dynasty. I'm only cooperating with your Shenlu dynasty, Guhai said in a low voice. Chapter 249. Miela City, Liu Yang of Gojoseon's residence. In the study room, Mo Yaik and young master and were standing in the study room. Lu Yang of Gojoseon sat on his throne and looked at young master and coldly. Luan, look at what you've done. Humph. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said coldly, Grandfather, it's not my fault. It's all Guhai's plan to frame me. That's why Silver Moon City fell into his trap again and again. It's not my fault that Jiang Tianyi and the rest were chased back. Young master and said, anxiously, Silver Moon City, do you know how much Silver Moon City has lost? Do you think it's just money? Lu Yang of Gojoseon said coldly, I know my mistake. Young master and lowered his head and said, but grandfather, what's the big deal about the #1 music pavilion that Guhai opened? As long as grandfather says the word, I'll bring my men and smash the #1 music pavilion. The money and property there should belong to the prince's residence. Young master and raised his head and shouted, don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Lu Yang of Gojoseon said coldly, I wouldn't dare. Young master and lowered his head and said, Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, young master, and you're oversimplifying things. Now, Silver Moon City has been taken over by Sima Chongkong. Our men will be cleaned up soon. Jiang Tianyi and the rest's return shows that Silver Moon City is no longer under our control. No longer under our control? Young master and was slightly stunned. Yes, Shur Kong's death has attracted His Holiness's attention. His Holiness has always left Yingzhou under the prince's jurisdiction and never interfered. But this time, His Holiness is obviously going to be angry. There's news from the capital that Sima Chongkong is Jinmu of Silla's man. Mo Yike frowned. Jinmu of Silla, the third prince of the Deqian Celestial Empire, Takashi Ryushin, grandfather, the third prince has always been your political enemy. His people took over Silver Moon City in Ing Province, and the first thing they did was to clean up the people in the Wang residence. Could it be that Dai Qianqing sent them to deal with you? Lu En's expression changed. Mo Yike nodded. Controlling the Castellan may have really angered Dai Qianqing. Jinmu of Silla's hand has reached out to my Yingzhou. Perhaps His Holiness wants to knock some sense into you. Lu Yang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes. Takashi Ryushin? Humph, when his father and I were conquering the world, he was still a brat who was still wet behind the ears. After the Deqian established the Celestial Empire, he went against me in every way. You want to go against me this time? He's not qualified. Your Highness, prevention is the most important. I saw that the unborn man wasn't in the residence these days. Did your Highness send him to kill Guhai? Mo Yike said with a serious expression. Kill Guhai? Young master, Anne's eyes lit up. Mo Yike guessed the general idea from the clues. That's right. Lu Yang of Gojoseon nodded. Mo Yike's face twitched, and he sighed slightly. Sigh, your Highness, such a talent, but he and Long Wanqing are together. If I can't use him sooner or later, he will become my enemy, rather than trouble in the future. It's better to solve it early. Lu Yang of Gojoseon shook his head. Mo Yike sighed slightly and nodded. Since your Highness has made up your mind, it's useless for me to say anything. However, what if the unborn man can't kill Guhai this time? Then what we'll be waiting for is Guhai's crazy revenge. Mr. Mo, you're exaggerating too much. I recently heard that the unborn man is a powerful longevity master. In the past, even Old Man Guanxi was treated as a guest of honor. What's Guhai's cultivation level? Young master and said disdainfully. Mo Yike looked at young master and didn't explain too much. Instead, he looked at Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Lu Yang of Gojoseon saw Mo Yike's solemnly expression and seemed to have thought of something. He nodded. Indeed, we have to be careful. I'll send people to investigate again. However, Gu Hai is most likely dead by now. Mo Yike frowned slightly. In the end, he sighed softly and did not say anything more. In the end, Venerable Lu Nian left Gu Hai's group in sorrow and headed north to the Deqian, Celestial Dynasty's capital. 2 months later, Venerable Lu Nian arrived at the capital. Using his past connections, he entered the imperial palace to meet Daqian Sheng. Outside a large hall in the imperial palace, a large number of guards were waiting outside the hall. A palace maid ran into the hall in a fluster. Cluster Lord, Venerable Lu Nian is back. Venerable Lu Nian is back. That palace maid called out anxiously. Whoosh! A red-clad young woman immediately jumped out of the hall. This young woman looked very similar to Long Wanqing. However, she was much more impatient than Long Wanqing. That baldy Lu Nian is back. Alone? The young woman asked anxiously. Yes, alone. The palace maid lowered her head. The young woman bit her lip and said, I knew it. Something happened to elder sister. I even dreamed about it. A bad person killed elder sister in Elite Hall. Elder sister's soul tablet also shattered. Something happened to elder sister. No, I have to go and meet that baldy Lu Nian. Old baldy, how did you protect my elder sister? The young woman rushed out of the hall. Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of guards rushed out from the surroundings and blocked the young woman. Cluster Lord, His Holiness has decreed that you are not to go out, a guard said respectfully. Pa! The young woman appeared out of nowhere and instantly whipped that guard with a fiery red whip. Scram! Something happened to my elder sister. If you continue to block me, I will whip you to death. The young woman lashed out with bloodshot eyes. Whoosh! Another guard ran over and blocked the young woman. Crack! Crack! The young woman whipped the guard again and again. However, the guard did not dare to retaliate. Cluster Lord, His Holiness has decreed that you are not to go out, the guard emphasized while enduring the pain. I want to go. I want to go. The young woman soared into the air. Pa! A guard stretched out his hand and pressed down, immediately knocking the young woman back. Bastard! Bastard! Move aside! Move aside! The young woman cried as she whipped the guards. The faces of the guards turned red from the whipping. However, they still did not allow the young woman to leave. Go and report this to the old man. If he still does not let me go, I will merge with the spirit of the fiend spirit in my body. I promised elder sister. However, something happened to elder sister. I want to see that old baldy. I want to know the situation. The red-clad young woman roared. Old man, the group of guards was flabbergasted. In this world, only this young woman dared to call His Holiness old man. Yes, Cluster Lord, please wait. A guard said softly. The guard left, but the young woman continued glaring at the group of guards with bloodshot eyes. After a while, that guard returned. His Holiness said to tell the Cluster Lord to calm down. He will get Venerable Lu Nian to come and see you soon. That guard said respectfully. The young woman swung the whip in her hand, suppressing her rage. After Venerable Lu Nian met with Daqiansheng, he was asked to meet the Cluster Lord. Feeling bitter, Venerable Lu Nian walked to the Cluster Lord's hall. As the sun set in the west, a red-clad young woman held a whip in the distance. She looked at Venerable Lu Nian coldly, with bloodshot eyes. Cluster Lord. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly, Old baldy, what did I tell you before we left? Where is my elder sister? Where is my elder sister? Return my elder sister. The red-clad young woman demanded with bloodshot eyes. Hall Master's corpse is already gone. Her soul has scattered. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Pa! The young woman whipped Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian did not use his energy shield, allowing the whip to tear his clothes apart. Blood appeared. Sob, sob. Elder sister did not let me whip you, but I insisted. I insisted. You caused my elder sister's death. You caused my elder sister's death. You said that you would protect my elder sister with your life. However, my elder sister still died. She still died. The young woman whipped Venerable Lu Nian 10 odd times in a row. After she was done, she tossed the whip aside and started wailing. Wah! Elder sister! The young woman cried sorrowfully. Venerable Lu Nian was covered in blood. Despite being whipped, he did not get angry. Instead, he felt much more at ease. The palace maids at the side supported the young woman and consoled her. After a long time, the young woman's wailing turned into sobs. Old Baldy, how did my elder sister die? Who did it? Who killed my elder sister? Tell me clearly. The young woman roared as she glared at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian felt sorrowful. However, he did not hide anything, explaining everything to the young woman in detail. Unborn man, what is he? I don't have a father like him. He is not my father. I want to kill him. The young woman roared with bloodshot eyes. The unborn man went to the netherworld to search for Hall Master's earthly soul. He is. What's the point of searching? The unborn man is a good-for-nothing. Elder sister always thought that her father was an unparalleled hero. I told elder sister long ago that that person abandoned his wife and daughter and was not worthy of being my father. I was right. However, elder sister died. The young woman said, hatefully. Also, I want to kill that Guhai as well. If not for him, elder sister would not have died. It is all his fault. It is all his fault. Hatred filled the young woman's eyes. Long Wanyu, remember this clearly. Guhai is Long Wanqing's husband. He is your brother-in-law. Venerable Lu Nian said, seriously, I don't admit it. He is not my brother-in-law. He killed my elder sister. He killed her. Long Wanyu shouted stubbornly, Guhai is the man that Long Wanqing protected with her life. Whether you admit it or not, please respect your elder sister's choice. Venerable Lu Nian said, seriously. Long Wanyu glared at Venerable Lu Nian with reddened eyes. I don't need you to interfere in my matters. Long Wanyu roared with reddened eyes. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. What did the old man say? Did he want to take revenge for my elder sister? Did he say anything about taking revenge for my elder sister? Long Wanyu shouted as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian remained silent for a while. Speak, Long Wanyu roared. His Holiness only said that he understood. Furthermore, he gave me an imperial edict. Open it when I see Guhai. Venerable Lu Nian took out the imperial edict. Whoosh! Long Wanyu snatched the imperial edict. Long Wanyu, don't! Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Humph! Long Wanyu ignored him and opened the imperial edict. The group of palace maids and guards at the side turned around, pretending not to see anything. What? My elder sister died, and you did not say anything about taking revenge for my elder sister. Instead, you made Guhai the new elite hall master? My elder sister died. For nothing? She was replaced just like that. Long Wanyu exclaimed in shock and anger. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian snatched the imperial edict and carefully put it away. Clearly, Venerable Lu Nian took it out on purpose. Venerable Lu Nian did not have the qualifications to check it. However, the little witch before him was different. If she snatched it to check, no one would blame him. Is my elder sister not the old man's granddaughter? My elder sister died, and you only said that you understood? You only said that you understood? Old man, if you don't take revenge for my elder sister, I'll go by myself. Who dares to stop me? Long One, you shouted as she grabbed her whip. Chapter 250. Silver Moon City. Sima Chongkong accompanied a middle-aged man as they walked out of the number 1 Zither Pavilion. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain clothes. His face was broad, and his eyes were as deep as a pool of water. As he walked, he gave off a powerful aura. Even if Sima Chongkong stood beside him, his aura was far from comparable. The number 1 Zither Pavilion, it's indeed extraordinary. The Thousand Islands Sea actually produced such a wise person. The middle-aged man sighed as he walked. Your Highness, our spies have sent us news. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing went to the Passion Flower Valley and fought a great battle with Luyang of Gojoseon's army. He defeated the shattering east wind with his song Ambush from 10 sides. He's a genius. Not only is he good at chess, but he's also very good at the zither. To be able to do this at the age of 71, he's a rare talent. Sima Chongkong exclaimed. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and nodded. The most amazing thing is that plan to destroy the Song dynasty. I sent many people to search for talents, but I still missed this person. What a pity. That's right. Sima Chongkong sighed lightly. The people in charge of the Thousand Islands Sea region have failed in their duties. Dismiss them all. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. Yes, Sima Chongkong answered. Long Wanqing has been looking for the murderer of her mother all these years, but she hasn't found anything. This time, there's Gu Hai. Gu Hai went straight to Yingzhou. According to my information, he went to find the former city lord He Shikong and went to South Korea. He met with Huang Fuchaoga at the Passion Flower Valley. Gu Hai must have found something. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. The two boarded a crane carriage. The middle-aged man nodded and narrowed his eyes. You said that Mo Yike also wanted to invite Gu Hai? Yes, I was busy at the time and sent someone. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mo Yike was the same. That Gu Hai is extremely shrewd. Sima Chongkong said with a wry smile. It doesn't matter. This means that Gu Hai also doesn't want to enter the Luyang of Gojoseon residence. Moreover, he planned to escape from the Passion Flower Valley. It is impossible for the Luyang of Gojoseon to subdue him. Perhaps he has already found out the cause of my little sister's death. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Your Highness, we still have a chance. Try your best to get Gu Hai to join the Jinmu of Silla. Sima Chongkong looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in front of him was the third prince of the Deqian Celestial Empire, Jinmu of Silla. The chances are slim. The elite hall belongs to the Foreign Affairs Department of the Deqian Celestial Empire. To be more precise, they belong to His Holiness's personal army. Look at His Holiness. He doesn't care about many things. His Holiness sees things clearly. The information that we have found, His Holiness's desk must be 10 times more detailed than yours. Gu Hai's background is too clean. How can His Holiness let such a talent go? Jinmu of Silla shook his head. Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. His Holiness's personal army. Unless His Holiness doesn't want it, we can only fight for it as his subjects. Just like you angered His Holiness in the past. That's why I have the right to invite you to my residence. Jinmu of Silla smiled bitterly. Your Highness, did you mean that Long Xiaoya's death might have something to do with Luyang of Gojoseon? Sima Chongkong asked in a low voice. Jinmu of Silla nodded. 99%. Then His Holiness knows about it too? Long Xiaoya is the princess of the Deqian. When Luyang of Gojoseon killed Long Xiaoya, His Holiness did nothing. Sima Chongkong frowned. It's not that he did nothing. His Holiness felt guilty towards Lu Yang of Gojoseon. No, it's not that he felt guilty, but he needed to be gentle towards Lu Yang of Gojoseon. He wasn't just a subject, he was a benchmark. So as long as Lu Yang of Gojoseon didn't rebel, His Holiness would tolerate it, even if my sister. Jinmu of Silla frowned. The way of balance. His Holiness didn't do anything to Lu Yang of Gojoseon because he wanted to calm the hearts of the tyrants in the imperial court. After all, there were many people like Lu Yang of Gojoseon who sought refuge with Deqian. If His Holiness acted boldly and decisively against Lu Yang of Gojoseon, would it cause a backlash in the imperial court? Sima Chongkong understood immediately. That's right. However, Lu Yang of Gojoseon went too far this time. My sister's death was too unjust. Although His Holiness didn't say anything on the surface, he had already started making arrangements. At the very least, Yingzhou's Silver Moon City has already left Lu Yang of Gojoseon's control, right? Jinmu of Silla smiled faintly. Moreover, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also been mobilized. Li Xinji has already led the Xinji Battalion to the south. As for Lu Yang of Gojoseon, if he knows his place, His Holiness won't do anything to him. However, if he really dares to rebel, His Holiness won't suppress him either. I can only be the bad guy. Jinmu of Silla smiled bitterly. The 1,000,000 figurines should have been snatched away by Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Moreover, according to my observations, Yingzhou has almost become Lu Yang of Gojoseon's country. However, he has been tolerating it all this time. Sima Chongkong frowned. Accumulate grain and slowly proclaim himself emperor. Lu Yang of Gojoseon has a good strategist. Emo Yike, Jinmu of Silla frowned. I've sent people to investigate, but this Emo Yike seems to have come out of nowhere. We can't find out anything. Sima Chongkong frowned. If we can't find out, then so be it. We'll find out sooner or later. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Shenlu Dynasty. In the valley outside Lushan City, it had been 2 months. The Tree People's Dantian had not recovered yet. Gu Hai had already tidied up the wedding hall. Long Wanqing's hair had become Gu Hai's most precious possession, so he carefully put it away. Mu Chenfeng's injuries were all healed. Gao Chen went to compose alone. Is it difficult to recover the Tree People's Dantian? Gu Hai looked at Huang Fu Chaoga. It can be recovered. Didn't I just recover one? But it's too difficult to recover all of them. I don't have enough things for 2,000 Tree People. Huang Fu Chaoga frowned. Oh, you used the divine water of Gung Metal earlier? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes, outside Shenlu Dynasty, there's a lower sect called the Gung Metal Sect. Former Elite Hall leader Chu Qin came from the Gung Metal Sect. Of course, this lower sect is not like the sects in Thousand Islands Sea. The Gung Metal Sect's strength is not inferior to Shenlu Dynasties. They also control 18 large cities. Huang Fu Chaoga explained. Gung Metal Sect. The foundation of the Gung Metal Sect is a dead god of metal. He has been refined to protect the Gung Metal Sect. Metal begets water, and the god of metal begets the divine water of Gung Metal. Water begets wood. The divine water of Gung Metal can repair the Tree People's Dantian. Huang Fu Chaoga said, God of metal. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. Suddenly, the earth trembled. A gray-robed man emerged from the ground. It was Lu Stone God. Your Majesty, news has come from the front lines. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's army is too strong. Our dynasty has lost another 3 large cities. Now, we only have 17 left. Lu Stone God lamented. Shenlu Dynasty has 25 large cities in total. Now we've lost 8. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's army is indeed fierce. Ha! Gu Hai sneered. His idea is that when we lose all our cities, Shenlu dynasty's destiny will be over. At that time, I won't have the strength to resist. Huang Fu Chaoga smiled bitterly. Surrounded by enemies? Not necessarily. I'll let him be surrounded by enemies too. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good, according to your request, more than 200 Lu Stone men have already gone to various cities in Yingzhou. There are at least 2 Lu Stone men in each of the hundreds of large cities in Yingzhou. But is it useful for them to go? There are only 2 Lu Stone men in each city. They can't break into the city, let alone deal with the army inside. Lu Stone God said in a low voice. It's fine. I didn't ask them to fight. Let's wait for another 2 days. I've told them that we'll officially attack the day after tomorrow. Gu Hai said in a low voice. If they attack, will they be able to solve the current crisis? Lu Stone God asked doubtfully. Not solve it. I'm sure that Liu Yang of Gojoseon will withdraw his army soon. Gu Hai said with certainty. Oh, he has no choice but to withdraw. I just added fuel to the fire in Ying province. If he does not return to put out the fire when his backyard is on fire, all his schemes will be for naught. I will burn him to the ground. A ruthless look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. But there are only 2 Lu Stone men in each city. What can they do? Lu Stone God said in disbelief. They're only there to start the fire, so they don't have to do much. Gu Hai said with certainty. Lu Stone God looked at Huang Fu Chaoga. All right, let's do as Mr. Good says. You control the Lu Stone men and keep an eye on them. If anything unexpected happens, let them know. Huang Fu Chaoga said in a low voice. All right. Lu Stone God nodded. Everything depends on the day after tomorrow. Gu Hai looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Destroy Lu City. In Liu Yang of Gojoseon's study, reports of victory came in one after another. The strategists in the study smiled. Your Highness, the Shenlu dynasty has a total of 25 cities. We've already lost 8. At this rate, it won't be long before we reach Shenlu City. That's not all. Your Highness, the army is defeated like a landslide. When we capture the 8 cities of the Divine Foothill dynasty, I believe that the other cities of the Divine Foothill dynasty might take the initiative to surrender. The strategists and generals talked excitedly. Liu Yang of Gojoseon nodded and smiled. Only Mo Yike, who was standing aside, frowned deeply. He didn't say a word. What's wrong, Mr. Mo? Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike in confusion. Something's not right. Mo Yike smiled wryly. Mr. Mo, what are you worried about? The Shenlu dynasty is now an isolated island. The surrounding sects and countries won't help them. They can only wait for us to take them down bit by bit. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Another strategist nodded and said, That's right, Mr. Mo. When the Divine Foothill dynasty loses all of its cities, its fate will crumble. At that time, there will be no need for His Highness to personally take action to break into the Divine Foothill city. Those who oppose the Lord won't have a good ending. Mo Yike shook his head. Your Highness, I'm worried about Gu Hai. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's expression turned serious. The unborn man hasn't returned yet. I'm worried that he's already seen Gu Hai. If Gu Hai joins forces with the Shenlu dynasty, that'll be bad. Mo Yike said worriedly. One of the strategists said doubtfully, Mr. Mo, you worry too much. Gu Hai is only one person. What can he do? Mo Yike shook his head. I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 251. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Silver Moon City. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone down. In the south of the city, a bunch of city guards were changing shifts. The city guards who had been busy the entire night stretched and were about to leave. Suddenly, the city guard rubbed his eyes. Like he was annoyed that his eyes weren't clean enough, he rubbed them once more. That city guard shuddered and instantly came to his senses. Men, where did those few words come from? That city guard stared and shouted, "Sir, what happened?" The other city guards around looked over in confusion. Then he saw that on a mountain wall in the distance there were 8 giant words that were drawn in bold strokes. Although Ing has 3 households, when Qian dies, it will definitely be Ing. A cultivator who passed by the city read out. See, the city gate was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. What happened? Who wrote that? How bold! The city guard exclaimed. Ing, was it the great Ing Empire in the past? When Qian dies, it will definitely be Ing. Isn't that disgraceful? The people all around started to whisper to one another. Quick, men, destroy those few words for me. No, you can't destroy them. Quick, report to the Sir, quick. The city guard leader instantly shouted. Yes. The group of guards immediately panicked. At the same time, in the east of Silver Moon City, the same thing happened. However, the words were different. The city guards and commoners who passed by all opened their eyes wide. Gantian is dead. Ing Tian will be Ing Tian's successor. In 60 years, the world will be blessed. Some commoners read out with their mouths, agape. Gantian is dead. Ing Tian will be Ing Tian's successor. This is rebellion. No, this is... The commoners exclaimed in shock. The city guards were so shocked that they were covered in sweat. Quick, inform the Sir, inform the Sir. The rest of you, follow me. Investigate who wrote those few words. The city guard leader shouted in shock and rage. The news quickly spread to the city lord manor. Sima Chongkong was in the middle of a conversation with King Shun Wu when they suddenly heard the report from their subordinates. Both of their expressions changed. Let's go and take a look. Jinmu of Silla said solemnly, Rumble. A huge airship carrying Jinmu of Silla, Sima Chongkong, and some other officials and soldiers quickly flew out of the city. However, no one dared to stop the Jinmu of Silla's flying boat. It flew out of the city unimpeded. Soon, they arrived at the stone wall in the east of the city. Gantian is already dead. Ing Tian is about to take over. In the 60-year cycle, the world will be blessed. Jinmu of Silla said with a dark expression. The flying boat soon arrived at the south. Even though there are only 3 households, they will still be able to win if Qian dies. Sima Chongkong's face was also gloomy. Your Highness, my lord, we also found stone inscriptions in the west of the city. An official immediately ran over in panic. Let's go and take a look. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Swish. The flying boat soon arrived at the western part of the city. On the stone wall in the distance, there were 6 large words carved into it. Great Ingxing, Luyang Emperor. Great Ingxing, Luyang Emperor. Luyang of Gojoseon wants to proclaim himself an emperor. Great Ing Imperial Dynasty. Jinmu of Silla's brows raised. Your Highness, my lord, the words Rebel Qian revives Ing have appeared in the north of the city. Many people are looking at it. Many commoners have gathered over and are pointing at it. Another official ran over. Jinmu of Silla, Sima Chongkong, and the others' faces were dark. Luyang of Gojoseon, can't he wait? Jinmu of Silla took in a deep breath and said solemnly. Sima Chongkong shook his head and said, that shouldn't be the case. Luyang of Gojoseon can't possibly start a rebellion at such a time, right? But why would such disgraceful words be released with such fanfare? That's right. It's unwise for Luyang of Gojoseon to start a rebellion now. Moreover, Mo Yike can't possibly allow Luyang of Gojoseon to start a rebellion now. But if it's not Luyang of Gojoseon, who could it be? Jinmu of Silla said with a frown. Sima Changkong, who was at the side, suddenly raised his brows and said, "Your Highness, this style is a bit. Maybe I'm thinking too much." "Why are you stuttering? Just say what you have to say," Jinmu of Silla said with a frown. "No, Your Highness, I have a feeling that this is a bit like Guhai's style. Maybe I'm thinking too much. How can I be sure based on this?" Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. "Guhai?" Jinmu of Silla asked doubtfully. "Yes, it's a bit like that. These 4 disgraceful words, although simple, are not so easy to write," Sima Changkong said with narrowed eyes. "Oh, there are countless slogans for rebellion, but there aren't many that can be easily recited and engraved in one's heart. Although these 4 words don't have any profound literary meaning, they can penetrate one's subconscious in an instant," Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Jinmu of Silla frowned and nodded. "Your Highness, what should we do with these words?" An official asked doubtfully. "Destroy them all and use all our strength to track down the person who carved these words," Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. "Yes, Your Highness," the officials replied. "If it's really Guhai's doing, then perhaps this is just the beginning," Sima Changkong said with a frown. It wasn't just Silvermoon City. At this moment, this strange scene appeared in hundreds of cities in Ing Province at the same time. Outside the cities, disgraceful words appeared everywhere. Although there are 3 households in Ing Province, the fallen Qian will definitely be Ing Province. Qian Tian is dead, Ing Tian will rise. In 60 years, the world will be blessed. Great Ing will prosper. Luyang will be emperor. Reverse Qian and revive Ing. In an instant, the Ing province was in chaos. All the city lords were in a panic. They quickly erased the words in all directions and began to investigate with all their might. However, these rebellious words eventually spread to the various cities. Although most people scoffed at them, a small portion of people started to discuss them. At the same time, Miela City. It was a newly built city specifically to deal with Miela City. Countless soldiers outside the city were attracted by these 4 words. Qian Tian is dead. Ing Tian will rise. In 60 years, the world will be blessed. Mo Yike read the words from the east of the city. Beside him stood Luyang of Gojoseon and a group of strategists. "Who wrote this?" Luyang of Gojoseon stared at his subordinates. Luyang of Gojoseon gathered troops and was preparing to rebel. Some of his trusted aides were very clear about this. Not all of them had great foresight, but they all knew that once the great Ing imperial dynasty was established, they would immediately be in a high position, and rightfully so. Hence, many of them had said that Luyang of Gojoseon would become the emperor. However, they were always suppressed by Mr. Mo and Luyang of Gojoseon. Now, could it be that one of his trusted aides was desperate? Destroy the stone wall and investigate. Whoever dares to mess with the prince's plan will be sentenced to death. Mo Yike stared at the officials and said coldly, "Yes," the subordinates replied. "Prince, many of the generals in the army have started to discuss this matter," Pajuan said in a low voice. "Oh." Luyang of Gojoseon frowned slightly. "Prince, this is the will of the heavens. The heavens are telling you that the time has come," an official said excitedly. Luyang of Gojoseon turned his head and stared at him. "Nonsense. Flog him to death." "Ah, Your Highness, I am innocent," the official cried out in alarm. The officials behind him who wanted to support him immediately shut their mouths. "Whoever speaks of rebellion again will have their entire family wiped out." Luyang of Gojoseon stared coldly at the crowd. "Yes, The subordinates replied. He dismissed the crowd, leaving only Pajuan and Mo Yike behind. Prince, only some of the soldiers are talking about it. Most of them scoffed and didn't care. Pajuan said with a smile. Luyang of Gojoseon nodded. Mo Yike frowned slightly and said, maybe we were wrong. Oh, none of the people just now had the guts to mess around. Maybe these words weren't carved by our people. Mr. Mo said with a frown. Not my people. Luyang of Gojoseon suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes, maybe they came from my enemies, Mo Yike said with a frown. God, Foothill Dynasty? Luyang of Gojoseon asked in confusion. Mo Yike shook his head and said, if it was just a rumor made up by God, Foothill Dynasty, then it's not a big deal. What I'm worried about is that His Holiness deliberately sent someone to write it. Luyang of Gojoseon's pupils suddenly contracted. His Holiness wrote it. That's impossible, right? Luyang of Gojoseon frowned. I don't know, but the possibility isn't high. Moreover, the people only talk about it for a while. They can't talk about it for too long. Now that the world is peaceful, these rebellious slogans won't have much effect. If it's chaotic times, these 4 slogans will be fatal. Mo Yike said in a low voice. That's right. The rebellious slogans are concise and comprehensive. The person who wrote these 4 rebellious slogans is not someone easy to deal with. Luyang of Gojoseon nodded and said, Your Highness, immediately send people to the surrounding cities to investigate if the other cities have this news. If there is, investigate with all your might. You must investigate thoroughly. At this time, there can't be any trouble. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. Luyang of Gojoseon nodded. As expected, the news came not long after. News came from one city after another. Rebellious slogans appeared outside the cities. 10 days later, in the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence. Luyang of Gojoseon's face was gloomy. A bunch of useless people. Still can't find the person who carved these words? Every day, there's a rebellious slogan carved on a mountain wall. Now it's the talk of the town. Your Highness, we tried our best. We almost caught it once. Who would have thought that it could burrow underground? A general said with a bitter smile. It's the Lu Rock Man. Your Highness, I heard it right. It's the Lu Rock Man. Pajuan said with certainty. It's good that it's the Lu Rock Man. At least it's not Dakianching. Luyang of Gojoseon nodded. Mo Yike, who was at the side, said with a bitter smile, Your Highness, perhaps what I'm most worried about has come. Huh, it's Gu Hai. Huang Fuchaoga couldn't think of such a despicable method. It must be Gu Hai. They're working together. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Mr. Mo, although news is coming from the 4 cities, and the stone carvings keep appearing, isn't it as you predicted? The world is peaceful now. It's not a chaotic time. Isn't the rebellious slogan effective? In the 4 cities, it's just a topic of conversation. Most people just scoff at it and laugh it off. Most people don't know about such a small matter. Luyang of Gojoseon shook his head. No, if it's Gu Hai, then it's dangerous. Your Highness, have you forgotten Gu Hai's abilities? If it's really Gu Hai's plan, then this is just the beginning. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. But the people don't believe it. What's the use of the rebellious slogan? Who did he write it for? Pajuan was confused. Mo Yike was deep in thought. Chapter 252. Silver Moon City. Within a tea house. At this moment, a group of commoners were drinking tea and chatting. Although Ing has 3 households, Qian must die. You know that, right? I personally saw the words on the stone tablet dripping with blood. A yellow-clothed man said, Is that true? Words dripping with blood? It must be man-made. It doesn't matter if it was man-made or not. Anyway, during this period of time, stone carvings have appeared every day, right? Also, things like Gantian is dead. Tian will rise, and in the 60-year cycle, the world will be blessed. 60-year cycle? Isn't this the 60-year cycle? The authorities have been investigating, but it has been half a month, and there is no news at all. Uft. A clown trying to start a chaotic world? That's too simple. Yeah, who started it? What a joke. Who would start a rebellion? Hey, you don't believe me. This rebellion isn't just empty talk. You might not know about the Great Qing Imperial Dynasty. That is the dynasty of Luoyang of Gojoseon's father. At that time, there was no Deqian, celestial dynasty. Oh, in the past, Yingzhou was the territory of the Great Qing Imperial Dynasty. Back then, His Holiness had just started and was far from Luoyang of Gojoseon. Luoyang of Gojoseon was the only crown prince of the Great Qing Imperial Dynasty. At that time, His Holiness and Luoyang of Gojoseon became brothers and promised to rule the world with Luoyang of Gojoseon in the future. That was why Luoyang of Gojoseon gave up the Great Qing Imperial Dynasty. However, after so many years, the Deqian celestial dynasty became stronger and stronger. Luoyang of Gojoseon was only given the title of vassal king. Moreover, this title can't be passed down to future generations. Oh, you're saying that Luoyang of Gojoseon wants to take back what he deserves? If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? If the Luoyang of Gojoseon didn't become sworn brothers with Deqianqing back then, he would have an imperial dynasty by now. Now, not only did Deqianqing not agree to rule the world with the Luoyang of Gojoseon, he only gave him a title, even worse than an imperial dynasty. You're saying that the slogan of the rebellion is Luoyang of Gojoseon. The tea house suddenly quieted down. The people who had been chatting enthusiastically just now suddenly stopped talking and looked at the person who had just spoken. After all, if this guess was true, wouldn't it mean that Luoyang of Gojoseon was really going to rebel? Luoyang of Gojoseon? The words outside were written by Luoyang of Gojoseon. He wanted to rebel? But why is the city lord trying to track down the person who wrote this? Thief calling out thief. The discussion in the tea house suddenly stopped. Many people thought that they had guessed something and suddenly became worried. Chaos was coming? The news spread to the city lord's mansion. Sima Chongkong and Jinmu of Silla listened to the news that their subordinates had gathered. Oh, the people are pointing the finger at Luoyang of Gojoseon? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yes, although it's only a guess of some people, the general direction is that Luoyang of Gojoseon is going to rebel. The subordinate said respectfully. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, I forgot. Huh? Your Highness, I forgot that the people's thinking is different from ours. When we received this news, our first reaction was that someone was framing Luoyang of Gojoseon. Luoyang of Gojoseon couldn't have written these rebel slogans. Even if he wanted to, he would have shouted it after the rebellion. He couldn't have shouted it at the beginning. So, we immediately ruled out Luoyang of Gojoseon. However, the people were different. Indeed, many of them could guess that it wasn't Luoyang of Gojoseon, but more of them didn't have the intelligence to do so. In other words, it didn't matter to them, so there was no need to spend more time thinking about it. It was enough to have a mainstream explanation. It was enough to guess that it was Luoyang of Gojoseon. Why should they think about more complicated things? Moreover, even if they thought about it, they couldn't think of a reason. Following that, the crowd followed the crowd, and the crowd's opinions could distort the truth. When everyone around him guessed that it was King Luoyang, he also believed that it was King Luoyang. Only a small number of people thought further, but they were buried by the mainstream thinking. If that's all, it's useless. The people's guesses are only the guesses of a small number of people. Most people don't take it seriously. It's impossible to shake Luoyang of Gojoseon with these rumors. Baseless rumors can't be used as evidence. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice, If it were me, I would have a plan. I would send people to all the cities in Yingzhou to secretly build momentum and continue to slander Liu Yang of Gojoseon. But that would require a lot of manpower and resources. Moreover, the city masters are very strict. If we continue to build momentum, we will definitely be caught. There will be countless casualties, and we will have to pay a huge price. But what does Gu Hai have now? He has nothing. What can he do? Sima Changkong said with a frown. Let's wait and see. Jinmu of Silla said with a slight smile. Miela City. News from all around gathered at the residence of Liu Yang of Gojoseon. In the study of the residence, a group of strategists analyzed the reports from all around. It's the Lucier person, but we can't catch him. It's been half a month. That bunch of trash still hasn't cleared my name, Liu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Pujuan's hearing could tell that it was the Lucier person, but the people didn't know. If they didn't know, they would make wild guesses and take the blame. Your Highness, we've already sent people to send a message. All the city masters will do their best to catch the person who started the rumor. We must clear your name, solemnly one of the strategists said to Liu Yang. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's face darkened. He was very unhappy. A smart person would have seen through this kind of low-level framing. But the rumor was successful. Liu Yang of Gojoseon turned to look at Emo Yike. Emo Yike frowned in deep thought. Mr. Emo, do you have an idea? Liu Yang of Gojoseon asked curiously. All the strategists looked at Emo Yike. Emo Yike shook his head and said, Actually, I don't really care about these rebellious slogans. Oh, everyone was confused. It's a peaceful time. Most of them don't believe that Your Highness will rebel. Only a small number of them think that Your Highness will rebel. As long as Your Highness doesn't admit it, this trend will pass quickly. Emo Yike said casually. All the strategists opened their mouths. We've been anxious to find the person who started the rumor every day. Hundreds of cities and soldiers have been searching for the person who started the rumor for half a month. We've spent a lot of effort, but to no avail. You're saying that this isn't a big deal? Liu Yang of Gojoseon's expression changed. His gloomy face also relaxed. Indeed, how long do you want the people to remember something that they don't care about? If I don't admit it, what can the Lucier people do? After a long time, the people will slowly see through it. When they see the rumor makers again, they're just clowns. Liu Yang of Gojoseon laughed. After thinking through everything, Liu Yang of Gojoseon was no longer worried. Why bother with these unimportant rumors? Emo Yike was still frowning. Mr. Emo, what else are you worried about? Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Emo Yike with a smile. Emo Yike shook his head lightly and said, According to the current situation, this is the limit. We've been spreading rumors for half a month. If we continue to spread rumors, it will backfire. I'm thinking, what will Gu Hai do next? According to his information, if he plans something, it won't be so simple. Oh, Mr. Emo, have you thought of something? Liu Yang of Gojoseon was puzzled. Emo Yike shook his head and said, I have a way to continue spreading rumors. However, what does Gu Hai have now? He doesn't have enough manpower and resources. All the city lords are guarding it with all their might. This requires countless men of sacrifice, but Gu Hai has nothing. What will he do? Grandpa, I found it! I found it! Young Master An's excited voice came from outside the study. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes turned cold. Humph! The cold snort made young Master An, who was excited outside the study, quiver. His excitement disappeared and was replaced by fear and trepidation. I said that no one is allowed to disturb me when I'm in the meeting. Luan, how dare you? Liu Yang of Gojoseon said coldly. Grandpa, I won't do it again. It's just that there's great news, and I got carried away. I wanted to report it to you as soon as possible. Grandpa, please forgive me. Lewin said in fear and trepidation. Great news. Come in and talk. Lu Yang of Gojosian said in a low voice. Lewin immediately entered the study in fear and trepidation. Grandpa, Lou Rockman appeared again just now. When he was writing the words of rebellion, everyone in the city saw it. Now, everyone knows that it was Huangfu Chaoga who started the rumor. Oh, Lu Yang of Gojosian was slightly startled. The tallest mountain outside the city, the one that the entire city can see, heard a loud noise. Mr. Pajuan heard it and pointed his finger. Rays of magic light shone in that direction, and he happened to see a stone man carving words on the mountain wall. He just carved it to the age of 60. Under the illumination of magic, everyone saw it. Lu and said excitedly, "So, it doesn't matter if we catch him or not." Did the Lou Rockman reveal his identity? A strategist said excitedly. Lu Yang of Gojosian smiled slightly. Mo Yike frowned slightly as if he was talking to himself. Is this a coincidence? What? Young master and didn't understand. Mo Yike was silent for a moment. Send people to investigate. Apart from us destroying Lu City, did the other cities also find traces of the Lou Rockman? Huh? It can't be that coincidental, right? This is just a coincidence. Young master and said with a smile, Sir's words are my words. Lu Yang of Gojosian said, solemnly, just as Mo Yike had guessed. Almost at the same time, hundreds of cities in Ing province saw the Lou Rockman in the most obvious places. They all saw the Lou Rockman carving words and spreading rumors. He was writing words of rebellion. The various cities were in an uproar. Silver Moon City. It's the Lou Rockman. Look on that huge mountain. Illuminate that place with magic. Quick, quick. This Lou Rockman is really courting death. He found a place with the most people to carve words. Ha 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 ha. So, it's not the Lu Yang of Gojosian rebelling. It's the Lou Rockman of the Shenlu dynasty. The Shenlu dynasty is framing the Lu Yang of Gojosian. This is all a rumor? The Lu Yang of Gojosian never thought of rebelling. Is the Shenlu dynasty trying to drive a wedge between them? Ha ha ha, this is going to be a joke. Is Huangfu Chaoga crazy? Why would the Lu Yang of Gojosian rebel? Yeah, the Deqian celestial dynasty will always be the Deqian celestial dynasty. How can it be replaced by an imperial dynasty? Everywhere, countless people were discussing. Although the Lou Rockman was not caught, countless people were enlightened. The various city lords quickly organized propaganda to clear the name of the Lu Yang of Gojosian. City lords' announcement. The Lu Yang of Gojosian led troops to fight the Shenlu dynasty. The Shenlu dynasty felt that they were no match for him and committed despicable acts. They entered Ing province and slandered the Lu Yang of Gojosian to drive a wedge between them. We hope that the people will not be fooled by the enemy schemes. Almost at the same time, the various cities released the announcement. At the same time, they kept clearing the name of the Lu Yang of Gojosian. The people's discussion instantly changed direction. Silver Moon City, in a former tea house. Huangfu Chaoga is too sinister. I almost thought that the Lu Yang of Gojosian was rebelling. Yeah, it's all a scheme of the Shenlu dynasty. How could the Lord rebel? The Lord gave up being the Lord Taiping and decided to rebel? How is that possible? Who dares to offend His Holiness? What a joke. Huangfu Chaoga actually sent people to spread rumors? Ha ha! How could the Deqian celestial dynasty have internal strife? Yeah, the celestial dynasty is the celestial dynasty. It will never be destroyed by an imperial dynasty that hasn't been established yet. Isn't that a joke? I am from the Deqian celestial dynasty, the Great Ing dynasty. How many years ago was that? What does it have to do with me? The people's discussion spread to the Castellan manor. Jinmu of Silla and Sima Chongkong listened to their subordinates' report. Was it Lu Shiren's mistake? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yeah, since he framed Luyang of Gojoseon, there's no reason for him to expose himself. Was it a mistake? Or did Gu Hai do it on purpose? Sima Chongkong was also deep in thought. Lord, Lu Shiren accidentally exposed himself and has become the laughingstock of the entire city. All the people are mocking Huang Fu Chaoga for overestimating himself. The subordinate who reported laughed. Wait, what did you just say? Say it again. Sima Chongkong's eyes suddenly lit up. I said that Lu Shiren accidentally exposed himself and has become the laughingstock of the entire city. All the people are mocking Huang Fu Chaoga for overestimating himself. The subordinate repeated, the laughingstock of the entire city? All the people. Sima Chongkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Jinmu of Silla's face suddenly darkened. Investigate all the cities. I want to know if Lu Shiren has exposed himself in the other cities. Yes. The subordinate answered and left. Lord, according to the plan to destroy the Song dynasty, this Gu Hai is a powerful person who can mobilize the people. Previously, he only attracted some people's attention. Now, he has attracted all the people's attention. Everyone. I don't know what else Gu Hai wants to do, but since it has attracted all the people's attention, it means that Gu Hai's knife is already at Luyang of Gojoseon's throat. He's just short of stabbing it in. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. But Gu Hai has exposed his own shortcomings. Lu Shiren's exposure has cleared Luyang of Gojoseon of all suspicion. What else can he do? Can he still pass the knife forward? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Sima Chongkong was deep in thought. In the outside world, hundreds of cities exposed Lu Shiren's tracks at the same time. All the city lords immediately cleared Luyang of Gojoseon of suspicion. They continuously cleared his suspicion, causing all the people to treat the Shenlu dynasty as a joke. Just like that, Lu Shiren exposed himself to prove Luyang of Gojoseon's innocence, while secretly writing words of rebellion, causing more and more people to laugh at him. Until 10 days later. Silver Moon City, City Lord's residence. Hiss. I understand now. What a sinister Gu Hai. Sima Chongkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Shenlu City, Luyang of Gojoseon's residence. Mo Yike's expression also changed abruptly. Oh no, we fell into a trap. Zhong Gu Hai's vicious trap. What a vicious trap. Chapter 253. Silver Moon City, Castellan Mansion. Hiss. I understand now. What a sinister Gu Hai. Sima Chongkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Jinmu of Silla sat beside him. She squinted her eyes and tapped her fingers on the table. Yeah, what a simple setup, what a deep scheme. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. The two of them turned their heads and looked at their subordinates. It's been 10 days. What's the reaction of the people in the city? Jinmu of Silla looked at her subordinate. Luyang of Gojoseon has completely cleared his name. Not only Silver Moon City, but also the cities around us. All the Castellans have tried their best to clear Luyang of Gojoseon's name. All the people believe that Luyang of Gojoseon will not rebel. The rumor created by Godfoot dynasty is just a joke. No one believes it, and no one supports it. The subordinate said in a low voice, Ha. This is forcing Luyang of Gojoseon. This time, Luyang of Gojoseon is anxious. Gu Hai's scheme, no, it should be an overt scheme. An overt scheme that Luyang of Gojoseon can't refuse. Forcing Luyang of Gojoseon into a trap. An overt scheme? It's as secretive as a scheme. I rarely see such things. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Liu Yang of Gojoseon has no choice but to fall into the trap. Godfoot dynasty's crisis is going to be resolved soon. At the same time, we are going to be in trouble. Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yeah, although it's not a big scheme, it has dragged us into it. Not only did Liu Yang of Gojoseon fall into the trap, we had no choice but to follow suit. We had no choice. Sima Changkong sighed. I think Liu Yang of Gojoseon's residence should understand now. I wonder what kind of mess his residence is in now. Jinmu of Silla smiled. Miela City, Liu Yang of Gojoseon residence. Following Mo Yike's request, Liu Yang of Gojoseon summoned all of his advisors, important generals, and trusted aides. Your Highness, this subordinate is incompetent. I did not see through this earlier. Gu Hai's vicious plan has caused your Highness to be in such a passive position. Mo Yike said bitterly, Mr. Mo, you don't have to blame yourself. Even if you had figured it out earlier, it would have been useless. Gu Hai's plan this time was completely unfathomable. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice, what's wrong? Grandpa, what's wrong? Isn't everything fine now? You are already innocent. The common people are all mocking Shenlu Imperial Court. Everything is in our favor. Those rumors are just a joke. Young Master and said in puzzlement. The group of advisors also frowned in deep thought. Some of their expressions changed, while others still could not figure out what was wrong. Mo Yike sighed slightly. Bad. The bad thing is that your Highness is completely innocent. The rumors are just a joke. Also, all the common people are mocking Shenlu Imperial Court. That's all. What's wrong? Young Master and did not understand. If your Highness does not want to be a hegemon, then it is indeed a joke. Your Highness's position is unshakable. The common people's hearts are with your Highness. Shenlu Imperial Court is just a jumping clown, the laughingstock of the world. However, what if your Highness wants to be a hegemon? Mo Yike's expression was troubled. Gu Hai used 2 steps. First, he framed your Highness. This caused a portion of the common people to question him. Second, he took the initiative to expose Lu Shirun. This way, he cleared your Highness's name. At the same time, he mobilized all the city lords to be used by Gu Hai. He took the initiative to spread that everything was fake and that your Highness could not have the heart to be a hegemon. It was all rumors spread by the enemy countries, causing all the common people to pay attention to this matter. The public opinion was used by Gu Hai, but it became his mouth. The city lords of 100 cities also became Gu Hai's accomplices, mobilizing the enemy for his own use. This Gu Hai is very scary. Mo Yike said in a low voice. But what's wrong? Young Master and still did not understand. Mo Yike looked at him and was too lazy to continue explaining. A advisor at the side said in horror, No, Young Master, and you are wrong. Although everything seems to be in your Highness's favor on the surface, there is a hidden killing intent. Do you know the consequences? Consequences? First, Liu Yang of Gojoseon is innocent and will never rebel. The common people have formed a pattern in their hearts. If he had mobilized before, it would have been to take back what belonged to him. The great Ing imperial dynasty and Ing province belong to your Highness. Taking back what belongs to you, no one can say anything. However, if your Highness mobilizes now, it will be a rebellion. One was legitimate, and the other was treacherous. Mobilizing requires Tao. Standing on the highest point of morality, even if war is chaotic, it is the will of the people. However, mobilizing without Tao is the will of the people. Do you think it is still the same? Second, in this half a month, the common people have been mocking the Shenlu imperial dynasty. They put the rumor monger on the opposite side of them. That is why they mocked and ridiculed. Similarly, the rumor monger's words put them on the opposite side in their hearts. For your highness to rebel, this is a joke. This is something that should be mocked and ridiculed. They are the people of the Deqian celestial dynasty. Rebellion is something that is on the opposite side of them. The common people have already put rebellion on the opposite side. You understand? In the past, although the common people did not want rebellion, they did not completely deviate from rebellion. If your highness wants to rebel, then so be it. Although we are unwilling, forget it. This matter does not concern us. We do not have the power to stop it. However, it is different now. The common people now think that whoever rebels should be mocked and ridiculed. The common people want peace. Originally, there was a balance in the common people's hearts between your highness and the Deqian celestial dynasty. The common people's hearts were in the middle of the balance. Now, the common people are slowly leaning toward the Deqian celestial dynasty. It is not just a small group of people. Under the propaganda of the various city lords, all the common people want peace. At the same time, they are leaning toward the Deqian celestial dynasty. Common people, young master, and open his mouth in shock. Mr. Mo said with a gloomy expression. Without using a single soldier, he manipulated the common people of a province. This Guhai is still too dangerous. All the city lords and soldiers of Ing province are under his control. They are helping him spread propaganda and put your highness in an awkward position. But what is the use? What can the common people decide? Young master and did not understand. Mr. Mo looked at young master and was speechless for a while. A strategist at the side said with a bitter smile, "Young master and the common people are the will of heaven. Think about it. Where does the providence of a dynasty come from? It is formed by the accumulation of providence. What is providence? 1 yuan of providence is 129,600 portions of merit. Each portion of merit is the sentiments of a common person. When grandfather established the country, the common people were not grateful to the emperor, so there was no accumulation of merit. There was no providence. There was no providence." Young Master An's expression changed drastically. That's right. What kind of country is a country without providence? The Shenlu dynasty is just a small dynasty. Why is it so difficult to attack? It is because the dynasty's providence is huge. As long as the providence is not used up, the dynasty will not be destroyed. It has an endless supply of providence. The common people's hearts are leaning toward the Shenlu dynasty. Therefore, the Shenlu dynasty has a reason to exist. Now, if the Lord starts a rebellion and reestablishes the great Ing imperial dynasty, the common people will not accept it. Without providence, how can there be a dynasty? A strategist said in a low voice, "Guhai is so ruthless. Is he cutting off the Lord's providence?" Another strategist said with an ugly expression. Mo Yike once again bowed bitterly to the Luyang of Gojoseon and said, "Lord, we are useless. Please forgive us, Lord." The group of strategists also bowed. The Luyang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and looked to the south. "Is it Guhai?" A cold look flashed in the Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes. "It should be. Now, the common people are at peace. Of course, we cannot say that all of them are at peace. However, after this battle, the effect of the Lord establishing the country will be greatly reduced. Originally, if the Lord had established the country, he might have had the providence of an imperial dynasty. However, now, he might only have the providence of a dynasty." Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Guhai just made up a rumor, and the Da-Ing dynasty is going to be downgraded to the Da-Ing dynasty? Young Master An's expression changed. Yes. Furthermore, The Lord must immediately raise the flag. Otherwise, if this drags on, Gu Hai will spread more conspiracies, and the common people will become more and more divided from the Lord. This will make the Da-ing dynasty's providence even more uncertain. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile, "Yes, Lord. Now, we can only establish the country as soon as possible and hold on to the current providence. In the future, we can slowly change the common people's minds." Another strategist said. The Luyang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and was silent for a while. "Lord, this time, Gu Hai's conspiracy not only destroyed a large portion of our providence. More importantly, once the Lord establishes the country, there will definitely be a commotion in the various cities. The Lord has subdued most of the city lords, but there are a few that you have not completely subdued. Once the country is established, they will definitely cause chaos. The Lord needs to suppress them as soon as possible. Ingzhou will be in chaos soon." Yes, there is also the Deqian Celestial Empire. Once the Lord establishes the country, the Deqian Celestial Empire will immediately take action. The Deqiansheng can tolerate the Lord's actions, but he will definitely not tolerate the Lord's rebellion. Rebellion cannot be tolerated. Very soon, there will be a great army from the Deqian Celestial Empire attacking. The group of strategists saw through Gu Hai's conspiracy and immediately drew inferences and found all the problems. At the side, Ao Shun took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Back then, Long Xiaoya guessed that the Lord wanted to establish the country, but there was no evidence, and she could do nothing to the Lord. Huangfu Chaoga guessed that the Lord wanted to establish the country, but there was no evidence, and she could do nothing to the Lord. This time, Gu Hai actually didn't need evidence and forced the Lord to admit it himself. The common people are the foundation of the country. If the common people don't support the Lord's establishment, then the effect of establishing the country will be greatly reduced. Gu Hai's methods are straight to the point. Then what should we do now? Should we continue to attack the Divine Foothill dynasty?" Young Master asked, confused. "Inform the front lines to withdraw all the legions. Return to Ing Province's various cities to prevent riots," Lu Yang of Gojoseon said with some reluctance. "Yes," the group of generals answered. "Everyone, follow me back to Ing City. We will establish the capital as Ing City. We will choose a day to restore the great Ing imperial dynasty," Lu Yang of Gojoseon said. "Yes, long live the emperor." The group of officials immediately bowed respectfully. If it were before the establishment of the country, it would have been a wonderful feeling for the officials to call him long live. However, today, Lu Yang of Gojoseon could not feel happy at all. This was because someone forced him to take the position of emperor. An enemy forced him to take the position. Just thinking about being forced to take the position of emperor made him unhappy. "Gu Hai, do you think that I will let you off just like that?" "Humph. This prince has been accumulating for so many years. How can you and that brat Huangfu Chaoga see through me?" "Humph." Lu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 254. Ing City. It was the biggest city in Ing Province. After Lu Yang of Gojoseon returned, the army quickly set up camp. Every street, inside, and outside the city were guarded by soldiers. The air was heavy with killing intent. Woo! Woo! The sound of the bugle horn filled the sky. The commoners had already stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the royal palace. Countless officials gathered. 3 days ago, the commoners had received news that Lu Yang of Gojoseon was going to take over Ing Province and restore the great Ing kingdom. At first, the commoners were shocked. Wasn't this a scheme of the Shenlu dynasty? How could the Lord rebel? But that was the truth. A large number of troops were stationed in the city to prevent chaos. The Lord's Manor had already started to hold the heaven-worshipping ceremony. Today, the orphan of the great Ing dynasty, Luyang of Gojoseon, requests the heavens and earth to be my witness. Today, I will restore the ancestral system and establish a new dynasty. I will use my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens and earth to show my will. I, Luyang of Gojoseon, will treat my people well and my new country well. I will restore the country as Ing, the great Ing dynasty, with the remnant fate of the great Ing dynasty as the foundation. I will use Ing City as the capital, with the heavenly Ing Palace as the center of the great Ing dynasty. I will absorb the fate of the world. I beg the heavens to accept the establishment of my country. I beg the earth to accept the establishment of my country. Luyang of Gojoseon's voice resounded throughout the entire Ing city. When the commoners heard Luyang of Gojoseon's voice, they knew that there was no turning back. In the Lord's Manor, no, in the royal palace, Luyang of Gojoseon stood on the altar, holding a blue imperial seal in his hand. The imperial seal was simple and unadorned, but it carried a fearsome might. Below the altar, countless officials revealed looks of anticipation. Luyang of Gojoseon wore a blue dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. As he finished speaking, he pressed the imperial seal in his hand to the ground. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly came from the imperial seal. Boom! The moment the seal landed on the ground, the entire city shook violently. Then, a huge dragon vein emerged from the seal. It drilled into the ground with a boom. Rumble! The great earth dragon vein drilled into the ground, causing the entire Ingdu to shake violently. However, what followed was surging spiritual energy. The commoners in the city immediately widened their eyes. The benefits of establishing a dynasty were immediately apparent. Placing the great earth dragon veins into the ground and gathering spirit chi, rumble! Outside the city, mountains rose from the ground and quickly spread out in all directions. These were the dragon veins of the great Ing dynasty. They had been sealed in the imperial seal for thousands of years. Now that they were suddenly released, they immediately swam freely through the land of Ing province. For a moment, the ground of Ingzhou rumbled as if it was quaking. The hundreds of cities in Ing province all roared with dragon roars that filled the sky. The establishment of the great Ing Empire in Ingdu, as the dragon vein returned to the earth, the imperial seal emitted a rolling flow of fate. It was the fate of the great Ing imperial dynasty, sealed in the imperial seal like the dragon vein. Now that they had re-established their country, they immediately soared into the sky. Ingdu was still the same Ingdu. Surging providence appeared once again. At the same time, in the hundreds of cities in Ing province, all the city lords who were loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon had received the news long ago. They had also informed the commoners 3 days ago. No matter how the commoners objected, under the suppression of the army, the worship of the great Ing Empire began. Ingdu City greets the great emperor and congratulates the great Ing Empire. Long live the great Ing Empire! The city lord of Ingdu City shouted. Ingdu City greets the great emperor and congratulates the great Ing Empire. Long live the great Ing Empire! Countless officials who were loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon all bowed. Zhuo City greets the great emperor and congratulates the great Ing Empire. Long live the great Ing Empire! The city lord of Zhuo City shouted. Long live the great Ing Empire! In the hundreds of cities, 90% of the city lords started to support the Luyang of Gojoseon. They led the entire city, officially defecting from the Great Qian Celestial Empire and pledging their loyalty to the Great Ing Empire. Many calls rang out. The various city lords swore their loyalty almost at the same time. However, countless commoners were anxious. Of course, many of the aristocrats and tyrants who had interests with them all bowed to Ingdu and pledged their loyalty to the Liang of Gojoseon. After all, the Liang of Gojoseon had ruled Ingzhou for thousands of years. The tyrants, aristocrats, and large family clans had all sorts of marriages and shared interests. They had long formed an ironclad interest group. Since the Liang of Gojoseon had established his empire, they naturally all pledged their loyalty. Immediately, a large number of sentiments flowed towards Ingdu. These sentiments gathered into Providence, gathering in the sky above Ingdu. However, at the same time, countless commoners were unwilling to acknowledge the great Ing Empire. Previously, they had just been mocking them. Now, they were the shameless ones. They were citizens of the great Qian Celestial Empire. Why should they be citizens of the great Ing Empire? Although they could not resist, they did not feel any sentiments or gather any providence. This time, the Liang of Gojoseon had established his empire, greatly reducing their support. This also appeared in the sky above Ingdu. With the former great Ing Empire's providence as the foundation, providence from all around Ingzhou gathered, and the Sea of Providence expanded rapidly. Very quickly, the Sea of Providence was more than 6 times larger than the one in the Shenlu dynasty. The Sea of Providence churned. The Liang of Gojoseon, Mr. Mo, Ao Shun, Fong, Young Master, and countless other officials all looked at the churning Sea of Providence with anticipation. The Sea of Providence churned. Slowly, a silhouette formed in the center, a vague dragon-shaped body of Providence. Everyone clenched their fists and watched in anticipation. As more and more Providence gathered, the dragon-shaped body of Providence slowly solidified and became clearer. The dragon was wildly absorbing the Providence around it. Form, form, form. The golden dragon of Providence must form. Young Master clenched his fists excitedly. Above the Sea of Providence, the golden dragon formed entirely of Providence suddenly seemed to come alive. It opened its mouth and roared. Roar. As the golden dragon roared, the sky suddenly filled with thousands of rays of light. It's done! It's done! Countless officials exclaimed excitedly. Boom! Suddenly, the golden dragon exploded, turning into rolling Providence and dissipating in the Sea of Providence. What? Wasn't it about to form a golden dragon? It was already formed. Why did it scatter? Why did it scatter? Countless officials exclaimed. Young Master and the others' expressions changed. It's because we don't have enough providence. It's all Guhai's fault. It's all Guhai's fault. We were so close, so close. Liang of Gojoseon's expression darkened. The officials below looked anxious. Mo Yike looked at the shattered golden dragon of Providence in the sky and smiled bitterly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Mo Yike bowed bitterly. After Mo Yike finished speaking, the officials in the square fell silent. It was as if they were unwilling to admit it. The ruler of the dynasty was called the Emperor. The ruler of the dynasty was called the Great Emperor. The difference of one word made a world of difference. The Emperor dynasty was not established. The golden dragon of Providence did not form and could only be demoted to a dynasty. In dynasty, the officials did not dare to offend Emperor Liang. Only Mo Yike could take the lead. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Ing dynasty. The civil and military officials bowed respectfully with a sense of unwillingness. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Ing dynasty. The officials and soldiers all cheered. However, Emperor Liang felt very uncomfortable. The Ing dynasty was established. The news quickly spread to all the cities in the 4 directions, to all the cities in Ing province. When the city lords heard this, they were all stunned. The Da-ing dynasty, not the Da-ing dynasty. The city lords were shocked. Silver Moon City, Jinmu of Silla, and Sima Chongkong also heard the news from the Da-ing dynasty. The two of them looked at each other. This Gu Hai destroyed an emperor dynasty without using a single soldier? Ha ha! Jinmu of Silla immediately laughed. The Da-ing dynasty, Luyang of Gojoseon, must have been dealt a huge blow. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Send the news to the capital and let the officials see what the consequences are. That's what happens when you rebel. King Shenwu said coldly. At the same time, Ying province, 90% of the city lords were loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon. However, there were still 10 city lords who were not loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon. However, this was the territory controlled by the Luyang of Gojoseon. A war could break out at any moment. You traitors, you dare to rebel? His Holiness will not let you off. Traitors do not have good endings. I thought it was a scheme by the Shenlu dynasty, but it was true. Luyang of Gojoseon, you dare to rebel? No one can save you. Rumble. The army loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon and the army loyal to the Deqian celestial dynasty clashed. The battle was extremely intense. The land of Ying province was in chaos. West of the Shenlu dynasty, in the 100,000 mountain region, there was a huge mountain that seemed to have been split vertically. 3 huge words were carved on the mountain wall. Gungjin sect, the 100,000 mountain region, was where the headquarters of the Gungjin sect was located. There was a lot of luck in the sky that did not lose out to the Shenlu dynasty. Outside the 100,000 mountain region, there were 3 huge cities that were built around the Gungjin sect. The Gungjin sect was protected by a formation that was surrounded by clouds. At the center of the largest mountain peak, there was a huge hall called the Gungjin Hall. At this moment, 2 men were standing in the hall. One of them was Chu Chen, the leader of the elite hall. The other was a golden-haired elder. His eyebrows were raised, and his eyes were fierce. Sect leader, the emperor has already established a country. It is a pity that it is only the Da-ing dynasty. His luck is not good enough. Chu Chun said bitterly. The golden-haired elder shook his head and said, Yes, it is a pity. If the emperor had gathered all of our hidden luck, it would be an emperor dynasty now. Besides the Gungjin sect, there are other dynasties and sects that are also loyal to the emperor? Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Don't ask what you should not ask. The golden-haired elder said. Yes, clearly, Emperor Liu Yang's hidden power was not just limited to Ying province. There were other forces that were also under Emperor Liu Yang's control. For example, the Gungjin sect, which was not weaker than the Shenlu dynasty. The emperor asked me to pass an order to you. The Gungjin sect is to attack the Shenlu dynasty with all its strength. Most importantly, you are to find Gu Hai and kill Gu Hai. Solemnly, Chu Chun took out an imperial edict. The golden-haired elder slowly took it and opened it. Kill Gu Hai with all our strength. Golden core, realm. The golden-haired elder looked at the imperial edict and frowned. Yes, I have fought with Gu Hai before. He is not my match. Chu Chin said proudly. The golden-haired elder narrowed his eyes and said, Inform all the elders to meet me here. Prepare to attack the Shenlu dynasty. Yes, Chu Chen answered and quickly walked out of the hall. Chapter 255. The Da-ing dynasty established a country, and the Luyang of Gojoseon rebelled. Ying province declared independence. The news immediately spread to the Deqian, Celestial Empire's capital. The entire court was shocked. All the civil and military officials were immediately summoned to the court. Outside the court, a group of guards patrolled back and forth cautiously. The entire palace was filled with a murderous aura. Even outside the main hall, one could feel the suffocating pressure in the court. There was no noise in the imperial court, only the soft tapping of fingers on the armrest of the dragon throne. The tapping of fingers was very light, but in this silent imperial court, it was like a clap of thunder. Not to mention the internal ministers, even the guards at the door felt a sense of suffocation. After a long silence, a voice came from the main hall. The Luyang of Gojosian rebelled. Since all of you have nothing to say, I will hand it over to the third prince, Jinmu of Silla. If there are any objections, speak up now, and I will pardon them. I don't want to hear any dissenting voices in the future. A dignified voice came. The main hall fell into a dead silence again. Obviously, none of the officials dared to speak up at this time. Rebelling was a serious crime. Even if they were on good terms with the Luyang of Gojosian, they didn't dare to ask for mercy. His Holiness's tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable will. He was assertive, and his words suppressed everyone. Takeshi Ryushin is the commander of Jinan Daewon, and he is bestowed with the Golden Tiger Talisman. He can mobilize all the military forces in Yong Province, quell the rebellion, eliminate the rebels, and intimidate the eastern border. All officials in Yong Province will listen to the orders of the commander of Jinan Daewon. If any of you disobey, you will be punished for treason. His Holiness's voice came again. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! All the officials cheered. They agreed with His Holiness. Takeshi Ryushin was the commander of Jinan Daewon, and none of the officials had any objections. The imperial edict and tiger tally were immediately sent to Silver Moon City. At the same time, the Deqian Celestial Empire announced to the world that Luyang of Gojosian had rebelled. For a time, the people of Deqian were in an uproar. Jinmu of Silla was the commander-in-chief of Jinan Daewon and could mobilize all the military forces in Yongzhou, quelling the rebellion. While Emperor Luyang was quelling the civil unrest in Yingzhou, Jinmu of Silla also received an edict to form an army and prepare to quell the unrest. Yong Prefecture was at his disposal. In the palace of the Da-Ing dynasty, Luyang looked coldly at the news from the front line. Jinmu of Silla, Takeshi, Ryushin, humph, as expected. That old thing had planned this from the start and had Takeshi Ryushin gather troops in Yongzhou. Takeshi Ryushin has been in charge of Yongzhou for 15 years. The officials and generals of Yongzhou are all under his control. Now, with this imperial edict, it is perfectly justified. In less than 2 months, the Jinmu of Silla's army will gather at the border and begin to fight with Yingzhou. Emperor Luyang put down the battle report in his hand and said coldly, "Therefore, Your Highness, we must straighten out everything in Yingzhou within 2 months." Mo Yike nodded. Ao Shun. Luyang looked at the dragon prince beside him. "Here." Ao Shun stepped forward. "I'll have to trouble you. The dragon tribe will go all out and be in charge of breaking the city. There are still 4 cities stubbornly resisting. Break the city first. Kill anyone who resists." Luyang said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." Ao Shun replied, "In the valley outside Lu Shin City of the Shunlu dynasty." Lu Shirshin looked at Huangfu Chaoga with a worried expression. "Your Majesty, Luyang of Gojosian's army has retreated. However, the Gungjin sect has committed some kind of insanity. They are actually waging war against our Shen Lu dynasty and leading an army to attack our cities." Lu Shirshin said with a frown. "The Gungjin sect's master is personally leading the sect's experts and an army of 15 million from 18 cities to attack our Shen Lu dynasty. Reports from the front lines say that the Gungjin sect has completely shredded their alliance with our Shunlu dynasty. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Huang Fuchaoge fell into deep thought. Taking advantage of the situation? Mr. Huang Fu, you think too little of him. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, these days I've been flipping through the information you gave me. What did I see? This Gengjin sect should be Luyang of Gojoseon's hidden forces. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, Huang Fuchaoge was puzzled. The Gengjin sect has been established for 1,000 years. The foundation of the sect is a golem. This golem can be considered a spirit treasure, similar to our imperial seal. It is used to suppress the fate of a sect. According to the information I've seen, the Luyang of Gojoseon just happened to exterminate a demon tribe, the saber-toothed tiger tribe. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, saber-toothed tiger tribe. That sounds familiar. Huang Fuchaoge nodded. Tiger demons are metal. The god of the saber-toothed tiger tribe should be the god of metal. After the god of metal's death, the Gengjin sect was established 300 years ago. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Secondly, the Luyang of Gojoseon sent troops to the Gengjin sect 3 times. According to the information you've seen, they were all insignificant battles. The Gengjin sect came out of nowhere, and a group of experts appeared out of nowhere. They controlled 18 cities and were content with their own territory. They did not fight with the outside world and quietly developed on their own. Gu Hai said in a low voice. But this doesn't mean that it was the Luyang of Gojoseon's deployment. Lu Shirshan was puzzled. But it's been 1,000 years, and the Luyang of Gojoseon's men have never visited the Gengjin sect. The elders of the Gengjin sect, except for Chu Chen, have never visited Yingzhou. Gu Hai said in a low voice. 1,000 years of no contact and 3 insignificant battles? Are they purposely trying to distance themselves? Huang Fuchaoge narrowed her eyes. The Gengjin sect is under the command of the Luyang of Gojoseon? Then if the Da-Ing dynasty had the Gengjin sect, wouldn't they be able to attack the imperial dynasty? Lu Shirshan's expression changed. That's not all. Gu Hai shook his head and narrowed his eyes. There are 2 dynasties and 2 lower sects at the border of Yingzhou. Other than the Shunlu dynasty and the Gengjin sect, there is the Great Huang dynasty and the Greedy Wolf sect. According to my analysis, these 2 factions are also under the command of the Luyang of Gojoseon. The Luyang of Gojoseon's thousands of years of accumulation is not just limited to Yingzhou. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Gengjin sect, the Greedy Wolf sect, and the Great Huang dynasty, they are all under the command of the Luyang of Gojoseon? Impossible. Lu Shirshan suddenly exclaimed. None of these 3 factions were weaker than the Shunlu dynasty, and they were all under the control of the Luyang of Gojoseon. If all 3 factions attacked at the same time, how could the Shunlu dynasty withstand them? Isn't the Luyang of Gojoseon's faction too big? Huang Fuchaoge said in shock. Yes, very big. The 3 factions together have about 80 cities, which is comparable to Yingzhou. If they merged with Yingzhou, the combined fate of the Luyang of Gojoseon would be an imperial emperor, the Great Ying dynasty. Unfortunately, he didn't merge, and the 3 factions are still in hiding. If not for the Gengjin sect's sudden attack, I wouldn't have thought about it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Luyang of Gojoseon really hit it well. Huang Fuchaoge said with a frown. Well, now there is one that I haven't figured out. It's the south of your 4 factions. Gu Hai said with a frown. The Day One Imperial Dynasty? Huang Fuchaoge's expression changed. That's right, the Day One Imperial Dynasty. That's a colossus. Even if all 4 of you worked together, you wouldn't be a match for the Day One Imperial Dynasty, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huang Fuchaoga said, with a wry smile. That's the imperial dynasty of China. We're just a small country and a small sect. How can we compare to them? The Day One imperial dynasty is extremely powerful. Our four factions are just sandwiched between the Day One and the Qian. Could it be that the Day One imperial dynasty is also... Gu Hai shook his head and said, I don't have enough information right now, so I can't figure it out. I feel like he's related to the Luoyang of Gojoseon, but it's definitely not the Luoyang of Gojoseon's plan. He's like a hungry wolf waiting for a chance to kill with one strike. Oh, Huang Fuchaoga was startled. The main thing is that the Luoyang of Gojoseon attacked the godly foothill imperial dynasty in the past, but these factions ignored it. It's too strange, so I had to link them together. Those three factions should be the property of the Luoyang of Gojoseon, while the powerful Day One imperial dynasty is like a hungry wolf waiting for food, hiding and not attacking. Gu Hai said, If it's as you think, then it's indeed troublesome. Huang Fuchaoga said with a frown, I have another piece of evidence here. Gu Hai said, Oh. Dai Qianxing gave Jin Mu of Silla full authority to deal with the Luoyang of Gojoseon's rebellion. What did he give them? Gu Hai asked. Zhennan, Day One commander. Lu Rock God said. Yes, Zhennan Day One commander. Why isn't quelling Day One commander, but Zhennan Day One commander? Zhennan, we're in the southeast of the Deqian celestial dynasty. Zhennan, guarding the south, suppressing the south, or suppressing the south. Gu Hai said, You mean it's not just the Luoyang of Gojoseon's rebellion, but also... Lu Rock God said in shock. At the level of the great Qian dynasty's sacred lord, every name and every title has to be carefully worded. Zhennan Day One commander. Ha ha, so be it. Right now, we are facing a war from the Zhengmetal sect. Gu Hai said sullenly, Yes, the Gungjin sect has many masters and 18 cities. This time, 15 million soldiers are coming. It's troublesome. Also, the great Huang dynasty and the greedy wolf sect are all under Luoyang of Gojoseon's command. Will they? Huang Fuchaoga fell into deep thought. Actually, it's not difficult to deal with the Gungjin sect's attack. Gu Hai smiled. Oh, you have to hit where it hurts. Just kill them with one blow. Gu Hai said coldly. How? Huang Fuchaoga was confused. If you fight with a snake, you might be bitten. Now, it's up to Mr. Huang Fu to see if you dare to fight with all your might. If you lose, you'll be bitten by the snake, and the Shenlu dynasty will suffer great losses. If you win, you'll kill the snake with one blow. It'll be a battle of life and death. I wonder if you dare to gamble? Gu Hai said with a smile. How is it possible to destroy the Gungjin sect in one blow? Lu Rock God said in disbelief. Gu Hai stared at Huang Fuchaoga. Mr. Huang Fu, the Shenlu dynasty is in danger now. There are hungry wolves everywhere. If this drags on, it won't just be the Gungjin sect, but a pack of wolves. We won't have a chance. Since the Gungjin sect dares to come, we'll hit where it hurts. I can set up a super formation and kill them all in one blow. Super formation? Yes, the 29-line heavens formation. It requires a huge amount of spiritual stones. It's so huge that you have at least 2 billion spiritual stones in your entire treasury. Are you willing to gamble? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with battle intent. Chapter 256. Shenlu Dynasty, Tianhe City. Tianhe City was located at the border between the Shenlu dynasty and the Gungjin sect. It was a city filled with peace and harmony. However, the area outside Tianhe City was a mess. Countless corpses were strewn everywhere. It was a bleak and desolate scene after a great battle. A large number of golden-armored soldiers guarded the entrance of the city. Chu Chun, the Gungjin sect master, and a group of Gungjin sect experts led the army and killed their way into the city. They reached the city lord manor and completely took over Tianhe City. Standing on the floating island of the city lord manor, the Gungjin sect master looked at the countless corpses with a gloomy expression. Blood flowed like a river in this battle. There were countless casualties. The Gungjin sect master's expression turned cold as he stepped on the floating island covered in blood and looked at the billowing smoke in the city. Sect master, we have completely taken over Tianhe City. It took 1.5 months. We brought 15 million soldiers, but 3 million died in this 1.5 months before we breached the city gates. Huangfu Chaoga's subjects are too loyal and supportive. Aside from the soldiers defending the city, the citizens also resisted with all their might. 3 million died, 2 million were heavily injured, and 800 generals died. 18 of the Yuanying state elders also died. A disciple reported with an unsightly expression. No wonder Emperor Liu Yang had such a hard time taking over the city. The Shenlu dynasty's cities are actually so hard to take, the Gungjin sect master said with an unsightly expression. Chu Chen frowned and said, Sect master, it has been 1.5 months, but Huangfu Chaoga still hasn't sent reinforcements. More importantly, we paid such a price to take over one city. What should we do next? Gu Hai is definitely in Shenlu City. However, if we want to take over Shenlu City, we need to uproot all the cities in the Shenlu dynasty and deprive them of providence. Naturally, we have to continue taking over the city, the Gungjin sect master said coldly. Emperor Liu Yang has already taken over 9 cities in the Shenlu dynasty. Without us, the Shenlu dynasty still has 15 cities. Our military strength, Chu Chen said worriedly. Gungjin sect master's eyes turned frosty. There are some things that Emperor Liu Yang is not suitable for, but there is no harm in us doing them. As long as this was done, the rest of the siege would be a piece of cake. He can also help us find Gu Hai. Oh, Chu Chen was slightly taken aback. Massacre the entire city, Gungjin sect master said coldly. What? Massacre the city? The surrounding Gungjin sect disciples exclaimed in shock. That's right. Tianhe City? Didn't the common people support the Shenlu dynasty? Once the grand formation in the city is repaired, no one will be able to escape. Everyone will be killed, and no one will be spared. Gungjin sect master said coldly. There are nearly 100 million people here. Sect master, you mustn't do that. There are many innocent people here. Killing 100 million people goes against the harmony of the heavens. The expression of one of the generals changed. Gungjin sect leader threw a cold glance at the general and said, harming the peace of heaven? So what if he slaughtered Tian? General Zhang, you are just a general in one of the cities controlled by my sect. The decision of the Gungjin sect is not for you to interfere. But sect master wants to massacre the entire city. How many old people, children, and women are innocent? Are we going to kill them all? General Zhang's expression changed drastically. Chu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wonderful, sect master, using the massacre of one city to intimidate the other cities. When the time comes, who will dare to resist when our army arrives? At that time, it will be much easier to take down the city. Moreover, we can put the blame on Gu Hai and say that as long as Huangfu Chaoga hands over Gu Hai, we will retreat. Any city that resists will be massacred. Yes, let the Shenlu dynasty's people help us find Gu Hai. Kill. An elder's eyes lit up. If we slaughter one city, the next city will be easy to take down. If there is still resistance, we will slaughter another city. Who dares to resist? Another elder said excitedly, inform the entire army to kill to their heart's content. After we gather all the treasures in the city, we will take half and reward the 3 armies. Gungjin's sect master said coldly. Yes, the group of elders said excitedly. I know a mansion. There are treasures there. Kill them all. They are all ours. Ha ha ha. I can't wait any more. Sect master is so generous. The group of Gungjin's sect disciples was very excited. General Zhang's eyes widened. You're crazy. That's 100 million surrendered soldiers and soldiers. They can't resist anymore. You're supporting all of them? Gungjin sect. Why are you doing this? Where are the old, the women, and the children? Kill them all? Kill them all? The Gungjin sect disciples looked at General Zhang coldly. Demons, you are a bunch of demons. Gungjin sect, are they all demon dens? I don't want to work for you demons. You killed the innocent and massacred 100 million people. Old people, children, and women. You won't let anyone go? I resign. I won't do it. General Zhang immediately took off his military cap. He was about to leave. Hiss! Abruptly, Chu Chun appeared behind him and pierced through his heart with his sword. Huh, you. General Zhang turned around and spat out blood. He looked at Chu Chun in horror. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Chu Chun snorted. Pung! The long sword in his hand trembled, and a large amount of sword chi instantly shredded General Zhang's body. Demons, the people of Gungjin's sect, are all demons. General Zhang closed his eyes and no longer made a sound. General Zhang was dead. Gungjin sect's massacre policy began. The formation in the city was activated. No one could escape. The formation was used by Gungjin's sect to massacre the entire city. In an instant, Tianhe City was flooded with blood. Corpses were everywhere and chaos ensued. No, no, my son. Don't kill my son. I will kill you. Mother, don't kill my mother. My daughter, my daughter. You are a group of beasts. You raped and killed my daughter. I will kill you all. God, Tianhe City has always been kind to people. How did it become hell? Demons, you are all demons. Thick smoke billowed, and the massacre happened everywhere. The people no longer had the strength to resist. The army of millions slaughtered with all their might. Blood flowed everywhere. It was hell on earth. Ha 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 ha. This is mine. What a treasure. This storage treasure. I want it. Beauty, you can't escape. Ha 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 ha. On one side was hell on earth. On the other side was Gungjin sect's schadenfreude. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. After 10 days of massacre, the entire Tianhe City became a dead city. The news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread to all the major cities in the Shenlu dynasty. Gungjin sect massacred hundreds of millions of people, not leaving a single one alive. The bloody scene shocked the entire Shenlu dynasty. How did this happen? Those demons. My third uncle is in Tianhe City. My son is in Tianhe City too. My wife and daughter are in Tianhe City too. No. Sorrowful cries came from all around the Shenlu dynasty. As for the so-called invasion, because of Gu Hai, the people only remembered it. Not only were they not afraid, but they were also filled with hatred. After massacring Tianhe City, Gungjin sect's army advanced again and slowly gathered at the next city, Qinglu City. Dong, 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 dong. The war drums sounded and the siege began. Sect master, something's not right. Qinglu City doesn't seem to be scared. More people are helping to protect the city. Chu Chen's face sank. It's fine. Everything will be fine after we break the city. Do they still have hope? Humph, it's hopeless. Gungjin sect master said coldly. 10 days later, Qinglu City was still not broken. Chu Chun frowned and said, "Sect Master, news came from the front lines. The cities around the Xinlu dynasty organized reinforcements and came to rescue Qinglu City. Moreover, countless people took the initiative to participate and surrounded us. They will arrive in a month at most. A month is enough. Qinglu City will be broken by then. Humph, they are just a pile of loose sand. Let's see if they have the guts to come again." Gengjin Sect Master said solemnly. "Yes. Is there news from Huangfu Chaoga?" Gengjin Sect Master asked. "No, it's very strange. Huangfu Chaoga hasn't issued any orders during this time. She should know about the news of us massacring the city, but she hasn't responded. Is she afraid?" Chu Chen sneered. Gengjin Sect Master narrowed his eyes and said, "Continue to spread the news. If they don't hand over Guhai, we will attack the city for a day." Yes. Gengjin Sect Headquarters. The Gengjin Sect Headquarters was surrounded by 100,000 mountains. Outside were 3 cities attached to it, in a manor in one of the cities. Pa, Huangfu Chaoga smashed the chair beside her. Gengjin Sect Master, "Old man, how dare you massacre my Tianhe city?" Huangfu Chaoga said, with grief and anger. Lu Shirshan lowered his head and sighed. "Massacre the city? This is an unjust army. They really dare." "Mr. Good, when will your array be ready? I'm going to massacre the Gengjin sect and leave no one alive." Huangfu Chaoga looked at Guhai with grief and anger. Guhai looked at the 100,000 mountains in the distance and said, "It's done. You have so many spirit stones in your treasury. Although you can't break the Gengjin sect guarding mountain formation, you can destroy it. Since you want it, then let's begin." Guhai took out a red flag and raised it. In the distance, one of Huangfu Chaoga's trusted aides saw Guhai raise the flag and immediately understood that it was time to start the array. Boom! Suddenly, a white fog rushed into the sky from a corner of the 100,000 mountains. It seemed to form a white fog dragon that rushed into the sky. The people in the surrounding cities were curious. Boom! 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 Surrounding the 100,000 mountains, the white fog rushed into the sky like a huge cage that surrounded the entire 100,000 mountains. "What is that?" The people in the surrounding cities looked at the sky in surprise. They saw the white fog rushing into the sky and slowly gathering at the highest point. Boom! In an instant, the sky was clear and all the clouds were sucked into the huge cage. The entire 100,000 mountains, including the sea of Providence clouds in the sky, was enveloped in it. Hiss! This is a formation? What formation? It's so huge that it envelopes the entire Gengjin sect's headquarters. Countless people were shocked. In the Gengjin sect, there was still a large number of disciples guarding the place. When they saw the outside world suddenly being enveloped in white fog, they all widened their eyes. "How dare you act so presumptuously in the Gengjin sect?" An expert of the Gengjin sect rushed into the sky. He held a golden sword in his hand and coldly looked at the fog. Near him, the clouds and mist suddenly churned, as if they were condensing into people made of clouds and mist. Accompanied by a loud shout, thousands of people in the fog suddenly swung their long swords at the expert of the Gengjin sect. "The heavens will not let down those who work hard. 3,000 Yujia can swallow Wu." Rumble! 3,000 long swords in the fog slashed out, covering the sky and earth, toward the expert of the Gengjin sect. Competing in the sword in my Gengjin sect, the last person who came to provoke me had his bones and flesh cut off by me. He was tortured to death. Humph! The expert of the Gengjin sect shouted, and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden sword chi. "I am Go Jian. 3,000 Yujia, slash!" A cloud beast general appeared in the fog. With a command, 3,000 Cloud Beast soldiers slashed out with their swords. The 3,000 Yujia swords collided with the expert's sword chi. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The expert's sword chi suddenly exploded, and the 3,000 Yujia swords slashed his body. Boom! The expert of the Gungjin sect instantly exploded. Chapter 257. The 29 Line Earths Formation. To be more precise, it was the 29 Line Earths Formation. It was already beyond the scope of an ordinary formation. Guhai had never set one up before. It wasn't because he didn't have the ability, but because he didn't have enough money. The number one zither building on this street was a gold-swallowing divine beast. However, the money it earned during this time was only a small portion of Silver Moon City's revenue. This time, it used up all the spirit stones in the Divine Foothill Dynasty's treasury. It was equivalent to 25 times Silver Moon City's revenue. Moreover, it was accumulated over hundreds of years. This time, it was all used up. Only then could they barely set up the 29 Line Earths Formation. Huangfu Chaoga, Gu Hai, Lu Rakshan, and the others entered the formation. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes flashed with shock as she looked at the massive array. 2 billion upper-grade spirit stones just to set up this array? That's right. Unfortunately, you don't have enough spirit stones. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Gu Hai shook his head. Huangfu Chaoga was speechless. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones was too little? Those were high-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to 20 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Humph, you've used up the Divine Foothill Dynasty's treasury in one go. I want to see how capable your formation is, Lu Rakshan said with some reluctance. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones was the Divine Foothill Dynasty's entire accumulation over hundreds of years. Moreover, it used up all the military funds, city construction, official salaries, and city maintenance costs. Almost everything was used up. Just as Gu Hai said, they had to fight with everything they had. If they couldn't succeed, the Divine Foothill Dynasty would be finished. Just watch. My formation won't disappoint you. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confidence. The moment everyone entered the cloudy ritual array, Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a dragon cloud beast immediately appeared in the clouds. Everyone stepped onto it. Roar! The cloud dragon let out a roar and led everyone to the center of the formation. Bastard! How dare you act presumptuously in my Jengmetal sect? Break! Beams of golden light soared into the sky. One expert after another charged out from the Jengmetal sect. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 Gungjin sect disciples rushed out. Golden light shone, and 10,000 swords soared into the sky. Although the first Song sect on 9-5 Island was considered a lesser sect, they were not even fit to lick the shoes of the Gungjin sect. A large number of experts had gone out to fight the divine Lu Imperial Court, while the sect remained behind to guard. Just a casual trip out would have 100,000 disciples. However, there were too many cloud beasts in the grand formation. I am Xiangyu, the son of Jiangdong. Follow me and kill. I am Lubu, formation breaker. Follow me and kill. I am Go Jian. 3,000 Yujia. Follow me and kill. I am Chao Chao, ferocious cavalry. Charge with me. A ritual array formed by 2 billion superior grade martial emperors possessed extraordinary might. The many cloud beasts fought ferociously under the Go Dao ritual array. They could not be killed, but they revived. Immediately, the disciples of the Gungjin sect who had rushed out were killed without leaving a single one behind. They turned around and fled in terror. 100,000 Gungjin sect disciples? However, at this moment, there was an army of 1 million cloud beasts. Each of them was a ruthless character. An elite of the divine foothill dynasty stood at the head of each cloud beast. They commanded the cloud beasts to kill with all their might. Quick, quick, close the ritual array and wait for the sect master to return. Quick, activate the protective ritual array and wait for the sect master to return. The surviving Gungjin sect disciples fled in horror. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of sword chi appeared outside the 100,000 great peaks. The sword chi circled around, forming a super ritual array that encased the Gungjin sect. In the blink of an eye, less than 10,000 of the 100,000 disciples remained. The other Gungjin sect disciples showed horrified expressions. Huangfu Chaoga. Look, it's Huangfu Chaoga. Oh no! The sect master went to attack the divine Lu imperial court, but Huangfu Chaoga created a diversion and came to my Gungjin sect. What should we do now? We just have to defend to the death and wait for the sect master to return. Let them come, but not return. No one can survive. They all have to die. Inside the Gungjin sect, the various sect disciples showed ferocious expressions as they looked at the cloud beasts outside the ritual array. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. The cloud beast, Xiangyu, chopped down with its halberd. Boom! Suddenly, the Gungjin sect's ritual array shook, but it didn't break in the end. Break! The cloud beast army attacked together. Rumble! The ritual array shook again, but it still didn't break. Ha ha ha! They can't break it. Wait for death. When the sect master returns, none of them can escape. A Gungjin sect disciple sneered. At the side, Lu Shirshan looked at Gu Hai anxiously and said, "This is your ritual array? It can't break the Gungjin sect's ritual array. Then what about the 2 billion high-grade spirit stones?" Gaochen. Gu Hai ignored him and called out, "Here." The North Star immediately rode a donkey cloud beast and ran overexcitedly. During the battle, you broke the sound barrier, right? Gu Hai asked. "Master, don't worry, I definitely broke it. I'm an expert in this field," Gaochen said excitedly. "All right, set up a sound barrier for all of us so that we can't hear you. Then, sing for the Gungjin sect disciples." Gu Hai instructed. "Sing." When Lu Shirshan heard Gu Hai's words, he was puzzled at first, but when he looked at Gaochen, his body trembled, and he didn't say anything. "Master, I recently composed a few nice songs. Are you sure you don't want to listen?" Gaochen said with a regretful expression. "Cut the crap. Hurry up," Gu Hai said coldly. "Oh, okay. That's a pity," Gaochen said with a regretful expression. Gu Hai said with a look of disdain. Gaochen waved his hand. Wong. Suddenly, within the 29-line heavens formation, Gu Hai, Huangfu Zhaoga, Lu Shirshan, and the soldiers of the Shenlu dynasty who were controlling the cloud beasts could no longer hear Gaochen's voice. Instead, they saw Gaochen riding the cloud beast and slowly arriving at the center of the Gungjin sect. He waved his hand. Wong. Suddenly, a gigantic zither appeared in the air. It was the heavenly zither. "Next, Gaochen, will sing a song that I'm proud of, Little Radish." Gaochen coughed and said loudly, through the heavenly zither. His voice instantly filled every corner of the Gungjin sect. Countless Gungjin sect disciples looked at Gaochen blankly. "Is that guy stupid? Singing? Little Radish? Is he an idiot? Why sing? Is Huangfu Zhaoga crazy? Did they send a singer to sing their funeral song? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha." Below, the mocking voices of the Gungjin sect disciples could be heard. Gu Hai showed a look of pity. Lu Rokshan subconsciously took a step back. Huangfu Zhaoga was confused. Was Gaochen's voice that good? Huangfu Zhaoga looked from afar and saw Gaochen start to sing. From the shape of his mouth, It seemed that he had just sung the first line. The Gungjin sect disciples below laughed mockingly. Suddenly, their faces froze, and they looked at Gaochen as if they had constipation. Gaochen continued to sing. Although they did not know what he was singing, it seemed to have an effect. The Gungjin sect disciples below became more and more stiff. Many of them showed a frightened expression. A large number of Gungjin sect disciples quickly covered their ears. They opened their mouths and seemed to be cursing at Gaochen. Gaochen, on the other hand, was so intoxicated by the song that he forgot himself. His left hand covered his chest and his right hand waved. His eyes were filled with intoxication. Tears welled up in her eyes as she was moved. He was a good singer with boundless love for his singing career. However, why did the group of Gungjin sect disciples below all reveal a terrified expression? No, quick, where's the sound barrier? Where's the sound barrier? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. The sound barrier is all broken. Why no? Do you want me to die? It's so *King awful. Help. No, True Yuan can't seal the ears. The sound is too penetrative. It seems to have penetrated my soul. Bastard, stop singing. I'll kill you. Stop singing. Countless Gungjin sect disciples were roaring in fear. Huangfu Zhaoge and the elites of the Shenlu dynasty could not understand what was going on. Didn't the Gungjin sect disciples just listen to a song? They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. That was because they used too much True Yuan to seal their 5 senses, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Finally, a Gungjin sect disciple could not bear it anymore. *CK. Go all out, bastard, die for me. A Gungjin sect disciple suddenly rushed out of the protective formation and charged at Gaochen with a long sword. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. A Xiangyu cloud beast suddenly rushed out and slashed with the halberd. Boom! The Gungjin sect disciple was immediately cut in half. Even so, the Gungjin sect disciples still rushed out one after another. They charged at Gaochen with no regard for their lives. Immediately, the battle that had just stopped started again. The Gungjin sect disciples rushed forward one after another. Those who could jump on jumped on. Those who could fly on flew on. There were also flying boats and cranes that soared into the sky and charged at Gaochen. The army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts rushed forward. A fierce battle broke out. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Compared to the cloud beasts, the Gungjin sect disciples were still somewhat unaware. When a Gungjin sect disciple fell to the ground, he said, I finally don't have to listen to such a horrible song anymore. After that, he took his last breath. In the blink of an eye, another 300,000 Gungjin sect disciples had fallen. It's over. Gungjin God, save me. The surviving Gungjin sect disciples ran toward a valley. Wong. Suddenly, rays of dazzling golden sword chi shot out from the valley. Boom! The sword chi soared into the sky and instantly pushed the 1,000,000 cloud beasts back. Gungjin luck, follow my command. People of the Gungjin sect, chant immeasurable Gungjin and lend me your strength to resist the attack. A voice came from the valley. Rumble! The Gungjin sect's luck suddenly surged, and the voice instantly spread through the luck sea to all the disciples of the Gungjin sect and the 18 cities of the Gungjin sect. In an instant, all the people of the 18 cities of the Gungjin sect heard the voice. Countless people opened their mouths and chanted, immeasurable Gungjin. Whoosh! All of a sudden, he felt as if all of his energy had been sucked out of him, and he was sucked into the Sea of Providence. The power of the people from the 18 cities continued to gather in the Sea of Providence, and then rushed into the valley where the sword chi was shooting out. Rumble! Surging energy poured in, and a powerful burst of energy erupted, causing the entire valley to tremble. Mobilize the power of the world. Is it similar to the power you used to deal with Ao Shun? The Yuanying state used its power to defeat the experts of Kaitian Palace? Guhai looked at Huang Fuchauga and asked, "Am I not bad?" Huang Fuchauga said with an ugly expression, "But isn't it only possible for the ruler of a country or the leader of a sect to mobilize it? Sect Master Gengjin is currently in the Divine Foothill Imperial Court." Guhai said with a frown, "This is the founding treasure of the Gengjin sect, similar to our imperial seal. However, it actually had intelligence. This is troublesome." Huang Fuchauga's face darkened. Boom, boom, boom. A massive creature slowly walked out of the valley. It was a golden tiger. The tiger had a pair of fangs that were like two giant swords, and the fur on its back was in the shape of swords. With every step he took, the earth trembled. Saber-toothed tiger? The golden deity. He had been refined into a puppet, guarding the Gengjin sect. No wonder the Gengjin sect master dared to mobilize all of his forces. He has the saber-toothed tiger guarding him. This place is absolutely safe. Huang Fuchauga's expression changed. It's over. This saber-toothed tiger even mobilized the power of a sect. Although it's not as strong as the emperor, it's definitely enough to open up the heavenly palace. I'm not a match. Guhai, can your grand array withstand it? Lu Rokshan said anxiously, "Roar." The saber-toothed tiger suddenly roared. Boom. Suddenly, a tornado appeared around him and soared into the sky. The tornado was formed by golden sword chi. It was very powerful and soared into the sky. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. 3,000 transcendence, armor, slash, ferocious cavalry, kill, capture barracks, kill. The 1,000,000 cloud beasts roared and charged forward. The tornado swept over. Billions of sword chi rushed toward the 1,000,000 cloud beasts. Boom! With a loud sound, the 1,000,000 cloud beasts were sent flying. Under the onslaught of sword chi, they were forced to retreat. "Ah, Your Majesty, we can't hold on any longer. We can't hold on any longer." The elites of the Shenlu dynasty screamed in horror. "Ah! Master, save me." The North Star Polaris was also running away on his donkey. Saber-toothed tiger, kill them! Kill them! The Gengjin sect disciples suddenly roared. The saber-toothed tiger revealed a ferocious expression and roared again. Roar! The tornado of sword chi burst out with a loud bang. Boom! The 1,000,000 cloud beasts instantly exploded. They were instantly shattered. Ah! The elites of the Shenlu dynasty fell from the sky. Whoosh! Under Guhai's control, clouds suddenly appeared in the surroundings, supporting everyone. The power of opening the heavenly palace. It's definitely the power of opening the heavenly palace. It's over. Are we going to return empty-handed? Lu Rokshan said anxiously. Again, Guhai shouted coldly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the clouds in the formation churned as if another cloud beast was about to form. "Mr. Good, are your cloud beasts still useful?" The saber-toothed tiger mobilized the power of 8 billion people. No, even if it's not the power of all the people, it still has the power of a few 100 million people. Your 1,000,000 cloud beasts were all defeated in one go. What else can you form? Lu Rokshan said anxiously. It has the energy of hundreds of millions of ordinary people. This ritual array of mine has 2 billion superior grade spirit stones. Guhai snorted coldly as he leaped into the distance, heading for the place where the cloud beasts were about to appear. Buzz, As Guhai jumped, the cloud beast became clearer and clearer. Gradually, a swordsman cloud beast appeared. I've been roaming the world for more than 30 years. I've killed all my enemies and defeated all my heroes. I have no choice but to live in seclusion in a deep valley with eagles as my friends. Alas, I've been looking for an enemy all my life, but I can't find one. How lonely! The cloud beast swordsman sighed and slowly formed a clear human figure. It was an old man in plain clothes, but he exuded a domineering aura. The old man took a step forward. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. If one were to look carefully, they wouldn't be clouds. Instead, they were a dense sea of sword chi that surged endlessly. It was as if the heavens were pressing down. Gu Hai stood on top of the cloud beast and imitated the intent realm of the swordsman. Boom! With every step the swordsman took, the sea of sword chi in the sky thickened. A storm of sword chi raged in the surroundings with a destructive power. The powerful aura of the swordsman forced the disciples of the Gungjin sect to lower their heads in fear. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? Why is the aura of the swordsmanship so violent? It's on par with the sword chi of the saber-toothed tiger. How is this possible? What is this? The disciples of the Gungjin sect exclaimed as they looked at the cloud beast controlled by Gu Hai. This is Huangfu Chaoga's expression changed. Is this also the aura of the Open Heaven Palace? This formation is so powerful, Lu Rishan exclaimed. Of course, that's my master, Gao Chen said proudly. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger was surrounded by golden sword chi as if it had met its opponent. It roared, sword intent soaring to the sky, and a demon wreaking havoc. Who are you? I am the sword demon, Duga Chobai. Chapter 258. I am the sword demon, Duga Chobai. The swordsman cloud beast said coldly. As it spoke, its tone was arrogant as it looked down coldly. All the disciples of the Gungjin sect who were able to meet Dugu Chobai's gaze felt a terrifying sword intent rush into their hearts. All of a sudden, countless disciples of the Gungjin sect were unable to move as fear filled their faces. What a terrifying sword intent! Lu Rakshan said in shock. Duga Chobai? Is there such a person in the world? What a domineering name. Huangfu Chaoga said in shock. Roar! Gungjin sword chi. The saber-toothed tiger roared, as its eyes turned cold. As it roared, the storm of golden sword chi around its body suddenly shot up into the sky. The golden sword chi carried an indomitable might. The millions of golden sword chi came wave after wave, incomparably sharp and unparalleled. Wherever the golden sword chi passed, countless white sword chi surrounded Dugu Chobai. Pung! When the golden and white sword chi collided, the white sword chi was instantly cut in half and continued to fly up into the sky. Wherever it passed, the golden sword chi was unstoppable. Although there were many white sword chi, they were all cut into pieces. It seemed that the white sword chi was about to be defeated. Gungjin sword chi, the pure metal element of sword chi. It surpasses countless sword chi. Is this Duga Chobai just for show? Lu Rakshan said anxiously. Ha 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 ha, so weak. Countless disciples of the Gungjin sect laughed ferociously. Only the saber-toothed tiger looked solemn. Others were looking at the sword chi, but the saber-toothed tiger was looking at the sword intent. Although Dugu Chobai's white sword chi was easily cut in half, the saber-toothed tiger could feel a sword intent that was several times stronger than its own. Moreover, the white sword chi that was cut in half was only a small part. There was still a sea of sword chi in the sky that seemed to contain a destructive aura. Dugu Chobai looked coldly at the saber-toothed tiger in the distance and sneered. The saber-toothed tiger looked at that sneer with disdain. Breaking sword style. Dugu Chobai shouted coldly. He didn't even pull out his long sword. Instead, he shouted coldly. The scattered white sword chi suddenly seemed to be organized. They all faced the golden sword chi. Ding! The golden sword chi at the very front collided with the white sword chi. However, this time it was the tip of the sword instead of the body of the sword. Sword tip against sword tip. At that moment, the golden sword chi suddenly paused. Clink, 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 clink. It wasn't just the golden sword chi at the very front. Almost in an instant, all the golden sword chi were blocked by the white sword chi. Coincidentally, the millions of golden sword chis were all stopped by the white sword chis. To others, it was only a momentary pause. However, to the saber-toothed tiger, it was as if time had stopped. All of its sword chi had been frozen in an instant. Amidst the millions of frozen sword chis, a white sword chi suddenly shot out from the sword chis. It was too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. That weak white sword energy arrived in front of the saber-toothed tiger in an instant. It was too fast, so fast that no one saw it. Only the saber-toothed tiger saw it clearly. In that instant, all of his sword chi froze in place, while the opponent's white sword chi slashed towards him at an unimaginable speed. It was too fast, so fast that the saber-toothed tiger didn't even have time to react. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger roared in grief and indignation. Boom! The saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, and its tail was cut off. Bang! The golden sword chi in the sky exploded, and the saber-toothed tiger was sent flying towards a mountain. Rumble! The mountain collapsed. The saber-toothed tiger's tail fell from the sky. Everyone gasped. All they saw was Dugu Chobai yelling, sword-breaking technique. The millions of golden sword chi paused, and the saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, its tail cut off. How is that possible? Countless disciples of the Gungjin sect exclaimed. Lu Stone God rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No, the defensive formation is useless against Dugu Chobai. He can attack the saber-toothed tiger in the formation. Huang Fu Chaoga's eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Huang Fu Chaoga's words. Indeed, the defensive formation couldn't stop Dugu Chobai at all. Tail, my tail! Roar! The saber-toothed tiger's roar came from the ruins of the mountain. It broke through countless rocks and jumped out. The saber-toothed tiger roared at Dugu Chobai, but Dugu Chobai waved his hand lightly. A terrifying pressure was directed at the saber-toothed tiger. The sea of sword chi in the sky slowly condensed into a giant sword that was 10,000 feet long. The giant sword was black in color and emitted a terrifying aura. It pressed down on the formation below and faced the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger's eyelids twitched. What's that sword? 10,000 feet long? Is it a staff? Lu Stone God exclaimed. An unsealed sword. It looks like a black iron sword. Huang Fu Chaoga was also puzzled. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Dugu Chobai shouted. As he spoke, the black sword that was 10,000 feet long slashed down. Oh no, he's going to break the formation. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger leaped into the sky. Whiz! A golden sword energy that was 10,000 feet long appeared around it and went up to meet the attack. The golden sword energy and the black iron heavy sword collided at the mountain guarding formation. With a deafening explosion, the golden sword aura was shattered. The mountain guarding formation exploded with a loud bang. Hung! The mountain guarding formation exploded, and the 100,000 mountains trembled violently. Poof! Poof! The powerful tremors caused countless Gungjin sect disciples to spit out blood. The black iron, heavy sword stabbed into the ground like a huge mountain. It pinned the saber-toothed tiger into the ground and suppressed him. Hiss! Lu Stone God looked at the black iron heavy sword in shock. No, I won't lose. I'm the golden deity. I've mobilized the power of an entire sect. How can I lose to you in terms of sword Tao? Break! The saber-toothed tiger's voice suddenly came from underground. Under the powerful impact, the black iron heavy sword shook as if it had used all its strength. Boom! In the end, Kai Tian Palace attacked with all its might. The black iron heavy sword and the 18 mountains around it exploded. Shattered rocks flew in all directions, and the 100,000 mountains was instantly turned into a mess. Arg! Countless Gungjin sect disciples were affected and cried out in pain. When the black iron heavy sword shattered, the saber-toothed tiger turned into a ray of sword light with the power of hatred. It seemed like he was going to charge out from underground. Duga Chobai's expression was still cold. It's just a piece of spiritual iron. You're the golden deity, not the sword deity. Sword, you don't understand swords. Old man, how dare you say I don't understand swords? I'll tear you apart. The saber-toothed tiger roared and was about to charge out. Sword, do you think only metal is a sword? As long as you have enough sword intent, anything can be used as a sword. Duga Chobai snorted. As he spoke, the ground below suddenly trembled. Boom! Suddenly, a huge stone sword emerged from the ground and charged at the saber-toothed tiger. What? The saber-toothed tiger's expression changed. Boom! The huge stone sword knocked the saber-toothed tiger back. The saber-toothed tiger quickly retreated. Boom! 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 On the ground, many sword-shaped peaks, either vertically or horizontally, shot out from the ground and struck the saber-toothed tiger again and again. All the surrounding cultivators stared with wide eyes. Using the earth as a sword, mountains, rivers, grass, and trees could all be used as swords. Then, wouldn't Duga Chobai's swords be endless? Everything could be used as a sword, no matter where one's thoughts reached. No. The saber-toothed tiger shrieked in horror. TSS. Suddenly, 10 giant swords pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's body and nailed it to a mountain. The saber-toothed tiger was unable to move. It widened its eyes in dissatisfaction. How can you have such a strong sword intent? Put me down. I want to fight you again. The saber-toothed tiger glared and roared. Dugu Chobai looked coldly at the saber-toothed tiger and sneered, "You are not worthy of my sword." The saber-toothed tiger was nailed to the mountain. It was a complete defeat. At this time, everyone finally realized that Dugu Chobai was still holding a sword in his hand. He hadn't unsheathed it even until now. How strong was Dugu Chobai's swordsmanship? Not only were the spectators shocked, even Gu Hai was astonished. Although he had condensed Dugu Chobai, he had only displayed the invincible will of Dugu Chobai in his heart. However, this 29-line pair heavens and earth great formation was using power to display Dugu Chobai's aura and arrogance. Boom! Under Gu Hai's control, Dugu Chobai exploded. Master, Dugu Chobai has gone crazy. I can't help but want to sing a few songs for him. Why did you make him disappear? Gauchen shouted. Gu Hai rolled his eyes and ignored him. You only know that Duga Chobai is strong, but do you know that he is even better at spending money? In just a short while, he had spent at least 800 million upper-grade spirit stones. 800 million upper-grade spirit stones was 8 trillion lower-grade spirit stones. If you insist, are you going to give me money? The defensive formation has been broken. The saber-toothed tiger has been defeated. It's up to you now, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Rumble! More cloud beasts appeared in the surroundings. Xiangyu, Chao Chao, Gojian, Lubu, and the others. An army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts appeared again. The elites of the Shenlu dynasty immediately controlled their cloud beasts and said respectfully to Gu Hai, "Yes, Mr. Good." Just now, Dugu Chobai had already won the hearts of the elites. This Mr. Guzaray was too powerful. "I am Xiangyu, the son of Jiangdong. Follow me and kill. I am Go Jian, the 3,000 Yujia soldiers. Follow me and kill." 1,000,000 cloud beasts charged toward the Golden Armor sect. Qinglu City, the Gengjin sect leader, led the army to attack the city. After more than half a month, Qinglu City was about to be breached. However, this battle was too difficult. It was even more tragic than Tianhe City. Countless corpses piled up like mountains. At least 3,000,000 people died. More than a dozen elders also died. Chu Chen said with an ugly expression, "The city will be breached soon. They won't be able to hold on much longer. At most, we'll be able to breach the city by tomorrow. After that, we'll slaughter everyone in the city." The Gengjin sect leader said coldly. "Yes," the Gengjin sect elite said with a fierce expression. The expression of the Gengjin sect leader suddenly changed. "What's wrong, sect leader?" Chu Chen asked in confusion. The saber-toothed tiger mobilized the power of the world. Did something happen to the headquarters? The Gengjin sect leader said with an ugly expression. "I also heard the saber-toothed tiger's voice. It came from the Sea of Providence. What happened?" Chu Chen's expression changed. The surrounding Gengjin sect disciples were also surprised when they heard the saber-toothed tiger's voice. "Huangfu Chaoga, I was wondering why there was no news of him recently." He actually went straight to the Gengjin sect. The Gengjin sect leader said in surprise. Sect leader, what should we do now?" With the saber-toothed tiger and mobilize the power of the world, Huangfu Chaoga is definitely not a match for him. Continue attacking the city. Continue and speed up the process, the Gengjin sect leader said coldly. Yes, everyone answered. The siege continued. However, not long after, the Gengjin sect leader's expression changed. "Sect leader, what did you sense this time?" "No, the saber-toothed tiger lost and is on the verge of death." "How is that possible? How is that possible?" the Gengjin sect leader exclaimed. Chapter 259. Shenlu Dynasty, Qinglu City. The Qinglu City Lord was covered in blood. He stood on the city tower and looked at the shouts of killing below. He had a sorrowful expression on his face. Countless corpses were strewn all over the city tower. "City Master, there are more and more cracks on the defensive formation. More and more arrows and poisonous fog are shooting in. The soldiers defending the city have suffered a large number of casualties. The civilians defending the city are even more." A young general said, anxiously. The grand formation of Qinglu City was in front of him. Although the grand formation could repair itself, countless cracks still appeared. No one could pass through the cracks, but the sharpshooters' arrows quickly shot in through the cracks. Poisonous fog entered through the cracks, and countless people died. The soldiers defending the city could attack from the outside. 3,000,000 soldiers died outside, but 1,000,000 soldiers died in the city. The number of people who died was uncountable. We can't hold on any longer. The grand formation will break tomorrow. We could have stopped them, but the Gengjin sect's elders and sect master Gengjin made a move. The grand formation won't last long. City Lord, what should we do? Surrender? Maybe. The guards wiped the blood off their bodies and said in fear. The Qinglu City Lord shook his head and said, "Don't you remember the tragedy of Tianhe City?" The eyes of all the soldiers turned red. "Spread my voice to the entire city," the Qinglu city lord said. "Yes, Wang." His voice spread to the entire Qinglu city through a sound-amplifying Dharma treasure. Citizens of Qinglu City is facing a moment of life and death. I thank the young men and women who risked their lives to help the city. However, the city guards are almost all dead, and more than half of the civilians who came to help are dead. They are all heroes who protected our city. The city is about to fall, and I need more civilians to help. Perhaps they will die immediately after joining the war. However, at least they will die with dignity. We won't be able to hold on for long, but we must hold on until reinforcements arrive. We must hold on until the emperor comes. The tragedy of Tianhe City was still vivid in their minds. Once these devils break into the city, what will be waiting for us? Your children were arbitrarily humiliated and killed. Your wives and daughters were arbitrarily humiliated. Your parents were all beheaded. All of you could do was lie in a pool of blood and watch as you slowly died. For your children, for your wife, for your parents, for yourselves. Please come and help us. Protect our home and protect our Qinglu city. The city lord's voice reverberated throughout the entire city. All the citizens who were originally hiding in their homes suddenly quivered. "No, I'm going to defend the city. Father, Mother, don't stop me. If I don't go, my entire family will die. For the sake of my child, I have to go. Even if I die, it's enough as long as you live. You coward, how did I marry you? If you don't want to go, I'll go. I'll go." One by one, the commoners headed to the city gate tower. One by one, the archers quickly released arrows into the outside world. The bitter war continued. The invading army instantly suffered heavy casualties. City Lord, the grand formation can't hold on for much longer. It will break tomorrow at the latest. An official in charge of the grand formation said with a sorrowful expression, "City Lord, reinforcements from all around will arrive in 10 days at the earliest. Gengjin sect master, and the rest will break into the city tomorrow. We can't stop them." A group of defending generals said sorrowfully, "If the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die." The city lord said with reddened eyes. "Yes," a group of soldiers said solemnly. Something's not right. City lord, look at the flying boat. That flying boat. Why did the Gengjin sect master and the experts of the Gengjin sect board the flying boat together? Did they run away? Only a few generals are left. What happened? The Gengjin sect master and the group of elders left. It must be the emperor. The city lord was overjoyed. The emperor? It must be the emperor. I knew that the emperor would not abandon us. Now that the emperor has lured the Gengjin sect master away, we can wait for reinforcements for a longer period of time. The castellan was overjoyed. Is that true? Quick, inform the people of this encouraging news. With the emperor's help, we can defend the city for a longer time. The city lord said excitedly. Yes, the departure of the Gengjin sect master immediately encouraged the people. They put in more effort to defend the city. The tragic battle continued until the 9th day. Boom! The city guarding array exploded with a loud bang. The invading army lost a total of 5 million soldiers and finally broke into the city. It's over. It's over. The city is broken, a soldier said solemnly. Countless commoners looked at this scene blankly. It had still been broken. It had still been broken. Outside the city, the invading army was clamoring. Ha 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 ha, it's finally broken. I'm going to slaughter everyone in Qinglu City. Half of my brothers are dead. I want you to pay with your lives. None of you will live. die together with the Tianhe sect. The invading army excitedly rushed into the city. The city lord's expression was ugly, but he still said to the entire city, "People of Qinglu City, the demons have entered the city. They want to kill your parents, kill your children, take all your belongings, and rape your wives and daughters. Are you going to watch?" No. The entire city roared with grief and anger. The sound shook the heavens and earth. The invading army that had rushed into the city and was about to wreak havoc suddenly trembled. "Pick up your weapons and fight the demons to the end." The city lord roared. "Kill the demons! Kill the demons!" The entire city roared. All the people rushed out and charged at the invading army. The invading army that was about to burn, kill, and rob suddenly trembled. "City lord, not good. An unknown army has appeared outside the city. There are more invaders," a defending general said in shock. "God, Foothill Dynasty, Huanglu City, 800,000 soldiers, under the orders of the city lord, are here to reinforce Qinglu City. God, Foothill Dynasty, Jelen City, 800,000 soldiers, under the orders of the city lord, are here to reinforce Qinglu City. God, Foothill Dynasty." Loud shouts rang out, and an army of 8 million suddenly appeared. They were the God, Foothill Dynasty's reinforcements. Although they were late, they still came. Ha 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 ha. As long as the heavens don't destroy my Qinglu City, the heavens don't destroy my Qinglu City. People of Qinglu City, the reinforcements have arrived. The reinforcements have arrived. Leave all these demons in my Qinglu City and burn them to ashes to avenge my brothers and sisters, as well as the hundreds of millions of people in Tianhe City. The city lord roared. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Shouts and battle cries filled the sky. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, the people's fighting spirit soared. There was no need to be afraid anymore. None of these demons could escape. Outside the city, the reinforcements also rushed over amidst the battle cries. As for the invading army, although there were 5 million of them, they were already exhausted after a month of battle. When they heard the battle cries from behind them, they immediately fell into chaos. "Get into formation! Get into formation!" The generals roared. However, how could they get into formation when they were in a state of disunity? Many people immediately fled in panic. Panic spread, and more people fled in panic. For a time, the city gate was a mess. Many of the invading army were not killed but trampled to death by their own people. Flee? Where could they flee to? The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. Ha ha! The city lord laughed with tears in his eyes. The Gungjin sect master led the experts of the sect back to the headquarters in a panic. It was not that they did not want to leave more experts to fight in Qinglu City, but once the headquarters in the 100,000 Mountains was destroyed, their fate would disappear. The Gungjin sect, which had been operating for 1,000 years, would be destroyed in a day. "Huang Fuchaoga, you are so ruthless, so ruthless. I only destroyed one of your cities, but you went straight to my headquarters. You want to destroy my sect," the Gungjin sect master said with a ferocious expression. The Gungjin sect master did not think that if he had not invaded the god Foothill Dynasty, would Huang Fuchaoga have to take such a risk? Directly attack the headquarters? Whoosh! After 9 days of continuous travel, the flying ship finally arrived outside the headquarters. Outside the headquarters, a super cloud formation enveloped the entire headquarters. There were 3 cities close to the headquarters. Early on, the various city lords had led troops to help, but to no avail. "Sect Master, you are finally back. Sect Master, we have sent troops in these days, but they are gone after entering. This formation is too strange. What should we do?" The city lords were extremely anxious. "Formation? Could it be Guhai again? Such a huge formation? Chu Chen's expression changed as he looked at the formation in front of him. At this moment, the Gungjin sect master's expression suddenly changed. No, sect master, what's wrong? Chu Chen asked in surprise. Dead. The saber-toothed tiger is dead. My Gungjin sect's fate is about to disappear? No. The Gungjin sect master's expression changed drastically. Rumble! All of a sudden, streams of golden qi flowed out of the great cloud formation. Fate! That's fate! Streaks of golden providence flowed out and quickly shot toward the northeast. Rumble! The surging fate surged toward Dongfang and gathered in the northeast. It's Huangfu Chaoga. He killed the saber-toothed tiger and stole my Gungjin sect's fate. The Gungjin sect master's expression changed drastically. That's not right. That direction isn't Lushan City. Chu Chun was slightly stunned. At the same time, on 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea, the Crown Prince of Guqin was presiding over the imperial court. Rumble! Suddenly, the soaring palace hall of the imperial court rumbled. The Crown Prince of Guqin and all the civil and military officials stepped out of the soaring palace hall and looked at the sky in shock. However, they saw countless golden clouds gathering in the sky all of a sudden. Surging golden clouds circled above the soaring palace hall, bringing with them a terrifying might. Boundless spiritual energy quickly gathered. What is that? Some of the officials asked in confusion. In the crowd, Montez's expression changed. Fate. Is that the Sea of Fate? The Emperor destroyed a sect in the Divine Continent. Did he steal their providence? This. Montez was thoroughly shocked. A sect with great fate was not something the island masters of the Thousand Islands Sea could compare to. The might of such a sect could sweep through the entire Thousand Islands Sea. This surging fate was definitely not due to the sudden increase in sentiments of the people. The Han Dynasty had been established for less than a year, and the number of people had not increased by much. There was also fate, but it was pitifully little. Above the soaring palace hall, there were at most 1 or 2 strands of golden clouds. How could there be so many? These were patches of golden clouds. Such a huge amount of fate could only be accumulated over countless years. His Majesty got so much providence just by annihilating a sect. The sects of the Divine Continent are not that impressive, one of the officials said in confusion. Montez. Some of the officials did not understand, but they had recruited a large number of cultivators in the past year. These cultivators understood the meaning of this fate. The countless cultivators who had been recruited originally only identified with the Han Dynasty because of the high salary. At this moment, when they saw the surging fate, all of them trembled. The Han Dynasty? The Han Dynasty had just been established for less than a year, and the emperor was already so domineering. He had already destroyed a sect in the Divine Continent and was starting to steal their fate. At the Royal Casino Holiday Villa, some of the cultivators from other islands came here with some ulterior motives. If possible, they wanted to snatch Guhai's dragon vein and swallow up 9-5 Island. How good would that be? However, when the cultivators with ill intentions saw the surging luck gathering, they immediately shivered. They all showed horrified expressions. Their earlier ulterior motives instantly vanished. Am I dreaming? So much fate. Is this a joke? Chapter 260. Within the 29 line boundaries formation, after a few days of fierce fighting, the million-strong Cloud Beast Army was unstoppable. The disciples of the Gungjin sect could not resist at all. They either died in battle or surrendered. They found a pool in the valley where the saber-toothed tiger lived. It was a pool of golden water. This is the Gungjin divine water. I don't need to do anything. I just need to fill the dantian of the passion flower tree demons with the Gungjin divine water. and it will repair itself. Moreover, the Gungjin divine water can promote their growth. It must have been accumulated by the saber-toothed tiger for 1,000 years, right? Huangfu Chaoga frowned. Gu Hai put away all the Gungjin divine water with a flip of his hand. Master, the golden deity of the saber-toothed tiger has been forced out by me. Quick, come quick. Gauchen's excited voice came from afar. The group quickly ran in Gauchen's direction. They saw the saber-toothed tiger nailed to the mountain wall. A golden, transparent sphere seemed to be emerging from between the tiger's eyebrows. As expected, the golden deity is already dead. Lu Stone God said in a low voice. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger was on its last breaths. It was extremely weak, and its eyes had turned white. It was as if it had turned into an idiot. The power of the people around it had already disappeared. However, when it saw the North Star, its idiot-like eyes suddenly turned into incomparable fear. Master, after 9 days of singing, I finally managed to force the golden deity out. I'm awesome, right? Gauchen said excitedly. Mr. Good, your method is really amazing. The saber-toothed tiger would rather die than submit. It would rather die to destroy the golden deity, but you made it suffer something worse than death. Gauchen sang for 9 days. No matter how strong the saber-toothed tiger's will was, it collapsed. Huangfu Chaoga exclaimed. Previously, Huangfu Chaoga had tried to listen to Gauchen sing a song. After listening to the song, Huangfu Chaoga felt like his entire world had collapsed. After listening to Gauchen's song, he felt like he was tone-deaf. If not for the fact that he could withdraw at any time, Huangfu Chaoga would have slapped Gauchen to death. Bad songs also had their benefits. The saber-toothed tiger's willpower was also incomparably firm. It could not stand one song, but the saber-toothed tiger listened to it for 9 days before becoming an idiot. Mr. Good, I'm here to help you. Lu Rock God said. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Boom. Lu Stone God slapped the saber-toothed tiger with his palms. Surging earth divine energy surged out, forcing the golden deity, which had already appeared, back into Gu Hai's body. Buzz. The golden deity went straight for Gu Hai's lungs. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's lungs turned gold, resonating with his blue kidneys and green liver. His lungs turned golden as the power of the metal god rushed into his lungs. Boom! With a loud bang, the lung aperture suddenly opened. Pooh! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. He had used too much force and was slightly injured. I'm sorry, Mr. Good. I'm not very familiar with it. Lu Rock God apologized. After all, Lu Rock God's divinity was much weaker than Xuanwu's divinity. As for the wood divinity, he had helped Gu Hai to open his apertures, so he was not injured. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine soon. Don't disturb me. Gu Hai said as he sat cross-legged. Rumble! The lung aperture suddenly opened, and golden light shone everywhere. A dazzling space suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's lungs. Lung aperture opened, 6th tier golden core stage. Gu Hai exhaled. Wisps of metal elemental vital essence circulated in the lung aperture, but it was too little. It was much less than the kidney aperture and liver aperture. It could not form vital essence to surround his body. Buzz. Gu Hai opened his eyes, and a burst of energy bloomed around him. Beside him, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly collapsed after losing the support of the metal divinity. It breathed its last and died. Rumble! Suddenly, Gu Hai sensed the collapsing Gungjin sex providence in the sky and rushed toward Gu Hai. The metal divinity suppressed the Gungjin sex providence. You refined it, and most of the Gungjin sex providence was taken by you. Huang Fuchaoga was slightly stunned. Rumble! Surging Providence rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Roar! The dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal roared. It created a suction force. Rumble! Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal absorbed and filtered the surging Providence. The overflowing Providence seemed to have been refined by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. It was no longer the Gungjin sect's Providence, but the Han dynasty's. The surging Providence rushed out of the 29 heavens and earth's array and toward the distant soaring palace of the Han dynasty. Rumble! The surging Providence was quickly seized by Gu Hai and the Han dynasty. In the blink of an eye, 60% of the Gungjin sect's Providence disappeared. Of the remaining 40%, a portion was dissipating, but the majority remained. Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and frowned at the Providence in the sky. You refine the metal divinity, but the Gungjin sect master is still connected to you. You have to kill the Gungjin sect master to take the rest of the Providence. Huang Fuchaoga explained. Gu Hai nodded. Although it was a pity, it was enough to take 60% of the Providence. Your Majesty, the Gungjin sect's spirit stones have all been collected. There are about 800 million superior-grade spirit stones. An elite of the Shenlu dynasty flew over. Behind him was a flying ship full of storage treasures. Only 800 million superior-grade spirit stones. So little. The Gungjin sect was established earlier than the Shenlu dynasty, Lu Stone God said. Most of it should have been taken by Luyang of Gojoseon. Gu Hai said. Huang Fuchaoga nodded. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An elite of the Shenlu dynasty ran over with a shocked expression. Huang Fuchaoga was puzzled. Your Majesty, it's best if you take a look. The elite said bitterly. Everyone was puzzled and followed him to a valley. In the valley, a group of captive Gungjin sect disciples with their cultivation sealed were kneeling on the ground. There were many luxurious buildings in the valley, but there were many cages inside. Inside the cages were not beasts, but peerless beauties. With a single glance, there were more than 1,000 people. Some were naked, and some were wearing all kinds of sexy and thin clothes. There were dog collars around their necks, and there were whip scars on their bodies. As for the 1,000 imprisoned peerless beauties, they were all lying in a pool of blood. They had just died. What's going on? Huang Fuchaoga looked at a Gungjin sect disciple. These are the playthings of the sect master and the elders. They are beauties collected from all over the world. They are tamed by professionals. If the disciples perform well, they will be rewarded. A Gungjin sect disciple lowered his head. Tame them like beasts. The Gungjin sect master is really disgusting. Huang Fuchaoga rebuked angrily. Your Majesty, isn't this woman the peony fairy from my Lushan city? Isn't she the one who suppressed everyone last time? She was also captured. They're all dead. Shenlu looked at one of the cages in shock. This was collected from all over the world. Our Gungjin sect's golden core, realm, disciples, all know. The Gungjin sect disciple whispered. Killed them all? When we were breaking the formation, you killed them all. Huang Fuchaoga said coldly. The Gungjin sect disciples knelt and said, We were worried that we would anger the Shenlu Emperor, so... No, Your Majesty, they wanted to destroy the entire valley. An elite of the Shenlu dynasty shouted. Continue searching. Huang Fuchaoga said coldly. The Gungjin sect disciples were anxious, but they did not dare to stop them. SSS, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An elite of the Shenlu dynasty shouted. Huang Fuchaoga and Guhai quickly ran over. However, they saw a huge kitchen. In the kitchen, there were corpses of beauties, but their heads were gone. They died horrible deaths. At the same time, there were more than 10 special tables. Monkey head tables? Guhai's expression changed. This was something he had only seen on TV back on Earth. On TV, a live monkey's head would be placed on a rack. The head would be cracked open, and boiling oil would be poured on it. Then, the brain would be eaten while the monkey screamed. However, the ones on the rack were not monkeys, but beauties. The heads of the beauties had been cracked open. It was empty. Your Majesty, I didn't eat it. I didn't eat it. It wasn't me. It was eaten by the sect leader, the elders, and the others. They said that the reason why beautiful women are beautiful is because there are nutrients in their brains that promote self-recuperation. These nutrients can promote cultivation. Therefore, what they eat, we don't have the right to eat. Your Majesty, we didn't eat it. It's not our fault. The disciples of the Gungjin sect all knelt down and begged for mercy. The so-called playing with beauties was a lie. The truth was that they wanted to eat human brains. Huangfu Chaoga's scalp went numb. The elites of the God Foothill dynasty were horrified. The Gungjin sect was more than just a place of evil. It was a place of the devil. They almost destroyed the corpses just now. Kill all the captives, all of them. Huangfu Chaoga roared. No, no. The Gungjin sect captives cried out in fear. Mr. Huangfu, calm down. Guhai said in a low voice. How can we vent our hatred by killing them? Announcing this to the world is the most important thing. The Gungjin sect is tyrannical and the devil's den. Whoever owns, it is the devil. Let's see who dares to say that the Gungjin sect is his. Let's see if Liu Yang dares to take over the 18 cities of the Gungjin sect. Guhai said coldly. Huangfu Chaoga glared at the Gungjin sect disciples and nodded. Boom. All of a sudden, the grand formation shook violently. An expert broke the formation. The sect master of the Gungjin sect is back. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Chapter 261. Inside the 29-line Earth's formation. Boom. Boom. A series of loud booms rang out, causing the formation to shake violently. Guhai, Huangfu Chaoga, Gaochen, Lu Rokshan, and the elites of the Shenlu dynasty stood at the entrance of the Gungjin palace and looked coldly into the distance. My formation is a maze formation on the outside and a world on the inside. It's not easy to touch it on the outside, but the impact from the outside means that the intruder has a special treasure. And it's so powerful that it shook my formation. Guhai's face sank. Gungjin sect master? That shouldn't be. He's only a peak, nascent soul cultivator. Lu Rokshan frowned. Let's see, Guhai said, solemnly. Guhai extended his hand and waved slightly. In the distance, the rolling fog dispersed, and a huge hole appeared in the formation. Rumble! A gap that looked like a canyon slowly appeared, and the sound of the formation breaking suddenly stopped. Hum! Suddenly, the formation cracked open, and the situation outside could be seen. The people outside could also see inside. It was a huge flying ship with the experts of the Gungjin sect standing on it. Ao Shun stood in the air, and behind him was a large army. Ao Shun held a long sword in his hand and looked inside coldly. Finally opened the formation? Ao Shun sneered. Through the gap in the canyon, he looked inside. My Gungjin sect and the 100,000 mountains are destroyed. Chu Chen's expression changed. The Gungjin sect master was also furious. He looked up at the sky, but when he saw that there was only 30 to 40% of the providence in the sky, he was also furious. That's the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger is dead and nailed to the wall? An elder of the Gungjin sect said angrily. The saber-toothed tiger's death made everyone's eyelids twitch, including Ao Shun. One had to know that the saber-toothed tiger had the power of the Gungjin world, and it had the power to open the Sky Palace. How could it be nailed to death? Ao Shun was also opening the Sky Palace, so naturally he was very serious. Gungjin sect master's gaze was focused on Gungjin Palace, because Gu Hai and his group were standing there, looking at him coldly. Huangfu Chaoga, how ruthless! How dare you destroy my entire sect? Gungjin sect master immediately saw Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes were cold as she said, Sect Master Gungjin, if you didn't barge into my Shenlu dynasty, would there be today's disaster? What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. You'll have to pay for the sins you've committed. Standing in the front, Ao Shun looked coldly at Huangfu Chaoga. In the past, Huangfu Chaoga mobilized the power of the dynasty to fight against Ao Shun outside of Shenlu City. In the end, Huangfu Chaoga actually came out on top. Ao Shun was still brooding over this matter. Now that he saw Huangfu Chaoga again, his expression was cold. He wanted to wash away his shame. Gu Hai? It's Gu Hai. He was the one who set up the formation. Chu Chen suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gazes suddenly turned towards Gu Hai. Gungjin sect master had never seen Gu Hai before, but Ao Shun had, back in Passionflower Valley. Even though he was favored by Luyang of Gojoseon, Ao Shun didn't care. Instead, he felt cold. However, since Luyang of Gojoseon spoke, he didn't say anything. This was because back then, Gu Hai used the formation to kill thousands of flood dragons. They were all his subordinates. Later on, he found out that Gu Hai had killed dozens of Sin dragons in Silver Moon Ocean. This enmity was huge. Gu Hai, His Majesty treated you sincerely and invited you into the palace, yet you treat him like this? Ao Shun said with a cold gaze. Gu Hai smiled coldly. You're talking about Emperor Luyang? Ha! Ha ha! That's right, treat me with sincerity. Treat me with sincerity, but I didn't enter the king's mansion because I didn't want to participate in his rebellion, so he sent the unborn man to kill me. My wife blocked the disaster for me and died under the orders of King Luyang. Treat me with sincerity. Treat me with sincerity. Humph, so you went against His Majesty at every turn, destroyed Ingzhou's fate, and forced His Majesty to establish a country? Ao Shun said coldly. Yes, forcing Luyang to establish a country was the first step. Destroying Gungjin sect was the second step. I still have a third step. Do you believe that I will cut off Emperor Luyang's wings, one by one? This is only the second step. Ha ha! Gu Hai laughed coldly. Ao Shun, Gungjin sect master, Chu Chun, and the others all gasped. It really was him. It really was him. He was the one who forced Luyang to establish a country. He was the one who demoted the great Ying Empire to an imperial dynasty. Now, he was the second step to destroy Gungjin sect. Each step caused Emperor Luyang to suffer heavy losses. There was a third step. What was the third step? Mr. Mo is right. This Gu Hai is too terrifying. Chu Chen said with a sharp intake of breath. In the past, what was Gu Hai in Chu Chen's eyes? He was just a musician who could play the guqin. He was not even as good as Chu Chen. Why did Mr. Mo have such a high opinion of him? Chu Chen had always been unconvinced. But now, it was not a question of whether or not he was convinced. It was that Gu Hai's methods caused Luyang of Gojoseon to suffer heavy losses. In just 2 steps, he caused Luyang of Gojoseon to suffer heavy losses. Was there a third step? This Gu Hai can't be allowed to live. Absolutely not. Gungjin sect master said with an ugly expression. Ao Shun naturally knew how dangerous Gu Hai was. The more powerful he was, the more dangerous he would be. Since he was here today, he had to get rid of this threat for the Lord. Buzz. Suddenly, countless sword chi appeared out of thin air inside the array. A black mass floated in the air. Slowly, the cloud beast of a gray-robed swordsman appeared among the thousands of swords. Dugu Chobai? Gauchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Dugu Chobai appeared again. You want to kill me? Come on, Ao Shun. I heard that you were the Dragon Crown Prince back then. Unfortunately, you didn't have the ability to be the Crown Prince. You were dethroned with a few tricks. You're not very powerful. If it weren't for Liu Yang of Gojoseon outside Godly Foothill City, you would have been killed by Mr. Huangfu, right? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai stepped forward and jumped onto Dugu Chobai. He controlled Dugu Chobai and coldly looked at Ao Shun. Dragon Crown Prince, don't fall for his trick. He's trying to infuriate you. Gunjin Sect Master shouted. Ao Shun looked at the huge array in front of him. The interior seemed to be a world of its own. The space inside was countless times larger. You used this array to kill the saber-toothed tiger? Ao Shun asked in a deep voice. Ao Shun was very cautious. The saber-toothed tiger of Genesis Palace had died under the array. How could he not be careful? An expert of Genesis Palace is so afraid of me, a Golden Core realm cultivator? No wonder you don't deserve to be the Dragon Crown Prince. Gu Hai continued to provoke. Golden Core realm? Why don't you come out and watch me crush you to death? Ao Shun said coldly. Although he was angry, he could see that Gu Hai was provoking him. He suppressed his anger and glared at Gu Hai. I know you have misgivings. How about this, Crown Prince Ao Shun? Haha, Crown Prince? How about this? I'll give you a chance to escape. My array will only leave behind the array bones. How about we remove the array? Gu Hai laughed. He waved his hand. Rumble. All of a sudden, the clouds in the formation started to gather upwards, slowly forming a gigantic net. It was as if there were 29 pillars of clouds that wrapped around the 100,000 mountains of Gunjin Sect. It was like a curved chessboard with a huge hollow in the middle. It seemed that more than half of the array had been removed. Ao Shun raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Hai, who was standing on Dugu Chobai. Then what are you worried about? If you lose to me, you can still escape at any time, right? There are exits everywhere. What are you worried about? I'm giving you a chance to die. Do you dare? Gu Hai sneered. Huangfu Chaoga, Gauchen, and Lu Shirshan looked at Gu Hai blankly. Can you be any more shameless? Clearly, the array had used up too many spiritual stones, and you're worried that there won't be enough left. Removing the array was just to reduce the consumption. How could you make it sound so dignified? Everyone knew what Gu Hai was planning, but they wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, they looked at Ao Shun coldly. This scene was humiliating for Ao Shun. A Golden Core realm cultivator challenged him and said that he was worried that he wouldn't be able to escape in the end. He even left an escape route for him. He's asking if you dare. Gu Hai, you can be arrogant, but there's a limit to it. If you do, you'll be courting death. Ao Shun said coldly. Then do you still dare? Gu Hai sneered. At this moment, Gu Hai was anxious too. Dugu Chobai's appearance was burning money. If he delayed any longer, Dugu Chobai would be gone. As expected, as soon as Gu Hai finished speaking, the enraged Ao Shun rushed into the array that was left with only the array bones left. He slashed at Gu Hai with his sword. It was so fast that it was accompanied by a dazzling sword aura. In the blink of an eye, it was going to cut Gu Hai. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Dugu Chobai shouted coldly. The sword aura in the sky suddenly condensed into a super heavy sword that was 1,000 feet long. It went up to meet Dugu Chobai. Boom! With a loud sound, Ao Shun's sword aura and the heavy sword shattered together. Ao Shun's figure suddenly stopped. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Ao Shun was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than the saber-toothed tiger, who had mobilized the power of the world a few days ago. The heavy sword was actually on par with him. Ao Shun's face darkened. He was actually knocked back. Was he the one who killed the saber-toothed tiger with the strength of Open Heaven Palace? Mountains, rivers, grass, and trees can all be used as swords. Dugu Chobai shouted again. Boom! All of a sudden, the move used to snipe the saber-toothed tiger appeared once again. Swords of mountains and rivers rose from the ground. Swords of the earth, which looked like heavy swords made of black iron, pierced straight towards them. Boom, 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 boom. Again and again, Ao Shun quickly blocked the stronger earth sword. The sword of mountains and rivers was too ferocious. The impact forced Ao Shun to retreat again and again. The long sword in his hand shook until it was numb. What? Impossible. Ao Shun was shocked as he fled in panic. This scene made Gungjin sect master Chu Chun and the others feel their scalps go numb. Fear grew in his heart. If the sword of mountains and rivers were to stab him, he would be dead. Dugu Chobai was undefeatable. He was too strong. If he were to go, he would be courting death. How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? Ao Shun is the one who opened the Sky Palace. Is this how the saber-toothed tiger was killed? Gu Hai was also anxious because he felt that the spiritual stones in the formation were getting less and less. Although Ao Shun was in a mess, he was not injured. Although Gu Hai was anxious, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he sneered and said, "Why? Can't you do it? If you are scared, you can run. Run. Ha 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 ha. Run. Run in front of a golden core realm." Ao Shun could not do it. However, Dugu Chobai's sword was too strong. Ao Shun was worried that he would be injured by the sword of mountains and rivers if he was not careful. Roar! Ao Shun roared and turned into a purple dragon. It swung its huge body and shattered the sword of mountains and rivers around it. However, there were still a lot of thorns on the dragon's body. Roar! 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 The purple dragon let out a long cry of pain. It wanted to leave the formation, but it was unwilling. How could it escape after being scolded by a golden core realm cultivator? Did it really escape? It was not the end yet. It could not escape. Gu Hai was getting more anxious. However, he still steadied himself. Dugu Chobai said again, 9 days ago, the saber-toothed tiger was not worthy of my sword. Today you are. You are worthy? These words shocked the group of Gungjin sect disciples in the distance, causing their expressions to change. It was only now that they realized that this swordsman had a long sword in his hand that he had not drawn. Without drawing his sword, he had already forced Ao Shun into such a mess. Now he was going to draw his sword. Everyone was horrified. The power of the sword of mountains and rivers was too terrifying. Was this just a move that the swordsman did not care about? Ao Shun's expression changed drastically. He saw Dugu Chobai slowly grab the hilt with his right hand and slowly pull out the bronze longsword. When he pulled it out, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped. It was as if the air was frozen by the sword chi. Snowflakes fell from the sky. When the longsword was pulled out, frost formed on the ground around it. A powerful sword rushed into Ao Shun's heart. It was a kind of ice-cold chi that could destroy the world. It was aimed at his heart. Ao Shun felt the threat of death. This sword is called Tomb. Except for me, no one has seen it before, because those who have seen it are all dead. Dugu Chobai said in a deep voice. Ao Shun's scalp suddenly went numb, and his heart was filled with panic. Under that terrifying sword intent, the sky was already filled with snow, and thousands of miles around were ice cold. The mountains and rivers below were all frozen, and the temperature in the void was bone-piercing. Only a small part of the sword had been pulled out. Those who have seen it are all dead. Guhai was anxious. The formation was about to run out of spirit stones. It was clearly impossible to defeat Ao Shun, so he had to take a risk. The sudden drop in temperature was not only caused by Dugu Chobai pulling out the longsword, but also by the simulated environment of the formation. White snow fluttered in the air, and the chill was bone-piercing. When Dugu Chobai pulled out half of the longsword, Ao Shun was already frightened by the might of the longsword. In my life, I have dominated the world, but I have never been defeated. I really hope that you can be the one to defeat me. Sword to death. Before you die, you are qualified to know my name. My name is Dugu Chobai. Dugu Chobai said indifferently, sword to death. Run. Gungjin sect master, who was outside the formation, shouted in fear. Not only Ao Shun, but all the experts outside also felt a boundless killing intent. Dugu Chobai's calm words seemed to contain a destructive demonic power, causing all the experts to panic. Dugu Chobai had the ability to do so. Just the swords of mountains and rivers were enough to make Ao Shun miserable. Now that he had not even pulled out the long sword, wouldn't it be the alarm of death? Wang. Dugu Chobai's longsword was pulled out faster and faster. The surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder, and the sky was bright. All the swords of mountains and rivers were trembling as if they were bowing to Dugu Chobai's longsword. The feeling of death was right in his heart. Ao Shun suddenly roared. He could not take it anymore. It was not because of the sword intent, but because the mental pressure was too great. He gave it his all. Boom! Ao Shun broke free from the swords of mountains and rivers. Whoosh! Turning into a gust of wind, Ao Shun instantly shot into the distance, fleeing in panic. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon and disappeared. Shing! The sword is out of the sheath. Run! Airship, faster! You are all dead! Chuchen shouted in fear, just when the disciples of the Gungjin sect were panicking. Boom! Dugu Chobai and the 29-line sky formation exploded. They turned into a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. In the distance, while Ao Shun was escaping, he turned his head and saw a huge mushroom cloud in the horizon. His face changed in fright. Dugu Chobai? Ao Shun's face revealed a trace of fear. Without turning his head, he once again shot away to report to the Emperor Liu Yang. Below the mushroom cloud. Cough, 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 cough. Master, what a huge cloud of dust. It's choking me to death. Gaochen shouted in the cloud of dust. Gu Hai landed in front of the Gungjin Palace. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. That's the accumulation of an entire country. You spent all of it? Lu Shirshin asked in confusion. Lu Shirshin was not the only one who was confused. The disciples of the Gungjin sect, who were preparing to escape, were slightly startled as they looked into the cloud of dust in front of them. Dugu Chobai pulled out his sword and blew himself up. A disciple of the Gungjin sect said in confusion, "Oh no, we were all fooled." The face of the Gungjin sect master suddenly changed. Chapter 262. The 29-line heavens formation exploded. It turned into a huge mushroom cloud. Gaochen, Lu Stone God, Huang Fu Chaoga, Gungjin sect master, and Chu Chun were all silent. Where was the arrogant Dugu Chobai? The Dugu Chobai, who scared Ao Shun away, was gone? The formation exploded and dust flew everywhere. The surroundings were in chaos. Oh no, we were all fooled. Gungjin sect master's face suddenly changed. What? Chu Chen's face changed. Such a large formation must have consumed a lot of energy, especially when condensing Dugu Chobai. The consumption is even more terrifying. They were already at the end of their rope. If we wait a little longer, the formation will break by itself. Gungjin sect master's face changed as he roared. The Gungjin sect disciples' faces changed as they looked in the direction where Ao Shun left. At this moment, Ao Shun had long since vanished without a trace, vanishing in the distance. The strongest expert of Kaitian Palace was scared away. Huangfu Chaoga, Guhai, you two are very scheming. Gungjin sect master said with a ferocious expression. 3 cities army. Gungjin sect master said coldly. Here. The surrounding army of 1,000,000 roared. Take them down. None of them are allowed to leave. Gungjin sect master said coldly. Yes. The city lords replied. Gaochen, Guhai said in a deep voice. Huh, master? Gaochen was puzzled. This army of 1,000,000 can use ambush from 10 sides. I'll leave it to you, Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, okay. But, master, can I add my own song? I also created a battle song. Gaochen said in anticipation. Everyone turned to look at Gaochen in confusion. Guhai's face twitched slightly. He said in a deep voice, Sure, but don't let our own people hear it. No problem. I'll add a sound barrier for each of you, Gaochen said excitedly. Be careful, Guhai sighed. Don't worry, master, Gaochen replied. Mr. Huangfu. Guhai looked at Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga said with a smile, You scared Ao Shun away. What are we worried about? These are the elites of the Gungjin sect. The ones I brought are also the elites of the Shenlu dynasty. Leave the Gungjin sect master to me. Kill. The 1,000,000-strong army roared and charged over. Ding, ding, ding. Gaochen reached out and plucked the strings of the zither of the void. Ambush on all sides began to play. Gungjin sect disciples, follow me to capture Huangfu Chaoga and Guhai, the Gungjin sect master shouted. Sect leader, leave Guhai to me. I can handle him. You weren't my match last time. Chu Qin said with a ferocious expression. Boom. A group of Gungjin sect experts quickly rushed over. Generals, follow me, Huangfu Chaoga shouted. Yes, the elites of the Shenlu dynasty shouted in unison. Immediately, the experts of the Shenlu dynasty pounced forward. Huangfu Chaoga charged at the Gungjin sect master. Boom. The two powerhouses took out their swords and clashed with each other in the air, creating 2 gigantic sword forces. Lu Stone God roared and transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall stone golem. The ground trembled with each step he took. He punched at an elder of the Gungjin sect. Boom. Although the elder of the Gungjin sect was powerful, Lu Stone God was even more ferocious. The swords and fists collided. With a loud boom, the energy swords exploded. What? Boom. Uffed. The stone fist landed on the expert's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Shenlu dynasty generals and the Gungjin sect experts clashed. Sword lights flashed, and sword chi shot out in all directions. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, blurring the scene. However, the battle was extremely fierce. Under the ambush from all sides, green-robed zither cultivators appeared out of thin air and charged at the 1,000,000-strong army. Thump, 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 thump. War drums sounded as the 2 armies clashed. Battle cries soared into the sky. Guhai's figure swayed, and he retreated into the smoke and dust. Division Master Gu, you still want to run? Suddenly, a sneer came from behind Guhai. Xing. A sword stabbed toward Gu Hai's back. Suddenly, a pair of huge bone wings appeared on Gu Hai's back. With a flap of the wings, Gu Hai flew into the distance. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. Gu Hai instantly charged into the smoke and dust. Chu Chen's expression turned cold as he chased after him. In the smoke and dust, Gu Hai held the blood saber in one hand and the bone saber in the other. He looked coldly at Chu Chen, who was chasing after him. Division Master Chu, I've been waiting for you, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. You also had a part to play in Long Xiaoya's death, right? Long Xiaoya let you enter Elite Hall because she trusted you. So, you were Lu Yang of Gojoseon's man from the beginning. And my wife Long Wanqing. As Wanqing's subordinate, you actually disobeyed her orders and used Wanqing's name to sneak into the Passion Flower Valley. You caused Granny Wanqing's death and framed Wanqing? Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Winner takes all. Humph, Gu Hai, you are not my opponent. Last time, I didn't finish. This time, I will chop off your head and take it to the emperor. Chu Chen shouted and stabbed the sword in his hand. Bam! Immediately, hundreds of sword chi arrived in front of Gu Hai. Clang! 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 Gu Hai didn't care at all and faced the sword chi head-on. A layer of bone armor appeared on Gu Hai's body and blocked the sword chi. Boom! The blood saber slashed down, and a ray of blood light rushed towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen blocked with his sword and retreated quickly. Your cultivation increased again. Also, what are your metal wings and armor? Chu Chen's expression changed. Boom! Gu Hai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Chen in an instant. He slashed with both sabers again. Boom! Chu Chen's swordsmanship was very strong. As the #1 expert of Elite Hall, his strength was naturally extraordinary. He blocked the attack immediately. Clang! 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 Gu Hai's two sabers moved faster and faster. Chu Chen was able to keep up with them. However, Gu Hai's sabers were too strong, forcing Chu Chen to retreat again and again. Roar! Chu Chen roared and stabbed with his sword again. This time, Gu Hai didn't dodge and stabbed the bone saber at Chu Chen's chest. Whang! The saber and sword clashed. The energy sword slashed Gu Hai's face, producing clanging sounds. You want to stab my eyes? Gu Hai's expression sank. Just a little more. Just a little more. I don't believe that you still have your eyes and armor. Chu Chen said coldly. However, the saber and sword were wrong. Chu Chen's left arm was cut open. Just as Chu Chen was about to charge forward, black energy suddenly surged out of the bone saber and enveloped his left arm. Gaga. Countless skulls quickly gnawed at Chu Chen's flesh in the black energy. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. Break! Chu Chen shouted. Surging energy rushed into his left arm. However, as more energy rushed into his left arm, the black energy became more frenzied. It couldn't stop the black energy at all. Demonic saber? The bone saber is a demonic saber? Chu Chen's expression changed. Xing! Chu Chen chopped off his left arm. His left arm flew out and was instantly devoured by the skulls in the black energy. When it fell, the black energy dissipated, leaving behind a withered arm. Chu Chen held his severed arm and leaned against a mountain wall. He looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's the bone saber. It's the bone saber. Your armor is made of bones? Did the bone saber help you modify it? Chu Chen's expression changed. He could roughly guess what happened. Gu Hai stabbed the bone saber into the ground. He looked at Chu Chen coldly and said, You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. What? Chu Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Xing! Suddenly, Sharp bone spikes protruded from Chu Chen's chest, glabella, and dantian. What's wrong? Chu Chen was filled with despair. Apart from modifying my bones, the bone saber can also modify other materials into bones. For example, this rock, Gu Hai said coldly. The bone saber stabbed into the ground. From the bone saber to Chu Chen's back, the ground had already turned white. This strip of ground had already been modified into bones. Most of the rock Chu Chen was leaning against had also been modified into bones. Suddenly, 3 bone spikes protruded from the rock and nailed Chu Chen to the rock. Chu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, unwillingness, and despair. Gagagagaga! The surging black energy rushed towards Chu Chen. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chen was completely devoured. Clang! The token of Elite Hall's division, Leader Jean, fell to the ground. Gu Hai pulled out his sword. The modified bones on the ground immediately disappeared. No one knew what had just happened. Only Chu Chen's withered bones remained. Gu Hai put away the twin sabers and picked up the division Leader Jean token. After removing the bone armor and wings, Gu Hai changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he slowly walked out of the cloud of dust as if nothing had happened. The only thing missing was Chu Chen. Kill! No! Suddenly, Huang Fu Chaoga's roar came from the sky, followed by Gengjin's sect master scream. Gengjin, sect master's head flew out. Huang Fu Chaoga was covered in blood, but her face was still ferocious. She swung her sword backward. Boom! Gengjin sect master's head exploded. Rumble! In the sky, the remaining karmic luck churned and surged towards Huang Fu Chaoga. Sect master is dead. Sect master is dead. No, sect master. Run. Sect master is dead. It's over, it's over. The remaining Gengjin sect disciples immediately turned around and ran in fear. Break! The giant Lu Shirshin punched, and the Gengjin sect's flying boat exploded. The remaining Gengjin sect disciples fled north in panic. Not many of them were still alive. They quickly escaped into the forest. Don't chase! Huang Fu Chaoga shouted. Yes, the group of God Foothill Imperial Court generals replied. Gao Chen, that's enough. Stop! Gu Hai shouted. What? You just finished playing Ambush on All Sides. I haven't sung it yet. Gao Chen shouted in shock. The zither music stopped, and the million-strong army was panicking. Gengjin's sect master was dead, and all the luck was gone. Were they still going to fight? What should they do? Huang Fu Chaoga looked at the anxious army and said, Everyone, you are loyal to Gengjin's sect, but do you know how they treated you? There's a valley over there. You can go take a look. The soldiers had complicated expressions. The other side was clearly not going to fight, but they still had to be on guard. Under Huang Fu Chaoga's guidance, some soldiers went to the brain-eating valley. After seeing it, they were all terrified. No, sister, I couldn't find you for a year. Why are you here? Where's your head? Sister, no. City Lord, this is the City Lord's wife. I found her. Come, this is the City Lord's wife. Screams and screams sounded. Chapter 263. Silver Moon City, the number 1 zither building on this street. This is the last Dragonbone zither. Master Yun Mo of the Silver Moon Villa personally made it. I won't introduce it, since everyone knows its value. Let's start the auction now. The starting price is 100 high-grade spirit stones. An auctioneer shouted, I bid 100 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 200. I bid 250. I bid 800 high-grade spirit stones. All right, congratulations to the buyer. 800 high-grade spirit stones. And the last Dragonbone zither belongs to you. The auctioneer laughed. The auction ended. In a pavilion upstairs, Sima Chongkong and Shangguan Hen sat together. They looked at the auction below. "Thank you, Lord Sima, for your cooperation." The Emperor, thank you," Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Sima Chongkong frowned and looked down. "I just did a little and didn't do anything. During this time, I have been auctioning these dragon bones. What does Gu Hai want to do?" "The Emperor has a purpose for sending a letter here." Shangguan Hen shook his head and didn't explain. Sima Chongkong still frowned. "These dragon bone instruments belong to the dragons who guarded the Silver Moon Sea in the past. They are also the subordinates of the Luyang of Gojoseon. Using the dragon bones to make instruments is an insult to the dragons under the Luyang of Gojoseon. Is Gu Hai trying to anger the dragons? Gu Hai is playing with fire. Can he deal with such a risky move? Moreover, even if Gu Hai can hide, what about the Han dynasty on the 9-5 Island? How can they hide? The Emperor has his own plans." Shangguan Hen shook his head and didn't explain. Gungjin sect headquarters, 100,000 mountains. The Gungjin sect was almost wiped out. There were only a few people who escaped and couldn't do much. Under Huang Fuchaoga's guidance, the million-strong army immediately saw the scene of the demons Denver. Some of the Gungjin sect's disciples who had been subdued earlier confirmed everything. "Kill them! These devils, kill them! Gungjin sect, why would my city pledge allegiance to this group of demons? City Lord, my sister died a horrible death." The million-strong army was filled with righteous indignation. This horrifying scene had long overturned all recognition of the Gungjin sect. The former sanctimonious Gungjin sect master was actually a demon that ate human brains. "Pass down my order. Hunt down the remaining disciples of the Gungjin sect. Regardless of whether they are alive or dead, they will be heavily rewarded. Secondly, spread the news of the evil deeds of this place to every city. Let the people around know about the devil's actions." A city lord immediately shouted, "From now on, my city has nothing to do with the Gungjin sect." There was no need for Huang Fuchaoga to change the minds of these people. "Mr. Huang Fu, the Gungjin sect has been destroyed. If you have the ability, you should take the 18 cities they controlled as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be other forces coming soon." Gu Hai looked at Huang Fuchaoga. "That's true. I have to thank Mr. Good this time." Huang Fuchaoga nodded. "No need to thank me. They are the minions of Emperor Lu Yang. They all have to die. Your identity has been exposed, so it's best to return to the capital immediately," Gu Hai said solemnly. "You're not going back with me?" Huang Fuchaoga frowned and looked at Gu Hai. "I said before that forcing Lu Yang of Gojoseon to establish a country is the first step. Destroying the Gungjin sect is the second step. Following that is the third step. I can't stop for even a moment. This time, Ao Shun was scared away, so I have more confidence in the third step. Therefore, I have to make arrangements immediately." Huang Fuchaoga sighed slightly and nodded. "I will take half of the spiritual stones from the Gungjin sect to transfer to the Godly Foothill dynasty. You can keep the other half." Giving half of the 800 million superior grade spirit stones to Gu Hai? At this moment, no one could find fault with this. The Han dynasty and the Godly Foothill dynasty worked together to destroy the Gungjin sect. Gu Hai would provide the troops, and Huang Fuchaoga would provide the funds. Neither could be left out. In that case, many thanks. Gu Hai nodded, not rejecting. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a beam of light shot over from the distance. A flying ship instantly arrived. Everyone's expression changed, but they soon calmed down. The person who came was none other than Venerable Lu Nian. "I went to Godly Foothill City, but you were not there." "I knew you would be here," Venerable Lu Nian said with a sigh. Venerable Lu Nian turned his head and looked at the 100,000 great peaks in ruins. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga in shock. "You are very capable. The Gengjin sect was destroyed just like that." Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. "It was extremely dangerous." Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Venerable, were you alone?" Huangfu Chaoga asked, feeling curious. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, "Gu Hai, this is His Holiness's imperial edict for you. Accept it." Venerable Lu Nian took out an imperial edict and looked at Gu Hai. However, at this moment, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Shaking his head, he said, "Many thanks, Venerable. I'd better not accept it." "Huh. Gu Hai, His Holiness is conferring you the position of Elite Hall's new Hall Master," Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling confused. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Back then, I did not join Elite Hall for the position of an official in the Qian dynasty. Now it is even more so. Elite Hall's Hall Master? Ha ha, never mind. I have my own Han dynasty. There is no need for me to become an official in the Qian dynasty. Back then, I joined Elite Hall only to repay a favor. Back then, Wan Qing helped me reach the innate realm. I joined Elite Hall to thank her. Now that Wan Qing is no longer around, I no longer have any intention of joining Elite Hall." Venerable Lu Nian felt slightly stunned. Then he sighed softly and said, "Mr. Good, you are lucky to have met Wan Qing. Isn't Wan Qing lucky to have met you as well? However, it is best that you accept this imperial edict." "Huh." Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Venerable Lu Nian. "You should know about Elite Hall and the Divine Strategy Battalion from back then. They are not officially part of the Qian Heavenly Dynasty. Instead, they are part of the Foreign Affairs Department," Venerable Lu Nian explained. "What's wrong with the Foreign Affairs Department?" "The Foreign Affairs Department is not restricted by the Imperial Court. They can come and go as they please. They only need to handle some of His Holiness's special affairs. When they are outside, they can do their own things. For example, your establishment of a nation is not unheard of in the Foreign Affairs Department. That Shenji Battalion commander, Li Shunji, might be a member of the Foreign Affairs Department, but he established his own sect. Did you know that?" Venerable Lu Nian asked. "The Foreign Affairs Department is not restricted?" Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. "That's right. In other words, it is just like how a guest elder is just an external member. He is only responsible for His Holiness's missions. That is the case for Elite Hall Masters. Being Elite Hall Masters will not affect your Han dynasty. On the contrary, sometimes using Elite Hall Masters can help the Han dynasty become stronger," Venerable Lu Nian explained. Gu Hai frowned slightly. After some silence, he finally shook his head and said, "There's no need. I know that there are benefits. However, since I am establishing a nation, it is not good to always rely on external help. A nation needs to be strong and independent." Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai in shock. Huangfu Chaoga was also the ruler of a nation. Naturally, she knew how difficult it was to manage a nation. If it were her, she might not be able to resist this temptation. However, "Gu Hai, Mr. Good, I think you had best accept it." "Huh." Venerable Lu Nian sighed softly. "Huh. After all, this is Wan Qing and her daughter's business. If you do not manage Elite Hall, it will end up in the hands of others. Do you want others to manage Wan Qing and her daughter's Elite Hall?" Venerable Lu Nian advised. "Huh. Secondly, you promised Wan Qing that you would take care of her younger sister. Long Wan Yu, you do not have Elite Hall status. You have difficulty even meeting her. How are you going to protect her? Guhai frowned and pondered this. After a long silence, Guhai nodded and said, "All right, then, I'll temporarily take over the position of Elite Hall Master." Guhai received the imperial edict. Venerable Lu Nian took out a purple authority token and said, "Wan Qing's Elite Hall Master Authority token was destroyed. His Holiness gave her another one. This is the Elite Hall Master Authority token. It is not the same as a marquee." Guhai gently received it. Boom! Suddenly, a golden energy appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Guhai. "This is providence. What vast providence!" Guhai's expression changed. This amount of providence was actually more than half of the providence that Xiao Chun obtained from the Jengmetal sect. The providence circulated in Guhai's body and immediately poured into the purple Elite Hall authority token. With the authority token by Xiao Chen's side, he could transfer this portion of providence at any time. Originally, Wan Qing was prepared to bring you to the capital and hand the invitation letter to His Holiness for him to read. Then, His Holiness would seal it before bestowing you with providence. However, this time, His Holiness personally issued an imperial edict to you, eliminating this process. This is the providence of an elite hall master. Every 10 years, a batch is bestowed. This is the first batch, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Guhai looked at the authority token. It had the words Rank 1 on the front and Guhai on the back. It was very similar to the Water Division Master Authority token. It came with a small space, just 10 times larger than the Water Division Master Authority token. A large portion of providence was hidden in this small space and could be transferred at any time. Guhai nodded. "By the way, Guhai, perhaps you should be more careful. Long Wanyu is not very friendly to you. She might think that you caused Wan Qing's death. You have to be careful," Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. "Long Wanyu? Where is she now?" Guhai asked, feeling bewildered. His Holiness did not allow her to come out, but she kept making a fuss. In the end, His Holiness had no choice but to send people to protect her. He only sent her to the Jinmu of Scylla's camp to be protected by the Jinmu of Scylla. She is rather safe now. After issuing the imperial edict, I will immediately return to take care of her, Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. "Venerable, I will have to trouble you to take care of Long Wanyu," Guhai said solemnly. "I will. By the way, where are Mu Chenfeng and those tree men?" Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling puzzled. "Mu Chenfeng? I sent her to do something. This time, whether we can kill Ao Shun or not will depend on Mu Chenfeng's results," Guhai said seriously. At the side, Huang Fu Chaoga raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "The third step? Your third step is to kill Ao Shun?" "Ao Shun is an expert of the Heavenly Palace." Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as well. "I know. All right, I have to take my leave as well. Speed is important in war. We cannot delay." Guhai shook his head and said goodbye to everyone. After exchanging a few more words, Huang Fu Chaoga assigned 3 subordinates to Guhai. Then, Guhai steered the White Cloud flying ship, carrying 400 million superior-grade spirit stones and a large number of Jengmetal sect secret manuals to the northeast. Chapter 264. The Ying Dynasty. Yingdu. There was a large lake outside Yingdu, a large number of Baxia flood dragons, and a group of Sin dragons resided at the mouth of the lake. Clearly, this was the habitat of the Da Ying dynasty's dragon army. On the shore of the lake, red-crowned crane carriages were filled with large boxes. The red-crowned cranes looked at the surrounding dragons and held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. At the front was a man in official robes, quietly waiting. All around, The dragons cast doubtful gazes at him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound from the lake. A large amount of lake water exploded, and a huge dragon had emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was the Sin Dragon Fong, the first dragon that Gu Hai and Long Wanqing encountered when they arrived at the front line. He was also the giant dragon that commanded the formation outside the Passion Flower Valley. He was also the uncle of the leader of the dragons, Ghostface, that Gu Hai killed in the Silver Moon Sea. Lord Zhang, why are you here at my camp? Did the emperor ask you to come? Fong looked at the official in front of him coldly. Lord Zhang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I came by myself. Oh, my position is low, so I can't speak in front of your majesty. Last time, after the court meeting, I overheard General Fong talking to someone else. He mentioned the bones of the dragons in the Silver Moon Sea. I put some effort into it and gained something. I specially spent some effort to obtain some items and gave them to Senior Fong. The emperor doesn't like them, but I think they will be of some use to you. I don't ask for much. If there is a chance in the future, please put in a good word for me in front of the emperor. Lord Zhang said with a smile. What is it? Fong frowned. Lord Zhang looked around, obviously not wanting to expose himself here. Whoosh! Fong suddenly turned into his human form, a one-eyed middle-aged man. Let's go to my mansion, the one-eyed Fong said in a deep voice. Lord Zhang nodded. Under the puzzled gazes of the dragons, he went to a mansion not far away. In the large courtyard of the mansion, he opened the boxes and placed musical instruments made of dragon bones. Fong's eyelids twitched wildly. This aura, this is my poor nephew's? Ghostface's bones. Fong's expression changed. He slowly picked up a guqin. He gently stroked the guqin and suddenly saw a line of small words on one of the corners. Dahan, Gu Hai, killed in the Silver Moon Sea, Dragon Sound Guqin. Seeing this line of small words, Fong's eyelids twitched wildly. Gu Hai, I should have killed you back then. I should have killed you. Roar! Fong roared. Although he already knew that it was Gu Hai, he was even more furious when he saw the corpse. General Fong, all the dragon bones in the Silver Moon Sea have been made into musical instruments. I heard that more than 1,000 sets of dragon bone musical instruments have been made, and they are selling very well. I only bought a part of them. Lord Zhang sighed slightly. Gu Hai, that coward. If I see him again, I'll definitely tear him to shreds. Kill my nephew? This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Fong revealed a sinister expression as he said, there's something I shouldn't say. Gu Hai killed your relatives, but you can also kill Gu Hai's relatives, right? Official Zhang said in a low voice. Fong's pupils suddenly shrank. He lowered his head and looked at the small words on the guqin. Dahan? Han Dynasty? Yes, his son is there, and his officials are there. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. 1,000 Islands, see, 9-5 Island? Fong suddenly revealed a sinister expression. But now that we're in the war preparation stage, no military force is allowed to leave Yingdu without the emperor's permission. Official Zhang said worriedly. Fong's expression turned ugly. Official Zhang muttered to himself, but if the crown grandson leaves, it should be fine. The emperor dotes on him so much. However, General, you must not ask the crown grandson to leave with you. Young master and Luan, the crown grandson? Fong's expression suddenly turned joyful. General, what are you doing? Official Zhang's expression changed. Okay, I know. Haha, that's right. As long as I bring the crown grandson, the crown prince won't blame me. I'm protecting the crown grandson. Fong's expression turned cold. Don't, General. If you're discovered, I won't be able to escape the blame. I'm only here to deliver the dragon bones. I didn't. Official Zhang had an anxious expression. Okay, I won't mention you. Go do your thing. If there's a chance in the future, I'll mention you in front of the emperor. Fang said in a deep voice. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Official Zhang said excitedly. Official Zhang walked out of Fang's residence excitedly. Fang revealed a trace of disdain. A small, insignificant official wants to bribe me. Official Zhang happily drove the red-crowned crane carriage away. His joyful expression lasted until he left the line of sight of the dragons. Then his expression suddenly turned solemn, and he let out a long sigh. He turned his head and looked toward the south. Your Majesty, is my Xinlu dynasty doing well? I'm treading on thin ice in the Da-Ing dynasty. This time, I hope I can succeed. I hope my Xinlu dynasty will always be peaceful. Official Zhang sighed slightly. In capital, Emperor Liu Yang's study. Mo Yike and a group of strategists stood on both sides and looked at Ao Shun in the center. The Gongjin sect was destroyed. Gu Hai set up a formation, and Duga Chobai? Emperor Liu Yang said in a deep voice. That's right. That Duga Chobai is too strong. I can't beat him. Ao Shun said bitterly. Mo Yike frowned slightly and looked at Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, can you repeat what happened? Ao Shun looked at Mo Yike in confusion, but he still repeated everything. Mo Yike frowned slightly and was silent for a while. Then he said bitterly, Crown Prince Ao Shun, you might have been tricked. What trick? Ao Shun frowned. Gu Hai is tricking you. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed. Impossible. I can feel Duga Chiobai's strength. Moreover, Kai Tian Palace's saber-toothed tiger died at his hands. Ao Shun shook his head. Think about it carefully. Was your fear because of Duga Chiobai's strength, or because of what Gu Hai said? Mo Yike said in a deep voice. That's what Duga Chiobai said. Ao Shun frowned. Isn't Duga Chiobai controlled by Gu Hai? He said whatever Gu Hai told him to say. If Gu Hai could kill you in an instant, why would Gu Hai waste so much time talking? If he could kill you in one strike, why would he waste so much time talking? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Ao Shun's expression stiffened. Gu Hai has already mentally suppressed you. You fell for his trick because you were afraid. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid. Mr. Mo, are you saying I'm afraid? Why would I be afraid? I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle. Duga Chobai is so powerful. Ao Shun said stubbornly. Fine. If you're not afraid, then you've already seen Huangfu Chaoga. Even if you want to avoid Duga Chobai, why go back to the capital? Why don't you go directly to Huangfu Chaoga's capital? Can't you break into Lushan City without Huangfu Chaoga? Once you break into Lushan City, won't the Lushan dynasty be destroyed? Mo Yike said calmly. Ao Shun's expression stiffened. All right, Ao Shun. Mr. Mo isn't wrong. Fear is fear. Otherwise, how can you not understand such a simple logic? Why did you run back in panic? Liu Yang said in a low voice. Ao Shun's face twitched. Even if I'm afraid that Duga Chobai is indeed powerful, Ao Shun said stubbornly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and didn't explain further. The strategists didn't say anything. Ao Shun looked at them and felt irritated. He had lost a lot of face this time. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun said, Your Majesty, that Gu Hai has already caused us great losses twice. It seems that there will be a third time. Gu Hai is too dangerous, but we can't find him. However, he has the Han dynasty. I'll destroy the Han dynasty and capture all his subordinates and sons. Let's see if he still won't come out. No. Mo Yike immediately shouted. Ao Shun frowned and looked at Mo Yike. Prince Ao Shun, Now that the Jinmu of Silla has gathered troops in Yongzhou, they have already started to contact our army at the border. Now, every fighting force of the Ding dynasty is extremely important. You have the strength of Kaitian Palace. You can't just walk around casually. The war will start at any moment. Mo Yike shook his head. But Ao Shun frowned. All right, listen to Mr. Mo Ao Shun. Reorganize the army. I need you to help by my side. Lu Yong ordered. Ao Shun frowned and sighed slightly. Ao Shun returned to his residence gloomily. 3 days later, Lord Zhang, who had sent the Guqin to Fang not long ago, quietly came to Ao Shun's residence. Huh, Lord Zhang, what are you doing here? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Lord Zhang, who had suddenly appeared. Lord Zhang had some ability, but only a little. In the Ding dynasty, he was ranked at the bottom of the hierarchy. Why did an insignificant official come to his residence in the middle of the night? Prince Ao Shun, please forgive me for coming uninvited. I am now in charge of the daily life of the Crown Prince and his descendants. Although I am at the bottom of the hierarchy, I have some records of the daily lives of the Crown Prince and his descendants. Just 2 days ago, the Crown Prince and his people left the city without informing anyone. This is a sensitive time, and the Crown Prince is missing, but Lord Zhang said bitterly, "Why are you here when the Crown Prince is missing?" Ao Shun said in a low voice, "The leader of the dragon tribe and a group of alternative dragons left the city with the Crown Prince. This time, Lord Zhang smiled bitterly. Ridiculous. The war is imminent, and the Emperor has already ordered that no general above the Golden Core realm can leave the capital without permission. How can my subordinates leave?" Ao Shun said coldly. Lord Zhang smiled bitterly and bowed again and again. In the end, he left Ao Shun's residence helplessly. Ao Shun went to the gathering place of the dragon tribe in confusion. "Ah, Prince, the leader of Fang, left 2 days ago with 10 giant dragons, 100 flood dragons, and 100 Basha." A red dragon said softly. Where did they go?" Ao Shun said coldly. "They seem to have gone to the Thousand Islands Sea and 95 Island to capture Guhai's son." The red dragon said softly. "Bastard, bastard." Ao Shun's expression changed. On a flying boat to the east of Ing province, Fang and Lu Wen stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance with cold eyes. "Fang, you're right. Ha ha. Let's see if Guhai will come out after we capture Guhai's son. We'll be doing grandfather a service." Guhai? Ha 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 ha. Lu Wen laughed excitedly. Fang turned his head to look behind him and nodded with a long sigh. "Ing province." Ao Shun immediately ordered a lockdown. Fang led the dragon tribe immediately to prevent the emperor from finding out. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty. Fang and the dragon tribe would also be sentenced to death. "Fang, you bastards, how dare you disobey my orders? I'll skin you alive when you come back." Ao Shun was sulking in his residence alone. "Prince Ao Shun, the emperor is waiting in the upper study," an official came to report. Ao Shun suppressed the anger in his heart and went to the upper study. In the upper study, Mo Yike and a group of strategists were still standing there quietly. However, there were a few more people now. They were the 3 elders who escaped from the Gungjin sect. What happened to the Gungjin sect? Ao Shun was slightly stunned. The 3 elders were slightly bitter. No one spoke for a while. There was a moment of silence in the study. Everyone looked at Ao Shun. "What happened? Tell me." Ao Shun said coldly. Only then did the 3 elders obediently repeat what had happened that day. "You're saying that Guhai tricked me? Impossible. Then Duga Chobai." Ao Shun's expression changed drastically. It was embarrassing enough that he was scared away. Running away at the last minute was as timid as a mouse. However, the news that he received today was that Gu Hai tricked him. What was insulting was not his courage, but his intelligence. Ao Shun felt his head explode. He was about to explode in anger. Never mind. This Gu Hai is a genius. We underestimated him too much back then. Lu Yang of Gojoseon sighed, softly. Your Majesty, please let me lead the army to 9-5 Island. I want to uproot the Han dynasty. Ao Shun said with a ferocious expression. Never mind. Ao Shun will deal with Gu Hai in the future. Right now, our greatest enemy is the Jinmu of Silla. Mo Yike sighed softly. No, Your Majesty. I can't take this lying down. I will go as fast as I can and return as fast as I can to fight the Jinmu of Silla. It's not like I can't do it in the short term. Your Majesty, let me go. Ao Shun said resolutely. Not only was he doing this to avenge his previous humiliation, but he was also doing this for the Fong King and the others. The Fong King and the others had committed a great taboo. Only by bringing the dragons with him could he erase their guilt. Emperor Luoyang of Gojoseon looked at Ao Shun with a frown. Your Majesty, although that Gu Hai is alone, he has done two things. Both of them are greater threats than the Jinmu of Silla. I will go and capture his son and subordinates. This can be considered to be restraining Gu Hai. Although I might not be able to capture Gu Hai, at least I can make him hesitate. When Your Majesty deals with the Jinmu of Silla, at the very least, Gu Hai won't cause trouble. Otherwise, if he does, it will be. Ao Shun said solemnly. Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. Emperor Luoyang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike. When he saw that Mo Yike had not made a decision yet, he remained silent for a while before nodding. That's fine. Go quickly and return quickly. Deal with him in one go. Yes. Ao Shun acknowledged, brimming with fighting spirit. Ao Shun walked out of the study and headed for the military camp. Then he led the dragons on a flying ship and headed for 9-5 Island. In the study, Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. However, he could not figure out what was wrong. Then, 3 days later, Lord Zhang mysteriously disappeared. Your Majesty, we do not know where Lord Zhang went either. We are currently searching everywhere. An official reported respectfully. Is there a spy in the city? However, what's the point of capturing him? Emperor Luoyang of Gojoseon showed some doubt. That Lord Zhang is dispensable. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. This Lord Zhang's words carry little weight. Is he dispensable? Men, investigate Lord Zhang's recent whereabouts. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Not long after, the matter of Lord Zhang meeting Fong and Ao Shun during this period of time was completely exposed. Oh no! Oh no! Lord Zhang is the spy. Your Majesty, Crown Prince Ao Shun is in danger. This is Gu Hai's scheme. Mo Yike's expression changed. Chapter 265. Silver Moon City. City Lord's residence. My lord, His Highness is already urging you to head to the front lines immediately. The battle with the traitor Luoyang will begin at any moment. A general said respectfully to Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong stood on the floating island and looked at the sea to the northeast with narrowed eyes. He remained silent for a while. My lord, that general urged again. However, Sima Changkong suddenly smiled faintly and shook his head. Huh. The general felt confused. What's the point of a battle at the front lines? Go and report to His Highness. Just say that I want to go and watch Gu Hai slay dragons. Sima Changkong smiled. Ah. The general felt stunned. Ao Shun, the former dragon race crown prince, the expert of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai is just a golden core realm cultivator. Just a golden core realm cultivator. How can His Highness deal with him? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Ha 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 ha. It will be very interesting, very interesting. Sima Chongkong's eyes shone with excitement. However, His Highness is urging. That general said bitterly. Don't worry. His Highness will not blame me. Slaying dragons as a golden core realm cultivator with the weakest dynasty's strength. Furthermore, this time, Ao Shun is bringing a large dragon race army over. What is Gu Hai going to do? Go and report back. I definitely cannot miss this opportunity. Go on, then, Sima Chongkong said excitedly. But, don't worry. Just relay my message. His Highness will not blame you. I won't talk to you anymore. I am going to 9-5 Island immediately. Ha ha ha. Defeating the strong as the weak? No, this is not just the weak. What is Gu Hai going to do? Sima Chongkong said excitedly. After leaving the general behind, Sima Chongkong called out to his subordinates. Then, he steered the flying ship out of Silver Moon City. He headed for the distant 9-5 Island, Ing Dynasty, Ing Capital Upper Study, Dragonbone musical instruments. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't anyone tell me? Mo Yike glared angrily. Sir, we just received the news, so it didn't attract any attention. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would take advantage of this loophole? A strategist smiled bitterly. Take advantage of loopholes? Taking advantage of a loophole? Do you really think it's a loophole? Was this Gu Hai's plan all along? Before Gu Hai went to the Gungjin sect, he had already arranged for someone to go to Silver Moon City and get the cooperation of the Zither Tower. Otherwise, the timing wouldn't be so accurate. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. It couldn't be, right? Gu Hai wouldn't have. Let Huang Fuchaoga's spy see Fong first and arouse Fong's desire for revenge. Make use of the Crown Prince's hatred for Gu Hai to pacify Fong's misgivings, leading a group of dragons out of the camp without permission. His Majesty has already decreed that this is a capital offense, no matter who it is. Then he let Ao Shun know in advance. With Ao Shun protecting his own dragon, he would definitely do his best to hide it. However, paper cannot wrap fire. The best way to hide it is to make it seem legitimate. Furthermore, Gu Hai's frequent actions are a disaster. If the Gungjin sect is destroyed, many people will definitely request to destroy the Han dynasty. At that time, Ao Shun will definitely be the first to ask for help. Gu Hai planned well. Furthermore, he did not consider that the one going to the Gungjin sect would be Ao Shun. Ao Shun was intimidated by Gu Hai this time, feeling exceptionally embarrassed and angry. Naturally, he would be even more eager to volunteer. Everything was just to force Ao Shun to lead the Dragon Race Army to 9-5 Island. Mo Yike showed a sullen expression. Gasp! That can't be, right? The strategist said with unsightly expressions. Who would have thought that Gu Hai planned so deeply? Ao Shun is in danger. Emperor Luyang's expression sank. Mo Yike said bitterly, most importantly, His Majesty is about to start a war with Takashi Ryushin. Right now, he cannot send anyone to 9-5 Island to provide reinforcements. Furthermore, Ao Shun has already been gone for 3 days. Gu Hai, Luyang of Gojoseon showed a sullen expression. Mr. Amo, you said that Gu Hai laid an ambush on 9-5 Island and waited for Crown Prince Ao Shun to fall for it. However, Crown Prince Ao Shun's army is very strong. This time, he brought 1,000 dragon race and 3,000 flood dragon race. How can Gu Hai fight with Ao Shun? A strategist asked with a frown. For now, I am not sure. Mo Yike said bitterly. Could it be that Dai Qianqing sent an expert? A strategist asked out of curiosity. If Dai Qianqing sent an expert, Ao Shun would indeed be in danger. Mo Yike shook his head and said, "It can't be the Deqian, Celestial Dynasty's people." Huh. Why? Dai Qianqing sent Takashi Ryushin to lead the army this time. This already explains everything. Although His Highness rebelled, he would not use his full power to deal with His Highness. He would only leave it to Takashi Ryushin. Among the Deqian's outstanding talents, only Takashi Ryushin will be there. No one else. Mo Yike said, with certainty. Why would he be so nice? Emperor Liu Yang took a deep breath. Because he wants to show the magnanimity of a sage. At least on the surface, he would not send anyone else. Many people in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty are watching. Your Majesty, in the past, you were a meritorious official of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. You helped Dai Qianqing obtain the world. If you did not rebel, no matter how lawless you were, he would not do anything to you. Now, he is showing the magnanimity of a sage to all his subjects. Mo Yike explained. Humph. Liu Yang snorted coldly. Clearly, he disdained Dai Qianqing's magnanimity. Then what should we do now? A strategist asked worriedly. Mo Yike sighed slightly and said, "We have already left for 3 days. Everything is too late. We can only hope that Ao Shun can avert the danger." Sigh, but what? Emperor Liu Yang asked. Ao Shun's mental fortitude is still lacking. Ha ha. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. What do you mean? A strategist asked in confusion. In the past, he was the Dragon Crown Prince, the heir apparent of the dragon race. But in the end, he was forced to become a sinner. He was even stripped of his position as the dragon race's crown prince. What does this mean? The current Dragon Crown Prince is a person with outstanding means. Ao Shun was the heir apparent in the past. Moreover, the dragon race's supremacy does not care about worldly affairs. He was the only dragon in the dragon race. Without a supremacy, he was the strongest. But even so, he was forced to become a sinner and stripped of his position as the crown prince. Sigh. Mo Yike said bitterly. Does this mean that his mental fortitude is not enough? Say, an emperor was forced by his subjects to be stripped of his throne and reduced to a sinner. What do you think of the emperor's mental fortitude? Mo Yike explained. Also, not long ago, Gu Hai used a spent ritual array, Dugachobai, to scare away Ao Shun. He was scared away. Would his mental fortitude be strong? Mo Yike said bitterly. But he is very strong, a strategist said with a frown. Indeed, he is very strong. I hope that he can suppress 9-5 Island. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. Thousand Islands Sea, 9-5 Island. The white cloud flying ship landed in the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall. Guqin led all the civil and military officials to stand respectfully. Greetings, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The officials bowed respectfully. Guqin showed excitement in his eyes. The officials also showed joy on their faces. His Majesty returned. This was a major matter. His Majesty had been gone for more than half a year. As Gu Hai stood on the flying ship, he looked at the luck above the Soaring Palace Hall and revealed a rare smile. At the side, Gao Chen looked around curiously. You may rise. Gu Hai said indifferently. Thank you, Your Majesty, the officials said excitedly. The flying boat was filled with storage equipment. Chen Tianshan arranged for people to deal with the spirit stones and manuals on the flying ship. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Tianshan answered. Gao Xinji, bring Gao Chen around. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji said with a smile. You are Gao Xinji? Master said that he would bring you to the divine continent next time. Bring me around. I will sing you a song later. Gao Chen jumped over excitedly. All right, Gao Xianji said with a faint smile. Gu Hai slowly stepped off the flying ship. Then he looked at the officials before him. My beloved officials, I just returned and am somewhat tired. You can all return first. See you in the morning court session tomorrow. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials said respectfully. Gu Hai made some arrangements before heading to a large, cloudy ritual array in the palace with Gu Qin. Imperial Father, the news you sent back then was correct. Yesterday, a group of dragons, a Baxia dragon, a flood dragon, and a noble young master arrived. I informed Senior Miao Chun and set up a ritual array to capture them. It seems that one of the one-eyed dragons nearly escaped. If not for Senior Miao Chun and my ritual array, he would have escaped. Guqin said excitedly, One-eyed dragon, that is the Fong. Noble young master, it is Luan, right? Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. Oh, that is the grandson of Lu Yang of Gojoseon? Guqin's expression changed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that I am not too late. Ao Shun will be here in a few days. Ao Shun will be here in a few days. Guqin raised his eyebrows. By the way, is Mu Chenfeng here? Gu Hai asked. He arrived 3 days ago. I have already made arrangements. There is also a group of trance. Guqin thought for a moment and said, Mu Chenfeng is back. That means that he has done what I asked him to do. Now, we are just waiting for Ao Shun. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gu Hai and the other two slowly stepped into a large, cloudy ritual array in the palace. The ritual array had a soundproof effect. The outside world could not hear anything inside. Roar. None of you can escape. His Majesty will take revenge for us. Miao Chen, how dare you set up a ritual array to harm me? When the Crown Prince arrives, he will exterminate your entire clan. A roar came from inside. Chains pierced through the bodies of 100 flood dragons, 100 Baxias, 10 dragons, and the Fong. They could not move as they roared. Not far away, Lu En's cultivation was sealed. He was tied to a stone pillar, showing a horrified expression. The Han Dynasty's guards stood in the surroundings. At this moment, the group of guards felt their scalps go numb. These are dragons. When did my Han Dynasty capture so many dragons and Baxias? Montez, Miao Chen, and a few Xuanwu stood nearby, watching coldly. When Gu Hai's group entered the ritual array, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gu Hai, the Fong roared, glaring. Montez's eyes also lit up when he saw Gu Hai. This subject, Montez, greets your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The group of guards said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Senior Miao Chun, thank you for your hard work this time. Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Miao Chen. Miao Chen was an elder of the Xuanwu race. Back then, Shangguan Hen had subdued him and brought his entire race to the seabed near 95 Island. Gu Hai, you finally returned. I only helped you capture the Fong at best. I heard that the Crown Prince said that you wanted to lure Ao Shun over. Ao Shun, I am not a match for him. Miao Chen said bitterly. It's fine. Ao Shun, I have a way to deal with him. You don't have to worry. There is no need for you to make a move, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, Miao Chen felt slightly stunned. Chapter 266. Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Do you know how strong Ao Shun is? Senior Miao Chen, now is not the time to talk about this. I'll tell you in detail later. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Miao Chen. All right. Miao Chen nodded. Gu Hai and Gu Qin stepped forward. They slowly walked over to the group of subdued dragons and flood dragons. 100 flood dragons, 100 Baxias, 10 huge dragons, and 1 Fong? Oh, right, there is also young Master and, we really meet again, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Gu Hai, what do you want? My grandfather is the master of the Da'ing dynasty. Let me go. Young Master and said with a trace of fear. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile and said, Young Master and, do you think that I fear Emperor Liu Yang? Young Master An's expression froze. He knew that Gu Hai was the one who disrupted his grandfather's countless plans. Da'ing dynasty? Do you know that Dai Qianqing wants to see your grandfather rebel? The most? He wants to see your grandfather establish a nation. Huh. Gu Hai guffawed. Huh. What? Dai Qianqing wants my grandfather to rebel? Why? Young Master An's expression changed. If he does not rebel, how can he have an excuse to kill Liu Yang? It is time to take Backing province. Gu Hai said indifferently. What do you mean? Dai Qianqing would have already... Young Master An's expression changed. I'll spare your dog life. The Da'ing dynasty will be destroyed soon. When Liu Yang's most trusted person works with the Jinmu of Silla to subduing province, let's see what else you, the noble young master, can rely on. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai guffawed. There is a spy by my grandfather's side. The most trusted person? Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Don't you think it's a coincidence that you met my ambush as soon as you arrived? Gu Hai smiled. Spy? Did the spy inform you? Young Master An's expression changed. Crown grandson, don't listen to Gu Hai's nonsense. He is lying to you. Soon, the emperor will send people to save us. The crown prince will also come to save us. Fong roared from not far away. Luan was slightly stunned, not knowing who to believe. However, Gu Hai turned his head to look at the dragons and revealed a cold smile. Crown Prince? Was the Dragon Prince Ao Shun? That was already a thing of the past. The current Crown Prince was called Ao Shun. Are you expecting Ao Shun to save you? Ha ha ha, what a pity, Fong. You believe in your own strength too much. You want to destroy my Dahan with these dragons and drakes? Humph, Gu Hai, don't be smug. You will cry in due time. Fong said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai looked at Fong coldly, then looked at the dragons and said, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Now, I will give you a chance. Either you submit to me or die. Huh. The dragons stared at Gu Hai in shock. Ha 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 ha, you must be dreaming. Submit? We will submit to you? Gu Hai, you must be dreaming. I, Fong, will not submit to a weakling like you even if I die. Roar. Fong roared with mockery. Gu Hai smiled and said, All right, you are not willing. Montez, kill him. Yes. Montez stepped into the sky. What are you doing? Roar. Fong roared at Montez in shock. Montez was also sweating profusely. Montez was at the 2 nascent soul realm, but Fong was at the peak of the 5 nascent soul realm. The difference was huge. However, Fong was trapped and couldn't move. Montez gritted his teeth. He slashed with the longsword in his hand. Boom! With a slash, Fong's dragon head flew out. Bang! Blood spurted out. Blood splattered on Montez's face. Montez was slightly stunned. Did I just kill a 5 nascent soul realm dragon? If it was in the past, he could only run away when he encountered Fong. But now he was killed by me? After the initial shock, Montez's eyes flashed with ferocious excitement. This feeling is really good. You really dare to kill me? Fong's head fell to the ground and let out a cry of disbelief. TSK. Montez pierced his sword into Fong's head and completely killed Fong's life force. Everyone in the ritual array sucked in a cold breath. The dragons and flood dragons looked at Gu Hai in horror. Finally, they recognized reality. Before them, Gu Hai could kill anyone he wanted. Lu En's head also buzzed. Fong was Ao Shu's most trusted general. How could Xiao Chen kill him just like that? I like Fong's character. He is unyielding and would rather die than surrender. Who else wants to imitate him? Gu Hai asked indifferently. The ritual array fell deathly silent. Be it the dragons or the flood dragons, no one dared to go against Gu Hai anymore. Senior Miao Chen, I'll have to trouble you to seal their cultivations. There is no need for these chains for now, Gu Hai said as he looked at Miao Chen. That's fine too. Miao Chen nodded. Miao Chen made his move and quickly sealed the dragon's cultivations. He also removed the chains and allowed them to heal their injuries. However, no one dared to barge in at this moment. With Montez guarding the dragons, Gu Hai, Gu Qin, and Miao Chen prepared to leave the ritual array. Father, is Mr. Mo's information reliable? Will Ao Shun bring the dragons here soon? Gu Qin asked as he walked. Don't worry. Mr. Mo has been preparing for so many years. How can he not handle such a small matter? We just have to cooperate with him. Gu Hai said indifferently. As they spoke, the three of them stepped out of the ritual array. Not far away, the bound Lu En's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Mo? Impossible. How can Mr. Mo be a spy? He is the person grandfather trusts the most. He is the one who helped grandfather achieve great things. No. Dai Qianxing wants grandfather to rebel, so he sent people to bewitch grandfather into rebellion. Also, that day in Silver Moon City, when I confronted Gu Hai, Mr. Mo actually stood on Gu Hai's side and stood on the stranger's side. They must have known each other for a long time. Lu En's expression turned ugly as he thought about it. After leaving the ritual array, Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty to Han, I know how strong Ao Shun is. I have seen him from afar in the past. I am not his match. I don't understand. What else does the Han dynasty have to deal with him? Can you mobilize the Han dynasty's power? That is only mobilizing the power of a country's citizens. Only the large empires have enough power. Your Han dynasty only has 195 island citizen. What can you do with this little power? However, Gu Hai shook his head and said, Senior Miao Chen, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, you don't have to deal with Ao Shun. I have a way to deal with him. You just need to cooperate. Huh. Miao Chen appeared extremely confused. As they spoke, the three arrived at another fog ritual array. Miao Chen was filled with doubts, but he still followed Gu Hai, hoping to find out what Gu Hai was thinking. There was a huge valley in the middle of the ritual array. At this moment, a large number of tree demons and Mu Chenfeng lived there. Master is here. The group of tree demons immediately rushed over excitedly. Greetings, Master, the tree demons said respectfully. Mu Chenfeng also walked over, showing a bitter expression. Division Master Mu, you have worked hard this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. I'm sorry, Leader Gu. I couldn't. Mu Chenfeng said bitterly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and did not mind. Instead, he took out several large jade boxes with a flip of his hand. This is the Heptagold divine water. Repair your dantians first, Gu Hai said to the 2,000-odd tree demons. Many thanks, Master, the tree demons said excitedly. The tree demons quickly poured the Heptagold divine water into their dantians, following the method that Huangfu Chaoga taught them in the past. Immediately, the tree demons glowed with a dark green light. Surging life force gushed out, heading for their dantians. My dantian is repairing. Me too. It's so comfortable. It's so warm. Mine feels good too. It will be fine if I get a little more. The tree demons said excitedly, "Don't save it. Use it all. After repairing the dantians, use the excess heptagold divine water to replenish your cultivation," Gu Hai instructed. "Yes. Many thanks, Master," the tree demons said excitedly. "Master, my dantian is repaired. My dantian is fine." One of the tree demons cried out excitedly. "Those who have their dantians repaired, help the other tree demons with their dantians." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," the tree demons answered. Gu Hai, Gu Qin, Miao Chen, and Mu Chenfeng walked to a large hall not far away. "Division Master Gu, you asked me to go to the Northern Sea's Dragon Palace to deliver a letter to the Dragon Crown Prince. I met with the Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Furthermore, I gave the letter you wrote to the Dragon Crown Prince. He also read it." Mu Chenfeng said bitterly, "Oh, look for the Dragon Crown Prince. Ao Sheng? Write a letter to him?" Miao Chen's expression changed, then turned to joy. "Right." Ao Sheng pushed Ao Shun down from his position as the Dragon Crown Prince. Naturally, he would be very sensitive to Ao Shun. "I told you to use Elite Hall's identity to meet with Ao Sheng, saying that Ao Shun rebelled and wanted to take back his position as the Dragon Crown Prince. He would definitely meet with you. Sin dragons are not allowed to leave the borders, and Sin dragons listen to the orders of the Deqian dynasty. These are all evidence. Ao Sheng obtained the position of Dragon Crown Prince through a rebellion. Naturally, he hopes that Ao Shun will disappear from this world." "You wrote a letter to Ao Sheng? You wanted Ao Sheng to come to 9-5 Island to deal with Ao Shun? Why didn't I think of that?" Miao Chen said happily. Mu Chenfeng said bitterly, "Ao Sheng refused to come." "Huh." Miao Chen's expression froze. "Ao Sheng received me for a while, and then let me stay in the Dragon Palace for 2 days. He said that he was going into closed-door cultivation and would not receive me. So I came back." Mu Chenfeng said bitterly. "Ao Sheng is avoiding suspicion? He refused to make a move to deal with Ao Shun? This, what should we do now?" Miao Chen said with an unsightly expression. "Even Ao Sheng refused to come. This means that some of the dragon race's doyens support Ao Shun. Ao Sheng did not want to take this risk to stabilize the dragon race, right?" Gu Qin analyzed from the side. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right. It is enough to get this news." "Huh. Ao Sheng refused to help you. How can you still smile?" Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. "Ao Sheng and I are not related in any way. Why would he help me?" Gu Hai smiled. Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. "Then, didn't Mu Chenfeng go to the Dragon Palace for nothing?" "She did not go for nothing. Mu Chenfeng went to the Northern Sea Dragon Palace to test Ao Sheng's attitude. On the other hand, she recorded Ao Sheng's tone and words." Gu Hai said with a smile. "What's the use of recording? Without Ao Sheng, how are you going to deal with Ao Shun?" Miao Chen asked worriedly. "Who said that I don't have Ao Sheng?" Gu Hai smiled. "Didn't you say that Ao Sheng was not coming?" Miao Chen asked, feeling confused. "Indeed, Ao Sheng is not coming. However, I can create an Ao Sheng." Gu Hai smiled. Create an Ao Sheng?" Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. "Do you think that Ao Sheng is made of clay? You can casually create one?" Chapter 267. Dahan Imperial Palace. Inside the array, Gao Xianji brought Gao Chen here again. Looking at Gao Chen, Gao Xianji broke out in a cold sweat. "Lord Gao, you are the one who understands art. You actually listened to 2 of my songs. My master told me not to sing for you for the time being. I will sing for you in the future." Gao Chen said excitedly. He finally met a soulmate. Putting aside those ignorant children in the past, this Gao Xianji actually clapped after listening to 2 of his songs. He was so touched. Gao Xianji's face turned pale. At that time, she clapped just to interrupt Gao Chen's intoxicated state. If he didn't stop talking, she would have attacked. Sing again. That's enough, Gao Chen. In the future, without Gao Xianji's permission, you are not allowed to sing to Gao Xianji. Gu Hai scolded. No, Lord Gao likes my songs. Gao Chen retorted, Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji bowed to Gu Hai gratefully. Gao Chen, Mu Chenfeng, I have a general idea of Ao Sheng's tone and way of speaking. You have also practiced zither, so you should be very sensitive to sounds. Describe the specific characteristics of Ao Sheng's voice to Gao Chen and describe it clearly. Gu Hai said. Yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded solemnly. After a long description, Gao Chen had already grasped Ao Sheng's voice. Gao Chen, your task later is to amplify my voice and transform it into Ao Sheng's voice. Gu Hai said Gao Chen solemnly. That's easy. Gao Chen nodded. Gao Chen was a heaven-grade zither, so it was extremely easy for him to adjust his voice. After a few tries, he amplified Gu Hai's tone, sentences, and cadence, but changed his voice to Ao Sheng's. That's right. That is indeed Ao Sheng's voice. Although I have not heard it for several hundred years, I am certain. Miao Chen nodded. That's good. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. But is this enough? Ao Sheng isn't a fool, Miao Chen said blankly. That's why I need all the treants, as well as your several hundred Xuanwu experts, to help me. When the time comes, listen to my orders and follow my arrangements. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, Miao Chen said blankly. 3 days later, on the Thousand Islands Sea, a dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens. Outside 9-5 Island, the dragons abandoned the flying ship and flew towards the Dahan Imperial Palace on 9-5 Island. Ao Shun stepped forward and stood on the head of a huge dragon. Then he looked coldly in the direction of the Dahan Imperial Palace in the distance. That place was too eye-catching. With luck surging in the air, it was hard not to notice that it was the Imperial Palace. There were many dragons, 1,000 huge dragons, 3,000 flood dragons, and Basha flying in the air. The vast numbers gave off ferocious auras and ferocious auras. Dark clouds covered the sky, accompanying Ao Shun. Wherever the dragons went, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. The Han Dynasty's luck? You stole it from the Gungjin sect, right? Humph. The Han Dynasty? It only has one island, and it dares to call itself a dynasty? Ao Shun showed an icy expression. Your Highness, that's the place. Gu Hai's son and his subordinates must be there. Hey, why is there no sign of the Fang leader? That's right. The Fang leader and the others should have arrived early. The dragons were puzzled. Ao Shun's eyes were cold. The rolling dark clouds carried the torrential rain toward the Dahan Imperial Palace. Look, there are so many dragons. Dragons? So many? Are those flood dragons? No, there are huge dragons. They are real dragons. As the torrential rain poured down, countless civilians showed terrified expressions. The dragons did not suppress their violent auras. Instead, they completely released them. As soon as the auras of panic appeared, countless civilians below showed terrified expressions. They were pressured by this aura to the point that they could not breathe. It was as if the sky was falling. Countless civilians showed fear. As for the countless cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea, their scalps went numb. How did the Han Dynasty provoke so many dragons? This is the aura of anger. Are these dragons here to destroy the Han Dynasty? It's over. The Han Dynasty is finished. Countless cultivators showed fear. They wanted to avoid this disaster, but they were also filled with curiosity. Gu-hai was a legendary figure of the Thousand Islands Sea. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? How did he provoke so many experts? The attack of the dragons was basically sweeping through the Thousand Islands Sea. Countless cultivators gathered in the direction of the imperial palace out of curiosity. There were also some island masters from the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, they were also surprised. They resisted the pressure and flew in the direction of the imperial palace. In the direction of the imperial palace, a large number of Yuanying state experts from the Thousand Islands Sea were nailed to a stone wall. In less than a year, Gu-hai was going to suffer retribution. There were countless busybodies. At this moment, the imperial casino next to the imperial palace gathered the most cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea. In the middle of the race, all the horses suddenly fled in all directions in fear. What's going on? Many gamblers were confused. Rumble! Thunder roared in the distance. All the gamblers turned their heads to look. Hiss! When they turned their heads to look, they all sucked in cold breaths. To the cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea, the battle between a flood dragon and a Bashia was already shocking enough. However, there were thousands of flood dragons and Baxias in the distance. There were also thousands of flood dragons and Abashia dragons charging at the imperial palace furiously. What's going on? Many gamblers quickly left in fear. However, there were also many curious gamblers who stayed behind in amazement. Sima Chongkong had already waited on the rooftop of the villa with his subordinates. This place had the best view. They are finally here. Huh! A light flashed in Sima Chongkong's eyes. My lord, Gu-hai's Han dynasty is finished. This time, Ao Shun actually brought such a large dragon race army. 3,000 flood dragons and 1,000 huge dragons. A subordinate said in shock. That's right. That's what makes it interesting. Sima Chongkong's eyes lit up. As Sima Chongkong spoke, he turned to look in the direction of the imperial palace. This time, the imperial palace seemed extremely calm. The cloud formation that was normally active was now completely open. It was like the gates were wide open. Anyone could charge in. In the past, some of the Thousand Islands Sea's underlings would have tried to sneak in. But now, who would dare to? Those thousands of huge dragons seemed to have come to destroy the Han dynasty. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? My lord, you didn't even set up a formation? What is Gu-hai relying on? A subordinate asked in confusion. Sima Chongkong also frowned. In the distance, Ao Shun stepped on the head of a huge dragon and arrived near the imperial palace. Seeing the imperial palace's wide-open gates, Ao Shun raised an eyebrow. The Han royal dynasty's capital should have noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. Why was there no reaction at all? Ung, 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 ung. The dragons roared, charging at the Dahan imperial palace with an even greater ferocious might. The Dahan imperial palace remained extremely calm. The guards in the surroundings remained motionless, showing no fear. Boom! With a rumble, the dragons arrived near the Dahan imperial palace. However, Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and slowed down. The dragons were confused. Crown Prince, something is wrong. This Dahan imperial palace has no reaction to our arrival. The huge dragon under Ao Shun said, Who cares? Crown Prince, let's just flatten this imperial palace first. After I capture a few people, we can find out where Gu-hai's son is. Another huge dragon said with a ferocious expression. Ao Shun was about to nod. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura soared into the sky from the soaring hall of the imperial palace. All of a sudden, rolling dark clouds appeared out of thin air, and the newly emerged dark clouds clashed violently with the dark clouds summoned by the dragons. Boom! Crack! The two dark clouds clashed, and the soaring hall's aura immediately withdrew. The dark clouds in the sky also vanished. The heavenly palace's aura. Suddenly, the expression of one of the huge dragons changed. The thousands of huge dragons instantly stopped outside the imperial palace and looked coldly at the soaring hall in the distance. The heavenly palace's aura and the heavenly phenomenon disappeared. However, the aura of the thousands of huge dragons suddenly froze. Duguchobai? Humph. Ao Shun's expression turned cold, showing a ferocious expression. He thought that it was Duguchobai who embarrassed him last time. Guqin, Dahan officials, get out here. Ao Shun said coldly again. The doors to the soaring hall opened. Guqin led the civil and military officials and slowly walked out of the hall. When the officials left the hall, many of them looked up at the thousands of huge dragons and felt their scalps go numb. However, they still pretended to be calm. Guqin stood at the very front. At this moment, he did not show any panic. Instead, he showed a faint smile. The dragons were slightly stunned when they saw that. Crown Prince, it's him. He's Guqin, Gu Hai's eldest son. I've seen his portrait. A huge dragon shouted. Crown Prince, I'll catch him, another black dragon shouted. Crown Prince? Haha, you dragons? How dare you? Who is the Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan? Are you trying to establish another dragon palace? Guqin laughed coldly. Ao Shun glanced at his surroundings. How could this palace not have any defenses? Didn't Mr. Mo's information say that this imperial palace was surrounded by a formation? Why was there no formation at all? How dare you? Crown Prince, I'll catch him. How dare a puny Dahan try to fool us? The black dragon rushed down as if he wanted to claim credit. Whoosh! The huge dragon rushed over. Its huge dragon claws seemed to be about to tear through the soaring hall, tear apart the officials, and grab Guqin. Guqin stood there without moving. He looked on coldly as if he was not afraid. The charging black dragon had a face full of doubt. This person was crazy. Was he not afraid of death? Just as he was about to reach the soaring hall, a voice suddenly came from the soaring hall. Brother Wang, have your claws and teeth been flying for too long and become confused? Don't you remember who the Crown Prince is? A very calm voice came from the hall. Hum. The black dragon's claws suddenly froze in midair, and his body also froze there. His face was filled with horror, and his entire body felt cold. It was as if someone had grabbed his neck in an instant, and his scalp tingled. This voice was... The black dragon instantly thought of a terrifying possibility. He slowly flew away. In the end, he did not dare to grab. His calm voice and calm tone caused all the giant dragon's expressions to change in an instant. Even Ao Shun's face darkened, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. The momentum of the dragons paused. In all directions, countless cultivators looked in the direction of the soaring hall in surprise. At this moment, there was no formation blocking them, and their vision was very open. At a glance, they could see Guqin's indifference and fearlessness. Who is in the soaring hall? In a word, that black dragon was so scared that he wet himself. No wonder Guqin is not afraid. It turns out that he invited an expert. Who is it? All the dragons are scared. Countless cultivators were surprised. Their eyes widened. In the Royal Casino Resort, Sima Changkong also raised his eyebrows. This is the voice of the Dragon Crown Prince. Ao Sheng? What? Gu Hai invited the Dragon Crown Prince. Ao Sheng? No wonder he is so sure that he can deal with Ao Shun. A subordinate said in surprise. The aura of the Sky Palace just now, there is no doubt. It must be Ao Sheng. This is going to be interesting. Ao Sheng and Ao Shun are going to fight again. All the subordinates were surprised. Only Sima Changkong looked at the soaring hall in the distance with a complicated expression. He frowned and pondered. Ao Sheng, the true dragon crown prince of the dragons. How could the dragons not hear his voice? How could they hear wrongly? However, why would the crown prince, Ao Sheng, be here? The dragons were restless. The alternative dragons had not seen Ao Sheng before, but a few of them had. When the news was shared, the alternative dragons became even more restless. The alternative dragons followed Ao Sheng so that they could become true dragons. But now, the true dragon crown prince was here. Should they go and deal with him? Crown prince, that is just the rebellious Ao Sheng. Today is a good opportunity to take him down. A lawless red dragon said ferociously. Bang! Suddenly, a head was thrown out from a side hall not far away. Fang's head. The red dragon who had been fierce just now was surprised. This dragon has offended his superiors and disrespected me. He is your subordinate, right, Brother Wang? Ao Sheng's voice came from the soaring hall again. The dragon had stunned the red dragon, who had just asked for a fight. The words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly stopped. Chapter 268. In a large hall in the Great Han Royal Palace, Luan was still bound. He had a horrified expression on his face as Meng Tai stood beside him, staring at him coldly. Holding a dirty long sword in his hand, he placed the body of the sword on Lu En's shoulder and wiped the dirty sword with Lu En's clothes. But facing Meng Tai, Lu En had a look of terror, afraid that Meng Tai's sword would accidentally cut him into two. Rumble. Roar. 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 Outside, the roars of the dragons could be heard. It's Ao Sheng. They're here. Crown Prince Ao Sheng. And the others are here. Great. Lu En suddenly became excited. Huh. Montez narrowed his eyes and suddenly cut open Lu En's clothes with his sword. I won't shout. I won't shout. Lu En said in fear. Okay. Montez said indifferently. Why, your Montez? Ao Sheng is here with the dragons. The Han dynasty is definitely finished. Let me go, and I'll recommend you to my grandfather. He'll definitely give you a high position. As long as you can save me, I'll repay you heavily. Lu En said carefully. TSK, you repay me? The Da-Ing dynasty is about to be destroyed, and you still want to give me a high position? Huh. Montez sneered. Impossible. My Da-Ing dynasty is countless times stronger than the Han dynasty. Furthermore, once Ao Sheng arrives, the Han dynasty will be razed to the ground. Lu En said in disbelief. Do you think Ao Sheng can walk out alive? Montez sneered. Impossible. You can't possibly be Ao Sheng's match. Lu En said with an unsightly expression. Meng Tai revealed a disdainful smile, but he did not explain. Lu En had a complicated expression. He could not understand. How could Guhai deal with Ao Sheng? Impossible. However, why was Montez so certain? There must be a problem somewhere. There must be a problem somewhere. Could it be that Mr. Mo was Deqian's spy, as I guessed? That's right. No one could find out about Mr. Mo's background, not even Grandpa. Could it be that there was something wrong with him? Once a person's thoughts reached a dead end, they would continue to drill in. Especially for someone like Lu En, who thought that he was very smart, he was even more so in his own mind. That's impossible. If Mr. Mo is really a spy, did he deliberately use us as bait to lure out Ao Sheng's dragons so that he could capture them all? There's only one possibility. Did the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty send experts to wait here? Lu En analyzed. Sure enough, there was a commotion in the outside world. Ao Sheng's voice suddenly rang out. Buzz. LV and suddenly quivered, his mind roaring. Ao Sheng? That's right. I saw Ao Sheng with Grandpa last time. This is Ao Sheng's voice. It's true. Is everything true? Luan confirmed his guess in horror. Montez was not afraid because Ao Sheng was here. Mr. Mo was a spy. Was it true? Was everything true? Luan fell into panic. It was over. Was everything over? Montez, who was standing at the side, sneered. However, Luan did not notice that Montez's palm was already wet with sweat. Montez was also nervous. Hearing the commotion outside, Montez slowly sheathed his long sword according to Gu Hai's request. The moment the sword returned to its scabbard, Luan suddenly screamed, "Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me!" Outside the soaring palace hall, Feng's head flew out, and the dragons all stopped abruptly. The dragon race forbade killing each other. Killing each other would be demoted to a sinful dragon. But now, Feng was actually killed. Prince Ao Shun had a total of 8 leaders under him. Feng was one of the 8 leaders, and he was one of the stronger ones. How could Prince Ao Shun kill him just like that? Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and stared at the soaring palace hall. Ao Shun? Why was he here? The dragons were in an uproar. They all looked at Ao Shun, waiting for Ao Shun's orders. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded from a side hall not far away. "Prince Ao Shun, help!" Huh! Ao Shun's expression changed. Was that Luan's voice? Ao Shun reached out and lifted it. Rumble! The roof not far away exploded, and they saw the flustered and exasperated Montez inside. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Luan's throat. "Do you want to die?" Montez glared. "My grandfather is in danger. Mo Yike is a Deqian spy. He set up a trap to kill you." Luan suddenly screamed, "Bastard!" Meng Tai knocked Luan unconscious with a palm strike. He hugged Luan and placed his sword on Luan's neck. "How dare you?" The dragons roared angrily. "If you move, I'll kill him." Montez's expression was ferocious. Ao Shun glared. He was about to speak. A voice suddenly sounded from the soaring palace hall. "I'm responsible for the dragon race's crimes, but I shouldn't care about Liu Yang's crimes. I spared Luan's life. Ha! He's Liu Yang's son after all. I shouldn't kill him." Ao Shun's voice sounded from the soaring palace hall. Ao Shun and the dragons froze. They looked at Luan, who was being restrained by Montez, with complicated expressions. However, they didn't make a move in the end. At least Luan wouldn't die for the time being. But what did Luan mean by his words? Below, Meng Tai restrained Luan, breaking out in a cold sweat. This was like walking on a tightrope. Fortunately, the dragons did not move, as the emperor expected. At the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Guqin looked at Luan in the distance and sighed. Luan's shout was not part of his father's plan. However, his father wanted to make the plan more perfect. So he finally finalized the arrangement, using a useless teammate to trick a teammate. This was a dangerous move. His father didn't make a mistake in choosing Montez. Mo Yike is a Deqian spy? Impossible. Ao Shun said coldly. "Crown Prince, no, Mo Yike didn't stop you from bringing us here. Mo Yike's identity has always been a mystery. Mo Yike deliberately set up a trap. Mo Yike and Ao Shun discussed this. He's the Crown Prince. He wouldn't harm the emperor." The dragons were in an uproar. In the Royal Casino Resort, Sima Chongkong looked at the scene in the distance and frowned. Mo Yike, is he His Holiness's man? Deliberately set up a trap and asked Ao Shun to ambush Ao Shun here? What an obvious reason. What an obvious fact. In this way, Ao Shun's presence here was much more justified. This dispelled a lot of doubts. Unfortunately, I know best that Mo Yike is definitely not His Holiness's man. Otherwise, His Highness would have known. But what if His Holiness secretly arranged this? a subordinate whispered. Sima Chongkong frowned. No, Gu Hai is telling a story. Huh. A few of his subordinates were confused. Gu Hai is telling a story to the dragons. The purpose of the story is to prove that the person in the soaring palace hall is Ao Sheng. Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. Isn't the person in the soaring palace hall Ao Sheng? A subordinate was confused. Sima Chongkong shook his head lightly. The story isn't over yet. Don't make a fuss. The subordinates were confused. Why couldn't they understand what His Highness was saying? Ao Shun looked at the soaring palace hall with an ugly expression. Could it be that Mr. Amo was really a Deqian spy? Was he setting me up? Did he ask Ao Shun to set up a trap and wait for me here? If that was the case, then it was terrifying. The Da-ing dynasty was in danger. Had all the arrangements he had made all these years become a joke? Was it true? Was what Lewin said true? Crown Prince, no matter what, Ao Sheng probably didn't bring any troops here. Maybe we can kill him and get rid of this traitor. A red dragon leader said coldly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Was that right? Ha. Brother Wang, your subordinates are really interesting. Yes, I'm alone and didn't bring anyone. Why don't you come in and take a look? Ao Sheng's voice was heard. The dragons were stunned. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, surging dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sea around 9-5 Island. The dark clouds appeared for a short, while before disappearing abruptly. The dragons turned their heads to look. They saw a huge dragon tail occasionally emerging from the sea in the distance. Then it instantly dove into the sea. No dragon could be seen on the surface of the sea, but at a place not too deep in the sea, one could vaguely see a giant dragon swimming at the bottom of the sea. Only a black shadow could be seen, but that was enough. It was definitely a giant dragon. It was not just one. There were 10 huge dragon shadows swimming in the depths of the sea. There were not 10, but 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 dragons. Earlier, when the dragons barged into 9-5 Island, they did not carefully observe what was at the bottom of the sea. Now that they looked carefully, they immediately inhaled sharply. There were at least 10,000 huge dragons surrounding us. Were dragons all around 9-5 Island? Brother Wang, you and I are brothers in the end. It is not good for your subordinates to interrupt when we are talking. Ao Sheng's voice rang out. The expressions of the huge dragons, who had been showing ferocious expressions earlier, froze. This was especially so for the red dragon leader, who had instigated Ao Sheng to kill him. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. At the same time, at the bottom of the sea in the distance, a group of tree men and Xuanwu dragged huge stone dragons as they swam in the depths of the sea. Be more careful. The stone dragons are deeper. It's fine as long as you can see a black shadow. Don't expose yourself. Also, my Xuanwu race tried to connect with the dark clouds at the same time. You did not cooperate well enough. You were too slow. Be careful. Don't make any more mistakes. One Xuanwu scolded another Xuanwu in the distance. Yes, Grandpa. That Xuanwu replied apologetically. On the other side, a tree man used a tree branch to grab 5 stone dragons and swam in the depths of the sea. He frowned and said to another tree man, "Don't be polite to that huge dragon just now. They came with Fong to capture young master. Their cultivation has been sealed. Just grab their heads and let their tails come out of the sea occasionally. Tighten your grip. If another huge dragon wants to show its head out of the sea, it will expose us. Just kill it." Yes, the tree man not far away answered. Royal Casino Resort. Sima Chongkong was not standing high enough, so his field of vision was not wide enough. However, he instantly guessed what was going on. His expression suddenly changed. I understand. I understand. Stone dragons? Are they reincarnating in someone else's body? I was almost confused. Ah. A subordinate at the side did not understand. The first step is to be suspicious. The second step is to be confused. The third step is to appear. Guhai told a good story. Sima Changkong exclaimed with a frown. Ah, sir, you mean that group of stone dragons made Ao Shun, and the others think that they are real dragons? A subordinate at the side asked. Yes, Guhai used 3 steps to tell us 3 things. Sima Changkong exclaimed. What? The first step is to be suspicious, telling you that what you hear with your ears may not be true. The second step is to be confused. Even if the most trusted person tells you something, it may not be true. The third step is to appear. What you see with your own eyes may not be true. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. It's not true? The one in the soaring sky hall should be Ao Sheng, right? A subordinate said blankly. Yes, sir, I feel that Ao Sheng is inside. Another subordinate frowned. Sima Changkong did not pay attention to it. However, he heard Ao Sheng's voice coming from the soaring sky hall again. Brother Wang, do you still remember back then? I was not the crown prince, and you were not the crown prince either. At the very least, we were not as opposed to each other back then. Back then, you were the elder brother, and I was the younger brother. How good would that have been? Huh. Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. The fourth step is to plead, just to prove that the one in the soaring sky hall is Ao Sheng. Guhai laid the groundwork for so long and told such a long story. Sima Changkong looked gravely into the distance. Even his subordinates were confused. What more the dragons in the sky? Elder brother? Huh. Ha 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 ha. Do you still treat me as an elder brother? Ao Shun glared at him with resentment. Back then is back then. What did you do for me? However, it's not like I didn't do anything for you. Have you forgotten? Or do you only remember your part? Ao Shung's voice rang out again. My lord, it must be Ao Shung inside. Otherwise, how would he know about Ao Shun's childhood? A subordinate retorted. Sima Changkong looked at his subordinates and could not be bothered to explain. Ao Shung's voice sounded like he was talking about the brother's childhood, but his words were not specific at all. He completely needed the other party to fill in the blanks. This was the art of language. He did not say anything, but you heard a lot. Back then? Do you still remember back then? Back then, you were bullied. I chased after that octopus demon for thousands of miles and was almost swallowed by it. What did you do for me? You only asked for a vitality replenishing pill from my father. You wanted to go out to play, so I secretly took you out behind my father's back. When I came back, I was punished, but you were completely fine. Do you still remember me, your elder brother? You forced me to step down from the position of crown prince and stole my position. This is my good younger brother. You are really my good younger brother. Ao Shun roared with a ferocious expression. The dragons fell silent. Brother Wang, we have to grow up. We are no longer the same as before. Isn't that right? You used to be the crown prince, but you are not anymore. You and I are brothers after all. I don't want to fight to the death the moment we meet. I will stay in this hall and not come out to meet you for the time being. Ao Shung's voice rang out again. Ha! You don't want to fight to the death, but you want to set up an ambush for me? Anger flashed in Ao Shun's eyes. In the distance, Sima Changkong sighed softly. Ha ha! You don't want to come out because you don't want to meet? What a pretentious excuse for a brother. After a conversation between family members, no matter what shameless story it is, it works. Ha! It is Ao Shung in the soaring sky hall. Ha! Sir, it is Ao Shung in there in the first place. A subordinate asked curiously. Sima Chongkong looked at his subordinates and sighed softly. Even his subordinates were fooled, let alone the dragons in the sky. Gu Haiyu's 4 steps: suspicion, confusion, appearance, and pleading. He had already made it clear. It was no longer important who was in the soaring sky hall. In the hearts of the dragons, that was Ao Sheng. Gu Hai's story had already achieved its effect. Ao Sheng was successfully created. Chapter 269. Haha, you don't want to fight to the death, but you set up an ambush for me? Anger flashed in Ao Shun's eyes. Ao Shun directly tore apart the mask of brotherly affection that Ao Sheng had put up and questioned Ao Sheng. The dragons immediately fell silent, waiting for Ao Sheng's answer. You said that your brotherly affection was deep. Not only did you snatch the crown prince position, but you even set up an ambush for your elder brother. Is this brotherly affection? The soaring palace hall fell silent, and so did the surroundings. Countless cultivators from the 1,000 Islands Sea held their breaths. This was the dragon race's battle for the position of heir apparent. No one dared to disturb the confrontation between the 2 crown princes. After a long silence, Ao Sheng's voice came from the soaring palace hall again. Sigh. Ao Sheng's sigh was heard. Ao Sheng, who was high in the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Wang, do you really think that I set up an ambush for you? If I were to set up an ambush for you, would I be waiting for you here alone? Ao Sheng sighed slightly. The dragons were confused. Ao Sheng did not understand. All the spectating cultivators also revealed surprised expressions. Brother Wang, you are not suitable to be the crown prince. Imperial Father does not care about worldly affairs. If you lead the dragons, it will be disadvantageous to our dragon race. For the sake of our dragon race's prosperity, I temporarily took over the crown prince position. Ao Sheng's voice rang out. Ha 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 ha. What a great excuse. I am not suitable. You are suitable. Ao Sheng said coldly. Since Brother Wang asked today, I will let Brother Wang understand why you are not suitable. Ao Sheng's voice carried confidence. Oh. Ao Sheng looked at the soaring palace hall coldly. Brother Wang, I already said it. Don't be unconvinced. Ha ha. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's talk about the dragons you brought. Are they the dragons you trust the most? Are they the most loyal to you? Are they willing to hand their lives over to you? Ao Sheng said with a trace of disdain. Of course. These are my subordinates. Of course they are loyal to me. Ao Sheng replied coldly. What if I say no? Ao Sheng said calmly. Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. Do you know how much of this was arranged by me? They are just monitoring you. Do you know that? Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. That's impossible. These were all turned into sin dragons because of your persecution. Ao Sheng immediately cried out. However, for some reason, he suddenly panicked. Really? Actually, there's no need to hide it anymore. After today, those who should return will return. Ao Sheng's voice sounded. Ao Sheng finished speaking. Suddenly, a white dragon flew out from the group of dragons. Prince Ao Sheng, my apologies. White dragon immediately flew to the other side of the soaring sky hall. It seemed to be standing on the same side as Ao Sheng opposing Ao Sheng. Leader White. The dragons were in an uproar. Prince Ao Sheng, my apologies. Many thanks for your appreciation. A blue dragon immediately flew out and flew together with the white dragon. Leader Blue. The dragons were shocked again. Prince Ao Sheng, my apologies. Prince Ao Sheng, my apologies. One after another, giant dragons flew out and stood opposite Ao Sheng. At the entrance of the soaring sky hall, Gu Qin was excited. His father was right. Prince Ao Sheng was a scheming person. He would not leave Ao Shun alone. He would definitely send his own people to spy on Ao Shun. As expected, however, he did not expect so much. Ao Shun actually sent so many spies. One by one, giant dragons flew out of the group and stood opposite Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression became more and more unsightly. Around them, countless cultivators had already widened their eyes. Wasn't this scene too strange? These dragons were all sent by Prince Ao Shun. They were sent to spy on Ao Shun. The waters of the dragon clan were too deep. In the distance, where Sima Chongkong was, "My lord, these dragons were all sent by Prince Ao Shun to spy on Ao Shun." Prince Ao Shun asked them to come out, and they came out. One of the subordinates exclaimed. Sima Chongkong shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, did you notice Ao Shun's tone? He did not ask them to come out directly. They came out on their own accord. The subordinates were slightly stunned. Ao Shun's tone only said, "Yes." He did not say, "All of you come out." Sima Chongkong shook his head. "Is there a difference?" The subordinates were puzzled. "Of course there is a difference. What if there is no?" "Then it's fine, even if there is no." Sima Chongkong shook his head. "But there really is." Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Ao Shun's words are ambiguous. He only led them in a direction, dug a hole, and waited for the dragons to jump in themselves. It can't be. How can the dragons? That's because the story was told well. It was divided into 4 steps and proved to the dragons that it was Ao Shun. The dragons all believed that he was Ao Shun. Now, the second step can continue. Sima Chongkong said in a deep voice. Indeed, in just a short while. The 2 leaders led 300 dragons and separated from the dragons and stood opposite of Ao Shun. Although they were apologetic, they were more determined. They were Ao Shun's subordinates. Ao Shun came with 3,000 wyverns and 1,000 dragons. In the blink of an eye, there were already 300 dragons standing opposite him. Ao Shun's expression was very ugly. "Little white, little blue, good, 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 good. I trusted you so much. You actually. Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. Before Little Blue and I became leaders, we made countless contributions. It was the prince who sent the dragons to help us do it to gain your trust." The leader of the white dragons said in a deep voice. "Humph." Ao Shun snorted angrily. He was very irritated. "Brother Wang, don't be angry. The ones who should be angry have yet to come. This is only the first batch. There will be a second batch. You believe me?" Ao Shun's voice sounded again. Buzz. The expressions of the dragons changed. They looked at each other. There were enemies around them. Impossible. The rest are all loyal to me. Ao Shun said coldly. "Is that so? Why don't I ask?" Ao Shun's voice was very calm. The dragons suddenly fell silent, but they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. "The second batch? Well, who should I ask?" "Well, let's ask this group of wyverns. It seems that Brother Wang didn't treat them as his own kind in the past. They were just ordinary death squads. You think they will be loyal to you? Wyverns, Basha, I'll give you one chance now, just one. Stand on Brother Wang's side and become my enemy, or stand on my side and become my enemy. Choose immediately. Choose my side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Choose my Brother Wang's side. I won't say any more. You know it yourselves." Ao Shun's tone was very calm. Ao Shun finished speaking. Suddenly, a wyvern shouted, "Prince Ao Shun, I'm willing to abandon the darkness and join the light." "Prince Ao Shun, I was forced," Abashia shouted. "Prince Ao Shun, I'm willing to be loyal to you." A large group of wyverns immediately cried out in alarm. They quickly flew away from the group of wyverns and headed for the first batch of wyverns that had betrayed them, standing opposite Ao Shun. You bastards! Ao Shun roared, glaring at the wyverns. The wyverns stood in line. The shocking scene shocked countless cultivators who were watching from all directions. Wasn't this too exaggerated? 3,000 wyverns left in the blink of an eye? No, there were still 300 wyverns left. However, there were only 300 wyverns. 2,700 wyverns all stood on Ao Shun's side. Earlier, Ao Shun's group was huge. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Ao Shun's group was much smaller than Ao Shun's. There were only 700 wyverns and 300 wyverns left. In the distance, Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. Normally, I put the wyverns outside the formation. Now, the wyverns won't reciprocate. What a psychological pressure. Not only did you suppress Ao Shun, but you also suppressed the group of wyverns. Ao Shun glared at Ao Shun angrily. Brother Wang, no matter what, you and I are brothers. No matter what, brothers will not kill each other to the death, right? Ao Shun's voice rang out again. Ao Shun gritted his teeth and looked coldly at the soaring palace hall. Brothers will not kill each other to the death. Aren't you doing this to deal with me? Ao Shun retorted coldly. There is a limit to how much I can deal with you, isn't there? Otherwise, how can I explain it to Royal Father? Ao Shun said sullenly. Ao Shun's expression turned gloomy. I said so much just to tell you one thing. You are really not suitable to be the crown prince. Just now, that was the second batch. Do you believe that there is a third batch of wyverns behind you? Ao Shun's voice rang out again. Impossible. The remaining ones are the ones I trust the most. Ao Shun said coldly. The ones you trust the most might not be the ones most loyal to you. How about this? I'll get them to come out and let you see clearly. Ao Shun's voice rang out. However, Ao Shun felt his scalp go numb and his entire body turned cold. Impossible. Impossible. The surrounding cultivators all stared with wide eyes. There's more? However, Sima Chongkong found it funny. You're trying to poach the other party's people in front of them, angering them. You're still trying to calm the other party down, not letting him fly into a rage? Ha ha, you're a whore, but you still want to set up a chastity memorial arch. However, the effect is pretty good. At least Ao Shun did not let his anger get to his head and immediately charge into the soaring palace hall. Ah, my lord, what did you say? A subordinate asked in confusion. Sima Chongkong shook his head and did not explain. The third batch? Ha, Brother Wang, your subordinates are sin dragons. You think they are loyal to you, but do you know that their loyalty to you might not be able to withstand a single word from me? Now, the remaining dragons, I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you stand on my side immediately and become enemies with the rebels, your past sins will be written off. From now on, you will no longer be sin dragons and you will return to your former identities. I'll return all of your past sins to you. Ao Shun's voice rang out again. However, the expressions of the huge dragons behind Ao Shun suddenly changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun, are you serious? A yellow dragon suddenly cried out in alarm. Do my words carry so little weight? Ao Shun's voice rang out again. Yes, yes. This subordinate spoke too much. I am willing. The yellow dragon suddenly cried out. Leader Yellow Dragon, the dragons behind Ao Shun immediately shouted angrily. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. I still have a home. I want to go home. Sorry. The yellow dragon immediately flew to the sky above the soaring palace hall and flew together with the leaders of the white and blue dragons. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. The Ding dynasty is about to be destroyed. I have no future following you. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. I'm sorry. A green dragon immediately flew out. Leader Green Dragon? Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. The dragon struggled for a while, and the third batch of dragons flew out again. The two leaders led another 400 dragons and stood on Ao Shun's side. This time, Ao Shun did not get angry. Instead, he suddenly felt dejected. He had brought 1,000 dragons and 3,000 wyverns. Now, only 300 dragons and 300 wyverns were loyal to him. The rest of the dragons stood on Ao Shun's side. They were all against him. Was he really such a failure? A few short words from Ao Shun made them turn against him. Was he really not suitable to be the crown prince? Brother Wang, you see, how many of the dragons you brought are loyal to you? Do you think you are still suitable to be the dragon crown prince? Ao Shun said lightly. Oh, my good younger brother, you really have a good method. Ao Shun gritted his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly. Brother Wang, don't worry. You will be fine. I won't do anything to you. Brothers killing each other? Haha, I can't do it. Moreover, Father doesn't want to see it. However, Father doesn't care about worldly affairs. There can only be one voice in the dragon clan. Those traitors who bewitched you to rebel must be punished, just like Fang. Ao Shun said lightly. You want to kill my subordinates? Ao Shun glared and said angrily. Brother Wang, you were bewitched by them. This group of traitors must die. Ao Shun said coldly. The scales of the dragons behind Ao Shun suddenly exploded. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. They were aggressive and seemed to want to attack. Roar. The dragons who had just betrayed Ao Shun immediately roared, as if to protect the dignity of Crown Prince Ao Shun. They glared at the dragons opposite them. There were only 300 dragons and 300 wyverns left. How could their aura be as strong as the soaring sky hall? Immediately, the dragons opposite them were suppressed. At the entrance of the soaring sky hall, Guqin revealed a faint smile. In the blink of an eye, the offensive and defensive positions had changed. Ao Shun, don't be complacent. Do you think I only have these few subordinates? Ao Shun glared and said coldly, Brother Wang, you are talking about the dragons in the dragon clan who support you, right? Haha, do you think I would come today if I didn't clean up the dragon clan? Ao Shun said with a faint smile. Ao Shun quivered. What did you say? Ao Shun said indifferently. If you don't believe me, you can try shouting and see if there are any subordinates you arranged among the dragons I brought this time, or if there are any who secretly support you. If there is even one, I will immediately turn around and leave. How about it? Ao Shun's expression changed, and he turned to look at the surrounding sea. There were more than 10,000 dragons hiding at the bottom of the sea. There were definitely some who secretly supported him. Uncle Lin, come out. Ao Shun roared. The surrounding sea was calm. Ao Shun's expression changed. Uncle Jen, you said that you have already formed a team and are waiting for the right time to help me restore the dragon clan. The team is already hiding in the various branches of the dragon clan. Come out now, come out. Those who support me, come out. Roar. Ao Shun roared at the sky. Ao Shun's voice spread to the surrounding sea, causing the surrounding sea to tremble. However, the surrounding sea was silent. Not a single dragon stood out to support Ao Shun. The cold reality seemed to have crushed Ao Shun in an instant. Ao Shun's face turned ashen as he looked at the soaring sky hall in shock. Where were the dragons who supported him? Did they betray him? Were they captured by Ao Shun, or were they killed by Ao Shun? Despair filled Ao Shun's entire body. As for the dragons who had just stood on Ao Shun's side, their scalps went numb as they let out a long sigh. Fortunately, they did not stand on the wrong side. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Crown Prince Ao Shun was too terrifying. Not far away, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile, "Every sentence in the second stage is heart-wrenching. Is it a horror story? Look at how scared Ao Shun is." Chapter 270. Betrayal, 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 Ao Shun asked 3 times, and the subordinates he brought with him betrayed him 3 times. In the blink of an eye, only 300 giant dragons and 300 wyverns remained loyal to him. Ao Shun was filled with despair. Am I really not suitable to be the crown prince? Almost all of them betrayed me in such a short time. However, at this moment, not a single one of the more than 10,000 dragons in the surrounding sea region came out to support him. In an instant, Ao Shun felt that everything in front of him had turned dark. What a good idea! Ao Shun revealed a bitter smile. When Ao Shun was ousted from his position as the crown prince, he was only angry but not dejected. This was because Ao Shun firmly believed that he would be able to make a comeback one day. This was because there were many dragons in the dragon race who were loyal to him. He just didn't want the dragon race to fight among themselves. If he had raised his hand, thousands of dragons would have responded. However, at this moment, Ao Shun suddenly realized that he had been overthinking everything. No one supported him. Only the 300 giant dragons and 300 wyverns behind him. Am I really not suitable to be the crown prince? Ao Shun revealed a pessimistic expression. Suddenly, Ao Shun's expression changed. Wait, where is Uncle Lin? Where is Uncle Jen? They are not here. Why are they not here? Ao Shun stared at the soaring palace hall. Brother Wang, what do you think you would do if I were you? Ao Shun's voice sounded again. Wang Ling still did not answer directly, but Ao Shun's expression changed drastically when he heard this. You killed them? You killed Uncle Lin? You killed Uncle Jen? Ao Shun, they watched you grow up. You actually killed them? Ao Shun was about to explode. They are not dead yet. Ao Shun's voice sounded at the right time, instantly extinguishing Ao Shun's anger. Not dead. Not dead. Ao Shun stared at the soaring palace hall. However, it's about time. Inciting internal strife in the dragon tribe is the same as plotting against the dragon tribe. It's a capital offense. Ao Shun said coldly. Death penalty? No. How could Uncle Lin and Uncle Jen die? Ao Shun, don't kill them. They are our closest kin. Don't kill them. Ao Shun said in despair. Brother Wang, as I said earlier, we have all grown up. Not only our bodies, but also our hearts. If we make a mistake, we will eventually be punished. I don't care how close we are. Brother Wang, I hope you can see the situation clearly. Ao Shun refused. Crown Prince, let's fight it out with them. A giant dragon behind Ao Shun said in despair. Roar. The dragons on the other side roared. Clearly, they could not afford to fight. They were at the end of the road, and heroes were short of breath. The battle for the position of heir apparent had always been cruel, no matter which race it was. Fight it out and die together? No, they would only support him. Even if all the dragons were slaughtered, he, Ao Shun, would not suffer a single loss. Crown Prince, how could we lose? How could we lose? Crown Prince, we will always support you. You are our Crown Prince. We only recognize you. Crown Prince, if you want me to die, I will never blink because I only recognize you in my heart. 300 giant dragons and 300 flood dragons expressed their final loyalty to Ao Shun in despair. It was as if they were about to be killed. The loyalty in their hearts burst out completely. Ao Shun looked at the loyal gazes of his subordinates. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes. These were the dragons who were most loyal to him. He had not treated them well in the past, but had brought them into a desperate situation and replaced them with despair. You won't die. With me here, you won't die. Uncle Jen can't die. Uncle Lin, and the others can't die either. Ao Shun said through gritted teeth. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ao Shun turned his head and looked at the soaring palace hall with grief and indignation. Ao Shun, you won. Ha 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 ha. My good little brother, you won. I admit that you are the dragon race's crown prince. Is this enough? I admit defeat, but you can't kill them. You can't kill Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, and the others in the Dragon Palace either. Consider me your elder brother. Consider me your elder brother. Ao Shun closed his eyes unwillingly. Consider me begging you. Ao Shun said sorrowfully in humiliation. Crown Prince, no. We will fight it out with Ao Shun. Crown Prince, don't submit to him. My life is worthless. The dragons roared as if they were going to charge to the soaring palace hall at all costs to redeem Ao Shun's final dignity. Stop! Ao Shun roared. The dragons immediately stopped and said sorrowfully, Crown Prince. Ao Shun looked at the soaring palace hall and said, Ao Shun, did you hear that? Did you hear what I said? There was a moment of silence in the soaring palace hall. The dragons were all silent. After a while, a sigh came from the soaring palace hall. Brother Wang, we are brothers. I should not force you like this. However, this concerns the dragon race's rise and fall. Sometimes I have no choice but to harden my heart. You want me to release all the dragons involved in the rebellion? All of them? That's right. As long as you release them, I can do whatever you want. Ao Shun said sorrowfully. Since Brother Wang has already said so, I will give them one more chance and demote them all to sinful dragons. However, I am worried that they will rebel with you sooner or later. If that happens, won't all my previous preparations be for naught? Brother Wang, I have an island manor in the Northern Sea. I will have to trouble Brother Wang to stay there in the future. How about it? I will send the dragons to serve you. Aside from not leaving that island, you can do whatever you want on that island. How about it? Ao Shun said indifferently. You want to put me under house arrest? Ao Shun said with some reluctance. Brother Wang, this is all I can do. Ao Shun's sigh came from the soaring palace hall. Ao Shun's expression turned unsightly as he looked up and smiled bitterly. Ao Shun, my good little brother. Ha 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 ha. My good little brother. Ha 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 ha. Crown Prince, don't listen to him. He wants to harm you. Let's fight it out with him. The loyal subordinates said sorrowfully. Ao Shun shook his head and said, He does not dare. Imperial Father is still alive. He does not dare. However, I implicated you all. I will not be able to remove my status as a sinful dragon for the time being. Sob. Our deaths are not to be regretted. The Crown Prince is of noble status. How can we? The loyal dragons cried. Winner takes all. I finally understand the meaning of this sentence. Winner takes all. That is true. Ao Shun, I agree to your request. Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, and everyone in the dragon race who supports me, you are not allowed to find trouble with them. You are not allowed. Ao Shun roared as if he was shouting his last shred of dignity. Brother Wang, don't worry. Although I have no choice, I do not wish for them to die. If you can eliminate my worries, they will definitely live. You and I are brothers. I do not want to do it myself. You are the former Crown Prince. The other dragons do not have the qualifications to do anything to you. You can do it yourself. Seal your own cultivation. Today's matter ends here. Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. The surroundings were silent. Countless spectators had already opened their eyes wide. At Sima Chongkong's place. My lord, this Ao Sheng is quite magnanimous. Is he only going to put Ao Shun under house arrest? Yes, if I were Ao Shun, I would also be able to accept this fact. House arrest? Humph. When the Dragon King comes out, he can still make a comeback. Yes, as long as the Dragon King does not say anything, Ao Shun will definitely have a chance. As long as the people who support him are alive, what else is important? All the subordinates were praising Ao Sheng's magnanimity and Ao Shun's flexibility. Only Sima Chongkong could open his mouth. It can't be? Could it be that he really dealt with the Open Heaven Palace? Sima Chongkong revealed a bitter smile. Boom. With a palm, Ao Shun slapped his own head. Immediately, colorful lights appeared around his body and rushed to his head. It seemed to form a seal and imprinted itself on his head. Wong. Ao Shun's body trembled, and his entire body withered. Open Heaven Palace. Ao Shun has already sealed his own Open Heaven Palace. He can't use the strength of the three souls. Someone exclaimed in shock. Crown Prince. A group of loyal subordinates cried out in grief. I sealed the Heavenly Palace. Now I'll seal my Dantian. Ao Shun, watch carefully. Ao Shun said coldly. Boom. Suddenly, purple lights appeared from his palms and rushed to the 5 organs. Boom. Seal the heart. Seal the liver. Seal the lungs. Seal the spleen. Seal the kidney. Boom. Seal the Dantian. Bang. Ao Shun sealed his entire body's cultivation and instantly lost it. He fell onto the square of the soaring palace hall. The group of loyal dragons immediately revealed a sorrowful expression. The Crown Prince had suffered such humiliation in order to save them. At this moment, the dragons seemed to have become more loyal to Ao Shun as hatred appeared on their faces. Sooner or later, when the Dragon King comes out of seclusion, as long as Crown Prince Ao Shun gives the order, they will definitely sacrifice themselves. Ao Shun, it's fine now, right? Ao Shun had sealed his cultivation base. At this moment, he was smiling calmly. It was as if his entire body was relaxed. Sai, Brother Wang, come in. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my word. Ao Shun's voice sounded again. Ao Shun took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the Soaring Palace Hall. At this moment, in the square of the Soaring Palace Hall, Guqin led the civil and military officials to open a path. The scene of Ao Shun sealing his own cultivation had shocked many people. Even Guqin could not help but give him a thumbs up. A real man. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Ao Shun walked step by step towards the Soaring Palace Hall with heavy footsteps. Whoosh! Ao Shun stepped into the Soaring Palace Hall. After taking a few steps forward, he immediately saw the scene in the Soaring Palace Hall. He saw that there were only 3 people in the Soaring Palace Hall, Guhai, Miaochen, and Gaochen. Apart from Guhai, Miaochen and Gaochen stared blankly at Ao Shun. You tricked us, and just like that, Miaochen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Guhai, you're actually back. Where's Ao Shun? Where's Ao Shun? Ao Shun asked blankly. Brother Wang, don't you recognize me? Guhai smiled faintly. At the side, Gaochen plucked the strings of the void, and Guhai's voice suddenly turned into Ao Shun's voice. Ao Shun could not turn his head for a moment and was stunned. Then, his face turned white and red. It was extremely interesting. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, You, Kwang. Suddenly, the Soaring Palace Hall's door closed with a bang. Ao Shun stepped into the Soaring Palace Hall. The moment the door closed, the expressions of the dragons loyal to Ao Shun immediately changed. What are you doing? The dragons immediately shouted. At that moment, Ao Shung's voice sounded from the soaring palace hall again. I'm going to go back on my word today. If the dragon race wants long-term peace, there can't be any traitors. Traitors should be killed. What? The 300 dragons and 300 wyverns widen their eyes. Ao Shung, you despicable person. The dragons immediately roared. Dragons who have abandoned the darkness for the light, listen up. Since you have abandoned the darkness for the light, take out your proof and prove that you are irreconcilable with this group of traitors. Now is the time for you to prove it. Leave none of these traitors alive. Kill them all. Use their blood to wash away your sins. Kill them all. Also, the other dragons are not allowed to interfere. Ao Shung's voice sounded again. Roar. Suddenly, the dragons who had just sided with Ao Shung roared and looked ferocious. Of course, there were also some dragons who could not bear it. However, this was no longer a matter of whether they could bear it or not. This was a very serious political issue. If they did not kill them, how could they live peacefully? Sorry. Winner takes all. You chose this yourself. Don't blame us. Sorry. Roar. Boom! In the sky above the soaring palace hall, the dragons fought crazily. Under the huge chaotic battle, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Rolling thunder and lightning showered down. Guqin activated the array at the right time to prevent the palace from being damaged. Roar. Die. Kill. Under the orders of Crown Prince Ao Shung, the dragons in the four seas were not allowed to interfere. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless cultivators who were watching immediately screamed and fled in all directions. After all, the power of the aftermath was too fierce. At Sima Chongkong's place, Crown Prince Ao Shung is going back on his words. That's normal. The battle for the position of Crown Prince has always been cruel. At this time, there is no morality. As long as one's position is stable, all morality can be torn apart. The group of subordinates judged Ao Shung's orders. Only Sima Chongkong saw it clearly. At this moment, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face, and he did not know what to say. Ao Shun's crisis was resolved just like that. Ao Shun was actually forced into a desperate situation step by step, and was forced to the brink of death. And from the beginning to the end, what they faced was only an imaginary enemy. Yes, an imaginary enemy, a character created by Gu Hai, an unreal character. Then, this unreal character forced the dragons into a desperate situation and forced Ao Shun into a dead end. Gu Hai destroyed the panicked dragon army without sacrificing a single soldier. When he came, Sima Chongkong had guessed many possibilities, but he never expected that it would be like this. With just a mouth, the dragon army was tricked into disappearing. Gu Hai's mouth was comparable to a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Chapter 271. Thousand Islands Sea. A huge flying ship flew past. This flying ship looked incredibly luxurious, with large dragon-shaped carvings on it. A large number of men stood on the deck of the flying ship. These men all had different expressions and shapes. The leader was a red-robed man with a broad face and a dignified aura. The red-robed man held the railing with both hands as he looked into the distance. Then he asked indifferently, "This is the Thousand Islands Sea?" "Yes, Crown Prince." The people behind him answered respectfully. "Thousand Islands Sea? Huh! That battle 800 years ago was truly fascinating. The vast sky chess pavilion ended up in such a mess. Old man Guanxi, how unfortunate." The red-robed Crown Prince said indifferently. "Crown Prince, last time, Elite Hall's Mu Chenfeng came to my Divine Dragon Palace and said that Ao Shun wanted to restore the throne. Didn't Crown Prince send him away? Why are you going to 9-5 Island now?" "Indeed, Crown Prince. That Mu Chenfeng wants to use Crown Prince to deal with Ao Shun. He is dreaming. Two of the people mocked. The red-robed Crown Prince was Ao Shun. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. Then he shook his head and asked, "Uncle Jen, what do you think of Muchenfeng's words?" An old man in the crowd frowned, slightly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know." Ao Shun took a deep breath and said, "I know. Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, you are still brooding over what happened to me back then. However, I have my difficulties as well. Royal Brother caused such a ruckus back then because he wanted to consign my dragon race to eternal damnation." "Huh. Crown Prince, why do you say that?" Uncle Jen asked with a frown. "Why does Imperial Father not care about worldly matters? Have you thought about it? Did I give myself the title of Crown Prince? Without Imperial Father's permission, how can I be the Crown Prince? The Deqian dynasty can have more than one Crown Prince. However, why can my Northern Sea dragon race only have one? Because the dragon race can only have one voice. While Imperial Father is in closed-door cultivation, nothing is allowed to happen," Ao Shun said seriously. "Huh." Uncle Jen frowned. "I know what Royal Brother is planning to do. He's planning to make use of a bunch of Sin Dragons, that motley crew, and some of the dragon clans. In short, he wants to take back the position of Crown Prince." "Muchenfeng is right," Ao Shun said calmly. "Crown Prince." Uncle Jen raised his eyebrows. "You don't need to say anything. I understand. Uncle Jen, you're in charge of a team of the Dragon Palace. That's because my father trusts you. I hope you won't let my father down," Ao Shun said in a deep voice. Uncle Jen frowned and answered, "Yes. My Dragon Palace is not for anyone to use. Muchenfeng, not even Class 1 Hall. This time, I am here to resolve the grudge between Brother Wang and me. I hope that after he vented his anger on 95 Island, he will calm down when he sees me," Ao Shun said indifferently. 95 Island? Huh. Ao Shun is making a mountain out of a molehill. Muchenfeng said that she will bring the dragon race's army there. By now, 95 Island should have been razed to the ground, right? 95 Island is in front. However, even if it is a Sin Dragon, it is still a member of the dragon race. 95 Island belongs to the Han Dynasty. What can an island do to it? One Sin Dragon is enough to destroy it all. The people behind Ao Shun immediately showed disdain. Roar, rumble. As the group chatted and laughed, roaring sounds suddenly came from the distance. Huh. Ao Shun raised his eyebrows as he looked over with narrowed eyes. He saw a large group of dragons in the sky chasing after other dragons. These were all Sin Dragons and alternative dragons. The battle was extremely intense. What's going on? Those are all Sin Dragons, Ao Shun's subordinates. Why are they fighting among themselves? Uncle Jen showed some shock. This is a life and death battle. Why are they fighting so bitterly? Why are Ao Shun's subordinates fighting among themselves? The people on the flying ship showed shocked expressions. Dahan Imperial Palace. The instant the Sin Dragons started fighting in the sky, a large ritual array appeared in the Imperial Palace. The doors to the soaring palace hall opened slightly, and Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the hall. "Imperial Father, we succeeded," Gu Qin said excitedly with a smile. "Your Majesty is wise." The officials immediately knelt excitedly. Earlier, when Xiao Chen stepped out of the soaring palace hall, the officials showed horrified expressions. After all, that was a sky full of Sin Dragons. However, not long after, the Emperor turned the Sin Dragons into clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, tearing them apart and killing each other. The strongest Sin Dragon, Ao Shun, actually got kicked in the head by a donkey. He sealed his cultivation, and allowed himself to be captured? Even the books did not have such a strange scene. The emperor is too incredible. Not far away, Montez rushed over. "Your Majesty," Montez said excitedly. At this moment, Montez was completely convinced. The sky was full of sin dragons. Even if it was a sin dragon, he could only run away. However, in the blink of an eye, he was toyed with by the emperor. Even Ao Shun, who had the strength of the Heaven Palace Hall, was captured by the emperor. He was far inferior to the emperor. Perhaps if Shangguan Hen had not appeared when Miao Qin attacked, the emperor would have had a way to deal with him. So, what if he had the Heaven Palace Hall? In front of the emperor, he would still be captured. "Is it done?" Gu Hai asked solemnly. "Yes. Just before the ritual array was set up, I took an opportunity and had a Sin dragon rescue Luan." Montez nodded solemnly. "Luan was rescued. That's good. Montez, you did well this time. We are very gratified," Gu Hai said with a faint smile. "It was all because of your Majesty's arrangements. This subject did not do anything." Although Montez said that he had done nothing, a smile bloomed on his face. At some point in time, Montez started to look forward to the emperor's praise. "Roar, Your Highness, we captured a traitorous dragon alive." An excited roar came from outside. "Guqin, set up the ritual array and cooperate with us." "Fog," Gu Hai said. "Yes," Guqin answered. Boom. Suddenly, fog rose in the fog ritual array. For a moment, one could not see one's own fingers. 8 flood dragons grabbed a huge dragon and charged into the ritual array. "I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled." The overlord Xiang Yu's voice rang out. "What?" the dragons exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai did not have enough spiritual stones to set up the 28 line pair heavens and earth formation. He had used up almost all of the 400 million high-grade spiritual stones he had plundered from the Gungjin sect. Although it was not enough to deal with the experts from Kai Tian Palace, it was not difficult for him to deal with ordinary people from the Yuanying state. Moreover, with the help of the dragon fixing formation, the alternative dragons could not move once they entered. Cloud beasts appeared one after another and suppressed the huge dragons. It was just like the Silver Moon Sea. Roar! The alternative dragons were suppressed by the dragon fixing formation and could not move. The huge dragons roared in panic. Gu Hai held the blood saber in one hand and the life ender saber in the other as he soared into the sky. "Gu Hai, it's you? Where is the crown prince? What is the crown prince doing? Ah, skeleton. Ah, don't eat me. Ah." Is this how the alternative dragons at the bottom of the Passion Flower Valley were eaten? "Crown Prince, I am on your side. Crown Prince." The group of alternative dragons shrieked in horror. However, wherever the life ender saber passed, wounds appeared. The alternative dragons were gnawed away. The ritual array was very complex. Once one entered, one could not get out. One could not tell north from south. No matter how one fled, Gu Hai quickly chased after them. The ritual array could isolate sound. The outside world could not hear what was happening inside. However, the inside could hear what was happening outside. "Crown Prince, we caught a traitor." "Ha ha ha." Another new dragon charged into the ritual array. "Kill." Gu Hai's gaze turned cold. With the help of the Xiangyu cloud beasts, he quickly chased after the dragons that entered the ritual array. "Roar. You bastard. What are you doing?" "Crown Prince, what is this Gu Hai doing?" "Crown Prince, didn't you say that you would pardon us?" "Ah, ah, ah." Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly. More and more dragons entered the ritual array to ask for credit. Fortunately, Gu Hai had enough spirit stones this time. He used 400 million superior-grade spirit stones to set up the 28 line pair universe ritual array. The energy was endless. 100 Xiang, you followed Gu Hai as he killed them. Although it was called killing, Gu Hai was just bullying the dragons with the Life Ender Saber's ferocious roar. He was attacking them separately. A Xiangyu cloud beast was equivalent to a peak stage, nascent soul cultivator in the Yuanying state. 100 peak stage, nascent soul cultivators cooperated with Gu Hai to deal with a giant dragon from the Yuanying state. All Gu Hai had to do was to make a wound on the giant dragon. How difficult would that be? Kill, 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 kill. Bones fell from the sky one after another. Gu Hai's killing became more and more ferocious. Outside the palace, the aftermath of the battle reached the royal casino resort. However, it was not very harmful. "My lord, look, didn't I say that Crown Prince Aoshing was inside?" Just now, nearly 1,000 giant dragons entered one after another. If Crown Prince Aoshing wasn't there, how could Gu Hai stop them? A subordinate said proudly. Sima Chongkong shook his head. Gu Hai used the array to kill 1,000 dragons at the Silver Moon Ocean. Now he has the advantage of the array in his own territory. Isn't that enough? Huh. His subordinates were stunned. When 1,500 giant dragons were devoured by the Life Ender Saber, 1,000th of the power returned to Gu Hai's body and rushed to his lung acupoint. Metal elemental quintessential essence quickly accumulated in his lung acupoint. It formed a huge quintessential essence ball in the blink of an eye. He circulated the true dragon golden core art. Immediately, a wisp of consciousness nurtured a golden dragon in the lung acupoint's quintessential essence. Roar! The golden dragon roared and carried the rolling metal elemental quintessential essence through his meridians. It swam in Gu Hai's body with the blue dragon in his kidney acupoint, the green dragon in his liver acupoint, and the purple dragon in his dantian. They did not interfere with each other and did not invade each other. When the quintessential essence circulated in his body, boom, there was a loud sound, and a current surged around him. The energy in his body seemed to have increased exponentially in an instant. 7th-tier golden core, realm. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. 1,500 giant dragons. He had finally broken through again. Gu Hai turned his head and prepared to slaughter the other giant dragons. However, when he turned his head, no more dragons entered the array. Huh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. What was going on? There were still 2,500 dragons. Did they all escape? Crown Prince, it's here. It's here. Someone used your name to lie to us. Suddenly, a sorrowful roar came from outside. Chapter 272. Rumble. 3,400 dragons chasing 600 dragons was simply a one-sided massacre. The 600 dragons loyal to Ao Shun fled in all directions, and the other dragons also gave chase. Hence, the shockwaves outside the Dahan Palace were not strong. Even so, the dragons were still extremely ferocious. The shockwaves caused strong winds and heavy rain, sending sand and rocks flying. Countless spectating cultivators fled in horror. The rebellious dragons were captured one after another and sent into the ritual array of the Dahan Palace. However, there was no news of them after they entered. No one knew what happened inside. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 dragons entered the ritual array, and the rebellious dragons dwindled. However, at this moment, the battle in the distance stopped. Be it the dragons loyal to Ao Shun or Ao Shun, the two sides stopped fighting and looked at a magnificent flying ship together. TTTT Crown Prince, why did you come from outside the island? Crown Prince, you just arrived? TT then, who is in the soaring hall? Elder Lin, Elder Jen, why you were not captured by the Crown Prince? The dragons that saw Ao Shung's flying ship were all stunned. Why is it the Crown Prince's flying ship? Isn't the Crown Prince in the soaring hall? Also, shouldn't Elder Jen, Elder Lin, and the others be imprisoned? Isn't the Crown Prince going to purge the dragon race? Could it be? Suddenly, the dragons thought of a possibility. The moment they thought of that possibility, almost all the dragons felt like they had swallowed a dead rat. It was so awkward. The flying ship slowly headed for the Dahan Palace. Along the way, more and more dragons gathered. In the blink of an eye, 800 dragons and drakes had gathered together with complicated feelings. Be it the drakes or the drakes, they were all at a loss. This is somewhat incomprehensible. Ao Shung stood on the flying ship. The group of dragon elders listened to the detailed report of the captured dragon, and they were all speechless. That bastard, the Crown Prince, is here. How can there be a Crown Prince in the soaring hall? An elder said with a glare, "It's true. There really is a Crown Prince." The dragon that was questioned was also stunned. Ao Shung's face was also dark as he slowly walked toward the Dahan Imperial Palace. The battle outside the palace had already stopped, just like the other dragons. The moment they saw Ao Shung's true body, all the dragons were stunned. Some of the surrounding cultivators, who were fleeing in all directions, also revealed a surprised expression. "TT, that's Crown Prince Ao Shung? I've seen it before in the Qian Celestial Dynasty. It's really Crown Prince Ao Shung." "Impossible. If he is Crown Prince Ao Shung, then who is the one inside the Soaring Palace Hall?" "Two Crown Princes, Ao Shung?" Countless Xiozha revealed astonished expressions. They had yet to recover from the shock of the battle between the two Crown Princes. Now, another Crown Prince had appeared. Was this a real or fake Crown Prince? When Sima Changkong saw the flying boat, he also smiled bitterly. This time, Gu Hai is in trouble. Him. It's impossible. One of Sima Changkong's subordinates widened his eyes and exclaimed, "That's Ao Shung. That's right. Behind him are the elders of the dragon tribe. He is Ao Shung. If the one on the flying boat is Ao Shung, then who is the one inside the Soaring Palace Hall?" The group of Sima Changkong's subordinates widened their eyes and remained silent for a long time. Just like the dragons before, they felt awkward, as if they had swallowed a dead rat. Just now, they were constantly praising Ao Shung in the Soaring Palace Hall and swearing that it was definitely Ao Shung. Now, this was a blatant slap to their faces. Ao Shung really came. Then, could the one in the Soaring Palace Hall be real? The previous rumbling of the battle disappeared. The surroundings became incomparably quiet. A strange atmosphere pervaded outside the Dahan Imperial Palace. Everyone's eyes widened in bewilderment. If the one on the flying boat was really Ao Shung, then everyone and all the dragons had been deceived by a voice in the Soaring Palace Hall. "Crown Prince, it's here. It's here. Someone used your name to deceive us." The leader of the white dragons pointed at the Imperial Palace array and shouted sorrowfully. Inside the array, Gu Hai had slaughtered 1,500 dragons, and his cultivation had reached the 7th tier of the Golden Core realm. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a sorrowful roar suddenly came from outside. "The Crown Prince!" Gu Hai suddenly raised his brows and waved his hand. Immediately, he could see the outside world from inside the array. He saw an extremely luxurious flying boat floating in the air. On the flying boat, a red-robed man was leading. He had a dignified expression as he looked coldly at the array. Behind him stood a group of subordinates in different outfits. The hostile dragons around the flying boat suddenly stopped. A total of 1,000 dragons surrounded the flying boat. As for the remaining dragons, They were definitely fighting in the distance. No one knew where they were. Hall Master, no, not good. It's Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Why is he here? Mu Chenfeng ran over from the crowd in the imperial palace, her expression changing. Clearly, Mu Chenfeng had seen Ao Sheng before and recognized him immediately. Ao Sheng? Gu Hai frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. What should we do? Mu Chenfeng showed an anxious expression. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath and said, Gu Qin, withdraw the array. Not far away, Gu Qin could also see the outside world. He showed some worry on his face, but he still obeyed and withdrew the array. The clouds surrounding the imperial palace immediately scattered. The great cloudy array was withdrawn. 1,500 dragon skeletons fell to the ground, immediately exposed to everyone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the dragon skeletons were exposed, gasps came from the Dahan imperial palace. Not far away, the Thousand Islands sea cultivators watching felt their scalps go numb. The huge rock outside the Dahan imperial palace had more than 100 Yuanying state experts nailed to it. It was particularly eye-catching. Now, 1,500 dragons were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they were all reduced to a pile of bones, without any flesh. What happened to them earlier? These were giant dragons. A single giant dragon could sweep through his entire island. Now, 1,500 giant dragons had all been reduced to dragon bones in a mere 20 hours. Some of the cultivators who were thinking about how to snatch Gu Hai's dragon vein all put away their unrealistic thoughts. Snatch my ass. Who would dare to snatch it? Milord, this group of dragons turned into dragon skeletons like the silver moon. See? A subordinate looked at Sima Chongkong in shock. However, Sima Chongkong's expression was very calm, as if he had guessed it long ago. The dragons originally looked at the array angrily. After all, the person in the array had played them for a fool. If they saw him again, they would definitely tear him to pieces. However, when the array was removed and the 1,000 dragon skeletons appeared, the dragons suddenly trembled. What happened just now? They're all dead. They're all dead. The dragons looked at the center of the pile of skeletons in shock. They saw Gu Hai holding a blood saber and a bone saber. Ancient devil. It's old Devil Gu. It's him. Just like the Passion Flower Valley. It must be old Devil Gu. Old Devil Gu? The dragons looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's golden core realm cultivation? Damn golden core realm. When have you seen a golden core realm cultivator kill so many Yuanying state cultivators? The dragons looked at Gu Hai in shock. You killed more than 1,000 dragons. An elder-looking man on the flying boat glared at him and said angrily. Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. When Crown Prince Ao Sheng raised his eyelids, he also looked at Gu Hai. Hall Master of the Elite Hall, Gu Hai, greets Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Gu Hai bowed, slightly. When Gu Hai spoke, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The dragons did not dare to interrupt, but they all looked at Gu Hai with ferocious expressions in shock. Elite Hall? Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. Mu Chenfeng immediately said, His Holiness personally issued a decree and conferred Gu Hai as the Hall Master of the Elite Hall. De Qian Marquis, Crown Prince Ao Sheng, you have come from afar. Gu Hai did not welcome you. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, Did not welcome you? Ha! I don't care if you are the Hall Master of the Elite Hall. Did you impersonate me? Ao Sheng's tone was cold. The surrounding dragons glared at Gu Hai. Was it Gu Hai earlier? Had he deceived all the dragons? If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to vent his anger. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, you must be joking. When did I impersonate you? Guhai denied it with a smile. Guhai's denial made the surrounding onlookers widen their eyes. Do you think everyone is blind? Do you think denying it is useful? Crown Prince, it must be him. He was the one who lied to us earlier. He impersonated you and deceived Ao Shun, deceiving us into killing each other. The White Dragon leader said angrily. Huh. Ao Shun looked coldly at Guhai. A strong aura pressed down. The expressions of the Dahan officials immediately changed. They could not raise their heads under the pressure. You want to lie to me? Ao Shun asked coldly. Huh. Crown Prince Ao Shun and this White Dragon leader. What's wrong? Did I lie with what I just said? That's right. Earlier, I was the one who confronted Ao Shun in the Soaring Palace Hall. However, when did I impersonate Crown Prince Ao Shun? Did I say that I was Ao Shun? If I did, I would let Crown Prince Ao Shun deal with me as he pleased. However, ask this group of dragons and everyone here, when did I say that I was Ao Shun? What did I say? What was my tone then? Guhai asked sullenly. Huh. The White Dragon leader was stunned. Ao Shun also looked at the White Dragon leader with a frown. The White Dragon thought for a while and frowned. In his memory, Guhai did not say that he was Ao Shun. Do you all remember what Guhai said back then? The leader of the White Dragons looked at the other dragons. The other dragons kept recalling all the conversations between Guhai and Ao Shun. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not remember when Guhai said that he was Ao Shun. It seemed that he really did not admit it. The dragon's expressions stiffened. Crown Prince Ao Shun, it seems that I am innocent. Guhai said with a smile. Chapter 273. Crown Prince Ao Shun, it looks like I am innocent. Guhai said with a faint smile. Right after Guhai spoke, all the dragon race cultivators were shocked. You are innocent. The countless spectating cultivators in the surroundings goggled. You are innocent. In that case, what is going on with the 1,500 dragon bones under your feet? How do you explain this? Did they all commit suicide? Are you innocent? Who are you trying to fool? Crown Prince, he is lying. He is impersonating you. The White Dragon leader said indignantly while glaring. Guhai smiled faintly and said, To catch a thief, you need to take the dirty. This White Dragon, you said that I am impersonating Crown Prince Ao Shun. Even if I asked you to provide evidence, you would not be able to do so. Could it be that you can slander my elite hall with just one sentence? Humph. Guhai, it is useless for you to quibble. Didn't you do so much to make us think that you are the Crown Prince? Do you think that everyone is blind? The White Dragon leader said while glaring. I am me. I never said that I am Crown Prince Ao Shun. If you think that I am Crown Prince Ao Shun, that is because you are stupid. You misunderstood and want to frame me? Do you want me to pay for your stupidity? Guhai looked at the dragon race cultivators coldly. What did you say? Roar. Roar. The dragon race cultivators roared furiously, looking like they wanted to tear Guhai apart. You actually said that we are stupid? Guhai looked at the dragon race cultivators coldly, not showing any fear. Smoke slowly rose in the surroundings. The dragon race cultivators roared for a while, but no one dared to charge down. After all, the ritual array below was indeed horrifying. Furthermore, there were mountains of dragon bones as proof. No one dared to charge down. You said that we are stupid and misunderstood, that you are the Crown Prince. Didn't you cause all this? You even said that there were more than 10,000 huge dragon race cultivators hidden in the sea. You deliberately misled us. You are impersonating the Crown Prince. The White Dragon leader shouted while glaring. However, Guhai sneered and said, everyone has a good memory. Why don't you help me recall what I said at that time? You said that you saw over 10,000 giant dragons at the bottom of the sea, but I never said it, nor did I admit it. Who can help me recall what I said at that time? Who is it? Guhai questioned. Crown Prince Ao Sheng also looked at a black dragon. The black dragon's face stiffened. At that time he said, Hee, Brother Wang, this subordinate of yours is really interesting. Yes, I'm alone and didn't bring anyone. Why don't you come in and take a look? After the black dragon finished speaking, the dragons fell silent for a long while. At that time, we thought you were being sarcastic. We all thought you were being sarcastic. Then, huge dragons appeared in all directions of the sea. More than 10,000 huge dragons were swimming in the depths of the sea. Only then did we believe that you were the crown prince. White dragon, did you hear that? I said that I was the only one. You didn't believe me, you were stupid, and you misunderstood. Who can you blame? I've told you so clearly, but you insist on letting your imagination run wild. And you want to force me to commit a crime? What a joke! Guhai shouted coldly. The dragons were speechless, as if they had swallowed a dead rat again. Why was it again? Then what's going on at the bottom of the sea? What's going on with more than 10,000 giant dragon shadows? The white dragon leader said coldly. What does that have to do with me? Guhai said, amused. That one sentence made the dragons speechless. Yes, Guhai didn't mention the four seas at all. He made the connection himself. Now that Guhai had pushed the blame away, they couldn't find any evidence against him. You even called Ao Shun Brother Wang. The white dragon leader said angrily, Yes, I can call him Brother Wang, brotherly, Brother Zhao. What's wrong? What does it have to do with you how I call him? Guhai said coldly. The white dragon's face turned red. Brother Wang? A Wang with the surname Wang? A Wang with the surname Wang? Then why did you mention father and brother to him? The white dragon said unwillingly. What does that have to do with you? Guhai said coldly. The white dragon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Crown Prince, he even imitated your voice. This can't be faked. Everyone heard it. The blue dragon leader shouted. That's right, Crown Prince. He imitated your voice back then. That's why we fell for it. The dragons said firmly. The dragons looked at Guhai with righteous indignation. Hee, ha 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 ha. Guhai suddenly laughed and interrupted the dragons, imitating my voice. Hee, that's a crime? What a joke. Can't they have the same voice? Do you believe that the people of the Han Dynasty can find 100 people with the same voice as Crown Prince Ao Sheng? I imitated my own people. How can I imitate Crown Prince Ao Sheng? Should I be convicted just because of a similar voice? Guhai said coldly. The dragons. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. The dragons looked at Guhai in despair. Can you be any more shameless? Countless cultivators around also widened their eyes. Wasn't Guhai too clean? He actually made the dragons speechless. Not far away, at Sima Changkong's place. Sir, why is Guhai so clean? Why is he not doing what he did? A subordinate said disdainfully. Sima Changkong smiled and said, This is Guhai's brilliance. Indeed, sometimes he doesn't need a reason to believe something. Just like Crown Prince Ao Sheng now, if he says you are guilty, you are guilty. But now, Guhai has to clear his name. Why? This is also Guhai's brilliance. Previously, when he threatened Ao Shun, Guhai didn't leave any evidence behind. What a good plan. Even if this matter was exposed in the future, Guhai could still be in an invincible position. But I didn't expect this to happen so quickly. Why does Guhai have to clear his name? The dragon race is allied with the Deqian Celestial Empire. Gu Hai is the hall master of the Deqian Celestial Empire's first-class hall. To be precise, the two of them are colleagues. Colleagues are different from enemies. If you are an enemy, you don't need a reason to arrest you. But if you are a colleague, how will the others in the Deqian Celestial Empire look at you if you don't care about morality? If Gu Hai impersonates Ao Sheng, he will be tarnishing Ao Sheng's reputation. Ao Sheng has the right to deal with him. However, what if Gu Hai doesn't impersonate Ao Sheng? At the very least, there is no evidence to prove that Gu Hai impersonates Ao Sheng. What excuse does Ao Sheng have? Just based on the accusations of a group of foolish subordinates? This Gu Hai is really slippery, Sima Chongkong said with a frown. Then, Gu Hai will be fine? Not necessarily. Ao Sheng will not compromise so easily. Sima Chongkong showed some worry. In the distance, Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Sheng and said, "All right, Crown Prince Ao Sheng, this group of dragon race members should be the sinners of the dragon race. According to the rules of the dragon race and the Deqian Empire, they are not allowed to leave their assigned places without permission. However, they traveled such a long distance to my 9-5 island. This is a great crime. Secondly, they betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire for treason. It is not convenient for me to interfere in the matters of the dragon race. I hope that Crown Prince Ao Sheng can handle this yourself." The group of dragon race members glared at Gu Hai. What a sharp tongue. Never mind. I will not pursue the matter of you impersonating me. However, what about my royal brother? Ao Sheng asked indifferently. When Ao Sheng spoke, the group of dragon race members fell silent. "Gao-chen, Miao-chen, bring out Ao Sheng," Gu Hai said seriously. Creak. The doors to the soaring palace hall suddenly opened. Miao Chen slowly walked out with Ao Shun with a complicated expression. At this moment, Ao Shun no longer had his earlier sharpness. His hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. His eyes were bloodshot, looking like he wanted to eat someone. "Gu Hai, you liar! Liar! I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Roar!" Ao Shun roared in grief and indignation. At the Gungjin sect, Ao Shun got tricked by Duga Bai and fled in fright. This was already a great humiliation for him, utterly embarrassing himself. This time, Ao Shun brought the dragon race army here to wash away his previous humiliation. However, how could Ao Shun expect that Gu Hai tricked him again? Previously, Gu Hai scared Ao Shun into fleeing. This time, it was even more embarrassing. Ao Shun was absolutely strong, absolutely undefeatable. To think that he failed at the final step of sweeping through 9-5 Island. Ao Shun was an expert from the Heavenly Opening Palace, but Gu Hai tricked him into sealing himself and allowing himself to be captured. At this thought, the shadow in Ao Shun's heart multiplied. This was no longer a matter of losing face. This was no longer a matter of intellect. This was a case of a retard. How could Ao Shun be inferior to a retard? How could Ao Shun convince the dragon race in the future? How would the female dragons view Ao Shun? Ao Shun was a disgrace to the entire dragon race. If it were Ao Shun would have accepted it. Ao Shun's strength and influence were inferior to his. However, this was Gu Hai, a golden core cultivator. An ant. Ao Shun was tricked by an ant. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Ao Shun roared at Gu Hai in grief and indignation. "Master, Ao Shun is going crazy. He keeps shouting that he wants to kill you. We can't even stop him," Gao-chen said bitterly. Ao Shun's blood rushed to his head. "You dealt a huge blow to him," Miao Chen said bitterly as well. Ao Shun, whom Miao Chen was inferior to, ended up being tricked by Gu Hai into sealing his cultivation and allowing himself to be captured. Miao Chen had never seen such a strange thing in his life. "Ao Shun, look who's here!" Gu Hai shouted. Sure enough, the loud shout of this great enemy caused Ao Shun to suddenly tremble and raise his head to look. Ao Shun saw a group of dragons gathered around a flying ship in the distance. Ao Shun stood on the flying ship. Ao Shun shivered and immediately sobered up. "Brother Wang, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ao Shun smiled bitterly. When Ao Shun heard what happened, he felt extremely speechless. His big brother's mental fortitude was not good, but he had not expected things to end up like this. "Ao Shun? Humph. I don't need your hypocrisy." Ao Shun showed a sullen expression. Ao Shun turned his head and looked at the soaring palace plaza. Huge dragon corpses piled up like mountains. Ao Shun inhaled sharply, showing a ferocious expression. My subordinates! My subordinates! You killed them all! You killed them all!" Ao Shun stared at Gu Hai with a cold expression. These sinful dragons betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire and the dragon race. They wanted to kill me, the elite hall master. I have the authority to kill them all, including you. Gu Hai said coldly. Good, good, good. Ao Shun's eyes turned red as he glared at Gu Hai, overflowing hatred flashing in his eyes. Bring Brother Wang back. Ao Shun called out to the white dragon leader. Wait, Gu Hai suddenly called out. Huh. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Ao Shun betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire this time. He led the dragon race to my place to cause trouble and was captured by me. Out of consideration for Crown Prince Ao Shun, I can hand over Ao Shun to you. However, I hope that this matter will end here. The dragon race will not pursue this matter. Gu Hai said sullenly as he looked at Ao Shun. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Not pursue this matter? Ha ha. I cannot pursue this matter, but I don't care about others. Oh, Crown Prince Ao Shun means that you will not care if Ao Shun leads the dragon race to pursue my 9-5 island in the future? Gu Hai said indifferently. That's right, Ao Shun said indifferently. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please take back what you said earlier. Restrain the dragon race and stop causing trouble in my 9-5 island, Gu Hai said sullenly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. What a joke! Who do you think you are? You want me to take back what I said? Not pursuing this matter for killing my dragon race is already the limit. Yet, you want me to work for you? Roar! The dragon race roared as they glared at Gu Hai ferociously. Humph! Gu Hai, just wait for death. Ao Shun sneered. A horrifying atmosphere spread throughout the Han dynasty. Horror appeared on the faces of countless officials. While the emperor could scare Ao Shun once, he could not scare Ao Shun a second time. The surrounding cultivators goggled as well. The Han dynasty has thoroughly offended the dragon race. It's over. Indeed, Ao Shun will definitely take revenge. Gu Hai will not be able to stop him. Crown Prince Ao Shun is clearly protecting Ao Shun and the dragon race. Indeed, in the eyes of the dragon race, the Han dynasty is nothing. Why should they give you face? Countless cultivators felt that it was over for Gu Hai. Some felt that it was a pity, while others felt worried. Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and said, All right, since Crown Prince Ao Shun has already put it that way, there is nothing more to discuss. Huh. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Miao Chun, Gao Chun, watch Ao Shun properly. We will not give Ao Shun to them. If anyone dares to make a move, immediately kill Ao Shun. Gu-hai said coldly as he glared. How dare you? How dare you? You bastard! The dragon race roared furiously. Gu-hai showed a ferocious expression as he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. You think that I am easy to bully, but I think that you are laughable. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, do you want Ao Sheng to die? Chapter 274. Gu-hai showed a ferocious expression as he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. You think that I am easy to bully, but I think that you are laughable. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, do you want Ao Sheng to die? The situation suddenly changed. Earlier, Gu-hai was still arguing with the dragons, trying to appease Crown Prince Ao Sheng. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu-hai turned hostile and started arguing with Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Shouldn't this insignificant golden core immediately kneel down and beg for mercy? What confidence did Xiao Chen have to challenge the Dragon Crown Prince? In the distance, Sima Chongkong raised his eyebrows. Oh no, this conflict is going to intensify. The countless cultivators watching in the surroundings held their breaths and glared at Gu-hai. Is your brain damaged? Earlier, you tricked Ao Shun by pretending to be mysterious. Now, who can you fool? Why are you still so unyielding? Even the expressions of the dragons changed. Roar! 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 The dragons roared and glared at Gu-hai. Not only did Gu-hai capture Ao Shun, but he also mocked Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Was this a challenge to the dignity of the entire dragon race? However, Ao Shun suddenly froze, unable to process this. Earlier, it seemed that Gu-hai was already preparing to release him. Why did he say such harsh words? Is my brain damaged? Why can't I seek freedom, first before taking revenge? Now, Gu-hai actually turned hostile. With a wave of his hand, Gao Chen and Miao Chen escorted Ao Shun to Gu-hai. As Gu-hai controlled Ao Shun, he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Crown Prince Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he had not expected Gu-hai to dare to disobey him at this moment. Huh, you're Gu-hai? I really underestimated you, Ao Sheng said in an icy tone. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, all dragons, listen up. Go back to where you came from. This is my Han dynasty. We do not welcome you. Gu-hai said coldly. How dare you? The dragons immediately roared. All the dragon elders on the flying boat also stared at Gu-hai with their eyes wide open. So what if I'm impudent? Get out of Dahan. Gu-hai said coldly. That resolute tone caused the surrounding cultivators to break out in a cold sweat. Was this Gu-hai really not afraid of death? Han Dynasty? Ha! Do you believe that I can annihilate him with a flip of my hand? One of the elders said with a cold gaze. At the side, Mu Chenfeng whispered, This is Elder Zhen of the Dragon Tribe. Ao Shun said that he would support him. Elder Zhen? Ha! I believe that you can annihilate my Dahan. However, do you believe that I will kill Ao Shun immediately? Gu-hai pointed his bloody blade at Ao Shun's back with a ferocious expression. How dare you? Elder Zhen glared at him. At this moment, Ao Shun felt his scalp go numb because he could feel Gu-hai's dense killing intent. Did he really dare to kill him? Uncle Zhen. Ao Shun looked at Elder Zhen with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Gu-hai, if you dare to harm a single hair on Ao Shun, I will take your life. Elder Zhen said with a cold expression. Gu-hai sneered and said, Do you think that I am afraid of your threats? Just now, Crown Prince Ao Sheng said that if I let Ao Shun go, he would not care about anything else. If Ao Shun wants to take revenge, then I will die. Whether I let Ao Shun go or not, I will die anyway. Why should I let him go? Do you think that I am as stupid as you? Bastard! Uncle Zhen glared at him. Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame your crown prince Ao Shun. He forced me to use Ao Shun as a threat. In other words, he forced me to kill Ao Shun. Gu Hai looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Shun. How dare you? Ao Shun glared at him and said angrily, Am I wrong? Crown Prince Ao Shun, today, I, a little Gu Hai, challenged the dignity of the dragon race. For the sake of the dragon race's dignity, you must teach me a lesson. I will use Ao Shun as a hostage. If you dare to do anything, I will kill Ao Shun. You force me to kill Ao Shun with righteousness. Isn't it because you led the dragons to kill Ao Shun, your own brother? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai reprimanded. The dragons looked at Ao Shun. Was Ao Shun still going to make a move? If he dealt with the Dahan again, he would be forcing Ao Shun to his death. Was he really going to force his own brother to his death? Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, do you dare? Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai coldly. With just a few words, Gu Hai forced him onto the moral execution platform. If he dared to make a move today, he would be killing his own brother. The dragons were watching. The whole world was watching. If he forced Ao Shun to his death, his own status in the dragon race would be damaged. Do you dare or not? You can try, Gu Hai said coldly. That dragon over there, don't move. Gu Hai suddenly shouted at the giant dragon that was trying to sneak away. That giant dragon wanted to sneak behind Gu Hai, but Gu Hai saw through it and shouted. The dragons froze and looked at Gu Hai coldly. Good, good, good. Gu Hai, you are really brave. Let go of my brother. What do you want? Ao Shun said coldly after a moment of silence. Sorry, I don't want to let go of Ao Shun now. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please go ahead. Go back to where you came from, Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? Ao Shun glared. Do you think that the dragon race can come and go as you please? Ao Shun said coldly. My Dahan? Ha, I am indeed much weaker than your dragon race. You dragons can be destroyed with a flip of my hand. However, since the Dahan has been established, we will not avoid any threats. Even if we have to fight to the death, we will not hesitate. Come, do you want to die together or take this opportunity to kill your brother? Crown Prince Ao Shun, do you want to try? Gu Hai said coldly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. He said, No one can threaten my dragon race, not even the insignificant Dahan. Capture Gu Hai. The dragons roared and immediately charged at Gu Hai, bearing their fangs and claws. Roar, roar, rumble. The roars filled with killing chi shook the place. Countless officials showed horrified expressions. Montez, Qin Tianshan, and the others clenched their fists, showing nervous expressions. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were also shocked. The roars sounded like they would destroy the Dahan in the blink of an eye and kill Gu Hai. Shing! The soft sound of a saber scraping against flesh rang out. His voice was not loud, but the murderous dragons in the sky were so frightened by this voice that they paused in their tracks. It was Gu Hai. His saber pierced through Ao Shun's back and into Ao Shun's chest. The crimson saber pierced through Ao Shun's body and came out. Blood was still dripping from the saber in Ao Shun's chest. Ao Shun vomited blood as he looked at the half-saber sticking out of his chest in disbelief. Gu Hai really dared? He really dared to kill me? However, the dragons in the sky were scared silly. Gu Hai actually stabbed Ao Shun with his saber? How could he dare? How could this be? The dragons were shocked. Ao Shun's expression also changed as he looked at Gu Hai in horror. Gu Hai showed a cold smile as he looked at the dragons in the sky. He shouted, Come on, then. Why don't you continue? Why aren't you continuing? Are you scared? However, the dragons suddenly retreated a little as if they were frightened by Gu Hai's angry roar. You, you dare to kill my royal brother? Ao Shung said coldly. Stop pretending. I didn't stab you. You did, Crown Prince Ao Shung. Gu Hai said coldly. Ao Shung clenched his fists and looked at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with coldness. Stop, stop. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from afar. It was Sima Chongkong, who couldn't bear to watch any longer and flew out. Stop right there. Meng Tai immediately stepped forward and blocked Sima Chongkong's path. Oh, Mr. Sima? Gu Hai frowned slightly. He recognized him at a glance. He was the first person to buy Gu Hai's piano in Silver Moon City. After City, Lord, he committed suicide. He took over Silver Moon City. He was actually Dahan. Mr. Good. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Sima Chongkong turned to look at Crown Prince Ao Shung and said, I am Sima Chongkong. Greetings, Crown Prince Ao Shung. Oh, former top scorer? I remember you, Sima Chongkong. You were almost the top scorer. Now, you are working for Takashi Ryushin? Ao Shung said in a low voice. Yes, that's me. I was passing by and saw a psychological battle. I shouldn't be meddling in other people's business. However, we are all working for the Deqian Celestial Empire. We shouldn't fight to the death. I will be the mediator. Why don't the two of you stop fighting? Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Stop fighting? How do we stop fighting? Ao Shung asked coldly. Gu Hai will return Ao Shun, and Crown Prince Ao Shung will promise to restrain the Dragon Tribe. He will not pursue anything against Gu Hai or the Han Dynasty. What do you think? Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Not pursue anything against him? Ao Shung looked at Gu Hai coldly. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Although Gu Hai didn't hit any vital points, Crown Prince Ao Shun is bleeding. As time goes by, something will happen even if nothing happens. Ao Shung's face darkened, and he remained silent for a while. However, the Dragon Tribe was anxious. Among them, Elder Jen and Elder Lin were even more anxious. Crown Prince, Ao Shun is dying. You are brothers after all. You. Elder Jen said anxiously. Uncle Jen, do you also agree with what Gu Hai said? That I want to kill Brother Wang? Ao Shung's face changed. No, but Ao Shun is now. Elder Jen said anxiously. The group of Dragon Tribe elders was anxious. They decided to listen to Sima Chongkong and save Ao Shun first. Ao Shun took a deep breath. His expression was terrible, but he finally nodded and said, All right, I'll let you do as you say. Take it as a favor to Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family. Thank you, Crown Prince Ao Shung. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Sima Chongkong turned around and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, look. Gu Hai looked at Sima Chongkong and frowned. I'm sorry, Mr. Sima. I don't know much about Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family, so I can't agree with you. Thank you for your kindness. Huh. The surrounding Dragon Tribe members' faces froze. Gu Hai doesn't know what's good for him. Crown Prince has already agreed not to pursue the matter. Why is he still so stubborn? Bastard. The Dragon Tribe members scolded Gu Hai. Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai with a frown. However, he could not prove to Gu Hai that Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family were powerful. Mr. Sima, I appreciate your kindness. Moreover, even if I know about Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family's power, I still stand by my principles, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, Sima Chongkong was slightly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't trust the Dragon Tribe. Ha ha. Why should I use Ao Shun in exchange for the safety of the Dahan? With Ao Shun in our hands, the Dahan is as stable as a mountain. Our lives are in our own hands. However, if we give Ao Shun to them. Our lives will be in their hands. It's up to them whether they want to kill me or not. If that's the case, why should we let others decide our fates? Guhai said calmly. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. I didn't think it through. However, your feud is getting worse. It's fine. Guhai shook his head. Guhai turned around and looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, do you want to try again? Let's see if I can cut Ao Shun vertically with this slash of mine. Or you can go back and see if you can piece it back together. Maybe you'll even die in one piece. Ha 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 ha. Guhai laughed sinisterly. The dragons were furious, but they could only hold it in. No one dared to move. Ao Shun was bleeding profusely, but his face was pale. Crown Prince, Ao Shun is dying. Elder Jen said anxiously. Guhai, good. I underestimated you. You dared to kill my royal brother. I'll exterminate your entire family, Crown Prince Ao Shun said coldly. If you keep delaying, let's see how long Ao Shun can last. If you keep delaying, he'll die, Guhai said with a sinister smile. Humph! What will it take for you to let go of my royal brother? Crown Prince Ao Shun demanded anxiously. In the future, I will bring him to the Qian dynasty's capital. I will hand him over to you there. Today, you can forget about it. You will only get his corpse at best. Now, take all your dragon race members and leave 9-5 Island. Leave now. Leave now, Guhai said coldly. The dragons showed unsightly expressions. Ao Shun showed an extremely unsightly expression. However, Ao Shun was on his last breath. If this continued, Ao Shun would really die. Crown Prince, let's retreat. Elder Jen said bitterly. Crown Prince, let's retreat. We will take revenge in the future. Crown Prince, Ao Shun cannot die. He cannot be forced to his death by you. Crown Prince. A group of dragons pleaded anxiously. The dragons looked at Ao Shun. Ao Shun clenched his fists. When Ao Shun came, he could never have imagined that he would be forced into a corner by a mere Golden Core Realm cultivator. Ao Shun looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun weakly. His eyes were so weak that they seemed to be closed, yet not. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ao Shun, didn't you want me to die? You don't have to worry about me seizing the throne. There's no need. Ao Shun weakly closed his eyes. Let's go. Ao Shun roared with great disbelief. Let's go. Let's go. Elder Jen and Elder Lin shouted anxiously. The dragons showed reluctance, especially the Sin dragons. Twice. This was the second time. The first time, the dragon army led by Crown Prince Ao Shun was almost annihilated by Guhai. The second time, Crown Prince Ao Shun led the dragon race army. In the end, Guhai forced him to flee in panic. Was this Guhai the nemesis of the dragon race? The flying ship was the first to fly into the distance. Under the urging of a group of elders, the dragons quickly followed and left. Roar! 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 The dragons let out waves of unwillingness and humiliation as they left quickly. Countless cultivators, watching from all directions, were left with their mouths agape. They could not close them for a long time. Was this a joke? Wasn't the Han dynasty going too far? That was a group of dragons. The dragons were being forced to retreat by Guhai for the second time. Everyone was already shocked the first time. Now that it was the second time, no one could describe the monstrous Dahan Emperor. Mr. Good, Ao Shun is dying. Sima Changkong reminded with a bitter smile. Tisk, Guhai pulled out the blood knife from Ao Shun's body. Don't worry, he won't die. Chapter 275. Ao Shun's wound was staunched as he was brought away. The countless spectating cultivators remained silent, for a long time as they looked at the distant Gu Hai. Nearly all the cultivators found this strange. Such a ferocious person had not appeared in the Thousand Islands Sea for 800 years. Just one dragon could sweep through nearly all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. However, there were 4,000 dragons this time. Furthermore, there was a legendary expert who opened a heavenly palace. No matter which island it was, they would not be able to deal with it. However, the 9-5 Island Master easily dealt with it. The first time was a fluke. What about the second time? Master, the Han Dynasty has been recruiting cultivators. This disciple would like to go and try. Father, the Han Dynasty is growing stronger by the day. The Dahan Emperor is even more powerful. This child wants to join the Han Dynasty. Our clan cannot remain in a barren place like the Thousand Islands Sea forever. I want to follow Gu Hai and establish a great clan. Martial uncle, please tell my master that I am not going back. I want to stay in the Han Dynasty. Many cultivators suddenly yearned for the Han Dynasty. It had only been established 1 year, and it could already repel dragons. What would happen in the future? The fog slowly encased the distant Dahan imperial palace. However, the eyes of countless cultivators grew increasingly brighter. As for the Han Dynasty's crisis, forming a grudge with the dragon race, some people worried. However, even more people thought highly of Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai's legend was based on the earlier battle. More than 1 year ago, Xiao Chun had already made a name for himself in the innate puzzle world. Then, the Great War on 9-5 Island became even more impressive. Xiao Chun suppressed countless cultivators and established the Han Dynasty. Now, the Han Dynasty stood undefeated against dragons. Everyone believed that Gu Hai would make the Dahan Empire stronger. More importantly, the Han Dynasty's salary was extremely generous. There was also the Spirit Spring. What were the cultivations of the Han Dynasty's officials? But in the past year, the Han Dynasty had been very generous with their resources. After soaking in Spirit Spring water, most of them had already reached the greater heaven stage. In the Han Dynasty, there were countless hopes. However, in the Thousand Islands Sea, their sects were still the same. After today, Chun Tianshan's recruitment mission would become more important. Fog shrouded the area. Sima Changkong led a group of subordinates to the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza. Mr. Sima, thank you for earlier, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too kind. I'm more of a hindrance than a help. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Since Mr. Sima is so considerate, it means you're helping. Hee, Mr. Sima, you've come from afar. Why don't you stay in the Dahan Palace for a while? I'll be a good host, Gu Hai said with a smile. No, the battle between Jinmu of Silla and Lu Yang is imminent. I've already wasted a lot of time coming here. I'll be going back soon. Sima Changkong shook his head. Oh, all right. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Exterminating the dragons was only Gu Hai's third step to deal with Lu Yang. Relatively speaking, Gu Hai still hoped to destroy the Daing dynasty as soon as possible. Oh, right. What are you going to do with Ao Shun? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun, who was not far away. He narrowed his eyes and said, Ao Shun? He'll stay with me for the time being. Sima Changkong nodded. Be careful. Ao Shun is not an ordinary person. Today, I had no choice but to compromise in order to stabilize the dragon tribe and not bear the crime of killing my brother. However, in the future, I know, I'm just playing a trick this time. I'll be careful. However, if Mr. Sima wants to go back, you better hurry. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Oh, I've already let Luan go. He was rescued by a sin dragon. He should be heading straight for Yingzhou now. He and the Sin Dragon brought back two pieces of bad news. First, the dragon army was destroyed. Second, Mo Yike is a Deqian spy. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. Hence, you better go as fast as you can and cooperate. As for how effective it will be, I don't know yet. However, isn't it a good thing to create some chaos for them? Smiling, Gu Hai said. That's right. Mo Yike? It's good to create some trouble for him. He is Liu Yang's top strategist. Sima Chongkong's eyes lit up. Goodbye, Sima Chongkong said with a slight bow and a smile. Gu Hai bowed, slightly. Taking out the flying ship, Sima Chongkong's group steered the flying ship and soared into the sky. They charged out of the ritual array and headed for the Divine Continent. Outside 95 Island, the dragon army circled the flying ship as it headed northwest. The Dragon Crown Prince Ao Sheng was on the flying ship. Ao Sheng stood on the deck with a group of dragon race elders in front of him. When the elders saw Ao Sheng, they all bowed, sincerely. Many thanks, Crown Prince. The group of elders said sincerely. Many thanks, Crown Prince. The group of Sin Dragons flying at the periphery also looked respectfully at Ao Sheng. The group of dragons thanked Crown Prince Ao Sheng for backing down. Due to Crown Prince Ao Sheng's backing down, Ao Sheng managed to survive. This was especially so for Uncle Jen and Uncle Lin, who showed sincere expressions. They showed expressions of sincere submission. Everyone, what are you talking about? That is my royal brother. How can I watch him suffer? Only sigh. Alas, I still could not save my royal brother. Crown Prince Ao Sheng said bitterly. Crown Prince, you have already done enough. Elder Jen said respectfully. Indeed, it is all because that Gu Hai is too crafty. Sooner or later, he will return the favor. Elder Lin said through clenched teeth. Our dragon race is humiliated. It is all Gu Hai's fault. The group of dragons said, hatefully. It is all because of my incompetence. Crown Prince Ao Sheng said bitterly. Elder Jen shook his head and said, Crown Prince, you cannot be blamed for this. Ao Sheng fell for Gu Hai's trick. Crown Prince only chose to compromise for your elder brother's sake. You cannot be blamed for this. Indeed, if not for Ao Sheng being restrained, Crown Prince would not have compromised. Elder Lin immediately spoke up for Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng looked at the two and nodded. Never mind. Let's not talk about this for now. When we return, I will go to Deqianqing and ask for him. I believe that Gu Hai will not dare to harm my royal brother again. The group of dragons nodded. After that, they went about their business. However, Crown Prince Ao Sheng walked to the end of the deck and looked at the distant 95 Island. As Crown Prince Ao Sheng looked at 95 Island, he did not get angry at Gu Hai. Instead, he showed a faint smile. Gu Hai, should I blame you or should I thank you? Crown Prince Ao Sheng muttered with a faint smile. Although Ao Sheng had compromised in today's battle, he had won the hearts of all the dragon race because of this compromise. Now, the dragon race recognized only Crown Prince Ao Sheng. 95 Island, Dahan Palace. After dealing with the threat of the dragon race, Gu Hai quickly dealt with the backlog of administrative matters in peace. Crown Prince Guqin, who was the regent, dealt with most of the administrative matters. However, there were some matters that the Crown Prince was not qualified to interfere with, requiring Gu Hai to deal with personally. In the study, Gu Hai sat behind a desk. A group of important officials of the Han Dynasty and the Crown Prince stood in front of him. Zhuo Laishu was Gu Hai's most trusted manager in the past. Now he was a powerful official. Zhuo Laishu was Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Montez, and the others. In the past year, Montez had purged many corrupt and bribed officials. Many of them were the relatives of the important officials before him. Montez stared at this group of important officials. Xiao Chun had already prepared all sorts of evidence to prevent these important officials from reporting him so that he could deal with them. However, these former managers were all old people who followed Gu Hai. They were all shrewd people and understood Gu Hai very well. The embroidered uniform guards were used for internal matters. Now, the Han Dynasty was flourishing. Although they killed many of their relatives, that was because they were seeking death. Xiao Chun already said that they should not be corrupt and take bribes. To think that they still tried to interfere. Furthermore, the Han Dynasty had just been established. Not only did these managers hold high positions and authority, but they also broke through to the innate realm and had hope of reaching immortality. Those relatives seeking death should just bear the consequences of their actions. Although Montez felt nervous, the important officials discussed some important matters with Gu Hai. However, they did not mention anything about the purge of the embroidered uniform guards. Your Majesty, over the past half-year, 9-5 Island has been unified. Although those mundane nations put up some resistance, they quickly compromised due to the general trend, Gao Xianji said with a smile. Gao Xianji, you did well. Gu Hai praised with a smile. Back then, the Song Nation's war god was extremely skilled at leading troops in battle. In a short time, he used the resources of the Han Dynasty to complete the mission that Xiao Chun gave him. He indeed deserved a reward. This official is just doing his duty. Gao Xianji said with a smile, Your Majesty, after the dragon race retreated a few days ago, more cultivators came to apply for positions in the Dahan. The number of people is increasing every day. Now, my Dahan is accepting all the people from all over the world. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, The 1,000 Islands Sea is barren in the end. Everyone felt confused. However, we cannot just let the 1,000 Islands Sea go. Qin Tianshan, Gu Hai said seriously. This official is here. Of the 2,000 passion flower tree demons, 20 of them are from the Yuanying state. These tree demons will cooperate with you, for now. Recruit soldiers in the 1,000 Islands Sea. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Qin Tianshan answered with some curiosity. The cultivators of the 1,000 Islands Sea are weak and scattered, causing the factions of the divine continent to feel disdain for them. However, I need them. Gather the scattered sand. I need the boundless strength of cultivators. Recruit soldiers for me. No matter what method you use, the more, the better. I need to see a large army of cultivators as soon as possible. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Qin Tianshan answered. Imperial Father, you want to march into the divine continent? Guqin asked out of curiosity. That's right. The 1,000 Islands Sea is too small. The Han Dynasty needs to be strong. 1,000 Islands Sea is far from enough. We need to march into the divine continent, Gu Hai said seriously. What about our 9-5 Island? Guqin asked with a frown. After all, this was where the Han Dynasty made its fortune. Everything depends on the future. If necessary, we can move the capital, Gu Hai said seriously. Hey, actually, we don't have to move the capital. Your son has an idea, Guqin said with a frown. Oh, your son obtained old man Guanqi's inheritance. There is a large ritual array. It can lift up the entire 9-5 Island and make it float like a flying ship. However, it moves very slowly, Guqin explained. Oh, there is such a ritual array. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes, however, it requires too many spirit stones. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year, Guqin said bitterly. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. After all, the divine Foothill dynasty had accumulated only 2 billion superior-grade spirit stones over several hundred years. Setting up a ritual array required 1 billion every year. Yes, this ritual array also requires the heavenly ghost stone shards. 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones every year is not only enough for the floating island, but also for a Dahan divine tool. To be more precise, of the 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones, every year, 900 million are used to support the Dahan divine tool operating the ritual array. Guqin said solemnly, "The heavenly ghost stone shards?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. "Yes, I found them after obtaining Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. It turns out that Old Man Guanxi broke the heavenly ghost stone into 1,089 pieces and merged them into 1,089 treasures." Guqin said seriously, 1,089? Isn't that the same as the number of islands in the Thousand Islands Sea? Montez asked out of curiosity, 1,089? 33 multiplied by 33? Could it be that the 33 unhindered worlds? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he pondered. Imperial Father, according to the inheritance, Elite Hall has 5 divisions. The 5 division tokens are actually 5 treasures with 1 heavenly ghost stone shard inside each, Guqin explained. Oh. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Take the heavenly ghost stone shards and form the Dahan divine tool. Imperial Father can use them at that time. Not only can they form the floating island, but they can also form a large ritual array to protect my 9-5 island. That is what the Sky Chess Pavilion did back then. The only regret is that it requires too many spirit stones. 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones every year, Guqin said bitterly. Gu Hai tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered. However, the study fell silent as everyone waited for Gu Hai to make a decision. After all, the Han dynasty had just been established and lacked money everywhere. 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones can only be used for 1 year. 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones can do a lot of things for us. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, "Money is not a problem. Quickly draw a detailed layout of the ritual array for me to look at." "Yes," Guqin answered. Chapter 276. 3 days later, Guqin handed over the diagram. Gu Hai looked at it for a while before frowning. "Are you sure that the Sky Chess Pavilion used this formation back then?" "Yes. The Sky Chess Pavilion also used this formation when he had a floating city." "Is this a chess formation? I can't see through it either." Guqin frowned. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, "This is a chess formation, and a very strange one at that." "Oh, how does it compare to the 29 line pair formations?" Guqin asked curiously. It's different. This is an infinite chess formation." Gu Hai said solemnly. "What's an infinite chess formation?" "It means that there are no limits or boundaries. The 29 line pair formations has limits. Each line has 29 lines, which is the limit of the 29 line pair formations. However, this infinite chess formation is different. It has no limits, and it can have an infinite number of lines." Gu Hai said solemnly, "Then shouldn't it be stronger than the 29 line pair formations?" "No, not necessarily. It depends on how you set it up. An infinite chess formation needs to be filled with different formations continuously, and it can't be filled randomly. It needs to be perfect for the formations to fuse together. The more you fill in, the stronger the formation. If you fill in too little, it will be very weak," Gu Hai said solemnly. "This is a formation that can be improved. The more you fill in, the stronger it will be?" Guqin's expression changed as he asked, "That's right. The source of the filling in of the formation is a treasure at the Tianyuan position of the chessboard. This treasure will fill in all kinds of chess formations and become a treasure of the formation itself. Guhai said solemnly. This treasure needs to be based on the heavenly Go chess pieces. In the past, Old Man Guanxi used the heavenly Go chess pieces as the source of the formation. Guqin solemnly said, "All right, begin building the altar in the square of the soaring sky hall. Prepare to forge this treasure of the formation source." Guhai said solemnly, "Has Imperial Father agreed?" Guqin's face lit up. Guhai nodded. Guqin quickly went to arrange everything. The altar was built entirely with high-grade spirit stones, using 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Guhai also asked for Class 1 Hall's plate from Gao Xianji and Mu Qinfeng. He also gave them other treasures and spirit stones as compensation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5th Division leader's token was placed flat on the table in front of Guhai. It looks like Long Xiaoye went to the innate puzzle world back, then to look for the unborn man. However, she failed to find him. So she found these 5 treasures and gave them to the 5 division masters. Guhai said, "The 5 tokens contained the fragments of the heavenly Go chess." Guhai followed the method that Guqin had given him and set up a small chess array. He slowly extracted the 5 tokens, and gradually 5 small white crystal fragments separated from the inside. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The moment the heavenly Go chess fragments appeared, the 5 tokens shattered and turned into dust. Of the 5 fragments, Guhai still had 2 fragments in his forehead space. One was from the dragon fixing hoop of the past. The other was from the jade plate he obtained in the innate puzzle world. A total of 7 fragments entered Xiao Chen's forehead space. Guhai sent a strand of his consciousness into these 7 fragments and slowly refined them. Buzz. The fragments immediately trembled as if struggling against Guhai's will, unwilling to be refined. "It is not up to you," Guhai said coldly. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal pressed down. The strong suppressive force immediately immobilized the 7 fragments, allowing Guhai's consciousness to merge with them and refine them. Xiaochen refined them for 10 days. Boom. Suddenly, the 7 fragments were tamed, still under Guhai's control, like the bone saber of the past. During these 10 days, Guqin had already finished setting up the altar in the plaza. Guhai walked up the altar and slowly released the 7 fragments. Then, he activated the ritual array. 100 million superior-grade spirit stones immediately gave birth to surging energy that surged towards the 7 fragments. Boom! Suddenly, the 7 fragments gave off dazzling light. Then, the surging energy crushed them into dust again. However, this dust clumped together and could not escape. Heavenly Saber Deathmatch, 28 line pair world ritual array, 29 line pair world ritual array, and dragon fixing formation. Merge with me, Guhai said seriously. The fragments contained a strand of Guhai's consciousness. With a thought from Guhai, various ritual arrays immediately appeared in the center of the energy ball. Then, the dust clumped together and lined up. Guhai sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly, the fragments and dust clumped together. Will they still form a Go board shape? Guqin watched curiously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then, he saw the dust clumping together strangely. Slowly, the dust clumped together and formed the shape of a saber. A saber? Guqin revealed a trace of surprise. This saber's shape was somewhat similar to the life ender sabers. In other words, it was the bone saber. However, there were slight differences. Furthermore, there was too little dust. It could not form a solid saber. It only had a mist-like outline, a saber that seemed both real and illusory. However, the boundless energy around the saber formed ritual arrays. Rumble. The saber ferociously absorbed the energy of the altar. In just a short while, it drained all 100 million superior grade spirit stones. Bang! The altar turned into dust. The outline of a white saber appeared, surrounded by fog. The fog spun slowly, looking like a ritual array surrounding the saber. The saber stabbed into the ground, and the fog surrounded it. Gradually, the saber could not be seen clearly. It looked like there was a foggy region in the soaring palace plaza. Adoptive father, is it done? Guqin asked excitedly. Give it a try. Guhai said with a smile. Guqin stepped forward out of curiosity and entered the fog. When he saw the outline of that saber, he reached out to grab it. Whoosh! However, he grabbed nothing. Guqin did not believe it and tried again. However, he still could not grab it. This is the 29-line pair, worldly ritual array. The saber is inside. Guqin's expression changed. That's right. Unfortunately, it is far from enough to support the 29-line pair, worldly ritual array. It only hides this saber. With the fog covering it, ordinary people cannot see it. Even if they see it, they cannot touch it. In the future, as this saber solidifies, the ritual array will become more complex, and this saber will become more powerful. Guhai's eyes flashed with seriousness. Adoptive father, why did you solidify it into a saber? Guqin asked curiously. Guhai shook his head and said, I have a feeling that although old man Guanxi is dead, there are still arrangements. The heavenly Go chess fragment, I will not keep it in its original state. I will refine it and break up the structure of the heavenly Go chess. I will reconstruct the shape of this saber. In the future, when we obtain heavenly Go chess fragments, we can continue to fuse them with it and make it stronger. Yes. Guqin nodded. This saber can be used to lay a ritual array. It is the source of the Go Dao ritual array. It can form a super ritual array that traps all living things. Let's call it the life-entrapping saber. Guhai said seriously. The life-entrapping saber? Guqin nodded. We still have more than 100 million spirit stones from the spirit stones we brought back this time. Send people to start building a spirit foundation on 9-5 Island. In the future, when we have 1 billion spirit stones, we will formally activate the life-entrapping saber array. Guhai said seriously. Yes. In the Da'ing dynasty, Liu Yang's study, Liu Yang sat behind a desk. A group of Liu Yang's important officials and strategists stood respectfully in front of him, including Mo Yike. At this moment, they looked at the two people before them, Liu and Enisin Dragon. The entire army was wiped out. Ao Shun sealed his cultivation. The entire army was wiped out. Liu Yang looked at Liu and with a cold expression. Yes, we all fell for it. Luan cried out. Liu Yang's eyelids twitched as he looked at Liu and coldly, his expression terrifyingly sullen. The Dragon Race Army was Xiao Chen's right-hand man. It was even more important than the Gungjin sect. However, Gu Hai managed to wipe out the entire army. The first step was to force the emperor to establish a nation. The second step was to wipe out the Gungjin sect. The third step was to wipe out the dragons. This Gu Hai is incredible. One of the strategists said with an unsightly expression. The strategists nodded. Not only did Gu Hai disrupt the emperor's plan, but he also wiped out two of his greatest supporters. This time, Gu Hai caused too much damage. The entire Dragon Race army was wiped out. The losses would be disastrous. In the end, Ao Shun's mental fortitude. Mo Yike sighed softly. The strategists whispered to each other as they lamented. Liu Yang lowered his head and said, angrily, "Grandpa, I still have something to say." Lu Yang's expression was cold. Mo Yike is a spy. He is a spy from the Deqian Celestial Empire. He is a spy. Mo Yike colluded with Gu Hai and Ao Sheng. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty deliberately set you up, Grandpa. Dai Qianqing sent Mo Yike here to incite you to rebel. Then, Dai Qianqing would have an excuse to kill you. Grandpa, capture Mo Yike first. Capture him. Luan shouted anxiously. As soon as Luan shouted, the strategist stopped whispering and looked at Luan with wide eyes. Has the crown prince gone mad? Everyone looked at Mo Yike, but no one dared to say anything. Mo Yike looked at Luan and showed a bitter smile. However, he did not say anything. Unexpectedly, Luan's trip to 9-5 Island brought him so much trouble. Slap! Lu Yong sent a slap through the air. Bang! The slap immediately knocked Luan into the air, and he crashed into a pillar. Uffed! Luan vomited a mouthful of blood as he asked in shock, "Grandpa, why did you hit me?" Humph! Luan, I should have known that you are a failure after what happened in Silver Moon City. This time, if you had not insisted on going to 9-5 Island, why would the Fong clan go? Why would Ao Shun's army go? You are the one who killed my dragon race army. It's you. How dare you slander me, Mr. Ink Spray? You bastard, Lu Yong said coldly. It's true. It's true. Luan cried. Men, throw Lu and into the heavenly prison, Lu Yong ordered coldly. A few guards entered the study. Grandpa, don't. Mo Yike is really a spy. Otherwise, why can't we find out where he came from? Why can't we find anything? Do you want him to say it? Do you want him to say it? Grandpa, Mo Yike is here to harm you. Grandpa, Luan roared anxiously. Slap him, Lu Yong ordered coldly. Slap, 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 slap. The guards immediately slapped Luan's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Throw him into the heavenly prison. If he dares to slander Mr. Mo again, slap him 100 times. Lu Yong ordered angrily. Yes, Grandpa, your grandson will not harm you. Be careful of Mo Yike. Be careful of Mo Yike. Luan shouted as he was dragged away. Soon, Luan was dragged away. However, the study remained silent. The strategists had complicated expressions on their faces. Mr. Mo, Lu and has been led astray. Please don't blame him. Lu Yong comforted Mo Yike. Mo Yike said bitterly, I'm fine. I just didn't expect that Gu Hai would start to drive a wedge between us as soon as he finished his third step. Humph. Gu Hai's lies can only slander Luan. He's dreaming if he wants to slander Mr. Mo. Lu Yong said coldly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Although what Lu Yong said was true after this incident, he would be in an awkward position in the future. Although the emperor did not suspect anything, the other officials would more or less have a nod in their hearts, right? Chapter 277, 9-5 Island. In the Dahan Royal Palace, Gu Hai built another grave in a small valley beside Qinxian Er's grave. The words on the tombstone read, Grave of my beloved wife, Long Wanqing. Gu Hai gently placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the grave. Then he revealed a faint smile. I know that your soul is not here. However, I still built a grave for you. After all, this is your home. Xian Er's grave is in the valley next door. Your graves are not together. I just want to tell you that you are both my lovers in my heart. I have a complete love for both of you. I only hope that one day you can come back to life and tear down your own grave. Gu Hai sighed softly. After spending some time in the valley of Long Wanqing's grave, Gu Hai went to the valley of Qinxian Er's grave. It was also a bouquet of flowers. Gu Hai sat in front of the tombstone and mumbled something. It seemed like he was talking to Chen Xianer. "I've found Wanqing's enemy. He should not be able to jump around for much longer. Xian, I'm still looking for your enemy. Right now, I have established the Han dynasty. If I remain content with the Thousand Islands Sea, I will never be able to take revenge for you. Hence, I want to march into the Divine Continent. I know that it will be difficult, but I will do my best." Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. After spending some time at the two graves, Gu Hai returned to the royal court. After the emperor returned, he quickly issued many decrees. The entire Han dynasty started to move quickly. 9-5 Island was already unified. However, the roads around it were still rugged and were still being widened. The forests around 9-5 Island were filled with many demonic beasts, poisonous insects, poisonous fog, and all sorts of harmful places. Gu Hai sent many cultivators to deal with them. Immediately, cultivators carried out demonic beasts from the forests all over the nation and displayed them before the common people. Many of the common people who suffered from the demonic beasts immediately felt grateful to the Han royal dynasty. Strands of providence continuously gathered above the Soaring Palace Hall. On the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall, Gu Hai looked to the southwest with a grave expression. "Father, are you still worried about the battle in Yingzhou?" Gu Qin frowned. "If I put Liu Yang back, it should be effective. As long as Sima Changkong and the others operate well, they will definitely be able to make Liu Yang cut off his own arm and make Emo Yike suffer injustice." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Oh." Gu Qin said in a deep voice. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. However, he saw black pillars of smoke rising into the sky from afar. Gu Qin's face darkened. "That's a smoke signal. Did another foreign expert enter Dahan without notice?" Rumble. Then he saw a flying ship in the distance, flying over quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were outside the palace of Dahan. Whew! The flying boat suddenly came to a halt, bringing out a gust of wind. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked coldly at that flying boat. A large number of soldiers stood on the flying boat. The one leading them was an azure-clad youth. This youth's complexion was pale, and he looked sickly. He held a handkerchief in his hand. Cough, 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 cough. This youth seemed to be seriously ill as he coughed continuously. However, the large number of soldiers in the surroundings seemed to follow this youth's lead. The son of Jinmu of Silla, Long Sanqian, requests an audience with the elite hall master. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth coughed. The son of Jinmu of Silla. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Gu Qin also looked at Gu Hai with some suspicion. "Father, according to the information collected by the officials of the first Zither Pavilion, Jinmu of Silla does have a son named Long Sanqian. However, this Long Sanqian rarely shows himself. He is also very mysterious in the Deqian Celestial Empire. In other words, he is not very eye-catching." At this moment, Mu Chenfeng also saw the flying boat outside. She immediately flew toward Gu Hai. "Hall Master, that's right. He is the son of Jinmu of Silla, Long Sanqian." Mu Chenfeng immediately stood up and shouted, "Oh, the son of Jinmu of Silla, why are you here?" Gu Hai showed some suspicion. Gu Qin waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, the surrounding clouds scattered, allowing the Long Sanqian on the flying boat to see Gu Hai. Cough, cough, cough. "Mr. Good, I've heard a lot about you. Please forgive me for coming here unannounced," the Long Sanqian said with a smile as he coughed. "Little Prince, you are too polite. Gu Hai did not come out to welcome you. Please come inside and talk," Gu Hai said with a smile. Rumble. The flying boat stopped at the square of the Soaring Palace Hall. The Long Sanqian slowly walked down from the flying boat. He looked at Gu Hai, smiled, and bowed again. "Sorry to disturb, Mr. Good. Little Prince, you are too polite," Gu Hai said in confusion. "You flatter me. I am here to trouble Mr. Good. My father asked me to invite Mr. Good to the Ingzhou battle zone." The Long Sanqian said politely. "Oh," Gu Hai frowned slightly. "There is a problem in the Battle of Ingzhou. It is the heaven-class Guqin Pujuan. I would like to invite Mr. Good to take Gaochen with you to help defeat the enemy." Cough, cough. The Long Sanqian said politely. Help defeat the enemy? Sima Changkong did not go back. Gu Hai was confused. Mr. Sima? He has already gone back. Thanks to Mr. Good's arrangements, they have achieved some results. Mo Yike is now in constant trouble. Although Lu Yang did not say anything, he does not trust him as much as before. The Long Sanqian said politely. Oh, that day, Lu Yang was used by Mr. Good. When he returned to Luyang of Gojoseon, he immediately accused Mo Yike of being a Deqian spy. Although Lu Yang was on Mo Yike's side, he still felt a little uneasy. Not long after, a spy came back and proved Mo Yike's innocence. Cough, cough. The Long Sanqian coughed and laughed. Although the Han Dynasty is peaceful, there must be all kinds of spies around the outside world. Lu Yang's spies or Jinmu of Silla's spies should be there too, right? Gu Hai said calmly. If they put themselves in his shoes, the Han Dynasty was just starting out. When the Han Dynasty became strong in the future, Gu Hai would also send the embroidered uniform guards all over the world to hide in various countries and deliver first-hand news. Cough, cough. Yes, the spy came back and proved Mo Yike's innocence. Lu Yang also proved Mo Yike's innocence in front of everyone. Even though Lu Yang said that it was impossible, the truth is the truth. Mo Yike is innocent. However, Mr. Sima used sowing discord and turned white into black. The Long Sanqian said with a smile. Oh, Mr. Sima used a trick to turn the spy into our spy. The Long Sanqian said with a smile. Spy. Mu Chenfeng was shocked. Beside him, Gu Qin's expression changed as he said, "Frame that spy? Make everyone think that he's a spy? Even if he's not a spy, he's still a spy. Did you guys infiltrate Lu Yang's court?" The Long Sanqian looked at Gu Qin and smiled. As expected of the 8th young master. Indeed, it's as you guessed. The 8th young master was one of Guanxi's 9 sons. Gu Qin had inherited old man Guanxi's legacy. He was the 8th young master, but very few people talked about it. The way the Long Sanqian addressed the 8th young master made Gu Qin frown. That spy is a spy, so what he says can't be trusted. Similarly, not only is Mo Yike not innocent, but he's also making things worse. Gu Hai said with a frown, "That's right. Our people are still adding fuel to the fire. That's why Lu Yang's attitude towards Mo Yike has become very complicated. After all, Mo Yike's identity is still a mystery." Cough, cough, cough. The Long Sanqian said with a cough. "Well, you guys have spies in Lu Yang's court. It seems that I wasn't lying earlier. The Sanqian celestial dynasty had long seen through Lu Yang of Gojoseon's disloyalty and arranged for a large number of spies to infiltrate Lu Yang's court." Gu Hai said in a low voice, "If Lu Yang of Gojoseon hadn't rebelled, who would have dared to touch him? It was also a precaution. Who would have thought that he would really rebel? Sigh." The Long Sanqian sighed. "You guys would use spies. Did Mo Yike and Lu Yang of Gojoseon not consider it?" Gu Hai said with a frown. "Lu Yang of Gojoseon has been preparing for so many years. How could there not be any spies? In Father's military camp, there are many generals who are also Liu Yang's spies. However, we used special methods to find them all. One by one, we found the spies. Some of the spies were only known to Liu Yang and his most trusted Mo Yike, the Long Sanqian, said with a smile. Only Liu Yang and Mo Yike knew about the spies. Now that they've been found out one by one, it's hard not to suspect Mo Yike. Moreover, with the previous conflict, can Liu Yang still trust Mo Yike? Guqin said in a low voice, "Since only Liu Yang and Mo Yike knew about it, how did you find the spies?" Gu Hai asked doubtfully. The Long Sanqian smiled bitterly and said, "My apologies, Mr. Good. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Perhaps you'll have a chance to find out when you reach the military camp." Gu Hai nodded. Indeed, this was a military secret. How could he casually reveal it? We've made many preparations in Ying province. During this period of time, the two armies have engaged in 8 large-scale battles, 7 victories, and 1 defeat. The Long Sanqian said in a low voice, 7 victories and 1 defeat. Haha, Liu Yang did recruit a large number of extraordinary people. There were chess masters, zither masters, calligraphy masters, but how could we not? We'll only become stronger. We've battled time and time again. Moreover, we have a large number of spies who've passed on information, while all of their spies have been executed by us. The enemy is in the light, and we're in the dark. How could we not win? Moreover, Mr. Sima used his past spies to create public opinion in Ying province and influence the people. The people are almost all against Liu Yang's rebellion. This is all thanks to Mr. Good's influence back then, which awakened the patriotism of the majority of the people. The Long Sanqian said with a smile, "Ha, it seems that I made an unnecessary move back then." It turns out that the Deqian celestial dynasty has already made so many preparations. They worked together from the inside and forced Liu Yang into a desperate situation. Gu Hai said with a frown, "No, Mr. Good has helped us too much." He awakened the patriotism of the people, forced Liu Yang to rebel ahead of time, demoted the Ying dynasty, destroyed the Gungjin sect, annihilated the Dragon Tribe army, and drove a wedge between Liu Yang and Mo Yike. If it weren't for Mr. Good, the outcome of the battle between us and Liu Yang's army would be uncertain. Even if we wanted to win, we would have to pay a heavy price. Father said that Mr. Good will be the chief contributor to the annihilation of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. The Long Sanqian said immediately, shaking his head, "There's no need to talk about the chief contributor. You said 7 victories and 1 defeat. This defeat is..." Gu Hai asked in confusion. "Pejuan. The Zither army, led by Pejuan, has stopped us from advancing any further." Cough, cough, cough. The Long Sanqian said in a low voice. Chapter 278. Ying province, in the courtyard of Mo Yike's home. Mo Yike held a fishing rod as he sat by a small pond, quietly fishing. Suddenly, a black-clad man appeared behind Mo Yike, appearing extremely respectful. "Mister, we already investigated clearly. That spy from earlier did not lie. Gu Hai indeed pretended to be Ao Sheng on 95 Island and got Ao Shun to seal his cultivation. Then, he defeated Crown Prince Ao Sheng with words." The black-clad man said respectfully. Mo Yike looked at the fish in the pond and revealed a faint smile. "Ha ha, oh, Gu Hai, Gu Hai, he made all my years of planning go to waste." "Mister, His Majesty did not suspect you. He still trusts you. Everyone who dared to speak ill of you was sent to prison," the black-clad man said, feeling confused. "The authenticity of 95 Island is no longer important. If it is true, it is true. If it is false, it is false. Who can guarantee that the spy was not a spy?" "Huh." Mo Yike smiled bitterly. "Hey, His Majesty will definitely believe in Mr.'s innocence. However, he released Lewin. Mo Yike said indifferently, Mister, are you saying that His Majesty no longer trusts you? The black-clad man asked worriedly. Mo Yike shook his head and said, the fourth step? Gu Hai's fourth step was just right, driving a wedge between us, the ruler and his subjects. Huh. Lewin is a good chess piece. Gu Hai can use him however he wants. Mister, wasn't the Jinmu of Silla's army driving a wedge between the ruler and his subjects? Mister, didn't you say that it was Sima Chongkong that day? Furthermore, that spy already proved everything, the black-clad man said, feeling confused. Mo Yike shook his head and said, no, without Lewin's foreshadowing, it wouldn't be so easy for Sima Chongkong to get the effect. That's a trick. Although it's very short, it can trip people. Ha, outside my residence, I've already been targeted, right? Did the Emperor send someone? The man in black asked in surprise. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes slightly. I told His Majesty from the very beginning that we should try our best to recruit Gu Hai. Even if we can't recruit him, we can't offend him. His Majesty didn't listen to me. Sigh, this has led to today's bitter consequences. Since Your Majesty is suspicious, why? It's just a suspicion. No one would dare to do anything to me. What a pity. It's such a good situation. Mo Yike said bitterly. The Emperor won't make things difficult for you. The man in black was delighted. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed slightly. If His Majesty sings loudly all the way and wins great victories one after another, he definitely won't blame me. If there is a knot in his heart, perhaps he will just laugh it off. I'm still the Emperor's #1 strategist. But if I keep losing, His Majesty will kill me to restore the morale of the army. It can't be. The man in black said anxiously. Mo Yike continued to fish and said with a smile, well, you can go down now. Don't disturb me fishing. The man in black smiled bitterly and nodded his head. The man in black left Mo Yike's courtyard and soon appeared in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang's study room. Lu Yang looked coldly at the man in black in front of him. Mo Yike really said that? Lu Yang asked in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The man in black said respectfully. Lu Yang took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, Mo Yike, does he think he can guess everything about me? Humph. Your Majesty, this subordinate was sent by Your Majesty to serve Mr. Mo a long time ago. This subordinate has seen Mr.'s character. He shouldn't be a Deqian spy. The man in black said respectfully. Humph. Then what did Mo Yike do in the past? Where did he come from? Lu Yang asked in a deep voice. This subordinate doesn't know, but Mr. has been running around for Your Majesty all these years. He has made enemies with the Deqian everywhere. Lu Yang was silent for a while. All right, I will make my own decisions about Mo Yike. During this time, what has Mo Yike been doing? Fishing during the day and entertaining some officials at night. Entertaining officials. Yes, the enmity of Long Wanqin was still vivid in his mind. The Long Sanqian requested Gu Hai to deal with Pejuan, and Gu Hai quickly agreed. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai took Gao Xianji, Mu Chenfeng, Gao Chen, and 200 of his former shopkeepers and followed the Long Sanqian to the Divine Continent. After a month, the flying boat arrived at the Divine Continent. Little Prince, did Pejuan's Guqin Dao stop the Jinmu of Silla's army? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Yes, not only the Guqin Dao, but also the Guqin Dao. The song you heard in Silver Moon City, Les Miserables, is also mastered by Pejuan. Once Les Miserables is played, it will cut off all 5 senses. Our army can't even walk out of the sound barrier formation. Once they do, Les Miserables will blind and deafen them. Our army can't even take a step forward. The Long Sanqian said bitterly. Mu Chenfeng was confused. Hallmaster's pathos. Don't many people know it? Why didn't he use it to fight Les Miserables? The Long Sanqian smiled bitterly. He used it, but it's useless. Oh, in the past, Mr. Gu's Pathetic did surpass Les Miserables, but how many people played it back then? Almost all the Guqin masters in Silver Moon City, tens of millions of people. How can we have so many Guqin masters? And Les Miserables was played even more perfectly by Pajuan. So, the Long Sanqian smiled bitterly. Gu Hai frowned. Does Mr. Good have a way to solve it? The Long Sanqian was confused. I don't know, we'll see. Gu Hai shook his head. The airship flew quickly. Suddenly, a stone tablet appeared on a mountain peak in the distance. The 6 words on the stone tablet caused the expressions of everyone on the flying boat to change. Gu Hai was buried here. Whoosh! Suddenly, the flying boat came to a stop. Everyone's expression changed. Be alert, be alert. The Long Sanqian said coldly. Rumble. Formations suddenly appeared on the flying boat. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in shock. Who's at the helm today? The Long Sanqian's eyes were cold. Young master, it's me, it's me. A subordinate came forward nervously. What's going on? Why is there this stone tablet on our path? Did you expose our whereabouts? The Long Sanqian said coldly. No, only I know this path. It wasn't fixed before. The subordinate immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Gu Hai's pupils also shrank as he looked at the stone tablet. Why was there a stone tablet blocking their path? And why was it cursing their own death? Were there enemies around? Assassins sent by Lu Yang? Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. But how did he know our whereabouts? Gao Xianji's expression darkened. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He turned to look at the Long Sanqian. The Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I definitely didn't arrange this. I didn't expect this stone tablet either. Our whereabouts have been exposed. Gu Hai said with a deep frown. Otherwise, who would have known that they would take this path in such a big world? Gu Hai stared at the Long Sanqian for a while. In the end, he ruled out the possibility of it being the Long Sanqian. Everyone stood on the flying boat and carefully looked around the forest. However, it was quiet all around, and no assassins appeared. After a while, everyone looked at the strange stone tablet again. Maybe it's a coincidence. Gao Xianji said something that even she did not believe. Coincidence? Gu Hai's expression darkened. After all, there were no enemies around. Go around, let's go. The Long Sanqian said in a low voice. Whoosh! The airship took a detour and headed in another direction. After flying for 2 hours, the airship suddenly came to a stop. Boom! The airship stopped, and a strong wind blew past. Everyone on the airship suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Then, he saw another stone tablet appear on another mountain in the distance. There was a line of words on it. Gu Hai, you can't escape. Today is the day you die. Who is it? Come out. Mu Chenfeng jumped up and shouted. However, the surrounding forest was silent. No one responded. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen. Gao Chen shook his head and said, No, there's no one around. Could it be the master show, who can cross the 2 realms of life? Have they hidden in the netherworld? Mu Chenfeng's expression darkened. Are they the assassins of the Luyang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai's expression darkened. The Long Sanqian stared at the subordinate at the helm and said, What's going on? Did you do this on purpose? Why did you bring us here? Plop. Little prince, please check carefully. I really didn't fly here on purpose. I don't know how it could be so coincidental. The subordinate at the helm shouted in horror. Hall leader, there's only this one stone tablet. This means that my whereabouts have been exposed, Mu Chenfeng said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai looked at the Long Sanqian. The Long Sanqian shook his head and said, I'll call everyone to the deck. Mr. Good, your people will take the helm. Gu Hai nodded. He called all the Long Sanqian's people in front of him. Gao Xianji was in charge of the helm. They flew again, but the route was uncertain. They flew for another 2 hours. Boom. The airship stopped again. They saw a stone tablet on the top of another mountain. Escape? You have nowhere to run. Gu Hai, today is your death date. Death date. Death date. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. He turned his head and looked around. However, there was no cloud in sight. There was no one at all. Master, I listened carefully. There was no one here before. Gao Chen said with an ugly expression. Who was it? No matter where Gu Hai and his men went, there were such threats. Little Prince, we'll go to the barracks immediately. You lead the way, Gu Hai said in a low voice. The airship continued to fly. However, every once in a while, a stone tablet would appear. On it were curses to Gu Hai. Along the way, no matter how Gu Hai and his men took detours, the stone tablets appeared one after another. It was as if the heavens had written them here. Everyone was panicking. Their whereabouts seemed to be completely exposed. How could this be? All around, the Long Sanqian's subordinates were whispering and pointing at Gu Hai. However, the people Gu Hai brought with him did not speak. They all looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai held the railing, but his face was extremely calm. No one could tell what Gu Hai was thinking. A strong sense of conspiracy seemed to be descending on Gu Hai. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at Gu Hai. No matter where Gu Hai escaped, he could not escape. Those eyes seemed to be choosing people to devour, opening their bloody mouth at Gu Hai at any time. Chapter 279. No matter where Gu Hai and his group went, the strange stone steels would appear. Your Majesty, this is too strange. How could someone know where we're going in advance? Even if we were to change our location, he would have set up the stone steels as if he had anticipated it. Gao Xianji said with a sour expression. That's right. What's even stranger is that there's no one except for the stone steels. What's going on? Mu Chenfeng said with a complicated expression. Stop. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Boom. The flying boat came to a sudden stop. Mr. Good. Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Long Sanqian's subordinates were also worried. After all, the scene in front of them was too strange. We can't go any further, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone was puzzled. At that moment, the sky had darkened. The sky was covered by dark clouds and towering mountains. The person who carved the stone steels seems to be able to predict our journey. No, we can't go any further. They're trying to lure us somewhere. Let's go back the way we came. We can't go any further. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Lure us somewhere? How is that possible? They didn't lure us. We're going randomly. Mu Chenfeng said in surprise. Gao Xianji quickly went to the control area of the flying boat and prepared to turn the flying boat around and go back the way they came. Humph, you only remembered now. You want to leave? It's too late. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard in the void. Be on guard. Long Sanqian's expression changed. With a loud shout, the flying boat suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Large formations appeared on the flying boat to guard against the attack of that voice. Rumble! However, at that moment, billowing black mist appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped the flying boat in all directions. For a moment, they could not tell east from west. Your Majesty? Gao Xianji called out, waiting for Gu Hai to speak. But Gu Hai's face fell as he said, "This is an array formation. Don't act rashly." "Humph, Gu Hai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I spent a lot of effort to lure you here. Today is the day you die." A sinister voice came from the black fog. The voice was very strange. It sounded like a woman, but it seemed to have been deliberately changed so that no one could tell who it was. However, there was a bone-deep hatred in his voice. "Who are you? Why do you have a grudge against me? How did you know we would leave like this?" Gu Hai asked in a low voice. "Humph, humph, humph, so much nonsense. Do it," that voice shouted. "Yes, the sky is square, and the earth is square, the order of the Yellow Springs." Another person shouted. "What? The order of the Yellow Springs, the great formation of calligraphy?" Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. "Book of Tao. What's the Book of Tao?" Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng. "Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The zither is the most important, and the book is the foundation. Be careful, Hall Master. The Book of Tao is the rule, the ultimate truth. The order of the book divides the world." Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Boom. Suddenly, a Yellow Springs river appeared from the black fog and rushed toward the flying boat. "Oh no, dodge it!" Long Sanqian's expression changed. However, it was not just one Yellow Springs river, but 100 Yellow Springs rivers. The Yellow Springs River surrounded the flying boat. The moment it came into contact with the flying boat's array formation, the array formation suddenly disappeared mysteriously, and the arcane energy disappeared. "Break!" Mu Chenfeng waved her scepter, and 100 tree roots appeared and rushed toward the flying boat. Wallalala! When the arcane energy tree roots came into contact with the Yellow Springs River, they immediately decayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! The 100 Yellow Springs River flooded the flying boat. In an instant, the flying boat's array formation disappeared. The flying boat malfunctioned and fell from the sky. "No!" Long Sanqian's subordinates shouted in shock. "This is the vanishing technique. All arcane energy is gone." Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Gu Hai's crimson saber slashed at one of the Yellow Springs River. Boom! The energy saber suddenly disappeared as though it had melted. Gu Hai's expression changed. He stepped forward and dodged the Yellow Springs River's attack. Wallalala! The countless Yellow Springs in the surroundings immediately formed a screen of Yellow Springs, separating Gu Hai from everyone else. Although the others could not do anything to the Yellow Springs River, they did not suffer any serious injuries. The Yellow Springs Technique Annihilation Scripture, that's the Sima family's Yellow Springs Technique Annihilation Scripture. How's that possible? Why would the Sima family hunt down Gu Hai? Long Sanqian's expression darkened. "Your Majesty," Gao Xianji and the others rushed toward the Yellow Springs water screen. However, no matter what kind of energy or Dharma treasure they used, their arcane energy would disappear as soon as they came into contact with the water screen. Gao Xianji crashed into the Yellow Springs water screen. Boom! Gao Xianji crashed into the water screen. However, in the next moment, she suddenly came back from the inside. "Why am I back?" Gao Xianji's expression changed. "It's useless. This is the Book Tao array. The Book Tao is the Tao of order. It's the Tao of heaven and earth. If the heavenly Tao doesn't want you to go to the other side, you can't go no matter what." Long Sanqian said in a low voice. "What heavenly Tao? Book Tao? I don't understand. Will the emperor be in danger?" Gao Xianji asked anxiously. Long Sanqian looked at the Yellow Springs water screen in front of him and said with a strange expression, "Could it be him?" The Yellow Springs water screen separated Gu Hai from the rest of the people. In an instant, the black fog in all directions was replaced by yellow fog. Gu Hai felt that he could not use his arcane energy in the area that was shrouded by the yellow fog. Once he used it, it would immediately melt away. The crimson saber in his hand could not create a saber aura. It was just an ordinary long saber. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, bats appeared in the void. They opened their bloody mouths and charged toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed, and his crimson saber immediately went up to meet the bats. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a large number of bats were cut in half by Gu Hai. However, there were too many bats. Gu Hai was in a difficult situation in an instant. Gu Hai jumped around in a difficult situation. At the same time, he checked his surroundings. As expected, a group of black-robed people were standing on a small mountain peak, not far away. The leader seemed to be a woman. She held a long whip in her hand. Beside her, a black-robed person was riding in the air. It seemed like she was commanding the bats to attack Gu Hai. Bite him to death. Bite him to death. The black-robed woman said coldly. The voice of the black-robed woman was the one who cursed Gu Hai first. Yes, the person commanding the bats at the side replied. She held a brush in her hand and drew in the air. Boom! In the Yellow Springs water fog, bats suddenly rushed out again. This time, there were 100 times more bats than before. It seemed like they were going to tear Gu Hai apart in one go. Gu Hai could not use his arcane energy. At this moment, his defense was much weaker than before. So, you're here? Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Boom! The bats swarmed forward and instantly enveloped Gu Hai. Gu Hai was drowned by the bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. However, a series of screams came from the bats. What? The black-robed person holding the brush was shocked. She waved the brush. Boom! Countless bats scattered. Suddenly, they saw spikes appearing on the surface of Gu Hai's body. They looked like the spikes of a hedgehog. In an instant, all the bats that were charging towards him were stabbed to death. Spikes? What kind of evil technique is this? The black-robed people were shocked. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. His body shook, and a pair of huge bone wings appeared. He could not use his arcane energy. However, his bones were solid. With a flap of the bone wings, Gu Hai flew up. Go, kill him, kill him! The leading black-robed woman said, hatefully. The black-robed person holding the brush used the brush to write the word amnesty in between the eyebrows of the 3 black-robed people beside her. Boom! The 3 black-robed people suddenly flew into the sky and rushed towards Gu Hai. Obviously, after the word amnesty was written, the book formation had no effect on them. The leading black-robed person immediately approached and slashed at Gu Hai with his sword. Gu Hai looked ferocious and slashed with his crimson saber. Boom! Gu Hai did not have an energy saber. His opponent's energy saber was ferocious, but his crimson saber was still sturdy. When it collided with the energy saber, it instantly shattered the energy saber. However, Gu Hai was also sent flying by the impact. He retreated about 10 feet. You sneaky bastard! Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. He flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 black-robed people. The 3 black-robed people immediately slashed with their longswords. Rays of sword chi immediately shot towards Gu Hai's body. Roar! Gu Hai roared. Unfortunately, there was no energy saber. When the crimson saber collided with the energy saber, he was sent flying again. However, the surrounding sword chi continued to rush towards him. Boom! A layer of armor appeared on Gu Hai's body and blocked the sword chi. Humph! Gu Hai, let's see how long you can last. The 3 black-robed people snorted coldly. Clearly, Gu Hai could only flee miserably when they used their dermic powers. Now that Gu Hai was sent flying again, the three black-robed people felt that Gu Hai would not last for long. Gu Hai retreated to the summit of a mountain. Then he flung his sleeve, and a bone saber appeared in his other hand. The Life Ender Saber. The moment the Life Ender Saber appeared, Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He was about to charge over. No, there's danger. Be careful of that evil saber. Retreat. If you don't retreat, you will die. The female black-robed person from earlier exclaimed. Boom. The three black-robed people seemed to believe this, and they immediately retreated. Gu Hai, who had just gathered his strength, changed his expression. It was like he punched thin air. That's not right. The Life Ender Saber did not reveal any aura. How did that female black-robed person know how horrifying the Life Ender Saber was? Boom. Gu Hai flapped his wings and chopped down at the group of black-robed people. Be careful of that bone saber. That bone saber is evil. Do your best to avoid it. The female black-robed person shouted. Yes, the group of black-robed people answered. The black-robed person holding the brush earlier extended his hand and waved it. Immediately, another yellow spring water screen appeared in front of Gu Hai, blocking him. The Life Ender Saber suddenly chopped down. Boom. However, the Life Ender Saber strangely tore apart that yellow spring water screen. What? This bone saber can break my order. The black-robed person holding the brush exclaimed. Gu Hai moved very quickly, arriving before the group of black-robed people in an instant. To capture bandits, one had to capture the leader first. Hence, he charged at the female black-robed person. How bold! How presumptuous! Protect the cluster lord! The group of black-robed people shouted in unison and raised their swords to chop down at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's armor was impenetrable. His speed also increased explosively. He was too fast. Just as he was about to reach the female black-robed person, he wanted to chop her down. Suddenly, Xiaochen heard the words Cluster Lord. Gu Hai's expression changed, and the Life Ender Saber suddenly changed direction. Boom! Gu Hai was sent flying by a group of black-robed men. However, Gu Hai had the bone armor, so he did not suffer much damage. Cluster Lord? Which Cluster Lord are you? Gu Hai asked, his expression changing. The female black-robed person no longer hid anything. She reached out and removed the hood of her black robes. Then she looked coldly at Gu Hai. The moment the hood was removed, a beautiful woman's face was revealed. She looked somewhat similar to Long Wanqing. However, when she looked at Gu Hai, she showed a deep hatred for him. Long Wanyu! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock as his expression changed when he suddenly recalled the portrait that Venerable Lu Nian gave him. Chapter 280, Takeshi Ryushin's Camp. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lu Nian discussed the situation at the front. Venerable, you are skilled in the painting Dao. Can you solve Pajuan's puzzle? Sima Changkong asked with a frown. Pajuan's puzzle is no longer as simple as the Zither Dao. However, my painting Dao does not have a way to solve it. Let's wait for Gu Hai. Gu Hai has Gaochen. Perhaps he can solve misery. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. Gu Hai, looking at the time, it should be soon, right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Suddenly, a subordinate barged into the two's hall. Venerable, it's not good. The cluster lord is missing. That subordinate said anxiously. What? Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Sima Changkong's expression turned solemn as well. The two immediately stopped discussing and rushed to a distant hall. Sob, 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 sob. The instant the two entered the hall, they saw a group of bound guards. Their mouths were gagged. What's going on? Venerable Lu Nian's expression turned cold. Venerable Lu Nian extended his hand and gagged his subordinates. Venerable, the cluster lord said that she was going to kill Gu Hai. We did not agree, so the cluster lord, that subordinate, said anxiously, "Kill Gu Hai?" Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. "Kill Gu Hai? It is not easy for Long Wanyu to find Gu Hai. How can she?" Sima Chongkong said with a frown. No. Long Wanyu can find Gu Hai. If she wants to, she can find him immediately. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Sima Chongkong's expression immediately changed. She can only use it once a month. To think that Long Wanyu used it this time. Let's go. Quickly. Venerable Lu Nian said with a glare. Sima Chongkong and Venerable Lu Nian led a group of experts onto a flying ship and flew into the distance. That direction. Gu Hai's group should be coming from that direction, right? Venerable Lu Nian asked worriedly. Everyone's flying boat flew quickly, but Sima Chongkong was looking around carefully. Everyone was anxious. After flying for 3 days, Sima Chongkong's expression suddenly changed. That direction, I see something in that direction. At this moment, Sima Chongkong's eyes glowed with a hint of green light. It was as if the green light was quickly collecting the scene in the distance. The flying boat quickly flew over. At the peak of the mountain, there was a stone tablet with the words, "Gu Hai is buried here." Gasp! It really is the cluster lord. He was worried that we would come, so he lured Gu Hai to a remote place, Venerable Lu Nian said with a sullen expression. However, Sima Chongkong's eyes glowed with a green light again as he looked around. Over there! Sima Chongkong called out. The flying boat quickly flew in the direction Venerable Lu Nian pointed. Soon, they saw another stone tablet. Over there! Over there! Over there! Sima Chongkong pointed continuously. Gaochen and Pejuan were like clairvoyants. However, Sima Chongkong's eyes were like clairvoyants, continuously looking into the distance. Indeed, after pointing for a while, Sima Chongkong finally found Gu Hai's group. However, the surroundings were already shrouded in black fog and yellow fog. They are in the ritual array. Venerable Lu Nian's face sank. My Sima clan's Yellow Spring Dermic destroying scripture? That bastard! Sima Chongkong glared. Sima Chongkong stretched out his hand and took out a golden brush. When the brush appeared, vertical golden words seemed to appear in the air. Rows of golden words surrounded Sima Chongkong, making Sima Chongkong look incredibly holy. Order stroke, divide the world. Sima Chongkong stretched out his hand and wrote on the ritual array. When he wrote, it looked like he wrote a yellow river. The golden characters floating in the air rushed toward the formation along with the yellow river. Boom! This yellow river immediately destroyed more than half of the ritual array. This also exposed Gao Xianji, Long Sanqian, and the others. Venerable, you are here. Mu Chenfeng immediately said in joy. Venerable, His Majesty is trapped in there. Gao Xianji said anxiously, Mr. Sima, this seems to be your clan's Yellow Spring Dermic destroying scripture? Long Sanqian said with a bitter smile. Sima Chongkong did not hesitate. He continued writing on the remaining ritual array. With the brush, scatter the Yellow Spring Dermic destroying scripture. Boom! All of a sudden, a hole was torn open in the remaining formation. Everyone looked inside, anxiously. Boom! They saw Gu Hai drawing his crimson saber and knocking back a black-robed man. However, a group of black-robed men instantly forced the black-robed man back. After all, these people had cultivation. Only Gu Hai could not execute his technique. If not for his tough armor, he would have been injured already. He held the life ender saber in one hand and the crimson saber in the other as he coldly looked at the black-robed men who wanted to kill him. Sima Feng, how dare you? Sima Changkong said with a glare. The black-robed man, holding the brush beside Long Sanqian, suddenly trembled. He looked up. However, he saw that a huge hole had been torn open in midair. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lu Nian looked over coldly. Young master. The black-robed man holding the brush immediately froze. He is the elite hall master, Gu Hai. Are you trying to kill an official of the imperial court to curry favor with the cluster lord? Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. The group of black-robed men chasing after Gu Hai froze. Then they stopped and looked at Long Sanqian, who was at the summit. At this moment, Gu Hai did not take this opportunity to charge over. From the moment he found out about Long Sanqian, Gu Hai's murderous intent vanished. He only smiled bitterly. Kill! Kill! Long Sanqian did not care about Venerable Lu Nian and Sima Changkong. The group of black-robed men looked at Gu Hai. Humph! The cluster lord can be lawless, but can you be lawless as well? Do you think that you are cluster lords as well? Why are you still not stopping? Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. The group of black-robed men felt slightly stunned. In the end, they did not dare to make a move. Yes, the cluster lord can be lawless in Deqian. However, I am not that lucky. Even if the cluster lord protects me, I can only do so for now. Who can guarantee the future? Murdering an official of the imperial court is a capital crime. Bastard! 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 You are a bunch of trash. Long Sanqian looked anxiously at the group of black-robed men. Sima Changkong stared coldly at Sima Feng, the black-robed man holding the brush. Sima Feng did not dare to disobey. Boom! The surrounding ritual array scattered. Venerable Lu Nian and Sima Changkong landed on Long Sanqian's summit. Cluster Lord! Venerable Lu Nian stepped forward and advised. Pa! Long Sanqian whipped Venerable Lu Nian. Not far away, Gu Hai glared. Gu Hai wanted to stop this. However, after watching, Long Sanqian bitterly endured it. Venerable Lu Nian did not get angry. Instead, he said bitterly, Cluster Lord Gu Hai is Wanqing's husband, your brother-in-law. Long Sanqian's eyes reddened. No, he is the one who killed Elder Sister. If not for him, how could Elder Sister have died? How could she have died? Who asked you to be a busybody? I asked you to protect Elder Sister, but you protected Elder Sister to death. Who asked you to be a busybody? Who asked you to be a busybody? Long Sanqian cried as she whipped Venerable Lu Nian. Sima Changkong, Long Sanqian, and the others in the surroundings did not dare to say anything. Mu Chenfeng did not dare to say anything. After knowing that it was Long Sanqian, Mu Chenfeng did not even dare to speak. Gu Hai watched as Venerable Lu Nian was whipped. Then he said bitterly, Long Sanqian, the Venerable is innocent. Humph! Long Sanqian stopped whipping Venerable Lu Nian. Then she glared at Gu Hai with reddened eyes, a deep-seated hatred in her eyes. You caused my elder sister's death. You caused my elder sister's death. Long Sanqian cried as she looked at Gu Hai. Wanqing died in my place. I cannot shirk the responsibility. However, one day I will revive her. Long Sanqian, before Wanqing died, she asked me to take care of you. Gu Hai sighed softly. I don't want you to take care of me. I just want my elder sister. Gu Hai, return my elder sister to me. Long Sanqian cried as she stared at Gu Hai. At this moment, Venerable Lu Nian and Sima Changkong's arrival meant that she could no longer succeed in killing Gu Hai. She spent a lot of effort to lure Gu Hai here so that she could avoid Sima Chong Kong and the others. However, she still failed to do so. Long Sanqian, Wan Qing is already dead. I am also taking revenge for Wan Qing. I know that you hate me, but I promised Wan Qing, so I will not ignore it. I know that Wan Qing's death hurt you greatly as well. Right now, I do not know how to console you. However, we need to look forward. If there is a way to make you feel better, I will do my best to do so, Gu Hai said sullenly. Make me feel better? You will do your best to help me? Humph. In that case, you can go and die. If you die, I will feel better. If you die, you will be helping me. Long Sanqian said hatefully as she cried. You. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Long Sanqian could not communicate with him at all. Cluster Lord. Venerable Lu Nian advised from the side. Don't bother. He was the one who said to make me feel better. With that bone saber in your hand, anyone who touches it will die. I feel that whoever it touches will die. Just use that bone saber to cut your abdomen and die for me to see. Then I will feel better. I will not blame you. Long Sanqian said hatefully. Everyone felt anxious. Sima Chong Kong and Venerable Lu Nian tried to persuade her several times. However, Long Sanqian's arrogant personality did not allow her to listen. Instead, she glared at Gu Hai. Didn't you say to do your best? If you use the bone saber to cut your abdomen, I will not blame you. From now on, I will not blame you. Do you dare? Long Sanqian roared as she glared at Gu Hai. Gao Xianji, Mu Chenfeng, Gao Chen, and the others felt anxious. Just as they were about to speak, Gu Hai stopped them. Gu Hai extended his hand and stopped everyone. Then he stared at Long Wanyu and said, You said that as long as I use this bone knife to cut my abdomen, you will not compete with me anymore? Then you will deal with Wan Qing's true enemy together with me. However, Long Sanqian felt slightly stunned. What does Gu Hai mean by this? Is he really going to cut his abdomen? That's not right. Earlier, I felt that anyone who touched that bone saber would die. My feeling cannot be wrong. That is an evil saber. Furthermore, I am going to cut my abdomen with it. Everyone was going to die. I said so. Cut your abdomen. Cut your abdomen in front of me. If you cut your abdomen, we will write off our grudge. Long Sanqian roared with bloodshot eyes. As you wish. Gu Hai nodded. Then he slowly set the crimson saber aside. Gu Hai tore open his shirt, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. Gu Hai, don't. Mr. Good, don't. Venerable Lu Nian and Sima Chong Kong said anxiously. Shut up, you. Long Sanqian roared while glaring. The two looked at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai ignored them. Instead, he looked at Long Sanqian. Long Sanqian, watch carefully. Don't go back on your words later. Gu Hai raised the bone saber to his chest. Then he looked at Long Sanqian. Long Sanqian, will keep my word. Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai with anticipation in her eyes. Xing. Gu Hai straightforwardly stabbed the life ender saber into his abdomen. Your Majesty, Gao Xianji and the other officials exclaimed. Sima Chong Kong and Venerable Lu Nian showed anxious expressions. The others goggled long ago. Wasn't Gu Hai trying too hard to calm his sister-in-law down? Is he using the bone saber to cut his abdomen? He stabbed the saber into his abdomen. However, Long Sanqian trembled, showing regret on her face. Why did he really cut his abdomen? Everyone held their breaths and fell silent. They watched in horror as Gu Hai stabbed the bone saber into his abdomen. Xing. The bone saber stabbed in again. Chapter 281. Then he stabbed the bone saber into Gu Hai's abdomen. Mu Chinfeng, Long Sanqian, and Sima Chongkong goggled. Gu Hai is going too far to please his sister-in-law, right? Commit seppuku? Long Wanyu forced Gu Hai to commit suicide because she was angry. Long Wanqing's death dealt a huge blow to her. She felt that everyone was an enemy. However, after this anger passed, Long Wanyu would understand. However, you listened to her and committed seppuku to appease her anger. When Long Wanyu saw Gu Hai stab the bone saber into his abdomen, her entire body trembled. Although she had always wanted to kill Gu Hai to take revenge for her elder sister, Long Wanyu did not feel as happy as she should have when she saw Gu Hai die. Because of her, she did not feel like taking revenge for her elder sister at all. In that instant, she felt like she made a mistake. Long Wanyu! Venerable Lu Nian suddenly roared. Slap! Long Wanyu instinctively swung her whip at Venerable Lu Nian. However, Venerable Lu Nian caught it. That's enough, Venerable Lu Nian said angrily while glaring. Venerable Lu Nian swung his whip and showed a ferocious expression. Is this the result you want? Forcing Gu Hai to die? You want Gu Hai to die? You want to take revenge for Wan Qing just like that? Do you know how sad Wan Qing would be if she saw you forcing Gu Hai to die like this? He caused my elder sister's death. He deserved to die. Long Wanyu cried out with reddened eyes. However, her voice was much softer now. The one who caused your elder sister's death is Lu Yang. Your elder sister used her life to protect this man. Yet, you forced him to die. He is your brother-in-law, Long Wanqing's husband. Venerable Lu Nian shouted. I don't care. If not for him, my elder sister would not have died. She would not have died. Sob, sob, sob. Long Wanyu suddenly started crying. At this moment, Long Wanyu's crying seemed like she wanted to vent all the grievances in her heart. At the side, Sima Chongkong, Long Sanqian, and Mu Chinfeng did not dare to say anything. Venerable, there is no need to scold Long Wanyu. It's fine as long as she is happy. Gu Hai's voice rang. Hearing Gu Hai's voice, Long Wanyu suddenly felt regret. Xiao Chun had forced Gu Hai to his death. Had he taken revenge for his elder sister? Would her elder sister be happy? Gu Hai, hurry up. Don't perform seppuku anymore. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Chi. The life ender saber plunged halfway into Long Wanqing's abdomen again. Long Wanyu looked up and immediately saw that there was still a small section of the bone saber outside. Long Wanyu's expression changed. She opened her mouth, wanting to tell Long Wanqing not to interrupt. However, she did not know how to say it. Long Wanyu, remember your words. The grudge between us is written off, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Long Wanyu bit her lip, and her eyes were filled with fear. Did Gu Hai really commit suicide by committing seppuku? Did he really commit seppuku? All of Long Wanyu's pores seemed to be filled with cold air. Clack! Gu Hai extended his hand and slapped the last section of the bone saber into his abdomen. Your Majesty, the officials exclaimed in horror. Venerable Lu Nian, Sima Chongkong, Long Sanqian, and Mu Chinfeng all showed anxious expressions. Don't, Long Wanyu said very softly, showing regret on her face. However, it was already too late. The bone saber had already pierced Gu Hai's abdomen. It was already over. Gao Xianji, bring me a set of clothes. Gu Hai said slowly. Huh. The surrounding people, who were worried about Gu Hai, felt slightly stunned. This is not right. Shouldn't Gu Hai have collapsed? Where is the wound? Where is the wound on Gu Hai's abdomen? Has the wound healed? Now, there is not even a scar. He committed seppuku just like that. Venerable Lu Nian. Sima Chongkong was speechless. Long Wanyu, Everyone remained silent for a while. The faces of the Dahan officials, who were so anxious that they were about to cry, froze, and they retracted the tears that were about to fall. His Majesty is actually fine. He is really fine. There is not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. His complexion is normal, and his complexion is normal. There is not even a scar on his abdomen. Did I see wrongly earlier? Gao Xianji, who was at the side, felt stunned. Then she immediately brought over a set of clothes. You lied to me. Gu Hai, you lied to me. Long Wanyu's earlier regret disappeared, and her eyes filled with hatred. How did I lie to you? Gu Hai frowned. You only used a trick earlier. You did not stab the bone saber into his abdomen at all. There was no. Long Wanyu angrily reprimanded Gu Hai. However, she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. It was not just Long Wanyu. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they looked at Gu Hai's abdomen in shock. However, they saw a bone saber's handle slowly emerging from Gu Hai's abdomen. It was the bone saber. This was not a magic trick or a trick. It was real. The bone saber really did stab into his abdomen. You. Long Wanyu pointed at Gu Hai, not knowing how to reprimand him for a long time. Did he really stab the bone saber into his abdomen? How did it appear? Wan Qing is a woman of her word. Long Wanyu, I hope that you will not disappoint me and go back on your words. Gu Hai said indifferently. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand and pressed the bone saber's handle with his index finger, pushing it into his abdomen. Sima Chongkong was speechless. Venerable Lu Nian, Long San Qian. Everyone felt like a flock of crows flew over their heads. The atmosphere was so awkward that no one could make a sound. Damn it! If you can stuff a bone saber into your abdomen, you should have said so earlier. You made us worry for so long. After everyone was speechless for a while, they all looked at Long Wanyu. His eyes seemed to be asking, Gu Hai has already committed seppuku. You should be content. Although it is as easy as drinking water for Gu Hai to commit seppuku, who asked you to choose this method of all things. You won't go back on your words, right? Long Wanyu instantly felt everyone's gazes on her, looking at her as if they were looking at an idiot. Not only were they looking at her, but it also felt like everyone was waiting for her to admit that she was an idiot and admit it personally. When Long Wanyu saw Gu Hai putting on his clothes in the distance, her eyes reddened again. This time, it was not just hatred, but also grievance. Gu Hai, I hate you. I'm not done with you. Long Wanyu roared in anger. What are you looking at? Where's the flying boat? Let's go. Long Wanyu whipped Sima Feng, who was at the side. Oh. Sima Feng immediately took out the flying boat. Long Wanyu stepped onto the flying boat. Then she led a few subordinates and quickly flew into the distance. I don't want to stay here anymore. Long Wanyu ran away. Long Sanqian and Sima Chongkong opened their mouths. They wanted to ask a few questions, but they restrained themselves. Venerable Lu Nian flew in front of Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. You still have a way to stop Long Wanyu. Sigh. It's just a coincidence. As long as she's happy. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Gu Hai had heard about Long Wanyu's character and predicted that there would be a conflict when he met Long Wanyu one day. However, it seemed like this first meeting was rather easy. Mr. Good, you're finally here. Sima Chongkong also flew over with a smile. However, Sima Chongkong was the same as Long Sanqian. They looked at Gu Hai strangely. In the Da-Ing dynasty, there was an area that Liu Yang had singled out. It was shrouded in fog, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Liu Yang stood at the entrance of a large hall and looked at the foggy area. Pejuan stood respectfully behind him. Is there any movement from Takashi Ryushin's army? Lu Yang asked in a low voice. Not yet. They've been temporarily blocked, and don't dare to take another step forward. Your Majesty, with Mr. Dongfang and I taking action, Takashi Ryushin can forget about taking another step forward. You should have let Mr. Dongfang and I take action a long time ago. If Mo Yike hadn't repeatedly asked the other armies to take action, we wouldn't have lost 7 times and won. Pajuan said with pride in his eyes. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo? Although Mr. Mo made me suspicious this time, he's right. An army can't only have one trump card. Besides the commander, it shouldn't matter if anyone else is missing. Yes. Pajuan's face stiffened. Clearly, he had been too complacent just now. It was as if he couldn't do without him. Mr. Dongfang is inside. Lu Yang asked in a low voice. Emperor of Daring, please come in. A childlike voice came from inside. Rumble. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the foggy area. Lu Yang and Pajuan stepped in. Woo. Let me go. Save me. Spare me. Spare me. Cries and wails came from inside the array. The two of them stepped into the foggy array, and the array closed up with a bang. At first glance, the interior of this great array was like an Azura hell. At the center was an extremely large pool. Within the pool, clusters of serene blue flames were burning. Within the flames, there were many transparent figures struggling within the pool. Are these the ghosts of the dead from the battle between the two armies? Lu Yang frowned. Yes, there are ghosts of Takashi Ryushin's army, and there are also ghosts of our army. Pajuan nodded. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted to the country. Why did you not let us reincarnate after we died? Why did you put us in the pool to be roasted? A ghost that looked like a general saw Lu Yang and screamed. He is Lu Yang of Gojoseon? You devil, His Majesty's army will definitely destroy you. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted. In the pool of ghosts, countless ghosts who died in the battle cried out in fear. Shut up. A child's voice sounded again. At the edge of the pool, there was a small child in a white robe standing on a huge platform. The child was wrapped in a white robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Devil, don't refine me. That is Longevity Master, someone who seizes one's lifespan. He wants to refine our 3 souls into tonics for his cultivation. When the two armies fought, none of the ghosts managed to escape. They were all captured. No, Your Majesty, I died fighting for the Daing dynasty. I don't ask for Your Majesty to avenge me, but please let me reincarnate. Countless ghosts were making a racket. So noisy. Humph. The voice of the child in the white robe sounded again. He waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, the rolling blue flames expanded and formed a super fire pot lid. It covered all the ghosts in the pool, and the voices of the ghosts could not be heard. Pajuan and Lu Yang walked in front of the child in the white robe. Mr. Dongfang, it's fine that you collected the ghosts of the Takashi Ryushin army. Why do you still want to? Lu Yang frowned. Ha. Your Majesty of the Qian dynasty, I only agreed to help you because you promised me that you would let me collect the ghosts of war. I am risking offending Master Shou of the Qian dynasty to help you. Mr. Dongfang's voice sounded again. Lu Yang frowned and said, Fine, go ahead. This is not enough. I want more people to die. I want more ghosts. Mr. Dongfang looked at Lu Yang. Chapter 282. This is still not enough. I want more people to die. I want more ghosts. Mr. Dongfang looked at Lu Yang. There are already 10 million of them. Lu Yang said with a frown. 10 million? Huh. See if it is enough. Mr. Dongfang said with a faint smile. Then he waved his hand. Boom. The fog in a small foggy area not far away suddenly scattered, revealing a huge tree. This was the century lifespan immortality peach tree that Gu Hai saw in the innate puzzle world. Root in. Mr. Dongfang waved his hand. Rumble. The century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots suddenly stabbed into the huge ghost pool below. Ah, no. The countless ghosts in the ghost pool revealed horrified expressions. Rumble. However, he saw many roots, like a water pump, crazily sucking in the rolling ghosts. The blue flames burned, and some ghosts instantly turned into liquid, which the century lifespan immortality peach tree absorbed faster. The ghosts in the ghost pool cried out. However, they could not escape from the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The blue flames refined them in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The ghost pool was like a whale sucking in water. The ghost pool was sucked clean in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the century lifespan immortality peach tree slowly bloomed. Then 10 small immortality peaches grew out. They were only the size of a thumb, much smaller than the ones that Gu Hai obtained in the past. Great Ying's Emperor, do you see that? Only 10 tender peaches grew out of this entire pool of ghosts. They are still far from ripening. Mr. Dongfang said with a smile as he looked at Lu Yang. Lu Yang frowned slightly. The century lifespan immortality peach tree, it's growing too slowly. It's not slow anymore. Back in the innate puzzle world, it only bore fruit once every 100 years. Now it's much faster. Unfortunately, it damaged the peach tree somewhat. Mr. Dongfang said indifferently. However, the last time you used living people as nutrients for me. Are you still willing to do so now? Mr. Dongfang looked at Lu Yang. A living person using living people as nutrients will incur the wrath of the world. Lu Yang shook his head. Didn't you use it once before? As long as you and I don't say anything, who else will know? Mr. Dongfang said. There's no need. You'd better collect the ghosts. Lu Yang frowned, but his eyes showed that he was finally moved. All right, I will leave everything up to you. However, I do not have enough nourishment here to quickly grow the century lifespan immortality peach. Don't you want to use the lifespan immortality peach to win over those eccentric people? There are no Saturn peaches. Mr. Dongfang shook his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he took out a gourd. As soon as the gourd was opened, a torrent of ghosts rushed out from within and surged into the ghost pool. Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted. Your Majesty, this subject died on the battlefield for grading. Why did you ask Master Shou to refine me? The ghosts that flew out of the gourd started begging bitterly. However, Lu Yang remained unmoved. On Sima Changkong's flying ship, everyone had just experienced Long Wanyu's ambush, so they were in low spirits. Gao Xianji, Gao Chen, and Mu Chenfeng led their subordinates to rest for now. Gu Hai and Venerable Lu Nian stood on the deck, discussing Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu's personality is like that. She is spoiled rotten by Daiqianqing. Wanqing never lets her suffer. So, Gu Hai, please bear with her, Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Gu Hai shook his head and said, It's nothing. I was just observing her. When she saw me commit suicide, her eyes filled with regret. She is just a little unruly and willful, but she is not bad in nature. It is good that you can think that way. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. Because she is unruly and willful, Venerable would rather stay by Wanqing's side back then. Gu Hai smiled. Sai, that is part of the reason. Long Wanyu has Dai Qianqing's protection, so she should not be in danger. Furthermore, I am useless by her side. Back then, only Wan Qing could suppress her. No one else could. If I stayed by her side, I would only die of frustration. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Indeed, Wan Qing is no longer around. However, there is a limit to being unruly and willful. She cannot be lawless. Someone needs to be able to suppress her. Otherwise, she will end up in big trouble sooner or later. Guhai nodded. We can't do anything to her. How about you do it? You can help Wan Qing discipline her. Otherwise, no one can control her. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Guhai. Guhai smiled bitterly. By the way, I still do not understand. Previously, no matter where we went, how did Long Wanyu know ahead of time? This has always puzzled me, Guhai said with a frown. Venerable Lu Nian remained silent for a while. Then he looked around and smiled bitterly. Originally, I should not say this. However, since you asked, it is good that you know. Oh, when Dai Qianqing was around, he allowed Long Wanyu to be lawless. Even the crown princes were not as high as Long Wanyu in Dai Qianqing's heart. However, Long Wanqing, who was also his sister, had a different attitude toward Dai Qianqing, not caring at all. Do you know why? Venerable Lu Nian asked solemnly. Why? Dai Qianqing has many children, and his children have countless children. There are even fourth and fifth generations of Dai Qianqing's children. If he dotes on all of them, how can he dote on all of them? Dai Qianqing only dotes on the more important ones. For example, the crown princes are all incredible characters. Dai Qianqing admires them. However, Long Wanyu has a talent that everyone envies. Venerable Lu Nian said solemnly. Oh, talent? Long Wanyu is an innate lifespan master. Venerable Lu Nian said solemnly. An innate lifespan master. Guhai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Not everyone can cultivate the master of longevity. The master of longevity's legacy can only be inherited by a person with a special bloodline and life providence. Take the unborn man, for example. Due to his special bloodline and life providence, he cultivated the master of longevity. These are all acquired through cultivation, acquired lifespan masters. However, there are two types of lifespan masters that are innate. They are born with this ability. They are innate lifespan masters. Long Wanyu is one of the innate lifespan masters. Solemnly, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Solemnly, Guhai revealed some doubt. She can see the future. Venerable Lu Nian explained. That's impossible. The future is filled with uncertainty. How can she see the future? Guhai exclaimed in shock. I can't understand it either. However, that is the truth. She can see the future. She has one opportunity to do so every month, Venerable Lu Nian said while shaking his head. Guhai frowned in deep thought. After a long silence, he shook his head and said, That's not right. Our original itinerary was different. She used the stone steel to interfere with us, making us change our itinerary. This shows that there are many variables in the future. Huh. Venerable Lu Nian felt slightly confused. Long Wanyu should have divined the future. She divined that we would see the stone steel. Then we would change our direction. She would continue divining. Then she would see the stone steel again and change her direction again. She should be able to divine the future. Guhai said gravely. No matter what, her prophecy was not wrong. Venerable Lu Nian said. Solemnly, Venerable Lu Nian said. However, she did not predict that I would not die from suicide. Solemnly, there should still be openings, right? Guhai said with a frown. Prophecies cannot be used without limits. Perhaps the power of the prophecy ran out back then, or perhaps she was just angry and did not insist on killing you, right? Didn't you say that her nature is not bad? Venerable Lu Nian smiled. Guhai frowned slightly and nodded. Solemnly, prophets have another ability, which is to distinguish between good and bad. They can seek luck and avoid misfortune. When encountering a fatal threat, they will feel great misfortune. When encountering a fortuitous encounter, they will feel great luck. Venerable Lu Nian said. Solemnly, Venerable Lu Nian said, "Oh, great misfortune? Great misfortune? No wonder she immediately said that there was danger when I took out the life ender saber. It turned out that she felt great misfortune." Guhai analyzed. That should be the case. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Solemnly, prophets can divine the future, seek luck, and avoid misfortune? No wonder Daiqianqing treasured her so much. Guhai nodded. By the way, I will have to trouble you with this item, Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. As Venerable Lu Nian spoke, he took out a black jade talisman covered in a layer of faint black energy. This is back then, before the unborn man left Long Wanyu with this treasure to protect herself. The unborn man said that if it is crushed, he will sense it and rush over immediately, no matter where it is. Guhai said with a frown, "This is indeed the unborn man's jade talisman. He told me to hand it to Long Wanyu. However, Long Wanyu did not even look at it. The unborn man killed Wanqing. Long Wanyu hates him to the bone. How could she want this black jade talisman? Long Wanyu hates this father of hers. She is not willing to accept it." Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. Huh. Guhai sighed softly. "Help me keep this item first. I am saying that I cannot touch Long Wanyu. I hope you can convince her." Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Guhai nodded and sighed as he received it. When the black jade talisman entered Guhai's hand, he immediately felt a cool sensation in his heart. In that instant, Guhai felt a sense of comfort throughout his entire body. Indeed, the unborn man left a good treasure for his daughter. Guhai carefully put away the jade talisman and looked into the distance. Now, he could see a huge city in the distance. This was not a city for ordinary people to live in. It should be a temporary city, like the one that destroyed Lu's city. Above the city gates were the words Jinan City. "We are here. This is the Jinmu of Scylla's camp, a newly built city," Venerable Lu Nian said as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Long Sanqian and Sima Changkong walked over. "Mr. Good, Imperial Father's camp is in front. This humble one has heard Imperial Father mention Mr. Good many times. Imperial Father will definitely be happy that Mr. Good is here," Long Sanqian said with a smile. "Mr. Good, enter Jinan City. I will bring Mr. to settle down. His Highness will host a banquet. Does Mr. Good need to rest first?" Sima Changkong asked as he looked at Guhai. "That's fine. I will have to trouble Mr. Sima. Also, if Mr. Sima does not find it troublesome, can you tell me what capabilities Pujuan's army has to prevent the Jinmu of Scylla's army from advancing?" Guhai asked with a smile. "How is it troublesome? I could not ask for more." Sima Changkong smiled. Chapter 283. Jinan City. Venerable Lu Nian went to look for Long Wanyu. Long Sanqian went to report to Jinmu of Scylla. Sima Changkong led Guhai's group to stay. Guhai and Sima Changkong chatted and drank tea in a small courtyard. "Your Highness is holding a banquet tonight to welcome Mr. Good. Let me tell Mr. Good about Pujuan's army first," Sima Changkong said with a smile. "Right." Guhai nodded. "Pujuan is a heaven-grade zither cultivator. First, he can control 1 million zither figurines. You have seen it before. Sima Changkong said as he sipped his tea. 1 million bronze figurines, all peak nascent soul realm cultivators. They are very strong, and there are more than 1 million of them. They are invincible when attacking cities. Guhai recalled. Indeed, invincible, truly invincible. Back then, with Long Wanyu's help, we found all the spies and slandered Mo Yike, putting Mo Yike in a difficult situation. Long Wanyu's arrival helped us a lot, resulting in a record of 7 victories and 1 defeat. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Your Highness mentioned this to me before. Right. Your Highness personally went to 9-5 Island to show your sincerity. The problem we are facing is the army destroyer. The army destroyers, 1 million Qin terracotta soldiers can attack the city, and it won't take long for them to break into the city. However, it is a good thing that we have a way to deal with them. Oh, you also saw the book Tao earlier. In my army camp, there are also some experts of the book Tao. My Sima family's Yellow Spring Law Destruction Scripture also shines brightly. As long as the Guqin figurines break into the city, they will immediately enter the rules of the book Tao and be restricted by the rules of the book Tao, making them unable to escape. Sima Changkong explained. Guhai nodded. But the figurines are too agile. Unless they barge in themselves, it's hard to do anything to them. Although we have ways to resist, we can't move an inch. We can't get out. Not only the figurines, but also the Les Miserables played by Pujuan. Sima Changkong frowned. Tragic world, we've seen it before. Back in Silver Moon City, it enveloped an entire city. There's no way to escape, Guhai said with a frown. Yes, the Fairy Wanner's tragic world. Ha! Back then, the Fairy Wanner was a guest at the residence of the Luyang of Gojoseon and gave this song to Pujuan. So, Sima Changkong said bitterly, the army didn't dare to take a step out of the city. Otherwise, they would lose their 5 senses and become deaf and blind, Guhai said in a low voice. That's right. If the army couldn't get out of the city, how could they advance? So although it's not honorable, it's nothing. We sent assassins. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Oh, they went but never returned. They never came back. Many people went, including an expert from the Kai Tian Palace. Sima Changkong said solemnly. An expert from the Kai Tian Palace? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Sima Changkong nodded. Kai Tian Palace. After entering Pujuan's camp, there was no sound. There wasn't even any sign of struggle. Luyang stayed in the camp and didn't come out. There should be an expert in Pujuan's camp. According to our repeated investigation, it should be a longevity master, Sima Changkong said solemnly. Oh, Guhai raised his eyebrows slightly. Guhai remembered that Long Wanqing and the unborn man had mentioned in the letter that Luyang of Gojoseon had a longevity master. Did that longevity master take away Long Xiaoye's 3 souls? I heard that there are less than 10 longevity masters in the world. How? Guhai frowned. Less than 10 people. How could there be one in Luyang of Gojoseon's camp? Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. You're right. There are only 8 longevity masters in total. 4 white-robed longevity masters and 4 black-robed longevity masters. There have been only 8 in the world for thousands of years. As for the unborn man, well, I don't know what's going on. However, there are only 8 longevity masters in the Deqian celestial dynasty that can be passed down. However, there is one in Pujuan's camp. Facing Pujuan, ordinary soldiers can't go out of the city, and experts can't do anything either. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, that's why His Highness wants you to solve misery. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Guhai frowned slightly. Let Gao Chen solve it? How? The two chatted for a while. In the evening, Gu Hai brought Gao Chen, Gao Xinji, and Mu Chenfeng. The four followed Sima Chongkong to South Town Hall. At this moment, the 2 rows of South Town Hall were filled with banquets. A large number of civil and military officials were also in the hall. They seemed to have been waiting for Gu Hai for a long time. The Jinmu of Silla was sitting at the main table in the north of the hall. The Jinmu of Silla was dressed casually in a gorgeous brocade robe. She had a broad face and a dignified aura. This was also the first time Gu Hai saw the Jinmu of Silla. Although she had a smile on her face, there was a great sense of majesty coming from far away. Greetings, Grand Marshal. This is Hall Leader Gu Hai. Sima Chongkong bowed slightly to the Jinmu of Silla. Gu Hai greets Marshal Day One of South Town Hall. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Mr. Good is too polite. This marshal has long heard of Mr. Good's great talent. It's a pity that I have not had the chance to meet you. To be able to meet Mr. Good today, this marshal is very pleased. Mr. Good, please take a seat. The Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. The attendant immediately led Gu Hai's group to the first table on the left side of the hall. Gu Hai and the other 3 sat down. Gao Chen's eyes lit up when he sat down. He looked at the delicious food on the table and picked up his chopsticks. The civil and military officials frowned. We haven't even touched our chopsticks yet. We've been waiting for you. You're going to start eating without even greeting us? Gao Chen, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gao Chen's expression froze. He reluctantly put down the piece of meat on his chopsticks, but his eyes were fixed on it. Mr. Good, this is a toast to you. Thank you for your help in dispersing Liu Yang's Dragon Tribe army. Jinmu of Silla raised her glass and smiled. Thank you, Marshal. Gu Hai raised his glass in return. All the civil and military officials raised their glasses and drank together. The wine was emptied in one go. The atmosphere in the hall also relaxed. Let's eat, Gu Hai said to Gao Chen, who was beside him. Ah woo, ah woo. Gao Chen quickly picked up the food. Mr. Good, what do you think about the war between our 2 armies? Jinmu of Silla smiled. Marshal, you're wise. I won't say anything else. Gu Hai shook his head. I heard that Mr. Good has a grudge against Liu Yang. That's why he destroyed the Gungjin sect, destroyed the dragons. Jinmu of Silla looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, It's an irreconcilable grudge. Is it because of Long Wanqing and Long Xiaoya? Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. That's right, Gu Hai said with a serious expression. Xiaoya is my younger sister. She's the most intelligent, one among all my younger sisters. She was also the closest to me. When I found out that she died at the hands of Liu Yang of Gojoseon, I was the first to ask His Holiness for help in avenging her. That's why the Jinnan Day One is here today. It's a pity that Long Wanqing sighed. Takashi Ryushin sighed softly. Thank you, Grand Marshal, Gu Hai said sincerely. Ha, Mr. Good, I've read about you. You're unparalleled in your intelligence and methods. Why don't you come with me to destroy Liu Yang's army and avenge Long Wanqing and Long Xiaoya? Jinmu of Silla invited. Gu Hai nodded. That's exactly why I came with you this time. That's great. I have Legio 6 under me. How about I let Mr. Good command it for the time being? Jinmu of Silla immediately said with a smile. Command Legio 6? Gu Hai was slightly confused. That's right. Legio 6 is a group of brave and skilled soldiers. They just lack a wise commander. Mr. Good, why don't you help me command Legio 6? That way, we can destroy Liu Yang's army in the shortest time possible. Jinmu of Silla said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Command Legio 6. It was true that he would immediately gain control of a large number of troops, but this wasn't what Gu Hai wanted. Gu Hai was the emperor of a country. He could work with you, but he couldn't submit to you. The elite hall master was just a guest of Deqian. He wouldn't submit to anyone. Did he have to be your subordinate after joining your army? However, Jinmu of Silla's tone was sincere. Perhaps Jinmu of Silla didn't think highly of the emperor of Dahan. However, even if others didn't think highly of him, it didn't mean that he could ignore them. What do you think? Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai smiled and said, Grand Marshal, do you trust me that much? Of course. Jinmu of Silla said with certainty. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Grand Marshal, thank you for your trust. However, since you trust me, I have a suggestion. I hope you don't mind it. Oh, Gu Hai, am used to being idle. I haven't led an army for a long time. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to lead it well, so I stopped. Grand Marshal said that Legio 6 lacks a wise commander. I would like to recommend someone. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. In the hall, all the civil and military officials looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Grand Marshal is kind enough to make you the commander of Legio 6, but you don't want to accept it? Mr. Good recommended someone, so it shouldn't be bad. Who is it? Jinmu of Silla asked curiously. Gao Xinji, Gu Hai said with a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji immediately stood up and said respectfully. All the officials looked at the middle-aged general in confusion. They thought that he was Gu Hai's follower. Jinmu of Silla, this is my trusted subordinate, Gao Xinji, Grand Marshal of Legio 6. I can let Gao Xinji take charge of the helm. Gu Hai said solemnly. Wow. All the officials in the hall were in an uproar. Recommend one of your subordinates. Grand Marshal is already very kind to let you, an outsider, take charge of Legio 6, but you're not satisfied and want to recommend one of your subordinates? Are you looking down on our army? Some of the officials stared at Gu Hai. Jinmu of Silla frowned and looked at Gao Xinji. Jinmu of Silla didn't say anything, but a burly man with a long beard suddenly jumped out. Gu Hai, how dare you? The Grand Marshal treats you like a national hero, but you dare to neglect the Grand Marshal? Are you humiliating us? The burly man glared at him. You are. Gu Hai frowned. I am the current commander of Legio 6 by Liz Han. The burly man glared at him. Oh, so it's General Bai Li. Ha! Why are you so sure that I am humiliating you? Which eye of yours saw me neglect the Grand Marshal? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Jinmu of Silla didn't say anything. She drank her wine and narrowed her eyes as she watched quietly. It's not that I neglect the Grand Marshal, but you want to send a servant to lead Legio 6. Bai Liz Han glared. The Grand Marshal needs a wise man. As long as he can lead the army and surpass you, isn't that enough? Gu Hai smiled. Him? A servant? Has he ever participated in a war between cultivators? Bai Liz Han shouted. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xinji and signaled Gao Xinji to answer. Gao Xinji took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She knew that the emperor was training her. General Bai Li, I have only ever led a secular army. Gao Xinji took a deep breath and said, Only led a secular army? You have never participated in a war between cultivators. You have never participated in a war between cultivators, and you dare to overestimate yourself and want to lead Legio 6. Bai Liz Han shouted, The Grand Marshal needs a wise man, not a boorish man. Gao Xinji replied indifferently, Boorish man? Ha! You are just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. How dare you call me a boorish man? Bai Lizhan glared. General Bai Li, war is not a matter of words. Gao Xianji said indifferently. Bastard! Bai Lizhan glared and seemed to explode. Bai Lizhan! Jinmu of Silla said. Grand Marshal, this brat doesn't know his place. Let me teach him a lesson. Bai Lizhan suddenly shouted. Jinmu of Silla frowned and said, Grand Marshal, I am not talking about using force. This brat is so arrogant. I want to show him a sand table deduction and let him know that the army of cultivators is not something that he can take for granted. The lives of every soldier in Legio 6 are precious. We cannot let him ruin them. Bai Lizhan shouted. Jinmu of Silla frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Sand table deduction? Gu Hai looked at Jinmu of Silla in confusion. Sand table deduction is a type of treasure. You can enter the treasure with your consciousness. Both sides will lead a group of soldiers of various types. They will fight against each other and determine the winner. This is a treasure for learning how to fight. Sima Chongkong explained. Gu Hai, didn't you recommend your subordinate? Why don't you let me try? I will give him 1,000 soldiers. What do you think? Bai Lizhan sneered. Grand Marshal, since General Bailey is interested, why don't we let Gao Xianji try? Gu Hai smiled. Sure. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Not far away, Bailey Zhan revealed a slightly complacent smile. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji and said, Gao Xianji, Bai Lizhan is provoking you to accept the challenge. Don't underestimate him. Gao Xianji's expression became serious. She immediately understood what Gu Hai meant. Bai Lizhan looked reckless and harmless, but he was shrewd and could not be underestimated. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not let Your Majesty down, Gao Xianji said respectfully. Quang, not far away, a few attendants carried over a huge jade platform. Many talisman scripts and arrays were carved on the jade platform. Come, brat. This is your first time using this battlefield deduction platform, right? Learn from me. Place your palm on the edge and immerse your consciousness into it. Bai Lizhan said with a cold smile. Gao Xianji nodded and walked to the center of the hall. The two stood on both sides of the jade platform and placed their hands on it. Buzz. A light suddenly appeared on the jade platform. The two's consciousness entered it and slowly closed their eyes. Boom! A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the jade platform, projecting a battlefield of mountains and hills. On the two ends of the battlefield, one side was Gao Xianji leading an army of 100,000 cultivators. On the other side was Bai Lizhan leading an army of 100,000 cultivators. A battlefield deduction platform was about to begin. Gao Xianji versus Bai Lizhan, Takeshi Ryushin's corps commander versus Gu Hai's corps commander. Chapter 284. In the South Town Hall, Gu Hai, Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Chongkong, and a group of civil and military officials were all staring at the battlefield deduction platform. Gao Xianji and Bai Lizhan stood at the side with their eyes closed. Their minds were already focused on the battlefield. They each led 100,000 soldiers and began to arrange the troops at the two ends of the battlefield. This was a mountainous area. The terrain was extremely unfamiliar. The two great commanders needed to scout the terrain and gather information about the enemy. They quickly arranged the troops. However, from the projection, the people on the platform were very fast. It was as if Gu Hai had used the fast-forward button to watch a movie on Earth. Gu Hai looked at the projection in confusion. Your Majesty, this battlefield deduction platform is a special treasure. When one's consciousness enters it, it will be 100 times faster. Therefore, 100 days in the battlefield is a day in the outside world. The The people, troops, and terrain on the platform can be set in advance. Mu Chenfeng explained softly. Battlefield deduction platform? This is a good thing. It can be used to train the soldiers. Where can I buy it? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. It is indeed used to train the soldiers. However, it has always been controlled by the major countries. Therefore, it can't be sold. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. As for this Bailey Zhan, he's not someone easy to deal with. Although he acted rashly just now, his heart is as meticulous as a speck of dust. Moreover, he knows how to manipulate people's emotions, infuriating them, causing them to panic, giving them an opportunity to attack. Mu Chenfeng whispered, "No matter. Gao Xianji's ability to lead troops is not much worse than mine." Gu Hai said with a smile, Yes." Mu Chenfeng nodded. Takashi Ryushin looked at the projection, and then at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. He did not say anything. The palace was completely silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the North Star Polaris eating. Did this Gao Xianji know how to lead an army? Why did they send out so many scouts? General Bailey is indeed a veteran. This arrangement of troops is very proper. This is the Yongzhou Square Formation, the famous Deqian Square Formation. In the end, they are from the secular world. Cultivators cannot be compared to ordinary mortals. Mortals can be trapped by rivers and mountains, but cultivators can walk on flat ground. Archers? Was it useful for Gao Xianji to train so many archers? You have never led a Xiozha army, and you want to fight against General Bai Li? What a joke! The civil and military officials in the hall whispered to each other. None of them thought highly of Gao Xianji. Looking at the fast-moving projection, he revealed a faint smile. "Your Majesty, what kind of array did Gao Xianji arrange? Messy and disorderly? What's the point of having so many archers? Archers can only have a short advantage when the two armies come into contact. But the Xiozha army is very fast. Soon, the two armies will come into contact. Then the bows and arrows will be useless. Training archers is a waste of their other talents. They will not be as good as by Lizhan in a head-on battle." Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. "Don't worry." Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. He showed a smile of approval to Gao Xianji's arrangement. Archers? Who said that archers could only shine for a short time on the battlefield? Gu Hai had used this arrangement when he was young. He did not expect that Gao Xianji would use it here. This was guerrilla warfare. Archers were not used for head-on battles. They were used for sneak attacks. They would change places after shooting. No, they would change places after shooting. Moreover, Gao Xianji sent out a large number of scouts in order to grasp the most accurate terrain. It has started. The short investigation is over. The two armies are beginning to come into contact. What is Gao Xianji doing? Where is his army formation? Why is it in a state of disunity? A state of disunity wants to fight with General Bailey? It is indeed impossible. How can they be a match for General Bailey? A group of civil and military officials were discussing in shock. Not far away, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and looked at the center of the battlefield. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. "What is it, Sir Sima?" An official at the side asked curiously. Although Gao Xianji's army is like a sheet of loose sand, there seems to be a pattern that can be followed. There is not the slightest bit of chaos. They are thinking of surrounding General Bai Li? Sima Changkong asked doubtfully. Takashi Ryushin also narrowed his eyes and stared. The two armies are fighting. Shooting arrows? Gao Xianji's archers shot first. But Gao Xianji's archers are not many. They only have 100 people, and they want to shake 100,000 army? Huh. Shameless Gao Xianji running away after shooting? Can they be more shameless? They are deserters on the battlefield. Huh. The 100 archers over there are starting to shoot too. Huh. They are running away again. Do these archers all run away after a fight? Huh. They are back again. Damn, how shameless. When General Bailey's soldiers were chasing you, you ran away. And when General Bailey retreated, you came back. Isn't this F*** up? Are these groups of 100 people specifically responsible for harassment? The officials were criticizing Gao Xianji's shamelessness. However, Takashi Ryushin frowned and suddenly looked at Gu Hai and said, "Mr. Good, your subordinates are very confident. They only used 50,000 soldiers." Huh. Many of the officials were shocked. Indeed, Gao Xianji's army only had 50,000 soldiers for guerrilla warfare. The other 50,000 soldiers were scattered around but had not moved. Gao Xianji leads the army. I have never interfered. Gu Hai smiled slightly. The officials frowned and looked at Gu Hai. You don't interfere, but Gao Xianji is leading the army. That is too shameless. Gu Hai looked at the projection of the battlefield and showed a trace of satisfaction. Gao Xianji did very well. When the enemy advanced, she retreated. When the enemy stayed, she harassed. When the enemy was tired, she attacked. When the enemy retreated, she advanced. The essence of guerrilla warfare was used incisively and vividly by Gao Xianji. Although, in the eyes of some people, this was completely shameless and shameless, there was no small matter on the battlefield. It was a battle of life and death. Shamelessness was not a problem. Gao Xianji used it very well. For a moment, Bai Lijian's army was so tricked that they cursed. They had just split up to deal with the guerrilla teams. In the blink of an eye, they had suffered a great loss and did not dare to split up. However, the guerrilla teams were relentless. They kept pestering them, circling them, and tiring them out. This was the advantage of a 100-man team. Although there were only 100 people, the destructive power was not inferior to a 1,000-man team. 2 hours later, many of Bai Lijian's soldiers were so tired that they were about to collapse. However, there were many guerrilla teams, and they were constantly rotating. Moreover, they had a very good grasp of the terrain. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lijian's army suffered heavy casualties. There were only 80,000 soldiers left. Another 2 hours later, Bai Lijian's army was only left with 50,000 soldiers. At this moment, Bai Lijian's army was about to explode. The morale of the army was slack. An hour later, Bai Lijian's army was only left with 10,000 soldiers. Of the 10,000 soldiers, 8,000 actually collapsed and surrendered. The remaining 2,000 soldiers were finally forced to death by Gao Xianji's army in a valley. 10,000 arrows were fired, and the entire army was wiped out. Boom! The projection shook violently, and the two immediately regained their consciousness. Bai Lijian was sweating profusely as he looked at Gao Xianji in shock. "Thank you for letting me win." Gao Xianji smiled slightly and said calmly, "It doesn't count. It doesn't count just now. You rascal. Again, let's do it again." Bai Lijian immediately shouted angrily, "That's enough, Bai Lijian. It's fine if you lose." Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice, "But Grand Marshal, I didn't expect Gao Xianji to be so shameless." Bai Lijian suddenly shouted, "Gao Xianji only used 50,000 soldiers and less than 3,000 casualties. Your 100,000 soldiers were completely wiped out. Isn't that embarrassing enough?" Jinmu of Silla said coldly. Jinmu of Silla was also very uncomfortable at this moment. Although the Legio VI's military performance was not good, Jinmu of Silla could still accept Bai Lijian's ability. However, comparing goods with goods had to be thrown out. Gao Xianji used less than 3,000 casualties. No, less than 1,000 casualties to destroy Bai Lijian's 100,000 soldiers. How could his ability to lead an army be just one level lower? Yes, Bai Lijian said bitterly. Gao Xianji slowly walked back to his seat and said, "Your Majesty, I have disappointed you. I made 3 mistakes in the battlefield simulation." In the main hall, a group of civil and military officials looked at Gao Xianji. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You did it on purpose, didn't you? After such a great victory, you told me that you made 3 mistakes? Huh, you made 3 mistakes and defeated Bai Lijian so badly. What would happen if you didn't make any mistakes?" Bai Lijian looked at Gao Xianji with resentment. "It's okay. It's your first time leading an army of practitioners. It's inevitable that you will make mistakes. It will be fine when you understand the habits of the army of practitioners," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Bai Lijian, all the officials. First time leading an army of practitioners? Are you kidding me? Grand Marshal, I wonder if the Grand Marshal likes Gao Xianji, whom I recommended?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "I didn't expect Mr. Good to have such a good fighter under his command. Gao Xianji? Good, not bad. She can be the commander of Legio 6. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Gao Xianji's tactics didn't just defeat Bai Lijian and make Bai Lijian feel depressed. Jinmu of Silla looked at Gao Xianji with envy. The battle just now was really exciting. Even in her own camp, she was a talented general. There weren't many people in the camp who could lead an army to such an effect. It would be good if she could be taken in as a subordinate. Why aren't you thanking the Grand Marshal? Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Gao Xianji bowed slightly. Jinmu of Silla smiled and was about to show her gratitude when suddenly a willful call came from outside the main hall. No, I want Legio 6. Long Wanyu's voice came from afar. Huh. Everyone frowned slightly and looked outside the main hall. They saw Long Wanyu jump into the main hall with a few black-robed men. Behind them was Venerable Lu Nian. Greetings, Grand Marshal! The group of black-robed men and Venerable Lu Nian immediately greeted respectfully. Only Long Wanyu had a resentful expression. Long Wanyu turned her head and glared at Gu Hai. Clearly, she still couldn't get over being played by Gu Hai not long ago. Seeing that Gu Hai was about to take control of Legio 6, she immediately wanted to stop him. Gao Xianji was Gu Hai's subordinate. If Gao Xianji took control of Legio 6, it meant that Gu Hai took control of it. How could Long Wanyu let Gu Hai have an easy time? As long as it could make Gu Hai have an easy time, she would interfere. Chapter 285. Wanyu, this is a military matter. Don't be presumptuous. Jinmu of Silla frowned. What do you mean presumptuous? Do you think I will lose if I lead an army to war? Am I not qualified to lead Legio 6? Long Wanyu glared at her. Jinmu of Silla was slightly stunned. At the side, Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. How could Long Wanyu lose when leading an army? She was a prophet. She knew how to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. She could tell which areas were auspicious and which were ominous at a glance. When it came to leading an army to war, perhaps no one could compare to her. His Holiness told me not to let anything happen to you. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice, What could happen to me? When a general is outside, he will not obey the orders of the emperor. So, what if he wants you to lead an army? I can defeat 10 of the enemy's armies. Long Wanyu argued. Jinmu of Silla frowned when she saw Long Wanyu's unyielding attitude. In terms of seniority, Long Wanyu was her junior. In this camp, she was the most senior. It was not her place to act presumptuously in front of her. However, Long Wanyu was too favored by his holiness. He favored her to the point that all the princes were not as important as Long Wanyu in his holiness's heart. The emperor's heart was in her hands. No matter how willful she was, she could not do anything to her. How about this? I will allocate another legion to you. Jinmu of Silla frowned. No, I want Legio 6. Long Wanyu immediately refused. Takashi Ryushin was a little unhappy. After all, this was a military camp. He could not be led around by a little girl. Otherwise, how could he convince the others? Jinmu of Silla turned to look at Guhai and asked, Mr. Good, what do you think? At the side, Gao Xianji frowned deeply, seemingly unwilling to accept this. Obviously, she could see that Long Wanyu was here to disturb her, but no one could do anything to him. It was as Venerable Lu Nian said. Without Long Wanqing, no one could suppress her arrogance. Guhai looked at Long Wanyu with the same expression. Obviously, Guhai did not like Long Wanyu's current arrogance, but who asked her to be Wanqing's little sister? Before Wanqing died, the one she couldn't let go the most was Long Wanyu, and she had entrusted him to take care of her. She had to be taught a lesson for being so arrogant and unruly. Taking care of her was not simply indulging her. She needed to be taught how to behave. Guhai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled, faintly. Long Wanyu, you want to take over Legio 6? Is it because of me? Long Wanyu glared at Guhai and said, Humph, Guhai, I, Long Wanyu, am not someone who goes back on my words. Back then, I said that if you committed seppuku, our grudges would be written off. I will not use my sister's death to pester you. If you want to take over Legio 6, that is my problem. Don't flatter yourself. Ha ha. What I want to say is that if you want to lead an army, you are still lacking. Guhai laughed. What's lacking? Guhai, are you the only one who can lead an army? Are you the only one who can lead an army? Why can't I? If I lead an army, I will definitely win every battle. Can you win against me? Long Wanyu said, angrily. As a commander, one needs to remain unaffected by the wind and control the universe. No interference can affect one's mental state or ruin one's thoughts. Can you do that? Guhai asked seriously. Humph. What kind of external factors are you talking about? No external factors can affect me because I know where I can win and where I can lose. I am the one who cannot be affected by any external factors. Long Wanyu said confidently, no matter how external factors interfered with her. Long Wanyu knew where was good and where was bad. This was the terrifying ability of a prophet. How could she be affected by external factors? Humph. Why don't we do an experiment to see if you are the one who cannot be affected by any external factors? If you really have the ability to be a commander, I will give you Legio 6. Guhai laughed. Okay, you said it. Long Wanyu glared at him with a hint of mockery. Long Wanyu was here specifically to target Guhai. Naturally, she did not care about other people's opinions. As long as she could taunt Guhai, Long Wanyu would naturally agree to it. Guhai looked at Jinmu of Silla and said, Grand Marshal, I am Shuiyu. Please let Legio 6 bet with me and Long Wanyu. No problem. Mr. Good, just do as you wish. Jinmu of Silla smiled slightly. Long Wanyu was a hot potato. Since Guhai wanted her to accept the bet, then he should accept it. Jinmu of Silla was happy to see the two of them arguing. Tell me, how do you want to test it? Long Wanyu stared at Guhai. Guhai smiled slightly and said, when marching and fighting, there are often times when there are musicians who play music to disturb the commander. How about this? I will let Gaochen sing you a song. He will not use the artistic conception of the guqin. It will be just a normal song. If you can listen to the entire song and still be calm about it, then you win. Not using the artistic conception of the guqin? Long Wanyu frowned. Yes, not using the artistic conception of the guqin. Just a normal song. Guhai nodded. Humph, you think a song can disturb me? You underestimate me. Come on, sing quickly, Long Wanyu said proudly. Gauchen, Guhai shouted. Hula, hula, awoo, awoo. Gauchen was still licking the plate. Guhai shouted softly, and all the officials in the hall turned their heads to look. They just happened to see Gauchen fighting fiercely. Everyone's face stiffened. Was this a foodie? Was this really a heaven-grade guqin? Ah, master, you called me? Gauchen held the plate with a reluctant expression. I will immediately ask you to sing a song. Guhai shouted. What? Really? Gauchen was pleasantly surprised. He immediately threw the plate away and wiped his face clean. All the officials let out a long breath. This was the attitude a heaven-grade guqin should have. He should be addicted to music. Yes, the song you composed. Choose a longer song and sing it for Long Wanyu. Guhai nodded. Ah, only for Long Wanyu? Can't others listen? Gauchen said with a look of pity. Mr. Good, why can't we listen to it together? Yes, Mr. Good, we have been waiting for a heaven-grade guqin for a long time. Mr. Good, can we listen to it together with Long Wanyu? All the officials were looking forward to it. Guhai's face darkened, but he hardened his heart and shook his head. Only for Long Wanyu. Everyone else, including me, set a sound barrier. Guhai said. All the officials looked at Guhai regretfully. Some of them complained. Guhai turned his face away and did not look at the officials. I am doing this for your own good. Otherwise, all the food you just ate will be wasted. All right, forget it. I will sing it. Gauchen stood up. When Gao Xianji, who was at the side, saw Gauchen take a step forward, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly moved to the side. Not far away, Sima Chongkong and Jinmu of Silla had been paying attention to Gao Xianji. When they saw Gao Xianji show some fear as she looked at Gauchen, the two immediately felt confused. Perhaps this Gao Xianji was not as incredible as they thought. At the very least, she could not hide her emotions. It was not just Gao Xianji. Mu Qinfeng's and Venerable Lu Nian's expressions changed. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Long Wanyu, and some pity flashed in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. Sing. Long Wanyu showed a disdainful expression. How much influence could a song without any state of the zither have? Gauchen waved his hand, and everyone in the hall set a sound barrier. Gauchen started singing. Although no one could hear anything, they all goggled. It truly lives up to being a heaven-ranked zither. When he opens his mouth, his emotions reach the peak. Look at Gauchen. He is holding his chest with one hand and waving with the other. He looks intoxicated. This is definitely a song filled with emotions. How unfortunate. I wish I could listen to it just once. Many officials whispered to each other in anticipation. When Gauchen sang the first line, Long Wanyu's disdainful expression suddenly changed. In that instant, it was as if her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her face alternated between red, white, green, and purple. Demonic sound. How can there be such a terrible song in the world? At this moment, Jinmu of Silla and Sima Chongkong felt slightly stunned. Why is Long Wanyu showing such an expression? Isn't there no state of the zither? At the side, Venerable Lu Nian rubbed his bald head and covered his face. Indeed, Gauchen's demonic sound is starting to brainwash. Gao Xianji and Mu Qinfeng released their bated breaths, rejoicing. Then, they revealed strange smiles. Back then, they were on the verge of breaking down. Yeah, they let Long Wan Yu try. Gu Hai smiled faintly as he drank his wine. A group of officials was praising the North Chin. By the time Gao Chen sang the third line, he had switched from his right hand to his left hand to his chest. Tears of gratitude appeared in his eyes. That intoxicated expression made the hearts of the officials itch. It is such a good song. Why is Gu Hai not letting me listen to it? Long Wan Yu's face was already flushed red, and her eyes were bloodshot. She clenched her fists tightly, and the whip in her right hand creaked. Her entire body trembled as she turned to look at Gu Hai. However, she saw Gu Hai raise his cup and smile faintly. Is he mocking me for not being able to listen to it? No, I can definitely listen to it. I definitely can. I will not let Gu Hai, that despicable person, get cocky. When Gao Chen sang the fifth line, "Evildoer, die," Long Wan Yu suddenly roared. He lashed out with his whip at the North Star. The sudden change startled all the officials in the hall, who goggled. What is going on? Why did Long Wan Yu go berserk? No. Gao Chen immediately jumped up in fright. Pa! In the end, Long Wan Yu sent Gao Chen flying with her whip. Master, save me! Die, evildoer! Long Wan Yu grabbed her whip and immediately chased Xiao Chen around the hall. He immediately kicked over a large number of tables along the way. A large number of officials were shocked and retreated. A good banquet was turned upside down by the two of them. Jinmu of Silla's face darkened. Sima Chongkong was slightly stunned. What happened to Gao Chen's singing? Demon, don't run. Die for me. Long Wan Yu roared and chased after him. Master, save me, save me. Gao Chen jumped behind Gu Hai. Pa! She whipped at him, but Gu Hai suddenly caught it with one hand. Gu Hai, let go of me. I want to kill this demon. I want to kill him. Long Wan Yu suddenly roared. Long Wan Yu, you lost, Gu Hai said with a slight smile. Long Wan Yu paused. She then remembered that she was still gambling with Gu Hai. However, Gao Chen's singing was too bad. It was so bad that she went berserk. She couldn't remember anything just now, only that she wanted to kill this demon. Gu Hai actually dared to bet with me on this terrible singing? It's so bad, and he still wants me to listen to it? He caused my sister's death, and I don't even want to pursue the matter. He still wants me to listen to such a terrible song. He even said that I lost. Long Wan Yu's heart was suddenly filled with grievance. Her eyes immediately turned red. You bullied me, woo-woo. Long Wan Yu whipped her whip and immediately ran out of the hall. She left behind a hall full of confused officials, and Gao Chen, who was even more wronged than Long Wan Yu. Chapter 286. Long Wan Yu ran out of the South Town Hall and kicked a rock on a small hill, her face full of resentment. Damn Gu Hai, bad Gu Hai, super bad guy. Not far away, the group of people following Long Wan Yu stopped because they knew that Long Wan Yu was in a fit of anger. Whoever went up would be unlucky. As long as Long Wan Yu was not in danger, it was fine. Long Wan Yu kicked a rock and kept cursing Gu Hai. Twice now. She was toyed with the last time, and now it's happening again. That's not a song for humans to listen to. Let me finish listening. Gu Hai is a bad guy. Long Wan Yu's eyes were red as she kept cursing Gu Hai. Ha ha ha, little girl, you can't stand one song? Suddenly, a voice sounded from Long Wan Yu's body. Only Long Wan Yu could hear it. Why do you care? Damn you, Demon Spectre. Long Wan Yu said, angrily, do you want revenge? Just fuse with me. The voice of the Demon Spectre in Long Wan Yu's body sounded again. You're a bad guy too. Why didn't you remind me? Huh, you made me listen to such a bad song, and you still have the cheek to say it? Long Wan Yu said, angrily, Demon Spectre, I know. You sealed your consciousness just now. You couldn't hear it? Long One, you glared. It was too bad. So, Demon Spectre said, awkwardly, we agreed to face difficulties together, but you hid, you didn't tell me, and let me listen to it alone. You're a bad guy. Long One, you said, angrily. Don't you want revenge? You don't have the ability now. Look, you can't even deal with Gu Hai. How are you going to take revenge? Fuse with me, and you'll have power immediately. Enormous power. You'll receive my memories. Let's fuse? Demon Spectre persuaded. Humph, you're a bad guy too. Don't even think about it. Long One, you said, angrily. Didn't we already fuse halfway last time? Look, who was the one who coaxed you since you were young? It was me. I've been talking to you and relieving you of your boredom. Fusing with me, isn't it a good thing? You can see the future once a month, and I'm the one who helped you. Let's merge. It's good for you. You can take revenge. You can beat Gu Hai. You can do whatever you want. You just need to fuse with it. The fiend ghost spirit advised softly. Don't even think about it. Long One, you hatefully said. Why? You weren't this determined before. I promised, elder sister. I will definitely do it. Long Wanyu's eyes suddenly turned red again. Wanyu? Long. She is already Wanyoff. She's dead. She's dead's dead body of the dead body of her Wanyu. None of your business. None of your business. I'll listen to my sister. You want me to fuse with you? Dream on, unless my sister comes back to life. Unless my sister comes back to life. Long Wanyu said resolutely. Demon Spectre was anxious and could only persuade. Little girl, Long Wanching's words might not be right. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died. Her death shows that she wasn't entirely right. Besides, she's already dead. What do you want me to do? You're not allowed to speak ill of my sister. My sister is right. Ever since I was young, my sister's only request was for me to not fuse with you. Give up on that thought. I will definitely abide by my sister's only request. Long One, you said stubbornly. Demon Spectre was conflicted and said bitterly, but don't talk about my sister. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Long One, you glared. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Sigh, why am I so unlucky? Demon Spectre said bitterly. Long One, you made a scene, and the banquet couldn't continue. Fortunately, what needed to be said had been said. Jinmu of Silla met Gu Hai, and that was enough. Next, Sima Chongkong, and the rest would interact with Gu Hai. Gao Xianji officially became the Legio 6 commander of the Southern Battlefront Army, Gu Hai's residence. Gu Hai flipped through the large amount of information sent by Sima Chongkong, and Gao Xianji stood beside him. After a while, Gu Hai slowly put down the information in his hands and looked at Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji, tomorrow you will take over Legio 6. Gu Hai said, solemnly, yes. Gao Xianji replied. Looking at Gao Xianji, Gu Hai smiled and said, Jinmu of Silla just sent a large amount of rewards to you. She must be trying to win you over, right? This subject is the Han Dynasty's First Legion commander, and will always be, Gao Xianji said with a serious expression. It's okay. I don't mind others trying to win you over. You are a smart person. If the Dahan really can't give you enough and you are won over by others, then it's my fault. I won't blame you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gao Xianji's expression changed and said, rest assured, Your Majesty. In today's world, Gao Xianji only listens to Your Majesty and only listens to the Dahan. It's okay. This subject recommends you to lead Legio 6 of the Southern Battlefront Army, so I'm confident that you won't be poached by others. This is a great opportunity for you to train. In the future, the First Legion of the Han Dynasty will need you to open up new territories for this subject. This Legio 6 will be your training, Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, this subject will not disappoint Your Majesty, Gao Xianji said with a smile. Only Gu Hai was so confident that Gao Xianji wouldn't betray the Dahan by using other people's soldiers to train his own generals. Remember, when leading an army into battle, you have to be loyal to your master. This subject believes that your Legio 6 will be successful all the way. However, I hope that when you step down from your position as the leader of the Legio 6 in the future, you won't come back alone. Instead, you will come back with a group of experts following you back. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Gao Xinji will remember. Gao Xinji replied. All right, you can go and prepare first, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Gao Xinji left Gu Hai's study room. After Gao Xinji left, Gu Hai flipped through some documents again. In the evening, Sima Chongkong brought another batch of documents to him. Mr. Gu, you read really fast. There's so much information, and you've already finished reading it? Sima Chongkong said in surprise. Gu Hai smiled slightly and said, I'm just busy with my life. However, there's something that I would like to ask Mr. Sima for help with. Oh, Sima Chongkong was puzzled. I want to see Mo Yike, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Mo Yike? Sima Chongkong was a little surprised. That's right. According to your documents, Mo Yike is suspected by Lu Yang and is being monitored by Lu Yang. He fishes in his residence all day long and entertains guests. Ha! I want to see him. Don't you have a spy on the other side? Can you let me see Mo Yike? Gu Hai said with a smile. Why do you want to see Mo Yike? Sima Chongkong was a little surprised. Wouldn't it be a good thing if you can persuade Mo Yike to surrender? Gu Hai said with a smile. Impossible. Although Mo Yike is suspected by Lu Yang, he's too arrogant. We've thought about it before. No, we've sent people to secretly persuade him to surrender. Unfortunately, Sima Chongkong shook his head. Even if we can't persuade him to surrender, I still want to see him. After all, he was Lu Yang's most trusted person in the past. Lu Yang has a lot of secrets, and I want to ask him about some things. Gu Hai said solemnly. Sima Chongkong was slightly surprised and fell silent for a while. Sima Chongkong did not advise Gu Hai not to take the risk because Sima Chongkong knew that Gu Hai had already considered this matter and did not need to be reminded. How is it? Does your spy have the authority? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Perhaps he can, but you have to be careful. Sima Chongkong nodded. A few days later, Lu Yang City, Beiwang City. Lu Yang's army was stationed here. Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong disguised themselves and entered Beiwang City. The Qian spies may not have a high position in the Ding dynasty, but it was not difficult to bring two people into this city. In the evening, Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong put on some makeup and followed an official to Mo Yike's residence for the banquet. With just a few strokes, Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong looked like two different people. In the evening, Mo Yike's residence was filled with guests. Even though Mo Yike had fallen out of favor, no one dared to underestimate him. Who could guarantee that Mr. Mo would suddenly be favored again? The emperor had not said anything, so what was there to be worried about? If they were on good terms with Mr. Mo now, it would be very convenient in the future. All the officials politely went to Mo Yike's residence for the banquet. Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong followed behind an official and were also looking for Mo Yike. Everyone, please come in. Welcome to my humble abode. Mo Yike stood at the entrance of a hall and said politely to the guests, Mr. Mo, thank you, Mr. Mo, for the invitation. I hope you don't blame me for being late. This time, I brought two servants. I hope they did not dirty Mr. Mo's residence. The officials said respectfully with a smile. Mo Yike was slightly stunned. Two servants? Other people also brought servants and bodyguards, but none of them mentioned it. Why did you mention it? Mo Yike looked at the two servants curiously. Gu Hai had drawn his eyebrows and kept a beard. He was very different from his previous appearance. Mr. Mo, long time no see, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike's pupils suddenly shrank, and he almost shouted. Mo Yike recognized Gu Hai at a glance. There was no mistaking that look. Gu Hai had sneaked in. Mo Yike was not shocked or angry. Instead, he showed a hint of joy. On the other hand, Mo Yike gasped. Was that Sima Changkong? He was here too? Lord Chun, are your clothes dirty? Someone, take Lord Chun to the inner room and change into a clean set of clothes. Mo Yike ordered. However, he saw that Lord Chun, who brought Gu Hai and Sima Changkong, did have a water stain on his clothes. Gu Hai had deliberately wet them earlier. It was just to give Mo Yike an excuse. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Lord Chun replied. Two servants personally came to invite Lord Chun, Gu Hai, and Sima Changkong to take off their clothes. Mo Yike continued to welcome the guests as if nothing had happened. After more than an hour, most of the guests had arrived. All the guests are here. Close the door and thank all the guests, Mo Yike ordered. Yes, the door of the Mo mansion closed loudly. I'm going to change my clothes. Treat the guests well, Mo Yike ordered. Yes, sir, the group of servants answered. Mo Yike hurried to the backyard. In a hall in the backyard, Gu Hai, Sima Changkong, and Lord Chun were looking at the decorations inside. Ha ha, Mr. Good, Mr. Sima, how dare you trespass into my mansion? Mr. Mo laughed as he stepped into the hall.